Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino here in Jeju, the Shinhwa world. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanoka, and alongside me is Alex Livingston. And yesterday, we actually got to have a little party and crown Archer March Rosen as the Season 4 Ivan Lau Player of the Year award. Well, I mean, we got to have some drinks, right?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. They had some drinks available. Artur Martirosyan was the Season 4 Player of the Year. He delivered a speech. Mentioned in that speech, English is not my native language, but I thought delivered a very compelling speech thanking his friends, the whole Triton family. And, you know, Artur recently started playing PLO events to try to further his chances of winning that award, and ultimately he sealed the deal.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when he first played PLO, he was basically admitting to the table, like, oh, I don't really know what to do in some spots. And here he's taking down multiple PLO titles now. And the thing is, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll play all the short deck, no limit PLO, force to be reckoned with across the board.
Yeah, so very cool. And also, we do have the 50K that we crowned a champion yesterday. That was none other than Kiat Lee taking down Paul Paul and in heads up. And the thing about Kiat Lee is, you know, he's one of those guys we mentioned was the very best in not having a Triton title. He has now 2 titles in short deck. And the thing is, during the interview, you know, Stanley Ma was talking to him, and he was saying that Paul is a big inspiration for him, basically a father to him. Without him, he wouldn't be here to win these titles.
Yeah, you really get the impression that there's this real tight-knit community among those Malaysian players, and of course, a lot of them had a lot to do with Triton being here, and you can really feel that sense of community, and it was a very warm interview that Kiat Lee did in referencing the importance of Paul to himself.
Yeah, and you know, I recall like back in Montenegro, the very first time I did commentary, Kiat Lee was there, Paul, of course, was there, so they just been there from the origination. And the thing is that they were playing short deck. This is a game I had absolutely no idea how to, you know, commentate
I still
on,
have
right?
no idea, Randy. I'm trying to figure. I was doing a little homework this morning in the hotel room, trying to watch some short deck stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, let's see, what else? In terms of results, I believe you have on the iPad, like well, how much did he win again? I forget.
In total, he won 840,000 in this event, and I believe he's up over 5 million mark in his total short deck earnings across all the Triton series.
Of course, we're going to give some love to Paul, our runner-up. And the thing is that it was three-handed. Kiat Lee had all of the chips, and then eventually he did take out Loon Loon, also making top 3, all Malaysian top 3 podium finish.
Right.
And then heads up was just a single hand. So, of course, huge congratulations to Paul Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Great result for Paul, and I'm sure we'll see all those faces in this 100K event as well today, Randy.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and turn our attention to the other event that's happening. It's actually the 20K No Limit Hold'em. And I'm taking a look at the iPad here real quick to see who is out there in terms of chip counts. Let's see.
Alex Anton, the American, is currently the chip leader, followed by Alex Ponikovs. We see Kayan Mokri, who is probably on the, maybe himself and Jesse Lonis, 2 of the biggest heaters in the no-limit tournament world recently. But lots of big names. Stephen Chidwick. You see Tom Fuchs.
Yeah, let's see who else is out here. Kwao Onyo, he had a nice series so far here in Jeju, just scrolling down. Mustafa Kanit, he's been here from the start. Archer Martirosyan, I'm going to click into Archer Martirosyan because we did touch on him not too long ago. You can see 13.6 million in earnings. His last title was actually earlier here in the Triton 1. You can see PLO. Yeah, just obviously a star-studded field.
Yeah, a lot of consistency there. 49 caches.
Yeah, let's see. Scrolling down. Daniel Cates also in there. Jungle Man's really fun to watch, right?
Yeah, that was a name that I didn't necessarily expect to see for some reason. With Jungle Man, you just never know. Is he going to show up? What's he going to play? He seems to sort of fly by the seat of his pants. I was excited to see that name there because he's somebody who's always entertaining. You might see him in some different outfits. You might not know what to expect with him, but he's always going to be in the mix, and he's a true competitor.
Yeah, so today we are going to crown 2 champions. We're going to play the 100K down to the winner, and then we will switch over to that 20K to place a no-limit hold'em and have a champion there. So looking at the 100K, which is what we're going to have underway. Win play starts in about a few minutes. Currently, registration is still open for about 2 levels. We do have a total of how many entries?
Looks like 28 so far, but I'm sure that we'll see that number continue to grow as the day goes on. As you mentioned, registration being open, re-entries, of course, available. And Randy, can you talk a little bit about the bullet system they use for the short deck tournaments?
Yeah, so registration is still open. When you do buy in, you do get your chips in lammers or bullets, if you want to call it. So it's broken down in 3. So I believe the starting stack is 300K, but you get 3 100K bullets. Obviously, you have to use one immediately to be able to play, and you don't have to claim them right away. So if you bust, you can use a bullet, get another 100K stack. You do have the option to buy in all of your bullets immediately. When registration closes, there is a time when you do have to claim them all because the antes are so big. We don't want to create a situation where you can just hang on with 5 big antes, go all in, rebust it, etc.
Yeah, I think back in the day there might have been some online tournaments that used a similar format where you had the option to just buy in all your chips right away, or you could save a bullet. But I think it's kind of a cool system, maybe encourages a little more gambling. Not that short deck necessarily needs more gambling, but you're able to buy in short, flick it in, and if it doesn't go well, you've still got another bullet and you didn't have to put any more money into the tournament.
So I'm just taking a look at currently. So it seems that Mikita Bazikowski is our tournament chip leader in the 100K short deck. Kiat Lee sitting there in second, the guy who just won the 50K. RVK, Rene von Krevelen, he actually won our very first short deck of 3 here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, so he's in there, no bullets for him. Our featured table is actually going to be very interesting. If you want to take a look at that, we have Kiat Lee, Jason Kuhn at the same feature, joined by Richard Young. And, Jason Kuhn is the #1 in terms of most money earned at short deck. At the Triton Super High Roller Series, believes he's got 13 million in earnings. Just Paul is in second with about 10 million.
Yeah, that's just quite the statistic. Jason with 12 total Triton titles, and I believe, does he have 5 in short deck? Is that right?
5 in short deck, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, maybe 4. God, let me take a quick think. I've got some stats for you somewhere. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's 4, but 12. Oh no, actually it's 5, but 12 titles total. So he's definitely a short deck special. I think everyone basically feels like he is the very best short deck player, but people are trying to get their title themselves.
And Kiat Lee, of course, has a very good record himself. I believe he's gotten heads up 5 times, only converted on one of those occasions, but he'll have another chance today in the 100K.
Yeah, he actually does have 2 short deck titles after
Excuse
winning
me.
the one the other
of
day.
course, after yesterday, I'm stuck in the pre-stats.
Yeah, stuck in the presets. He actually, before he came into yesterday's win, he got to heads up 5 times, only won 1, so he didn't convert as many as Jason Kuhn, but they will be seated next to each other with some big stacks. It is the 100K registration still open. Seems like Jason Kuhn actually claimed all of his lammers already, 387,000 for him, but we will be sending it down shortly. We don't know the exact prize pool yet with the registration still open, but it's a tough Malaysian field for Jason Kuhn. 3 Malaysians, Kiat Lee, Richard Yong, Wai Long Chan against Jason Kuhn at that blue feature. And then we got Winfred Yu still in the mix, Ferdinand Putra, RVK, and Kobalinsky at the red feature. So why don't we go ahead and send it on down here live from the Leze Casino, Jeju, South Korea, for this 100K Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. Soon.
Eventually, we'll make our way to the table.
There it is. All right. So those are the tables still in the mix. See Isaac Haxton alongside Mikita Bazikowski on the bottom right. Michael Jang, Tan Xuan. Tan Xuan, also a short deck specialist. Very dangerous. Made most of his money in short deck, I believe. Shu Liang on the right. Okay, so those are the 2 featured tables. Told you about them. Kiat Lee, Rene von Krevelen. 100 antes apiece. Not bad.
Randy, do you think we're going to see some real gambling here as we near the end of late registration? Or
it's weird because it is $100,000 every time you kind of want to gamble and re-enter, right? It's a lot of coin.
I'll tell you, when you come to these Triton festivals, your idea of money just sort of changes. You get desensitized to these dollar amounts, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Founding player Richard Young there. Kiat Lee, fresh off of yesterday's win. $56K. I believe that's a pot size raise. This is pot limit pre-flop, so you can't just open jam. And it's actually a much better format to spectate. We're going to have a lot more post-flop spots. But then again, post-flop is actually no limit hold'em.
Yeah, I think it's a nice rule change. You know, previously, it was kind of a strange game where you might have a lot of limping and then people could just jam something like 100 big blinds. This pot limit pre-flop ensures that you see a lot more post-flop play, which, of course, makes things more interesting.
Look at this. Kiat Lee open jams with Queen Jack of clubs and gets snap called by Queen 10, which is the nuts.
Yeah, he'll need a couple clubs, full house, or a chop out.
100% of the time.
Chop 100% of the time, says Jason Kuhn.
Certainly more often than in full deck.
19% of the time it'll happen.
I've never seen it not chop, ever. For 3 outs. Nah, man.
Never seen it not chop ever, says Jason Kuhn. We'll see if a 10 shows up.
用個 slow roll 嚟係咪？
He asked me to slow roll him?
Yeah, he asked me to slow.
Spicy card.
Clean ways to win.
Now chopping's hard.
Okay, so full double for Wai Long Chan. First hand of our feature table. You know, Wai Long actually goes way back. Also, I'm going to take a look at his Triton resume. He first joined us, actually predating our stream, where he was in the Philippines, 2016, playing some Triton, but also Montenegro 2017. He showed up, had a cash and no limit hold'em. He plays a short deck as well. Nice runs in the 1 million HKD in 2018. So it's good to see him back. He actually took a little bit of a break.
Okay.
But
Back in action?
Back in action. Like, I thought he actually quit. Because I was like, wow, where did this guy go? He's like one of the big Malaysian crushers.
You do see that in poker from time to time. You'll see people take kind of extended periods off, and then all of a sudden they resurface. Speaking of which, one player that I've seen loitering in the hallways so far already, I haven't seen his name in the chip counts yet, but Michael Adamo is in Jeju, and he's somebody who, of course, really took the poker world by storm a few years ago. And then it seemed like he took a little bit of a break, at least from live poker. I believe he was still playing online. I think he actually went and got a graduate degree of some
Did he
sort.
really?
Yeah, and very cerebral guy. He's a chess player as well. But yeah, Adamo is here, and I expect we'll be seeing some of him.
I want to see him pull on those sick moves he's been doing and wrecking everyone.
Yeah, he kind of revolutionized some things, right? I mean, the 4x pot bet.
Really?
Okay, what do we got here? Looks like Kiat, Limp Jam, Queens. But yeah, I saw Michael Adamo. I'm pretty excited to watch him play. And also one of those guys that kind of took a little bit of a break, like you mentioned, from live poker. Didn't have that big score in Paradise.
I full of jacks. I just
Hopefully we get to watch him play some 20K no limit hold'em later, or the bigger buy-ins. Do have 2 featured tables, which is obviously great for the Triton Super High Roller Series. We don't miss any of the action.
I went back earlier. I mean, like 4.
Renee von Krevelen. He's the 25K short deck champion. Hailing from the Netherlands. This man is actually exclusively a short deck player.
Interesting. Now, there can't be that many exclusive short deck players, can there, Andy? But I do think that specializing is one way to make it to the top.
Yeah, but he might be looking at the bottom right now because there's Ace-King right behind him from Artem Kopelinski.
Indeed.
Okay, So this one gonna go heads up.
Why Jack Queen?
And all the chips in there immediately.
And this is a big pot. This is, I believe, for the chip lead at the moment.
Shit.
Yeah, it would be a 1.184 million chip pot.
Even stacks. Gonna decide which button to put the.
Okay. Is there going to be a 10? Straightness. It's actually a queen that's needed.
Straightness.
Not the one I was expecting.
No.
Top 2 for Artem. Oh, and
That
that
should
straightness
do it.
doesn't matter, does it?
Oh, wait. Still even.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Secret magic move.
Very lucky.
Did you even see that?
I
Was a
honestly
possibility?
thought it was all over. I mean, I wasn't really considering that the case ace could come out, and I guess with only 36 cards in the deck, it's a little more likely.
And I was wondering, like, why is Artem saying no, 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 no? Like, what possibly could have happened? He had a full house. The guy was drawing dead.
Wow.
Ace on the river to chop it up. Just
So-
like that.
Interesting though that Renee did put all those chips in with the ace-10 offsuit there. What was the action there? Was it a limp re-raise?
Not
It's a little hard to tell.
It went so fast.
Oh.
Winford gonna limp here, Jack 7 off suit. Ferdinand Putra. Gonna be a limp pot.
Notice even hands like Jack 7 offsuit limping, just based on the price you get given the format of this game with all the money in there and antes. And you balance that by having some strong hands so that you can't just get relentlessly attacked when you limp in.
Nothing for both. I'll say this, it's unlikely Winford ever has the 6. He probably wouldn't limp. So this allows Putra to just stab and win. Did you go and do your morning park run or whatever it was that you were doing?
I didn't do a run in the park today. I did go for a short run outside, but
Around
Just-
the property?
around like just outside the property. You can kind of run outside of the property, turn right, hit this roundabout, did a little loop around that and came back. It was just a short one today.
Jason Coons
咁多煙嘅
jammed into pocket
I got
kings.
the worst hand I can have, too.
KK
Oh, okay.
50-50
Always 50-50.
It's not actually a 50-50, but they always say it's a 50-50.
It's always closer to
it's better than
50-50
having
than
king
you'd
jack
think in
suited,
short
which I
deck,
could
right?
have had.
Equity's running a lot closer than they do in full deck.
You can always round it to 50%.
They don't have
You never know.
It's not good news for me.
Always 50-50.
All right,
More-
ace, queen,
still
jack.
50-50.
67-31 now.
Stop king.
Not
Ooh,
50-50.
3 of a kind now for Kiat Lee.
Man, huh?
兩支
Out of nowhere.
一個 chop 10咯
Jason looking for an ace or a 10.
Man.
And Jason Kuhn will be headed to the reentry desk. And Randy,
Check.
it looks like the rule here is that it's no limit pre-flop before the registration period, meaning that it's not pot limit, but then once registration closes, it turns into pot limit pre-flop.
Oh,
Really?
that starts to make sense.
So that's where the ace-10 offsuit was able to jam for so much. We saw another one here, and that's why we were confused, because it didn't look like there was a limp jam in the previous hand.
That makes a lot of sense. I was like, man, I don't know how to calculate pot anymore.
And it makes sense, too, in terms of building a prize pool, does it not? Because I feel like in this format, the chips fly in a little more liberally.
Yeah, it allows you to have that gamble still, high variance play. Flip it back over to our red table. 28 entries at the moment. I'm sure it's going to keep going up. 2 levels of registration. An ace, king, 6. 2 spades. What we working with? I guess the best hand belongs to King Queen, but he's not going to know it.
Yeah, nobody really likes this flop. Only 1 spade between the 8 cards in these players' hands. Second pair is best.
Artem's giving this a lot of thought with Jack 7 offsuit on a board that isn't really supposed to smack him, even he's on the button. Sure, he can have random 2 pairs like A6, King 6, but he actually wouldn't be able to handle any heat.
Yeah, this is stepping a bit out there, but perhaps just picking up on some weakness behind him. He is right that nobody really has much of anything. Does Winfred Yu want to make a move at this pot? And look at this.
Yeah, this is basically a byproduct of the button never having a hand that can call off. And with, you know, King Queen, he's just like, this guy's just going to fold everything.
I mean, that was a real statement shove. Yeah, the idea being ace, king, kings, and aces all would have raised before the flop in Renee's shoes. So what's the best hand he can have there? Ace 6?
Yeah, and
Pocket 6s, I suppose?
Pocket 6s would call, but I don't know if ace 6 is supposed to feel good. King 6, I definitely don't think it's going to feel good because Winfred limp from under the gun, he's got all the traps. He's got aces, he's got kings, he's got ace king.
Yeah.
And deuce.
Even the combo draws, I mean, maybe would consider raising pre versus the limps.
Yeah, so that's some world-class play from Winfred Yu.
Yeah, these guys, just some of these guys like Winfred Yu just have so much experience playing this game. I think it would be very difficult for a lot of the no-limit hold'em players who haven't played this game before to jump into a field like this. I guess that goes without saying, Randy, but, you know, it's a whole different world, this short deck.
Short deck's different. You got to think about the hands differently. Otherwise, you'll be making some pretty big mistakes. Artem Kobylinski thinks and overcalls. Ace Jack of Hearts. You see people always worried they're getting trapped, so Artem was contemplating some kind of play pre-flop, but was like, I really don't want to get 500K in there. So top pair, Jack kicker for Artem. Okay, he's going to stab out. I guess it's just over. So you took a stroll around the Shinhwa world. Okay, I just want to know.
You're very curious about
what did you find? Did you find anything out there?
You mean on my run?
Yeah, maybe you ran by the tennis court or something, or...
Not really. I kind of went out the landing hotel entrance. I guess I ran by the bowling alley area.
There's a bowling alley here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a bowling alley.
Did
I
you
found my
call
way
all the
there.
game?
I found my way to the bowling alley last year because there was a player party at the end of the Triton 1 series, kind of right. It was a little different last year. There was a bit more downtime between the end of Triton 1 and the beginning of Triton High Roller. At least enough so that they had a players party. Whereas this year there was that ceremony, and certainly there were drinks available, and it was a festive place. But a lot of the players were in that 20K event already.
I don't normally drink, but I had a glass.
You had a glass. You held your own there.
Ace King. Looking jam. And win some antes.
Yeah, and note that there's an 8,000 chip ante from each player. In addition to that, the button posts 8,000 on the button, so quite a bit out there for anyone who wants to go all in to try to steal the chips, especially where equities run relatively close. So it's rarely going to be that you're in terrible shape if you get called, assuming you're jamming something reasonable.
Yeah, and obviously one ante a person. We're four-handed. You know, it's hard for someone to wake up a hand, and you do want to chip up as much as you can. Actually, it looks like Mikita Badzikowski is a big chip leader now, as he got an aces versus queens on one of the outer tables against Xu Liang. Mikita now playing a 1.5 million chip stack.
And given that there are 30 entries, but only 23 unique players, we know there's been some rebuys already, and I'm sure there will be more, as we do have 2 full levels of registration open. today.
Yeah, we have a couple players on the sidelines, maybe waiting a little bit before jumping in. It's like Paul was eliminated at some point, hasn't rebought yet. Michael Watson.
So, Randy, what's your philosophy on when you should register a poker tournament kind of in general? There seems to be a couple schools of thoughts. There's players who like to play from level 1, and then there's players who like to wait until the last minute and just jump in at the end of registration.
Okay, so to answer your question, it's actually really different, I think, for short deck specifically. No limit hold'em, I'm definitely a level 1 kind of guy. I like to play as deep stack as possible. If I thought I had an edge to enter the tournament in the first place, well, I wanted to try to maximize the opportunity. Plus, I also come from more of a deep stack background. But short deck, this is a game where your average buy-in, I wouldn't be surprised, is like 2,
Yeah.
like going into it. And 100K a pop, I wouldn't fault someone for just doing a last-minute registration. But still, like, most of the people who are willing to play 100K short deck, they've got bankroll. They don't have any concerns there, so they can just look to build a stack. Makita is trying to put himself in position to hopefully take down another title. He wouldn't be able to have a 1.5 million chip stack if he registers at the very last second.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. So in short deck, perhaps regging last minute, not as bad.
Look, it just depends on your appetite for variance. I'll say this, though. If you want to have the opportunity to use the Lammer system, the bullet system, where, you put in 100K, you boss, you get 100K, perhaps your short stack short deck game is really strong, then you do need to register earlier, because I'm pretty certain there's a point in late registration, it might even be the next level, where if you do happen to buy into the tournament, you actually have to claim all immediately for 300K straight. And it kind of would make sense just given the ante structure, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We still have 20 minutes of level 9.
52.
Artem Kobylinski, 52,000 with... This is dust.
King 6. Yeah, this is interesting, but it has folded around to him in the cutoff, so it's really just going for kind of a cheap steal. And, you don't need to just play limp or shove. He is incorporating a middling sizing.
Winfred getting the best of Artem once again.
I think, Randy, his idea here is that he wants to play some sort of medium size that is perhaps a bit more polar than the shoves. So he would throw pocket aces and pocket kings into that size, and then also some kind of junky stuff like king 6 off.
Right, because you're like, well, if I jam and I get called on king 6 offsuit, I'm pretty terrible shape.
Yeah.
But then, so I guess, the way to balance in that one would be to have the super premiums, aces.
Right. I think you'd put
kings.
aces and kings in that range. The interesting thing is he probably wants a limping range as well, right? So if you're trying to sort of construct all 3 of these ranges and be really balanced, I think it gets quite tricky. Usually, I know that when you're thinking about poker, giving yourself 3 different ways of playing hand. For instance, if you're looking at how to size a bet on the flop, studying 1 or 2 bet sizes is always easier than studying 3, right, in terms of the complications going down each of those paths.
It's also funny to do it in a game like short deck, right, where, look, I'm sure Winfred has a ton of experience playing, but he doesn't really strike me as a guy who's trying to solve short deck, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how am I going to split my ranges and things like this? He's just using raw experience. So it's interesting seeing how Artem is
Yeah, and I
trying
think
to navigate.
that's kind of the beauty of poker to me. It always has been, is that you can approach it like a science, you can approach it like an art, or you can try to hit it from both angles. And people have had success with many different styles over the years.
Okay, ace, king, queen, 2 diamonds. Winfred has top pair, nut flush draw. He's always drawing live in case he somehow is up against a boat at some point, because what is that wrinkle?
Right, so flushes actually beat full houses in short deck, making Winfred's hand even a little bit stronger than it already would be, I suppose, because the queen of clubs hits, you're no longer drawing dead against a full house.
55K from Winfred.
Not really much for any of these other players. You talked about it yesterday, Randy, but middle pair in this game is usually quite precarious.
Yeah, middle pair is like never calling, basically.
Yeah,
especially multi-way.
Particularly multi-way, and particularly on ace, king, queen, where you had middle pair, no gutter ball.
And that's one of the differences. In no limit hold'em, you defend from the big blind, you flop even bottom pair. With the small bets that's coming on the flops these days, you always check calling at least one.
Right. So short deck, I guess, is maybe somewhere in between full deck and PLO in terms of that concept, because bottom pair and PLO is pretty worthless.
Yeah, in PLO, from my understanding, is your pairs need some kind of other backup, whether it be flush draw, straight draws, backdoors.
Yeah, what you start to think about in PLO is how does my hand fare over multiple runouts? What's the future potential, not just what's my current hand value.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still playing short deck as Artem just goes for the shove with King Jack suited. This hand makes sense to me as a shove, where it doesn't really want to raise fold, and it's going to have okay equity against anything. And there's a lot of antes out there to pick up.
Yeah. So give you some context about Artem Kobylinski. He also is exclusively a short deck player. So he first showed up to Jeju 2025 in March. He played the 30K short deck. That was his very first event. He actually shipped it for $500,000. So, yeah, pretty good. Short deck specialists out there.
So we've got a couple short deck specialists at this table.
Yeah, usually when you see some Europeans out here playing short deck, like they're short deck exclusive players.
One player who's been fairly quiet so far has been Ferdinand Putra.
Yeah, Ferdy, he doesn't have as much short deck experience. He primarily plays Nolan Hold'em, but he plays our highest games, all of our invitational, big cash games. They kind of like told him, hey, you want to try out some short deck? And then when he finally did try some short deck, he played a $100,000 buy-in in Jeju 2. He actually got fourth for $600K,
Wow.
so he's doing all right.
It's always nice when you have a hot start in a new game. As Artem picks up the pocket jacks, does go for the smaller raise option here.
Yeah, he wants some action. It is button versus cutoff or big blind versus small blind.
Right, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Randy, but the small to medium suited connectors maybe not as good in this game as they would be in full deck.
Yeah, that is true. He will still call with 9/8 suited. Of course, if you're up against ace king, dreaded queen jack 10 you don't want to see sometimes.
I suppose 9/8 suited is just quite a bit better than 7/6 suited, just in terms of the amount of straights you can make and the nuttiness of those straights.
Yeah, so 7/6 always goes into the muck. It's like the deuce 3 of the game.
Right.
Jack 6 offsuit is like the 7 deuce. Just to let you know. For now, though, 9/8 middle pair got shot against top set. Kobylinski is actually not supposed to hit this board too much when he raises pre.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Smashing it,
It kind of looks more like a board that Renee might hit, right? Limp calling.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, though, if Artem actually did have an unpaired hand like ace, king, ace, queen, it's unlikely he would c-bet on this flop. So the fact that he's betting might deter Renee from being very aggressive with his 9/8.
This is kind of a concept I've thought about a lot in playing other games is, it does look strong when you bet these boards that aren't supposed to be good for you. So maybe sometimes it can actually be a nice bluff to go for it with certain kind of creative hands because you're not supposed to bet those boards that much anyway.
Right, always trying to be one step ahead of your opponent, but he is actually strong, top set.
Now Renee can't be liking his hand too much. No backup, no backdoor flush draw with that pair and gutter. A 10, of course, not making him the nuts.
He'll take the 10, but it's not clean against king, queen, and now he's got 2 pair against top set. I don't think Artem actually likes this card because he does lose to 10-9, jack 10, some kind of things like this, queen 10.
Yeah, exactly right. The 8 of hearts rates to hit Renee's check calling range pretty well.
But Renee does beat, what, queens plus, queens, kings, aces.
Yeah, Renee has a little bit of showdown value. His hand's too strong to want to start bluffing.
Yeah, he might lead out if he had a 1 pair. I'm trying to think what. King, queen, maybe he would start leading out. I'd be pretty shocked if Artem was to bet here because he doesn't want to bet and then get jammed on when he's got a set. Oh
Ooh,
no!
this is
Full house
disaster.
versus full house, Alex. What now? Is it just GG?
I think it is. I don't really see how Renee can get away here. I suppose the only way would be if he goes for a fairly healthy value bet and then faces the jam. If he goes for a small bet, then he might just be concerned that he could beat some value hands or that he's going to get bluffed a lot. If he goes for a meaty bet and then gets raised, it does look a little bit scarier. But then, of course, he's getting a better price as well.
Okay, so let's just say he does this meaty bet and he gets jammed on. For me, the only hand he loses to is pocket jacks. I don't think Artem ever raises on the button with like pocket nines, for example,
Yeah.
or like jack 8. They would probably just take a free flop.
Pocket nines is possible, but are you thinking that that hand might just rip it versus the cutoff limp?
No, it actually.
Or just you think it would just check?
I think it would just check. Just the way people have been naturally playing. But here is that big bet, and we're going to see a jam. Very curious to see how Renee responds. Is he going to be like, side call immediately, or is it a side, maybe I can finally actually fold?
I think you're right, though, Randy. Just looking at it and thinking about it, I don't really see a world in which Renee is going to get away here. It would be a heroic fold.
I think he would assume it's just jacks or nothing,
Right.
but it is jacks.
Artem looks like he's thinking, but he's just dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage.
Mm-hmm. Holding pocket jacks. Holding all the chips. Okay, there's the raise. It's practically min. There's also the problem for Renee is that what if he's up against 9-8 as well?
Yeah, and look, Artem actually raising, like you said, practically min. Renee doesn't need to go broke here. This is not for all of Renee's chips. Renee might actually be considering, can I just value jam the rest of it? I don't think he's ever going to fold.
That is correct. He's never folding.
So he might be actually just between call and putting the rest in versus this size. He's confused, I think. Although now that he's taken this long, I don't think he's going to raise.
Call and lose. Wow. I think he should be happy he got the 84K back still.
I would agree, Randy. A nice takedown there from Artem Kobylinski.
Artem Kobylinski of Ukraine. Or VKs. And take a sip of that. Wash that one down. That was an ugly run out for him to lose so many chips. Well, if you look around this field, the passports, as you can see at this table, probably tell a pretty global story. Poker brings people together from everywhere. Crypto works in pretty much the same way. Global Jupiter is designed to support transferring digital assets internationally through blockchain networks. So that's Jupiter for you.
So I am seeing a question from Lauren Hudson in the chat about the bullet system, saying that you can see under people's names, some have 3, some have none. And she's asking, do you have to pay 100K each time you use a bullet? But no, when you buy in for 100K, you get these 3 bullets. You can either put them all into fire right away, or you can put in 1 and keep 2 in your pocket.
But not literally in your
so
pocket.
I guess, yeah, not literally. So I guess they're really worth 33.3 thousand each.
Dude, how sick of a tournament would it be, though, if each bullet was worth
If each
100?
bullet was worth 100K.
This is a $300,000 short term.
And maybe you had an option to buy in for 100K or 300K, yeah.
But, no, thanks for the question. Look, this is new for all of us, especially Alex and some of you new viewers. And appreciate the questions. Keep them coming. We are reading the YouTube chat. And we are looking at this flop right now where Wai Long Chan turns the nut flush draw.
And interesting, checks it back. I would think, you know, you might consider starting to run a multi-barrel bluff with this combination. Ace of spades, 9, blocking straights several ways, blocking flushes.
He just made a straight with the 9. There's been no bets post-flop. Tan limp called pre-flop. He probably knows the ace-8 is never good.
Yeah,
Maybe he tries to represent the 9 himself.
Was just thinking that 10 probably thinks he has little to no showdown value here, and perhaps not giving Wailong Chan too many 9x hands, may decide to make a move.
5 seconds.
He's like, I gonna get hero called. Very methodical short deck player is Tan Xuan.
Calling.
He's just,
just moves
open
in.
jammed. Wasn't there only like 150K in the middle?
And a
he's getting
quick
snap
call.
called. And his laugh.
And a smile from Tan Xuan. I mean, ace of spades 9 is just the perfect bluff catching combo there, blocking the flush and having a straight.
Rất yêu lao with you.
Huh?
That was a way to incinerate half
That
a million
was
chips.
Thank you. Thank you.
very ambitious play. But that check back on the turn really worked out nicely
Like,
for
Wailong
Wailong
Chan,
Chan.
he didn't even think about it. That was like a 3-4x pot jam. He's like,
That was a boss call, yeah. It felt like he just maybe had a read on his man.
it's like, I know this guy's up to no good every
Yeah.
single time.
630. 630.
Because, you know, Tan was like, well,
Okay.
there's no way this guy has a 9, right? Like, he raised me pre, he's checking down. Nope.
Yeah, that check back on the turn worked out really nicely for Wailong Chan.
Welcome back to Triton. I told you took that little break. It's been
Yeah.
looking good. Tan Xuan, we'll see you later. Registration's still open. He'll be back. Such a ridiculous spot.
We've seen some cool post-flop hands. I mean, yesterday, Randy, we had that bet 3-bet with air.
Yeah, I know, right? Elton saying
Elton sang.
against Michael Jang. Artem ace-9, he rips it in. It's a little gambly right now, isn't it?
That's a hefty shove from Artem. Now, of course, he does have the covering stack. All the other players are at 350K or below, so it's not quite as meaty as it looked.
So when you jam a hand like ace-9 Alm suit, and let's just say Winfred's sitting there with 44 antes, he's holding like ace-10. He's not calling. So it's not like, oh, there's so many bigger aces. What are you doing there with ace-9 offsuit? It's actually only the upper crust of ace-x that's willing to call off like ace-king, ace-queen. Ace-jack probably isn't calling, I'm guessing.
What about the pairs, Randy? Do you think...
Pairs go way down in value in this game.
but do you think 10s plus is getting in for sure?
10s is never calling off.
10s is not calling, okay.
It doesn't call off from what I've witnessed past years watching players play. It's just quite weak.
So
Tens are really bad.
plus?
Jacks are kind of weak too.
Kind of
to be honest.
cuspy, maybe queens plus?
Queens for
ace
sure.
king?
Yeah.
Yeah. And worth noting to our viewers that the ace does function as a 5 in terms of making straights. So ace-9 off is a little less disconnected than it would be in
Yeah.
full deck because you can make a straight on 6, 7, 8.
I do still think it's we're in the phase of short deck where you still can have your own style, right? We clearly see Tan Xuan's quite reckless post flop.
Right.
We see Artem jamming ace-9, and I feel like if you give that ace-9 to someone else, they might not make that same play pre-flop. So you still can have your own style and strategies going into this 100K.
Absolutely true. Artem, of course, does have a big chip lead on this table, so even if he did call and lose, wouldn't be the end of the world.
It's a short deck specialist, and he's betting out 15K.
It seems that Artem is just taking almost any opportunity to put chips in the pot. We saw that stab earlier where he got shoved on by Winfred Hughes King Queen.
He keeps getting punished when he tries to represent on the button. Look at Putra, check raising Queen 9. He's like, I've got 2 pair blocker.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 blocker feels incredibly useful here, right? Where Putra's kind of, the best hands he could have would be exactly ace 9 and 9s, where he's not going to have aces pre. So,
I mean,
very
he could have a
adept
little
play.
bit of aces pre, but yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just
chips.
the
I
9
bought in
seems like a
today,
very
and I haven't
useful
lost
card
a
to have.
single pot
Yeah,
since it's
better
been-
than a 6.
I just want to make every pot for an hour. Yeah, like,
That's what you want.
yeah, this is short deck's crazy.
You played Hold'em, right?
Huh?
You played Hold'em.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played Hold'em.
Seth
your
Davies taking the
multi-table?
table.
Multi-event or something?
It didn't look like this tournament was gonna happen
That goes
when
better.
when I played Hold'em.
Yes.
Rocking the Malbon hat.
What's Malbon?
Wow.
It is a golf brand. Right?
Jesus.
I wouldn't expect you to know that.
30 minutes ago.
Is it like a big one?
That's hilarious.
It's an emerging brand. It's kind of a trendy,
Ah.
I would almost say a slightly counterculture
you-
golf
you
brand.
mean you'll sit
Jason
down, you'll
Day
fuck
wore a
That's right. That's
jersey
right.
from
Yeah.
Malbon at the 2023 Masters and was
Fucking all
told
my way over
he
here.
had to remove it.
Left, right,
What?
and
He had to
center.
remove it?
Full ring.
It's not sort of, it's, they're making new school golf attire. Old school golf attire is much
Jesus
more
Christ.
rigid.
Jesus.
You think the polo shirts,
Chinese
everything's
guys are
tucked
hard to
in,
get
very
up
by
at-
the book.
at, like,
So this guy's wearing like an
noon to
oversized
come
shirt.
to
or something.
Yeah, almost like a
Sit
jersey.
down, they are not awake. You fucking them.
To be fair, everybody I fucked was. To be fair, everybody I fucked was a white guy. So
Okay.
Interesting little quip to pick up there.
Artem. He's very aggressive, isn't he? But of course, Ace Queen qualifies. I was going to say though, from what we've witnessed so far of Artem
You
Kobylinski
don't-
is that
you don't
he
believe he's
loves
gonna
to
fuck
bet
you up too, huh? Okay.
post flop on the button.
He only fucks white guys.
Yeah, and
Only
he's been
fuck
getting
white guys.
punished.
Yeah.
I don't.
what's that? How
I
much?
think
no,
it works
no.
against like
Sell
players with
when
less
you sit on the
experience.
table, he don't care.
Also, you know, keep in mind, even though he's gotten punished, his bets have been very small. So it's, you know, his risk-reward ratio hasn't been bad. He's been betting a lot of quarter pot, that kind of thing. So, you know, you don't need that bet to work super often for it to be effective long run.
Yeah, it just hasn't worked 100% of the time.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying.
He is 0 for 2, maybe 0 for 3.
All right. Seth Davies called with King 9 of Hearts. Flops top pair. Confusing board for Artem, but the thing is, Ace King you probably hear from pre. You block King Queen a little bit with Ace Queen. Probably just see a stab. And just assume your opponent folds most hands. But we've got a situation here. Paul Pua against Wai Long Chan. Paul was a runner-up yesterday in the 50K.
Yeah, nice to have 2 feature tables we can toggle between, Randy, as we see this confrontation between the 2 Malaysian men.
Okay, needs a queen now. Gonna be it for Paul, who lost the bullet there, so not officially done, as he bought into this tournament late. Okay, back to this one. Pretty sure some bet went in on the flop. Yeah, that bet was 55,000 from Artem. You can see there on the screen. Artem picks up a gut shot. But Davies got to open in the straight draw of King 9. A jack would actually not be good, right?
Yeah. Don't think Davies called the flop to fold this turn. How aggressive is Artem going to get at this pot? Note that Davies actually covers Artem.
Okay, what did Kobylinski push out? 205,000. It's healthy.
And while I would expect Davies just to call here, is there ever a world in which he turns this into a semi-bluff and jams, Randy? I don't think so, but
That's a very good question. It didn't cross my mind that he considered turning the semi-bluff. He probably would just call.
I guess you'd be targeting aces and ace-king, right?
Yeah, and you would have to expect those hands to fold.
And you'd have
which
to-
they probably would consider it, but he
Yeah.
will make the call. That's the more customary standard play. The nice thing about his hand, too, is he unblocks the multi-barrels of the ace-jack, ace-queen. Pot's quite big, 692,000. It's a very interesting river card, actually, because at this point, Artem must know that Seth has at least a king.
Yeah, so neither player, for obvious reasons, neither player likes this card. The question is, what is Artem putting Seth on? Does he think he's more skewed towards King X? He does just quickly check back. His hand lacks good bluffing properties, I would think.
I think if he had a diamond in hand,
Yeah, I
he
think
might
that's-
actually go for it.
I think that's kind of a very relevant detail, particularly knowing that flushes beat full houses. Having a blocker to that flush, which is kind of the nutty component on that board, is just so important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's
It's
pretty.
a big pot for King 9.
Really nice
I might
pickup
call
there
the
for
river.
Seth.
I might call the river there.
I would order some food.
I was thinking of jamming pre-flop.
I would have been out. That would have got me out.
Then you'll be gone. King 9.
So we are up to 33 entries at this point. We were at 27 when we started the day. Might see that number grow up over 40, certainly, Randy.
Yep, registration opening. People just jamming pre-flop, post-flop. I can see it get to 40 for sure. It looks like it's actually 10 total re-entries as I'm looking at the top right side.
Unless you're blind reason.
Lines up. Lines up.
Can I have hot latte for now? Hot latte? No. Leave me the menu. I'll take a look.
Winfred already needs some coffee. Hot latte on request.
Are you a coffee guy?
I am, but I appreciate you offering me some Starbucks this morning.
I did, and you declined. But if I recall, last year when we had the Polish barista,
Yeah. I was grinding there.
Agnes is her name, I believe.
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
we were both grinding that coffee scene.
It's quite a different level of coffee now from Starbucks
Yeah.
to that. But, you know, it is what it is. 10-9 suited, actually, with practical reshove.
No one really know, huh?
Just checking in briefly on the 20K no limit. Arin Bijanian is the current chip leader. Kayan Mokri in second. Ponakov still in the
Just
top
hoping I
five.
don't have ace jack or ace queen. I go in there.
This is actually really nice.
Check 10 actually.
For RVK.
You'll be more happy.
that the other day.
More happy with that.
Now you're
Queen
right
Jack
with the
ahead of 10-9 at the moment.
And
Looks like it still
remains
is.
that way, yeah.
Good flop.
Very good flop for Queen Jack against 10-9.
Right, the 10 is no longer good.
I need a 7-8.
Needs the 7-8 or find a 9 somehow.
That's not it.
6 is good.
A 6 would chop.
That's right.
Queen high good.
It's not a chop.
Queen will play.
The queen.
I take a chop.
6 was.
106.
Always very nice when you jam Queen Jack and somebody rejams worse behind you and don't make a pair and just win anyway.
Just win anyway. Easy game.
So it's been a bit of a roller coaster so far for the Dutchman, Rene van Krevelen, a short deck specialist.
Yeah, he too is a short deck specialist, but I want to take a couple of steps back and you asked me if I'm a coffee guy. Are you?
You know, I've become more of one lately. I don't know if it's because I don't sleep as much as I used to, or I don't know. I didn't used to like the taste of coffee, and then it just started growing on me and growing on me, and then, yeah, I'm definitely a coffee guy now. But I'm not one of these people who has the really fancy setup at home or anything like that. But I actually like to go out to coffee shops. I enjoy the atmosphere at a
I was
coffee
going to
shop.
say it's the
Yeah.
atmosphere, right?
I like the atmosphere.
It's
I like
classy.
I like the feel of a nice coffee shop. Every time I go to a new city, I like to try to find a cool coffee shop.
Everything.
Everything for Winfred, you? What did you order though?
I just got a latte at Starbucks today. Yeah. What how about you? I see some sort of green tea, iced green tea. What are we rocking
This
there?
is all from the Shanghai Boon. I've got 3 different drinks with me.
Three
Got
different drinks.
lemon iced tea. Well, 3 drinks. They're not different. 2 of them is Perrier, but one of them is lemon iced tea. But yeah, no, I do like my coffee.
So is that part of your pregame routine? You go over to the Boon,
Yeah.
you get some green teas.
I gotta stay hydrated for the booth with you, man.
Did you have lunch over there as well?
Shanghai Boon, yes, I had. What did I have? Some dumplings.
Okay.
I'm trying to find my one order to go
I can't
to.
believe Paul wakes up and registers.
What?
The place we went yesterday wasn't bad.
Oh, I think he registered.
Yeah.
Upstairs.
I don't know what's called, but it is.
I don't know what it's called.
It's good.
It was pretty good though.
I thought he's not going to get up and play if registration closed.
You hear Winfred actually saying that he's surprised that Paul woke up and registered in time for this 100K short deck. I'm going to assume he had a very late night.
Interesting.
Obviously runner up in that previous 50K, but probably was hanging out.
Yeah, there were some drinks flowing in the lobby. Maybe he started there and then worked his way around the property. I don't know.
Who knows?
As you mentioned, 9's not as strong in this game as they are in full deck. Ferdinand Putra limping behind. It's not really a trap. It's just a hand that doesn't need to bloat the pot. And is Renee going to look at these 3 limps and just say, I want it all?
Yeah, I think so. Ace 10 he basically needs to dodge the under the gun player in terms of traps. And what's the worst that can happen? Even Artem has kings. Ace 10, we've seen it get there against things like that.
And you make a good point, Randy, that typically in these environments where there's a lot of limps, the second limper and the third limper are much less likely to be trapping because they're more incentivized to raise themselves. So often it creates a good opportunity to shove a little wider than you normally would. If you can just get through that first guy, you often take the pot down.
I think the nice thing, too, is that he saw Artem actually open jam earlier with the big stack with like an ace 9. I don't know if he knows it's ace 9, but the fact that he sees someone open jam from under gun means maybe he's got a little bit less traps, too. So we actually have a new poll in the Triton Poker Plus app. The question this time is, who do you think is going to win the 100K short deck?
Are you the button?
You can vote on guys like Tan Xuan, short deck specialists, other short deck specialists like Jason Kuhn, Mikita Badzikowski. Maybe Kiat's going to win another one after taking down that 50K the other day. Or maybe even Renee von Krevelen, looking for a second title here in Jeju.
I think. Or less.
You can also choose the safer option. The rest of the field.
Yeah, that's you see that in golf a lot. They'll have all the top players, and then you have a field option.
Yeah.
But usually the winner doesn't come from that option.
Is a trap?
Might be different today. Might not be as much of a trap. But if you're watching along on the YouTube channel and you don't already have the Triton Poker Plus app downloaded, I highly recommend you download that app. It's a great way to follow along with the stack sizes, to toggle between different tournaments, see what's going on across the room, and you can even see the time banks that people have left with this new chess clock system we have.
What's extra relevant about the Triton Poker Plus app is, you know, maybe you fancy the no limit hold'em. You can keep an eye on that 20K while you guys watch the big 100K buy-in short deck here right now with us, and just multitask a bit. You know, we actually have a 25K Jupiter event running as well, so 2 no limit hold'em events here at the Triton Super High Roller Series and the 100K short deck happening at this moment.
There's no shortage of poker action at Triton, and this series is no exception. As Ferdinand Putra does just jam that ace-10 offsuit, and I believe he's going to have a customer here.
Oh,
in the
not
ace-queen
believe,
suited.
he will.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Renee von Krevelen. Dutchman.
Indeed, he does move in.
Okay, what else is happening? Oh,
Ooh,
Winfred's
pocket
got
queens.
queens. I think it's going to be a 3-way all-in because everyone's rather shallow.
I think so, too. If it was different stage in the tournament or deeper stacks, maybe the queens consider getting out of the way, but not here.
Fuck off.
Yeah, it's also a big part where when two players before you all in, they often share cards. Let's say 2 ace queens, 2 ace kings, or even just a shared ace here.
Very
Increase
true.
Winfred's equity.
Ace queen and king for sure. I think you can get a 987 flop.
Look at the pot size. 888. It's a lucky number here in
It
Asia.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bet on Winfred you. I think the queens are gonna hold. Maybe I can take that back.
Yeah, you can have a mulligan.
Mulligan, there you go.
As
Double
Van
bogey.
Crevelin has a smile on his face, as he should, flopping top pair and the flush draw.
Flush draw would just seal it.
Ooh.
Ooh, Ferdinand Putra makes 2 pair.
And now it's more of an ironic smile.
Winfred can come.
You know the queen of heart is coming. I'm not even getting up and taking off my mic.
Van Crevelin looking for a spade.
Queen of heart?
Wait.
Oh.
Full house for Ferdinand Putra.
Yeah, you don't need to get up because
We actually have no eliminations at the conclusion of that hand.
Yeah, Renee will win a small side pot. Winfred Yu is down to crumbs, but still alive.
He's like on the fence on whether he should D-mic or not.
76.
But didn't Winfred order a hot latte? He might need to take it to go.
Yeah.
1 empty.
With 8,000 in there in Annie's, it's hard to imagine any hand that he's going to fold on the next one.
I won the final table with 2 as well. With 25k. 2 enters. 1 in the middle, 1 all in.
Happy to see the ace 10 and ace queen. Always.
For short deck, it's a very good situation.
Quite the impressive castle-style stack
Like
there
the
from
purple.
Seth Davies. Still in the early stages, registration still open.
Sick.
He is the overall tournament chip leader, followed by Chan Wai Long and Bad Zakuski.
Yeah, Seth has
no need to take a look.
2,001,000 chips.
Maybe no need.
What am I voting? What else can I vote?
If you dealt cards, it's good.
I like the color coordination Seth's rocking here between that Malbon hat and that similarly toned green shirt.
I'm gonna go with you.
Showing love to the grass of the golf courses. He knows a lot of golf around here in Jeju.
Yeah, and if we ever get onto the night shift, maybe I'll try and get out one morning, but it's a little tricky working the day shift.
Looks like Putra is going to have a spot to try and knock out 2 players. He's in there. Jack 10 of
Indeed.
clubs.
I know it.
It's not bad for Winfred, 2 live cards.
Not bad, although a couple of the cards he needs to make a straight are busy in his opponent's hands. But just a pair could do it.
Just a pair. It's hard to hang on with.
Hard to hang on with just a pair.
It might need 2 pair plus. But we'll see.
The best hand I did win, so I have the worst one, and maybe.
Still not the so worst.
Oh,
The pair might hang on, Randy, although clubs working for Ferdinand.
But
leading.
Ferdinand has more equity than Winfred.
Yeah, 2 overcards and the flush draw.
So for sure, no clubs and not a king. King of hearts. 9 of clubs.
The pair is looking good. Of course, it is 2 pair, technically, with those kings.
It's actually a blank.
I'm still good.
The 6 of diamonds.
Queen, you're still good.
Stone blank.
Queen. Oh. I'll take a 6 anyway. I don't care what. I'll take a 6 if they say that's queen. Not bad.
You're not going to take a jack, are you, Winfred? Because you are eliminated.
That's a double KO for Putra. And it will be interesting, Randy, to see if the action slows at all after the end of the registration period as we shift to a pot limit pre-flop structure. But even pot limit pre-flop, the pots can get big quite quickly with everyone anteing. You know, it's there's already quite a bit in there every round.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at our YouTube chat. Salty Ninja is basically saying, this is fun. They can just go wild until they can't rebuy. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's the type of game that would really punish nits, I think.
Yeah, especially anti-structure games. Got founding players Paul Poir and Richard Yong sitting alongside one another. Look at Tan Chuan. He's actually rebought, and he has a 700k stack when he dusted off all of the chips to Weilong Chan. Weilong's got 2 pair 3 diamonds out there.
There are 4 Malaysian players at this table.
Malaysia is very strong in short deck. And actually, to follow up on that, the only country that has more earnings than Malaysia in short deck is America. And that's probably a courtesy of Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, Jason would be a big part of that. Perhaps Isaac Haxton, Stephen Chidwick. There are some other strong short deck players, but Kuhn would be leading the way.
Weilong going to bet 10-8. You never know what this guy's up to. He's going to a bottom pair open-ended on a 3-diamond board. King 8 of hearts. Oh, he's calling. Looks like I'm going to get him back. 10-8 just got counterfeited, but it's still the best hand.
Can't be feeling too good about it, though.
He probably thinks he's got the loser. What does he beat? Ace of diamonds other? Ace of diamonds 7?
Yeah, not much,
6?
right?
He doesn't beat anything.
It's hard to find those bricks in full deck. You can have the ace of diamonds with all the low cards. There's
so
not
Weilong's
as many
actually
bricks here.
turning his hand into a bluff.
I think this is kind of cool. Just doesn't really think he has any showdown value.
I mean, he can even get hands like as strong as maybe like a king jack into the muck. They wouldn't feel very good with this particular run out. Straights out there, plenty of full houses.
It will be funny if he just gets called by worse.
I just don't see how that's possible. Can you imagine like an ace 8 is bluffing and you go off king 8 and lose? Well, guys, you hear players talk a lot about putting in the work, and this is what they mean. Away from the table, they're running through different spots, studying ranges, trying to understand the theory behind decisions. Tools like GTO Wizard help structure that process, so we're in the back in a moment. A lot of these decisions feel a lot more familiar. You can follow them on Instagram, X. That's GTO Wizard.
I shouldn't take, yeah. I thought
It's all good, yeah.
I was calling.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in these tournaments. A lot of changing. And can you change, please?
You know, there was a guy who showed up to the last Jeju stop. I can't remember the particular event, but he came out. He claims in his winner's interview that he just came out for some golf here in Jeju and just saw like, oh.
I think I remember hearing about this and then just jumped into a tournament.
I mean, maybe he was bluffing the interview, but plenty of golf courses around here in Jeju. Certainly you should give it a go if you've got time.
The biggest bluff in a poker interview I ever saw. Do you remember John Jaffe's?
Oh, yeah, the dolphin trainer or whatever.
He was interviewed, I believe, on ESPN during the WSOP main event one year. They did a pretty big segment on it where he said he was a dolphin trainer and gave this whole backstory, and it was all just a bluff.
And he didn't let him know that he was bluffing, did he?
I haven't seen John Jaffe here yet this year, but
I'm sure he'll come out.
Sure.
Wrestling. Comes in with kings, and I believe Ferdinand is actually priced in after making it 70K now. It's, what, 250,000 more? He actually has 42% equity against kings. That's
Yeah.
insane, right?
It is insane and just shows you it's a very different game. Of course, flushes beating full houses. Less bricks means more likely to catch an ace. And I agree, Randy. I think he's going to make the call here.
Yeah, he realizes we're playing short deck. It can never be that bad. Especially when you put in a big raise pre. Ruslan.
Certainly need to have an appetite for gambling to play this game in particular.
That hoodie is strong.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Ooh. The 8 of hearts was promising at first for ace 10 of hearts.
50-50.
50-50.
50-50. This seems to be a running meme.
Let's get a turn card that makes it closer to that 50-50. And that's a 0%er.
Yeah. Full house.
And another ace just for good measure,
3.
as Ruslan will double up. King's full.
That's 10.
Ruslan actually has only showed up to our Jeju stops in the past. Plays a little bit of a mix of short deck and some no-man hold'em, but mainly short deck.
Dapat kagarbo eh.
This one going to be a limp pot. Turn card, giving 2 pair to Kiat Lee, 50K champ. Tan Chuan's got top pair with gut shot. I feel like Tan will make the call here with ace 7. You know, he's got that clean out, trying to hit the 8. He might have the best hand against Broadways. That's betting the gut shot, repping the ace.
Yeah, could be some flush draws also in Kiat's range.
Still, aces and 9s is quite strong. There are worse 2 pairs that probably exist that maybe he can get value from. But he actually does check it over. I mean, I'm sure he knows Tan Chuan does turn hands into bluff and blast off too, so inducing maybe makes more sense. But for Tan,
Top pair maybe just too much
strong.
showdown value.
I think he still beats Queen Jack, King
Yeah.
Queen. Oh. The
This-
35K.
this- Yeah, this is different.
Well, this is actually,
This is thin value, I guess, against those King, Queen, Queen Jacks.
yeah, he's precisely targeting the Queen X. He thought that if Kiat had a better ace, he would always just keep betting. So he just value owned himself.
Wasn't too expensive, at least.
Like this guy.
35,000.
Why did I do that? Tan's falling asleep at the table. He's like, what is this?
Falling asleep, deep in thought, unclear. Yeah, there's a yawn.
Yeah, I believe he was up late, I assume, trying to find some big games to play after tournaments do end. He's always like this. He's never like fresh whenever I see him. But
And
it's
do you
still
think-
hyper aggro.
You said he was trying to find some big games. Is that just a speculation, or?
Speculation at the moment, but I just assume there's always something going on after the tournaments.
Yeah, there's definitely been some high-stakes cash game action over these Triton festivals in the past.
Yeah, I don't think he's just running around the resort getting late at night,
Yeah.
trying to exhaust himself.
Ace Queen off here, facing limp for Wai Long Chan. Does just move in.
Red blue.
A Red Bull needed.
了
I'm gonna assume that's for
打了
Tan Chuan.
6的这种，打牌，打折牌哦，拿个1000的鱿鱼了。
哦，你进去打。
你小张要我去陪他玩一下。
应该是输。
输就是。啊，紧的要死那里面。
Ace King here, and are we going to see a limp? Yes.
Yeah, so Under the Gun, from what I've witnessed, likes to bring in limp a lot.
Pass the one.
Yeah, maybe some jams sometimes, but if you're deeper, maybe you just play close to pure limp.
Red blue.
I think so.
Everyone else just happy to come along for a limp here.
Actually, when you limp from Under a Gun with a wide range of hands, and you have hands like this, people are afraid to isolate you because they get them jammed on.
So then you can realize your equity a little better with some of the weaker stuff you limp as well.
Yeah, like Queen Jack, Jack 10, 9, 8, stuff like that.
Makes sense. Top 2 pair here for Wai Long Chan. You have to be a little bit concerned with so many limpers out there about maybe being beat or draws being prevalent, but still want to get some protection and value.
Yeah, just mainly fearing the 10-8. He blocks sets.
An awkward spot for Yong, who has top pair medium kicker with backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, I think the backdoor diamonds helps a lot for Richard.
I would agree. Always just a little concerning when you have 3 players yet to act behind you. Now, as Wai Long Chan, how do you proceed? Richard only has 281K, 210 in the middle.
He still bets in this spot. Feels like he only loses to Ace-Jack. Ace-9 would have just mucked to the C-bet on the flop.
And given the SPR, do you just move in? He does do that.
That's good stuff.
I think I like it with the ace also bringing possible flush draw. Hand is probably best, but needs quite a bit of protection.
Yeah, get max value. Maybe a king-queen of clubs lurks, and if you bet smaller, they just call. You can just charge the max. Equity denial. Important in this game.
Wai Long Chan is now our chip leader, coming in for the limp with the 10-7 of hearts.
So you see how like Paul's only got like 20 antes, but he's not jamming 9s pre-flop? That's kind of showing you how like these pairs just don't play that as well.
Just not that strong. Nice flop there with the 10-7 of hearts. Bottom pair and a flush draw.
Pretty good.
Don't think he's going to get any customers.
Yeah, the nice thing is when there's like an immediate straight on the flop, like ace-queen, you can bet and expect to really not get played back at by bigger stacks because they can't really raise even like 2 pair. Right.
Especially as the first limper, where maybe you have more of the strongest hands, more of the ace-queen.
That's right, because if Kiat had ace-queen on the button, he would have ISO'd. But let's take a look outside because this is going to be your next red feature table. Danny Tang, Season 3 Ivan Lau Player of the Year winner. 2 short deck titles for him. Daniel DeVos has a short deck title. Isaac Haxton does not have a short deck title. And this one going to be your blue feature table. Nikita Bazikowski, he's won the short deck twice. Michael Watson, Triple Crown winner. That's a PLO, a No Limit Hold'em, and a short deck title. Why Kenyon going to be there? One of 4 of his titles is short deck. And of course, Jason Kuhn, 12 titles total, 4 in short deck.
And that Triple Crown you referenced, I believe I was reading about that earlier. I think only maybe 3 players have accomplished that. 2 players, excuse me.
Who do you think the other guy is? That's not Michael Watson.
Well, I'm hearing from producer Lee over there the answer, but it's not a total surprise. Jason Kuhn, the Triton GOAT.
I mean, if he has 12 titles, just by math, he has.
And you know, a lot of these guys, didn't really play much PLO for most of their careers. Watson would be accepted from that. I believe Watson has always played all the games, but I don't think Kuhn played a ton of PLO prior to the introduction of PLO in these Triton events.
I think you're 100% right about that.
And they've gotten better, obviously, very quickly. When you're playing for this much money, there's a lot of incentive to work hard.
The fields are good in the PLO straights. That's why all the PLO snipers show up now when we get to that portion of the festival. Is Wylon Chan gonna give Ace Queen a spin? Nope. But he saw it was actually a 46-53.
Yeah. Yeah, equity's really running close. A lot of these hands.
Yeah, you're gonna be saying that a lot. Short deck.
Almost regardless of what the matchup is, it feels like even when you're dominated, the equities run closer than they wouldn't hold them.
That's why playing like a nit does not work in this game, you know, because you get that little extra overlay from all the other antes of players who are not participating.
Yeah, and I think it's a concept that holds true to some extent in a lot of poker games, right? Once you've started committing chips to a pot, you do want to be, generally, this is a very general statement, but you do want to be fairly sticky. You don't want to be someone who puts in a little bit of money and then folds early in the hand frequently.
Yeah, so not quite super glue.
Yeah.
Something of Elmer's.
It's
maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah. Elmer's. It's been a while since I've seen a tube of Elmer's.
The orange cap.
Yeah.
The
I
twisty
can
cap.
remember them well from school. I don't know why we always had glue in school, but it feels like it was.
It was always messy.
Yeah. I used a bunch of glue in elementary school and never used it afterwards.
Yeah, it's come back into my life with
真係 king 的啊
a kid.
Okay, that makes sense.
傾得唔使諗啊，
，king queen，
你 call 啊？
梗係 call 埋22個啫。
How long for the king queen?
啊？
Hesitated.
我輸咯，好咩？哦，
好少啫。他知道他杆子就不 call 我了啦，真的是，妈的逼的，10几万打50、60万出来，真的。
他以为顺子大过花。
嗯，妈的，最小的顺子又有花面。
他最近打的局是顺子大过花的，打习惯了。
妈的 K 皮不扣，真是条鱼。
This is like a home game table.
Yeah, these
They
guys
know
all have so much experience with each other. Kiat Lee doing something a little bit unusual here, perhaps, and coming in with the 3x open with the queen 10 off. Haven't seen a lot of that from under the gun.
That is true.
22个而已
And
吧，
how will Wai Long Chan perceive
30
that?
个都不到。
He might just call, given how deep they are.
你在想是吧？
Yeah, I think if he 3-bets, you know, and faces an all-in, it becomes very, very
丢了一个
awkward.
加28个，应该是 call 了。
But he just rips it,
He just moved in. He's like, you don't got it.
and he's right. I mean, this is a nice pickup here. We'll add about 120K to his stack.
Like, okay, sir, take
不
it.
住了，哎，确实要丢了。
And did you notice that look that Wai Long Chan shot Kiat Lee?
I knew you're up to no good.
Yeah. Get out of my house, as we used to say in
Out of my
street
house.
basketball.
So all 5 of these guys have been playing short deck since at least 2017.
翻版
The very first time we had short deck.
又嚟啊！
I mean,
你天天干嘛啦
Been like？
找
a
你找不
decade.
到，都没地
yeah,
方
a
玩。
decade of short deck, and all 5 of these guys have been there.
能拿到。
Did short deck originate at Triton? This is something maybe I
And-
should know.
It originated in a sense in terms of live streaming.
Okay.
I believe they played the game before even then. You know, they invented it.
But it was these guys. It
was these
the
guys.
same crew of players. It wasn't. It didn't exist somewhere else prior.
No, did not. It was thanks to this crew. Now short deck is a staple at Triton.
Yeah, I mean, you see, for a while it was kind of booming. You would see
再
short
吃
deck
个2-3
online.
个5
I would
One of
think
the
it still
beer to
exists
one.
in some places.
Okay, we got a red feature table. Winford, you also one of those guys from way back when, playing short deck. Artem's got kings. Been enjoying his play. He's got his own unique style, makes it 80K against the Davies limp. It was a hand where Davies had king 9 and limp called against Kobalinski, who had that ace queen earlier. So some history between the two.
Sometimes yeah, sometimes no. That's all
You like
I
how
can tell
Winford
you.
asked Davies if he was trapping
80, right?
Yeah,
mid-hand?
I like that. Home game kind of vibes here.
If I was trapping, I'm still trapping.
And he limp calls.
Yeah, this would be an elaborate trap.
There's no chance Davies ever has aces.
It's interesting that they leave the antes in front of the players also.
Yeah, I think it's just preference, I suppose. But here we do have kings versus Jack 10, which is top pair. Normally this is a good spot for Davies. Beats ace king, ace queen.
$100K back right then. 100K. Double up, then pot limit. Slow play afterwards and play slow.
I'm sure it's crossing Artem's mind is, if I bet, am I willing to commit all 781,000?
And I think he'd need to be, right? Backdoor hearts and the overpair, enough draws out there. And instead, he just rips it, which is an interesting play. Where equity denial is more of a thing in short deck than in Hold'em on a board like this. For instance, this Jack 10 would have more equity than it would in Hold'em. You can see 31%.
That's a power jam.
Another idea here is that Artem can have a lot of draws that do this. And so it could put those Jack X hands to a very difficult decision.
Yeah, that's where Artem's balance comes from, is some kind of big draw, like Queen 10, some kind of hearts. I don't see how Davies can continue given the price. Wow.
Oh, and
he made the
instead he
call.
does
Look at this
call.
pot. It's 1.7 million chips. That jam from Artem really paid off. 70-30.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of small ball from
not
Artem, a
good
lot
news
of
for me.
small flop stabs. Here he goes for the power move, gets it in good.
Well, 10
1.7
of hearts, I'll be
million in
jumping
the
over
pot.
there and say fuck, but 10 of clubs.
4x pot. Turn card is the Jack Seth Davies.
That is just devastating.
You want to gamble
For
at this thing
Kobalinski.
to double up and then play pot, right? So it's like I thought like shit.
Oh, he's
let's just
fuming
gamble.
right now. He needs a king.
See?
That's not it.
And I can't say I blame
Gamble,
him.
gamble.
You get it in 70-30 for
10
such a
of
big
clubs.
pot. He is
Yeah, 10 of
extremely
clubs.
frustrated.
Yeah.
How
Oh,
can you
God,
not?
you're out of there.
You got his man to put in 800K
I mean,
with top pair 10 kicker.
Yeah,
I should have
and
confidence
thoughts on
in
that
my
call,
dealer.
Randy? I know you were not a huge
Close
fan.
my eyes and
Of course, we can see the cards, makes things a little easier.
I thought he was going to fold. I thought there was a chance Artem even has a hand like Ace Jack for equity denial. You know.
Yeah, that's the problem with Jack 10, right? You're doing okay against the draws, but against those made hands could just be a superior Jack, and you're doing quite badly against that hand. But it worked out great for Seth Davies, who now is our overall chip leader.
No doubt he's the overall chip leader with that pot. Seth Davies. I mean, look, you can't beat a chip leader if you just sit back.
Stop, 15 seconds, only leave.
And we must be nearing the end of registration now,
How
Randy.
much time I have? You still got plenty.
I think you're right. Yeah, the end of level 10.
Already up to 39 players. I was speculating we'd get over 40.
Call, call. 咁樣啱啦，慢慢打。
Long Chan, pocket kings. He's also a big stack.
100.
Yeah, I like this size from Wylong Chan. You don't want to just rip it in here with Kiat Lee being quite deep with you. Don't think Kiat's going anywhere.
It's kind of a weird hand to play, to be honest.
It's a bit awkward because, not that I think Tan Xuan will do this with this hand. He does just fold. I don't hate it. Tan Xuan could have perhaps shoved there and then tried to get Weilong Chan to isolate. Not saying he would have with 10-7, but that's something Kiat Lee has to worry about, is he could all of a sudden face an all-in if he calls the 100K.
I can't remember a punt Weilong Chan has lost.
Weilong Chan and
懂这
Seth
些东西
Davies
真的是。
have both been running extremely well and playing well, building big stacks since we started our coverage.
几个，10分钟太大了，很多人要养，你不用，你要养一个而已，宝宝。
我们养几十个人了。
哎呀，完了！
哎呀，不要有牌，
啊，
不要有牌。
不要气了，不要气了，爸爸完了，全部没有牌了。这不去，他说有牌要赌了，说打火牌了，不行。 上电视不能不去。
Here comes the chips. 10 showing. Ace Jack getting in bad. He's got the covering stack.
即你應該唔會得。
Folding the Queen Jack says, I don't want to be in for another 100K.
开不开心？别赌了吧，那就不要赌了吧。开不开心？
This is a game where you
赌了干
can
嘛了？
laugh and lose for
你
100K.
这个
A
把
pop.
输了，你半天掉，剩下10几万。没掉，我知道，没得买了吧？嗯。
可以放几种啊？
They love needling Tan Xuan. It's like their
我
thing.
输我得买啊，他呢。
Ganging up on
啊，
the
分
only
钱了，分钱了，
non-Malaysian
分
at
钱
the
了。
table.
It's their good buddy. Don't worry. All right.
小气，小气，小气。
Opportunities. Okay. You see that?
Yeah. All of a sudden, gut shot acquired.
开了7。哎，漂亮！哎呀，大家不上
Which
可惜啊。
opportunities were mentioned?
10, 10, 8, 8 ace for both.
啊，
It's
我
not like
赢，你又
PLO
不
where
开
you have
心，
to use
你
both
赢，我又
cards.
不开
It's like
心啊。
regular full deck hold'em. You can use just one.
分钱，分钱。OK，no need rebuy。哎，不用 rebuy 了。
No need to rebuy. Well, that is the scoreboard. Seth Davies, almost 3 million in chips, 246 antes. He is the tournament chip leader. Weilong Chan cannot lose a pot at his table. He's got about 200 antes, 2.38 million. Welcome back to the booth. Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jeju, Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. And how's that short deck for you, buddy?
I mean, there was action almost every hand. I mean, it's not quite like watching No Limit Hold'em full deck, is it? There's just so many more all-ins, so much more gambling, equities running close, big shoves, small bets. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, perhaps that gambling is going to be closed because registration is closed, and we are going to go on about a 15-minute break and resume action shortly. So let's send it down.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
56K. I believe that's a pot size raise. This is pot limit pre-flop, so you can't just open jam. And it's actually a much better format to spectate. We're going to have a lot more post-flop spots. But then again, post-flop is actually no limit hold'em.
Yeah, I think it's a nice rule change. You know, previously it was kind of a strange game where you might have a lot of limping and then people could just jam something like 100 big blinds. This pot limit pre-flop ensures that you see a lot more post-flop play, which of course makes things more interesting.
Look at this. Kiat Lee open jams with Queen Jack of clubs and gets snap called by Queen 10, which is the nuts.
Yeah, he'll need a couple clubs, full house, or a chop out.
100% of the time.
Chop 100% of the time, says Jason Kuhn.
Certainly more often than in full deck.
19% of the time it'll happen.
I've never seen it not chop, ever. Nah, man.
Never seen it not chop ever, says Jason Kuhn. We'll see if a 10 shows up.
用個 slow roll 嚟係咪？
He asked me to slow roll him?
Yeah, he asked me to slow.
Spicy card.
Clean ways to win.
Now chopping's hard.
Okay, so full double for Wai Long Chan. First hand of our feature table. You know, Wai Long actually goes way back. Also, I'm going to take a look at his Triton resume. He first joined us, actually predating our stream, where he was in the Philippines, 2016, playing some Triton binds. Do have 2 featured tables, which is obviously great for the Triton Super High Roller Series. We don't miss any of the action.
I went back earlier. I mean, like 4.
Renee von Krevelen. He's the 25K short deck champion. Hailing from the Netherlands. This man is actually exclusively a short deck player.
Interesting. Now, there can't be that many exclusive short deck players, can there, Randy? But I do think that specializing is one way to make it to the top.
Yeah, but he might be looking at the bottom right now because there's Ace-King right behind him from Artem Kobylinski.
Indeed.
Okay, so this one gonna go heads up.
Why, Jack, please?
And all the chips in there immediately.
And this is a big pot. This is, I believe, for the chip lead at the moment.
Yeah, it would be a 1.184 million chip pot.
Even stacks. Gonna decide which button to put the...
Okay. Is there going to be a 10? Stradiness. It's actually a queen that's needed.
Stradiness.
Not the one I was expecting.
No.
Top 2 for Artem. Oh, and that stradiness doesn't matter, does it?
Oh, wait. Still even.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Did you even see that?
I honestly thought it was all over. I mean, I wasn't really considering that the case ace could come out, and I guess with only 36 cards in the deck, it's a little more
morning park run or whatever it was that you were doing.
I didn't do a run in the park today. I did go for a short run outside, but
around the property?
Around, like just outside the property. You can kind of run outside of the property, turn right, hit this roundabout, did a little loop around that and came back. It was just a short one today.
Jason Kuhn's
咁多煙嘅。
jammed into pocket kings.
I got the worst hand I can have, too.
KK.
Oh, okay.
50-50.
Always 50-50.
It's not actually a 50-50, but they always say it's a 50-50.
It's always closer to 50-50 than you'd think in short deck, right? Equity's running a lot closer than they do in full deck.
You can always round it to 50%.
They don't have
You never know.
It's not good news for me.
Always 50-50.
All right, ace, queen, jack. 67-31 now.
Stop king.
Ooh.
50-50.
3 of a kind now for Kiat Lee.
10, huh?
兩支
Out of nowhere.
一個 chop 10咯。
Jason looking for an ace or a 10.
10.
And Jason Kuhn will be headed to the re-entry desk. And Randy, it looks like the rule here is that it's no limit pre-flop before the registration period, meaning that it's not pot limit, but then once registration closes, it turns into pot limit pre-flop.
Oh, that starts to make sense.
So that's where the ace-10 offsuit was able to jam for so much. We saw another one here, and that's why we were confused, because it didn't look like there was a limp jam in the previous hand.
That makes a lot of sense. I was like, man, I don't know how to calculate pot anymore.
And it makes sense, too, in terms of building a...
You see some Europeans out here playing short deck, like they're short deck exclusive players.
One player who's been fairly quiet so far has been Ferdinand Putra.
Yeah, Ferdy, he doesn't have as much short deck experience. He primarily plays no limit hold'em, but he plays our highest games, all of our invitational, big cash games. They kind of like told him, hey, you want to try out some short deck? And then when he finally did try some short deck, he played a $100,000 buy-in in Jeju too. He actually got 4th for 600K.
Wow.
So he's doing all right.
It's always nice when you have a hot start in a new game. As Artem picks up the pocket jacks, does go for the smaller raise option here.
Yeah, he wants some action. It is button versus cutoff or big blind versus small blind.
Right, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Randy, but the small to medium suited connectors maybe not as good in this game as they would be in full deck.
Yeah, that is true. He will still call with 9/8 suited. Of course, if you're up against ace-king, dreaded queen jack 10 you don't want to see sometimes.
I suppose 9/8 suited is just quite a bit better than 7/6 suited, just in terms of the amount of straights you can make and the nuttiness of those straights.
Yeah, so 7/6 always goes into the muck. It's like the deuce 3 of the game.
Right.
Jack 6 offsuit is like the 7 deuce. Just to let you know. For now, though, 9/8 middle pair got shot against top set. Kopelinski is actually not supposed to hit this board too much when he raises pre.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Smashing it,
It kind of looks more like a board that Rene might hit, right? Limp calling.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, though, if Artem actually did have an unpaired hand like ace, king, ace, queen, it's unlikely he would c-bet on this flop. So the fact that he's betting might deter Rene from being very aggressive with his 9/8.
This is kind of a concept I've thought about a lot in playing other games is, it does look strong when you bet these boards that aren't supposed to be good for you. So maybe sometimes it can actually be a nice bluff to go for it with certain kind of creative hands because you're not supposed to bet those boards that much anyway.
Right, always trying to be one step ahead of your opponent, but he is actually strong, top set.
Now Rene can't be liking his hand too much. No backup, no backdoor flush draw with that pair and gutter. A 10, of course, not making him the nuts.
He'll take the 10, but it's not clean against king, queen, and now he's got 2 pair against top set. I don't think Artem actually likes this card because he does lose to 10-9, jack 10, some kind of things like this, queen 10.
Yeah, exactly right. The 8 of hearts rates to hit Rene's check calling range pretty well.
But Rene does beat, what, queens plus, queens, kings, aces?
Yeah, Rene has a little bit of showdown value. His hand's too strong to want to start bluffing.
Yeah, he might lead out if he had a 1 pair. I'm trying to think what. King, queen, maybe he would start leading out. I'd be pretty shocked if Artem was to bet here because he doesn't want to bet and then get jammed on when he's got a set. Oh no, full house versus full house, Alex. What now? Is it just GG?
I think it is. I don't really see how Rene can get away here. I suppose the only way would be if he goes for a fairly healthy value bet and then faces the jam. If he goes for a small bet, then he might just be concerned that he could beat some value hands or that he's going to get bluffed a lot. If he goes for a meaty bet and then gets raised, it does look a little bit scarier, but then of course he's getting a better price as well.
Okay, so let's just say he does this meaty bet and he gets jammed on. For me, the only hand he loses to is pocket jacks. I don't think Artem ever raises on the button with like pocket nines, for example,
Yeah.
or like Jack 8. They would probably just take a free flop.
Pocket nines is possible, but are you thinking that that hand might just rip it versus the cutoff limp?
No, it actually.
Or just you think it would just check?
I think it would just check. Just the way people have been naturally playing. But here is that big bet, and we're going to see a jam. Very curious to see how Renee responds. Is he going to be like, side call immediately, or is it a side, maybe I can finally actually fold?
I think you're right, though, Randy. Just looking at it and thinking about it, I don't really see a world in which Renee is going to get away here. It would be a heroic fold.
I think he would assume it's just jacks or nothing.
Right.
But it is jacks.
Artem looks like he's thinking, but he's just dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage.
Mm-hmm. Holding pocket jacks. Holding all of the chips. Okay, there's the raise. It's practically min. There's also the problem for Renee is that what if he's up against 9-8 as well?
Yeah, and look, Artem actually raising, like you said, practically min. Renee doesn't need to go broke here. This is not for all of Renee's chips. Renee might actually be considering, can I just value jam the rest of it? I don't think he's ever going to fold.
That is correct. He's never folding.
So he might be actually just between call and putting the rest in versus this size. He's confused, I think. Although now that he's taken this long, I don't think he's going to raise.
Call and lose. Wow. I think he should be happy he got the 84K back still.
I would agree, Randy. A nice takedown there from Artem Kobylinski.
Artem Kobylinski of Ukraine. Well, if you look around this field, the passports, as you can see at this table, probably tell a pretty global story. Poker brings people together from everywhere. Crypto works in pretty much the same way. Global Jupiter is designed to support transferring digital assets internationally through blockchain networks. So that's Jupiter for you.
So I am seeing a question from Lauren Hudson in the chat about the bullet system, saying that you can see under people's names, some have 3, some have none. And she's asking, do you have to pay 100K each time you use a bullet? But no, when you buy in for 100K, you get these 3 bullets. You can either put them all into fire right away, or you can put in 1 and keep 2 in your pocket.
But not literally in your pocket.
I guess, yeah, not literally. So I guess they're really worth 33.3 thousand each.
Dude, how sick of a tournament would it be, though, if each bullet was worth
If each bullet was worth 100K.
This is a $300,000 short.
And maybe you had an option to buy in for 100K or 300K, yeah.
But, no, thanks for the question. Look, this is new for all of us, especially Alex and some of you in the viewers. And appreciate the questions. Keep them coming. We are reading the YouTube chat. And we are looking at this flop right now where Wai Long Chan turns the nut flush draw.
And interesting, checks it back. I would think, you might consider starting to run a multi-barrel bluff with this combination. Ace of spades, 9, blocking straights several ways, blocking flushes.
He just made a straight with the 9. There's been no bets post-flop. Tan limp called pre-flop. He probably knows the ace-8 is never good. Maybe he tries to represent the 9 himself.
Was just thinking that 10 probably thinks he has little to no showdown value here, and perhaps not giving Wai Long Chan too many 9x hands, may decide to make a move.
5 seconds.
He's like, I gonna get hero called. Very methodical short deck player is Tan Xuan. He's just
moves
open
in.
jammed. Wasn't there only like 150K in the middle?
And a
getting
quick
snap
call.
called. And And welcome back, everyone, to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. Here at the Jeju Shinhwa World is Randy Nanonokalu alongside Alex Livingston. And registration is now closed. Actually, I looked into the app and I realized that it's actually a starting stack for 450K if you do buy in. Some people did buy in very quickly. As you want to take a look into the app right now, you can see that Martin Nielsen looks like he's got a 450K stack. Ding Biao, Wu Kuei Song, Artem Kobylinski, man, he had that brutal beat when he jammed the 2 kings into Davies and Jack 10 called against kings, and he got there. He's back in there. Renee Von Crevelin also rebuying. Elton saying Daniel Cates, he's in the mix too.
Yeah, and we were wondering when we would see Jungle Man. I saw that name. So we got a lot of players. And what's the total number of entries, Randy?
I'm taking a look right now. It is a total of 45 entries, 25 remaining. And at our featured table, we do have 2 of the short deck legends, Makita Badzikowski and Jason Kuhn. And the thing is, these are guys that know how to close out short deck events. You know, they've been to Heads Up 5 times in short deck. You can see Jason Kuhn has actually won 4 of those 5 Heads Up match, 80% win rate. But, you know, Makita's got 67% win rate as well.
Yeah, pretty high cash percentages as well for both those players, over $6 million each. Jason over the $12 million mark. It's quite a lot of short deck expertise between those two.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, when Makita won his titles in short deck, like, they were always very big buy-ins. You know, he was consistently one of the very best, and we are going to get them at our featured table as we do send it on down to our featured table. Registration close in this 100K. Ante-Only, live from the Leze Casino.
24,000 approximately. I wish to construction. Dealers start to deal with. And players, registration for Switzerland now closed. All players will receive
Jungle Man.
There's no way it can be. You're the real jungle.
26 out of 46 remaining. Sure we'll get that prize pool soon for you guys in terms of what the winner will take down in this event. This is the 3rd and last short deck event scheduled here at the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. These are 2 featured tables. Jason Kuhn, table captain with 1.4 million. And just behind him is Michael Watson, who's got a very healthy stack, and Makita Badzikowski. Half of that stack, but healthy on 64 antes.
A lot of big names at both these tables. And Randy, it'll be interesting to see how the play differs now that registration is closed. A couple new wrinkles. One obviously being that you can't buy back into the event if you get eliminated. And the second, of course, being that now the action will be pot limit pre-flop. So might be a little more tame than the craziness we saw in that last couple of frames. But I guess we're about to find out as Daniel Dvoris picks up the wired aces and does come in with the limp, which I think is, you know, something you want to do with a ton of your range in first position, right?
Here's short deck specialist Artem Kobylinski. Oh no, he is potted to 120K. He cannot jam preflop like you just mentioned.
Right, but by potting to 120K, he's putting in over a quarter of his stack. It's going to be interesting to see what he does in the face of a Dvoris jam if Dvoris does jam.
I think he's just priced in at this point, but we'll see. King 10 suit actually has 30% equity.
Yeah, that is wild. So even against aces, you have 30%. I guess that means you just have to gamble. But it feels like you're going to be up against ace, king, aces a lot, some king, some ace, queen.
I mean, he's like getting the right price to actually
Yeah.
call here. Exactly. Needs to call his last 318.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
he's
with
getting the right price.
all the extra antes in there. Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's a million chip pot. Kobylinski with that fresh re-entry. Needs to try to down the aces. So you're a fellow Canadian.
Yeah, Dvoris, longtime Triton high roller player. Doesn't play a ton outside of Triton, as far as I know.
It's the biggest buy-ins. That's why you come here. Onto a flop of Jack 8-6.
Backdoors only for Artem at this point. Still 17% equity.
That's like the worst possible board.
9 of diamonds.
Unless it pairs, I'm dead.
Unless it pairs, you're dead.
A lot of these short deck jokes being thrown around. 9 and a 9 only to save Kobylinski.
Yeah, very.
Is Artem optimistic? Doesn't matter. It's the ace on the river. Terrible last 15 minutes or so for Artem Kobylinski, and he's officially eliminated from this tournament as registration is closed.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Kobylinski, who we saw lose that other bullet as well, getting it in good with those kings against Seth Davies, ace-jack. Jack-high board.
Jack 10.
Excuse me, Jack 10
but
on the Jack-high board.
We discussed ace-jack, that's why I get confused. Looks like the nut straight for Wai Kin Yong. Another one of Malaysia's finest.
The first look at Stephen Chidwick, always stoic player from the UK originally, now living, I believe, both in Canada and the US.
Oh, I did not know.
Yeah, I know he's got a house. Canada. He's got a house in, I want to say Canmore, Alberta. I don't know if he still spends a lot of time there. At one point, he was telling me he was spending time in both Canmore and Las Vegas.
Alberta, that's an odd place.
Yeah, I mean the mountains.
I usually hear of Calgary when I hear. Is Calgary in Alberta?
Yeah, Calgary's in Alberta. Canmore is a mountain town that's maybe 2 hours or so from Calgary. Banff is the more popular mountain town you might have heard of, but it's a beautiful part of the country.
Mountain town. That means he's a nature guy.
He is a nature guy, and I believe that both Chidwick and Lucky Chewy have been known to do some rock climbing.
Oh, they're not doing free solo, are they?
Well, they're doing some bouldering. I don't know if they're free soloing El Capitan, but as Elton sang, a couple cowboys. Is he just going to come with limp as well? Yes.
Trappy UTGs. And this is mainly trying to protect their limping range when they got marginal hands. Like, let's just say Elton had King Jack Undergun. Well, he probably would limp. So you need to have some traps so that people don't ISO you every time you limp from undergun.
Now, previously I thought they had the antes in front of the players, but it looks like now they are being scooped in.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more clear. Keep it consistent amongst the table. A bunch of limping. Jason Kuhn's got that option too.
We may run out of room for the graphics of all these hands. That's Michael Watson. Also, you can see the hands getting smaller and smaller in size on the left of our screen.
I can barely see the percentages. Who's got the lead? Jason Kuhn with 8s. It's going to be hard to play if he doesn't flop an 8. And I do see trip 10s for Stephen Chidwick.
And isn't that interesting? Did you say that Kuhn actually had the equity edge there with the 8s?
Yeah, it's at 21% 6 ways.
Despite the fact that Sang is in there with kings, I guess the kings are just so unlikely to hold up unimproved, and there's a dead king in Bazikakuski's hand. The 8s are fairly live.
Well, I didn't actually clock Elton's equity, but it probably was pretty close.
Chidwick, of course, flopping the best of it here.
He checked it over with 10-9. Jason's thinking about stabbing.
One concept in these 6-way pots, this sort of resembles a bomb pot or something like that, is that earliest positions often do a lot of checking with their whole range. Similar to how pre-flop they do a lot of limping with a big chunk of their range.
Kings might keep one street honest. Yeah, this makes sense. He knows that Jason's the type of guy that would stab away at least one street. But once Stephen Chidwick comes along, I think both Kuhn and Sang are going to realize he always has at least a 10.
Yeah, I think it's extremely difficult to overcall here without a 10. Kuhn's plan may have been, well, if I can get it heads up, maybe I hit an 8, maybe I can start bluffing on a 7 or a 9. But he may abandon that ship once it goes 3 ways.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jason's never been in turn unless he hits the 8.
One thing that's interesting to think about in this game in particular is the card removal. These players are going to have a pretty good idea of the types of cards their opponents are going to be playing in. And a 6-way pot does feel like the low cards are more likely to come out now as across this run out.
So Chidwick actually put in a little raise to 80K. You see how quickly the 8s and kings folded. Like, Chidwick knows that if he even was to call, it looks strong, so he might as well just charge the 2-outers.
Yeah, that's a nice play from Chidwick. Exactly that. I mean, between the two of them, they did have 4 outs combined, and in a shorter deck, that's not insignificant. Just taking it down with a small raise is a nice pickup, like the hoodie, by the way.
I like how you said shorter deck. Or short deck. You're growing on me,
the
buddy.
Shortest of decks.
The shortest of decks. Why don't we remove 6s from the game next time? We do have that poll still in the Triton Poker Plus app. You can actually let us know who you think is going to win this 100K short deck. Currently, the votes belong to Tan Xuan, 20% of them. The rest of the field's got 18% of the votes. But then there's also Kiat Lee, Jason Kuhn, Makita. Play along as you enjoy the coverage for free.
We see a pot-sized open here from Waikin Yong. Ace-queen off. Makes a lot of sense to me. Will Elton defend just this ace-8 offsuit? The price is pretty good with position.
It's not a great hand, though.
Yeah, just lets it go.
Because even when you flop an ace, you don't know if you're up against a bigger ace.
You do have a little bit of that straight potential with that ace-8 on the 6-7-9 board.
Makita's button, right?
But still, easily dominated, like you say.
You're just the button.
Looks like Waikin Yong is going to get moved. Rack him up. Everyone yawning at this table. Makita's turn.
拆小毛这边是吧？拆小毛。第一个。
How does Chidwick want to play this one? Does he limp or come in with some type of raise?
I'm like super distracted by this hoodie. I cannot concentrate.
It's pretty cool.
Can you imagine someone trying to stare you down? You're wearing that hoodie. They just can't like look for any towels.
Certainly not the wildest of attire we've seen in the poker arena. There's a Belgian player whose name is eluding me right now who always wears very flashy shirts that would probably give seizures to those with predispositions.
We got a couple limps so far. 2 queen jacks and ace-8. Button option.
Nice.
10-7-6.
Yeah, good one for Makita here. Top and bottom.
Elton's got a little gut shot. Face 8, ace of clubs. Might be relevant. I'm sure he's thinking about a stab.
He's certainly got some properties that make firing at this pot quite appealing with this hand.
40,000.
He pushes out 40K. Elton, of course, blocking the 8-9 that would fast play flops. Usually gets to see a free turn, or a cheap turn, I mean.
And I wonder if Makita feels like Elton's stack is short enough that he can just raise now and get it in versus him, get a little bit of protection versus the other two, but no, he just comes with call.
I think it's probably because the first 2 positions have very big stacks, so Makita doesn't want to raise and accidentally create some huge pot. Turn card is the 8 of clubs, so nut flush draw for Elton to go along with his pair of 8s.
Yeah, and the 8s are not going to provide him with too much showdown value, so you have to think if he started betting the flop with this combo, he might want to consider running it across 3 streets. Stacks are a bit awkward for that.
Yeah, so the main hand, I guess, from Akita that would still continue to call is tethered to the 9, which is a straight. Elton knows he's got outs. And to be honest, like,
Nikita's hand is in a really bad spot here.
Yeah.
I would have a hard time continuing 10-6 no club.
I think he's just out.
One thing to think about is, of all the hands you call the flop with, on this turn, this 10-6 off is about the worst one you could have. I mean, maybe you could have a little bit of 10x, 7-6, but I mean, you're pretty far towards the bottom of your range in terms of absolute hand and future street playability.
I think he's out. Yes, Elton saying Hong Kong's finest.
And that ace blocker does feel like it has a little more sway in short deck, perhaps, than in full deck.
In what way?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm kind of rethinking that, but it kind of feels like people are using that ace blocker the way they use it in PLO a little bit.
I think it's probably less relevant in this game. But I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
I think in PLO it's like very big, right?
Yeah, I think it's not nearly as big in this as it is in PLO, but it feels like it's something.
I mean, it's not irrelevant, clearly. I guess the difference also is in PLO you have to use 2 whole cards, right, to play a board, whereas in this game you can still use 1.
Right.
So you can have an ace blocker in PLO but actually have no flush draw.
Yeah, you have at least as a semi-bluffing property, you know, you can run out that 4th club.
Quick check back from Ding Biao with ace jack. A hand he could consider making a play. 2 10s is an overpair for Chidwick. Goes for check. I mean, Ding Biao's got the most 7x in his range, so he'll try to rep it. Chidwick shouldn't be folding.
Right, I think he can actually consider small raise just for protection here, given all the overcards available.
I don't think he's going to raise, though. Could stand corrected. The reason is he's supposed to never have a 7. So if you start raising a spot where you never have a 7 and your opponent on the button, say he's got 10-8.
Yeah.
He might be able to just jam on you and try to fold out like an overpair.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Yeah, I know the 10s, they kind of want the protection, but you don't want to open yourself up when you can't really be nutted. But now he's got open in the straight draw.
Very nice looking card to see if you are Chidwick with all those possible overcards.
I think most of the hands that limp call that flop bet is pocket pairs for Chidwick. I think Biao trying to figure out if he can make a move. Looks like he's going to try.
Does have a jack in his hand blocking jack 10, but what is he targeting for Chidwick to fold here is the question.
I think he's in the camp of going for triple barrel with ace jack.
Yeah, maybe get him to fold something like even queens by the river.
I think so. Even queens now doesn't feel very good because at least 10s and jacks have a gut shot or open-ended.
Yeah, queens and kings are already kind of unhappy in some ways, although I don't think they're folding to this size bet.
Yeah, this should be one of those spots where you just check call and see what happens. I think Biao actually needs an ace. A 10 would give Chidwick a full house. That's a king. Let's see. Was the game plan for Ding Biao to go for a triple barrel bluff, trying to represent a 7 or a straight?
And the king doesn't really change much in terms of what Ding Biao is representing if he shoves here. It's not like he has too many king X. It's not like he necessarily...
If he had king X on the river
value
somehow,
shoves those anyway.
he's not going to jam
He's
the
gonna
river.
check it back, right? So it's kind of a brick, actually. Doesn't really hit Chidwick very hard either.
still think Ding Biao can value if he had just a lone 7, doesn't need a straight. Yeah, that was the game plan all along when he bets the turn.
Does go for it. So Chidwick has an interesting combo because one of the hands that Ding Biao is representing, of course, is Jack 10. Or even 10-6, given he was on the button.
Don't forget about Ace 6. That's the straight too.
Right. But the 10 blockers in particular are
more relevant.
You know, blocking the Jack 10 and the 10-6.
But Ding Biao, he could have full houses with the 7, 7-8, 9-7, pocket 9s.
Yeah, I think Chidwick has to ask himself, you know, first of all, how thin does Ding Biao go for value? If it's any 7, that makes calling a little bit less appealing. And then second of all, where do the bluffs come from? And how often does he have combos like this that just go for it across all 3 streets?
I do think that Ding Biao could value jam a 7 as played, especially if it blocks some of the Jack 10.
I think so too.
And, you know, the king is a good card. And he's going to fold the 2 10s.
Oh.
Ding Biao.
Nice play there from Ding Biao. Finds a pretty creative triple barrel, I would say, with Ace-Jack, a hand that maybe some players wouldn't have even started betting on the flop. But, Randy, you made the good point that he's by far the likeliest player to have a 7 in hand.
7-7. 7-7. Wow.
Did you have quad, sir?
Claiming 7-7.
I think he put Chidwick on aces, queens, jacks, 10s, something like that.
And hopefully not kings.
Hopefully not kings. I was going to say kings, but obviously that was a full house. Some high-level poker. Short deck just keeps evolving.
Yeah, it would be fun to go back and look at the footage from the very early days of short deck and just see how differently the game was being played.
I remember, you know, commentating on short deck every festival that there were always some kind of new move or new trick, you know, and people were a lot more loose back in the day, but now the action is coming post-flop. The button is repping that board quite hard these days. We've even seen Artem, right? He was betting a lot too on check 2.
We've seen the button just kind of going ham on a lot of these boards that might not favor players who voluntarily put money in the pot.
What's also impressive is Ding Biao, he actually has less short deck experience than you might expect. He only started playing the short deck based on the results this stop.
Okay, and speaking of Ding Biao, Randy, he has picked up the bullets, American Airlines, up against Elton Sang's suited ace-king. I think this is an inevitable clash, of course. Jason Kuhn gets out of the way, facing this heat.
Yep, all the chips in there.
Fuck me, I had a sick hand too. This is crazy.
Aces versus
Ace-10
ace-king
diamond.
suited. There are
Sounds
ways
like a
that
winner.
Elton can make a straight.
Yeah, this is just a stone
Can I have my
cooler.
change?
Would be in short deck or in full.
No worries, thank you.
Million chip pot.
Up. Yep.
Ace-10 of
That's
diamonds.
not quite good.
Jakun had the ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
So obvious. So
Uh-huh.
you just gotta run it, man.
Chop outs. Oh no, excuse me.
Chop outs?
Chop outs. I'm hallucinating.
You want a little bit of
I'm hallucinating.
caffeine?
I was
GG.
thinking about Jakun's ace-10 and thinking suddenly it was ace-king.
It's all good, don't worry. We've all done that. Million chip pot for Ding Biao, and I do stand a little bit corrected because he did actually play some short deck in Jeju 2025, but still newer to the
It's kind of
game.
better than playing all day and bubbling, though, Elton. That's for sure.
Elton Sang,
Silver lining.
here's the semi-needle from Jason on his way out. You know, it's funny. I actually don't have that stance. I would prefer to play all day and bubble, but maybe I'm sick in the head.
Yeah, because you don't know you're going to bubble until the very last second.
Yeah, and I just like playing. I mean, it's just, you know, I want to be in there.
All right, guys. You know what it is? It's not luck that makes players great. It's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. Juke Predict lets you put that instinct to work. You can call outcomes on sports, politics, world events. If you got the read, go ahead and prove it. That's Jupiter.
I'd have to
We play slow for you. If
Oh,
you're
yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's
He's
tough.
asking for a hand ranking chart. He's asking about the rules.
As we pivot over to our other table here, taking a look at Isaac Haxton, Michael Zhang we saw yesterday in the 50K, Dan Devoris.
Thank you.
Former Triton High Roller Player of the Year, Danny Tang, also on this table, rocking a pretty cool Triton 1 t-shirt.
Yeah, he's got the whole wardrobe, the whole collection.
If you're here on the island, there is lots of merch available for sale at the shop.
Long, yeah. Queen 8 of Hearts. So had a lot of success at Jeju in the past. He too loves to play whatever the biggest game is out there.
Queen 10-8, 2 spades, 2 pair for Wang Ye.
Yeah, top and bottom. Gets middle pair and gut shot. Decides to check.
Ike has that 10 of spades in his hand with a gut shot, middle pair. Maybe just wants to check this back, but could start stabbing at this board. And a set for Waikin Yong.
Wow. Out of nowhere, the set of sevens. Gotta feel good. With no bets on the flop, Jack 9 seems so unlikely.
Check.
Yeah, with Danny checking twice and everyone in front of him checking on the flop, gotta think sevens are best here.
Yeah, I don't really see how Wang Ye can ever fold Queen 8. 2 pair. He beats value.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to call here versus half pot. Ike probably has to continue as well, and then, you know, Danny's going to be getting a good price with the ace-9, but probably thinks that at least one other player has a 9. If it does go bet, call, call.
Open-ended for Haxton. 6 is a little bit more clean than the Jack. Cheap price, he's got position.
Has to think the 10 is good some non-zero amount of the time as well.
I agree, non-zero. You'll take it if it comes.
And could he ever put that 10 of spades to work? No, he does just fold.
Okay. It's good news for Waikin and Wang Ye. Because the ace, King Jack now gets there. Still, I'd be pretty happy to value bet the sevens, but Waikin doesn't seem to agree. Checks it over.
I think I agree, Randy. It feels like if you lose, it's only going to be a King Jack. I guess the benefit of checking is your opponent could have some type of flush draw they turn into a bluff, but a lot of those might be nut flush draws if they're, I don't know, you know, or they'd have some sort of showdown value to go with them.
I think my instinct there is that I too will also have a lot of King Jack there, so if I bet, I don't have to worry about someone making a play, trying to represent King Jack. I can still get value from some 2 pairs that aren't really looking to bet on the dangerous board.
What kind of sizing do you like if you go for the value bet?
Whatever I think 2 pair would call, I guess is, you know, I don't really expect 1 pair to ever just hang tight. So it might be like 100K, 120K.
Yeah, and then just slot some King Jack into that smaller size as well.
More tan than usual.
Yeah, I got a lot of sun in Thailand.
I realize I should go sunny outside. There right now?
It's sunny all year round.
There's no rainy season?
There is rainy season, still sunny. It's not like you get sun every day, so if I want to get sun.
Oh, I see, like the rain's like pass through and then it blows away sort of thing?
Yeah. It's not like cloudy all day.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, it can be sunny and rainy.
You usually wait out the rain. Sometimes.
Randy, I know you live in Melbourne. I've only been there during Aussie Millions when it's quite hot. What's the weather like the rest of the year there?
It's, I believe the way my wife would describe it, you can experience 4 seasons in a single day.
Okay, yeah.
It's one of those. Obviously in December it's like summer, so we don't got the snow when Santa Claus is trying to show up. Barbecues at the park instead.
I always find it weird being, I've spent a couple Christmases in warm climates, and it's always a little strange as someone who grew up in Canada.
Okay. Michael with top pair.
我看昨天 SD 给人周死了。我看了，我在里面看。
Haxton's thinking about betting his queen 8, but he's like, I don't ever have a 6. But this man can have a 6. He's on the button with a check back pre.
Yeah, so these 6-6X and 7-7X boards, like you mentioned, they really do favor the button in these scenarios.
His hand doesn't mind some protection too with the 10. Gonna bet 28K. Haxton taking his time.
5 seconds.
I think he's bleeding into his tempo clock.
Well, he is going for check raise, Randy, despite, like you mentioned, not having a ton of 6X in the limping range. Although maybe there are some, you know, folded just around to these two. Maybe he wants to limp very wide here.
The cutoff has a little bit more than the hijack.
Yeah,
the gun,
yeah, I think so. I think you could make a case for limping extremely wide just given the price you're getting here. And, of course, knowing that you need to have some strong hands there.
But it's confusing for Michael because he doesn't really expect Haxton to ever raise like a 10. That's why he's calling. Because if Haxton had 10-9, Jack 10, better kickers, shouldn't they want to contain the pot against the 6?
Yeah, I think it's just, he's just repping 6X or something like this, some sort of backdoor type hand. I mean, if you are going to have an air hand, often it's a hand that can run out flushes or straights. His could do both. Now he's got diamonds working.
Yeah, I think a lot of the intention was one and done on the flop check raise for Hacks, and now you start to create other storylines when you turn that flush draw. You've got equity against strip 6s.
It's a pretty good card to barrel if your opponent did decide to bet call 10X. Well, now there's an overcard. Not that they're necessarily putting you on that much King X, but, you know, more importantly, having the diamonds to go with it. But he does just elect to check.
I guess we just take the free card? Then again, when does Haxton ever have a 6? Check, raise, check. 10 still vulnerable.
Vulnerable, but do you want to stick your tournament life in with 10-7 here? And does any other size make sense? If you bet, let's say he bets 1/3 pot, I suppose he can just bet fold and know that he's got better hands there.
All right, decides to take one off.
Ooh.
I like the 10-7 now. It's a full house. I don't really see how Haxton can represent anything. Like I mentioned earlier, he's probably not expected to raise a 10 on the flop. So how can he all of a sudden try to represent a full house?
Yeah, I completely agree. One thing I do sometimes think about in these spots is that it is such a weird line. Like, let's say you do go check, raise, flop, check, check, turn. Does it feel like maybe it's an under bluff line because it doesn't look credible? And then can you get into some leveling wars sometimes where you start to bluff that line? But I think, you know, against somebody who's a good hand reader, you more often just defer to continuing to give up here.
Yeah, give up.
And as Zhang, you probably feel like you're not getting paid no matter what because it looks a lot like Isaac has some type of bluff he gave up on. But nonetheless, I think you just go big here and hope that Isaac somehow has a 6, right? Because if he doesn't have a 6, I guess he could have a king. You could try to get a king to call you.
Yeah, I think for big sizing, then you try to target the 6, but does a 6-6 ever check, raise, check? I don't really know the answer to
So
that
maybe
question.
you go small and let Isaac decide what he's going to call you with, but it's just one of these spots where you feel like you're not getting paid no matter what you do.
It's not my problem figuring out what he's going to call with. That's his problem. Let's put out some chips and let Haxton work it out. It kind of just feels like the main target is some random king X that check raise a flop, hit a piece.
I think so too.
He jams.
But he does just jam.
He was never getting called anyways. Even by a king, I don't think it was calling. Michael. Dang.
I got some red.
Short deck specialist. So weird to say that given he was such a staple in No Limit Hold'em. And then, I believe the previous stops, he's been playing only short deck. Even here, Jeju only played short deck so far. Jeju 2, September, only played short deck.
Yeah.
Jeju again in 2025 March, only played short deck.
So there are a few specialists in this event.
But he's good at No Limit Hold'em. Trust me, I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I believe he used to go by the initials online as MC Zhang. Pocket jacks. He's like, all right, let me count down my stacks, see what I'm playing.
5 seconds. 144. 144.
Okay. Goes for pot. It's one of the spots that's like, please fold, please fold, please fold.
Yeah, and maybe. But Haxton looks curious with a hand that doesn't do well against jacks, but does okay against almost everything else.
Yeah, if he's up against ace, king, ace, queen, he can play his hand like perfectly post flop.
These spots seem to more closely resemble PLO than they do regular Hold'em to me. You do have a lot of hands that limp and then just have like fair equity, even though you know you're going to be some type of small dog. You limp call, you see if you hit a piece. Feels more tenable here, where you're not in as bad shape against overpairs, for instance.
And if he's up against ace, king, ace, queen, he's doing very well. So he's going to make that call, look for a piece, probably go for some kind of stop and go with pot size remaining. Actually has 24% equity.
Again. Yeah.
Board is ace, 8, 6, 3 diamonds. Now, Michael doesn't like to see the ace, but he does like to see that he's got the jack of diamonds.
Check.
I think we just shoveled this in.
Yeah, I think so too.
The reason I say that is he can actually fold out some ace X, like an ace 10 black, right? They're not going to feel very good.
Yeah, completely agree.
Even like ace jack of hearts, I don't think it's probably calling because it could be up against ace king, ace queen.
And in fact, Isaac could not have flopped worse with that hand.
The ace in the window, I was just like, oh, it's going to be ace, ace 7 again.
You heard me request it before the flop came out, right?
Oh, I did not hear that, no.
Look at the key blockers for Watson and Jason Kuhn in this hand. They've got the jack 10 blockers.
Yeah, and this is another spot that shares some overlap with PLO, where it's just more likely to have straights in short decks, so these blockers become more and more relevant.
I think Jason might even check raise here because his opponents are so deep, right? He's got the big pockets. I guess ace king probably wouldn't check raise, but he does just call.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded a check raise there, but takes his price.
Oh, set of jacks, but a straight for Watson.
Rainbow board. But still, you know, Watson's hand does need a fair amount of protection as board pairs are more common in short deck.
Yeah, so on the flop, it was Watson that started the betting with 27K, got called by Makita, then Jason Kuhn. But now he's checking. That is so sneaky.
That's very tricky from Michael Watson. Hoping to induce a bluff, either from Makita right now or from either of his opponents on the river. And maintaining a lot of deception.
Yeah, it's very deceptive, but he is allowing the 2-pair plus at a chance at a full house with that check.
Yeah, certainly some drawbacks to the play. Makita doesn't take the bait.
There it is. One of the cons of slow playing your hand in a spot where players do have 2 pairs.
And I like the check from Jason here with the worst full house. I think as played, there are definitely some bigger full houses in Watson's range.
I mean, the way Watson played his hand is I've got 2-pair plus on the flop. I see a straight, I check, so caution makes sense from Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, also hard to imagine either player has a straight, right? Because we didn't expect Watson to check the 10 there. So there's less to get value from with the jacks full. And in this case, Watson actually ends up losing less chips because Jason wasn't folding to turn bet.
I thought I heard Watson say so bad to himself under his breath. Like, maybe I should have bet that turn and had some regret after checking it.
It's a bit of a surprising check to me just because, you know, the equity of those sets in 2 pairs is a little higher in short deck than it is in the full deck.
yeah,
regular
deck.
Poker.
Whatever.
Texas Hold'em.
No limit
Cadillac.
Texas. The Cadillac with 52 cards.
It's also not like he had a lot of players behind him who would be bluffing. He just had Makita behind him, so a bit surprising.
Oh yeah, I think he definitely regrets that one. The more you think about it, a lot of people don't really have incentive to turn their hand into a bluff. Besides maybe Makita if he had ace rag.
Yeah, his exact hand maybe could have thought about it, the ace-9.
I guess I prefer checking maybe if it was a heads-up pot. I don't know, even then. I think I would have preferred a bet. I think Watson would agree. Because I don't really know if he gets called by a set of jacks on the turn, to be honest. Obviously, it depends on the size.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, if he bets big, a set of jacks could definitely fold.
Because, like, what would Watson be bluffing with then? Ace, king, queen, jack. And we do move on. Cutoff versus button.
Chidwick has a very weak hand here. Sometimes in these blind battles in full deck, you do raise your weakest hands.
This is one of those new plays. I've never seen a player rise with the button with this type of hand.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in short deck. It's kind of interesting, right? Because when the flop does come out, the boards that you smash are going to be ones you're not expected to hit at all. And just hoping you get some immediate fold equity out of a hand like this. And a little surprising, Randy, that Ding Biao folded for that size. 72K?
Out of position.
Yeah.
Suited 2-gapper. I mean, it's not a good hand, Jack 8.
No, but I don't think that Chidwick went full pot there.
Oh, you didn't?
I could be wrong.
Or very close to it. You're doing the math, aren't you?
I might be wrong.
Come on, everyone says pot. Everyone's too lazy.
It depends if the extra ante counts.
You work on that, buddy. Because the antes are up. Do I say the blinds or the antes are up?
I think you say the antes.
Okay, the antes are up. 15K, single ante, button, double ante of 30K total.
He must have potted it. I can't see why he would use a different size.
It's going to bug you, isn't it? I can tell
well,
you.
It's the extra button ante that's throwing me off. I don't know if that counts.
Okay,
I'm guessing it doesn't.
You're a pot limit specialist, and you can't figure it out?
I'm used to a different type of pot limit, Randy, with blinds, you know, clearly defined rules. I'm sure there are some here. I just a little out of my element. Yeah.
It's all good, man. But we're both learning and adjusting, watching these great players play. Ace Jack, pots to 120K. Jason's got ace queen.
See, this time he 8x'd it, and last time he 6x'd it.
Yeah, man.
So that's
was there some limps before? No, there wasn't.
No.
You're a smart man.
It didn't feel like he potted it last time. And Jason, ace-queen off.
Yep, they're just going in. Ace-jack versus ace-queen. Good spot for Jason.
Chop it up.
Does
Classic
chop.
flip.
Chop it up. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Classic flip announced.
It's a
Scary way to
classic
chop
flip.
for me though, because I'm getting free rolls. On the 6,
These
7,
guys
8,
have
9.
all the short deck jokes.
Apparently, it's always a 50-50, even though it said like 60-30 or close to it. Okay, changed outs. 3 jacks turned into 3 queens.
Maybe some funky board pair stuff. No.
No.
It's gonna be Stevie. I don't know either.
No feeling.
No feeling? That's a 6.
Gee.
Kicker plays.
Have fun.
GG, bro.
Chidwick, a good sport. He will be our latest elimination.
Yeah, Chidwick certainly one of those consummate professionals. Always very focused and intense at the table, but once he's out, it's like on to the next thing, right?
On to the next
It's not
thing.
going to let it. It's not going to let it linger in his brain forever.
There's plenty of other things that he could get himself into. That man has 33 million in Triton earnings. That's number 3 on the Triton all-time money list.
And if I had to guess, maybe not right away, maybe he goes for a walk, but I think we'll see him in the 25K No Limit Jupiter event, which, by the way, is up to 110 entries.
110 entries there. We also have the 20K No Limit Hold'em running with 16 players remaining out of 247. Currently the leader in that one is Alex Ponakovs. Other big names in the field, Johannes Strava, Kaya Mokri, Artur Martirosyan, Sergio Idol.
Calvin Lee in there as well.
Mm-hmm. And we do intend to show you coverage of that event after we finish this 100K short deck. Plan is to crown 2 champions. Queens from Makita Badzikowski. He said something. I think he said pot.
Seems very reasonable.
Pot's 105,000 now with the elimination of Stephen Chidwick. 1 less ante.
Pocket 9's not so strong in this game.
I think he mucks here.
Yeah, even closing the action from the button, still just not enough playability, you think, Randy?
No, he's going to call.
He does call.
Okay. It's a really tough
Kind of just
hand to play.
Kind of just set mining, right? With
Yeah,
a hand like this.
Basically set mining.
It's not like in full deck where you can routinely flop an overpair.
Is it like, is open straight draw hunting a thing?
Okay,
oh,
he does flop something that's not a set that is nonetheless very strong. And this board also is just going to be way more Watson's area code than Badziakuski's.
So 10 makes a straight, ace makes a straight, and a 9 would beat the queens.
I mean, I think the only hand Makita can have that could ever hit this board hard would be 10-9 suited, and I don't even know if that opens for pot, right? Most of his hands are just going to be ace-X, maybe some suited broadways, and then some big pairs. But he does just chip it in.
He's like, please don't have it.
He's going to be kind of happy to see this hand just because there were some worse alternatives. Yes, he's an underdog, but when you get snapped, at least you're not up against a set.
At least. Or straight. Also plausible.
Or straight, yeah.
Million chip pot.
I can tell you the turn
Watson.
card, but I can't tell you the river.
What's the turn card? Is it that?
It's gonna say King of Hearts. I swear.
The river should be king.
Maybe I got him backwards. I don't know.
Okay. That's a straight. That is not a king for Makita. He's going to pass those chips on to Michael Watson. One of the greatest short deck players is eliminated. Makita Badzikowski of Belarus.
Boy, it's so fucking tough.
Michael Watson, I really feel like one of these guys that kind of flies under the radar.
The other day,
Just in
he
terms
called
of,
it
he's
just
an
like
all-time
9
great.
and 7
He's
rainbow.
way
I'm
up
like,
there on both the Triton and overall money lists. Has been showing up and doing well for decades.
You're not just shouting him out because he's from Canada, right?
Not only is he from Canada, but he's kind of from a similar part to me. I think he's from Newfoundland originally, which is in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, obviously, great shout out to Michael Watson. He's been playing Triton back in 2018, 2017, I'm pretty sure. On to this one. Flop straight for Wang Ye. Up against top 2 pair. That's a dangerous turn card for Dvoris.
Extreme trouble here for Dvoris.
He's got the hand that can pay off healthy bets, turn and river.
I mean, he can beat value bets on the turn.
Yeah, I could see Wang Ye value betting like a Jack 8 still. Jack 7, 7, 8. He also has that reputation to be a bit bluffy, so I don't think Dvoris can ever fold.
Remember that it is no limit post flop. It's only pre-flop that it's pot limit. So there's definitely a world in which all these chips find their way into the middle.
There's a lot of chips behind. Does jamming accomplish anything?
It depends how mergy you think Wang Ye can bet, right? If Wang Ye can bet some sort of hands that have reasonable equity that could bet fold, then jamming does accomplish something. But if he's a bit more polar, you want to call, and I think calling is kind of my preferred play.
River cards a 10. And sometimes cards like this show up where you don't have to put in any more chips.
Yeah, really difficult here because Dvoris is probably going to assume that some of Wang Ye's 2-pair combos that he would beat would just check back. So if he does face a bet, he has to try to find bluffs, and it's like, where are they coming from?
It'd have to be some kind of club hand with a pair, I guess. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, like ace-8 of clubs or something, maybe.
Maybe an ace-10 of clubs.
Yeah, maybe that's more likely given there was a bet on the flop.
But I feel like we're reaching a bit. Like we're just being optimistic that there's some bluffs in there. I think this is probably going to be a very clean fold for Dvoris.
I think, again, Dvoris is just far enough down in his range as well, assuming that he plays a predominant check strategy on the river. If you start to think that he might play leads with some of his own strong hands, then things get a little dicey. But if he checks most of his range, I think he's far enough down, and I think the board has just run out ugly enough for him that he can fold versus all in.
We'll see if Wang Ye even wants to put all in. He might just put smaller because it is pretty hard to get called by worse on a 4-liner when you put in piles.
It's a good point.
Looks like he's cutting out a crying call bet sizing.
Yeah, who knows? He could get a crying call here, Randy.
That's right. Because if he had gone all in, I don't think Dvoris ever calls with King Jack. So here, you might convince yourself with the price.
I could definitely see it.
I'm sure he's going through all the type of hands that Wang Ye might be bluffing here, and I think he's going to have a lot of trouble. Even some club draw hands doesn't auto bet the turn. Maybe they check back some combinations like a queen jack of clubs. So obviously that's impossible though when you're holding a jack of clubs.
Yeah, and it would also have to be a club combination that decided to bet the flop, which they don't all do. Maybe they do at a high clip when you block the jack of clubs, and there's just a lot of these gutter plus. Yeah, it's really those 10x of clubs that you'd be hoping to beat, I guess.
Yeah, he's kind of back and forth. He's like, man, I think I'm beat, but the price is amazing. Is he trying to milk me?
And I think it's a nice bet from Wang Ye in terms of sizing, certainly against the hand Dvoris has. Because I don't think Dvoris would really even consider calling the all-in.
You know, he's counting the combos right now.
Yeah, he might literally be counting combos.
Yeah, he's like, huh, all right, the price is letting me this. He needs to be bluffing with this at this frequency.
A nice change that Triton made this year is the way that the time is distributed and allocated. You can take as much time as you want on any one decision without using time bank chips. Those have been replaced by what I guess is more similar to a chess clock system, where you have an allotted amount of time to use throughout the course of the tournament that you can use as you wish. And if you make the next day, then you get more time and so on. One nice thing is that you don't get those interruptions of the dealer saying time bank or, you know, having to toss the chips at the end. It's much cleaner.
It does end up folding in that one. Or spent a lot of time in that pot, but made the right fold. Time well spent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, if you look at the feature tables, you can see that there definitely needs to be some rebalancing, right? 4 people on the blue, 6 on the red. So perhaps this is why we're taking a little mini scoreboard break as we take a look. Jason Kuhn with all the chips, but he's actually not even close to being the tournament chip leader.
Yeah.
That duty belongs to Wylon Chan. 3.2 million. Seth Davies on 3.
Jakun is in third. 8 players will pay. We have 19 remaining of 46 entries, and it's 1.38 million, Randy, up top. And that number sounds familiar because it was a very similar number that was up top in the 15K Triton 1 Genesis event, or Triton 1 event that we covered a couple days ago.
So that means top 8 going to cash 184 if you can get there. And 1.38. The champion. $4.6 million is the prize pool.
I said a couple days ago, I guess it was just yesterday. Feels like forever ago somehow.
I didn't want to correct you. You were in flow. Win for you.
Very weak hand, but it's just always tempting in the cutoff. Getting such a good price.
It's all about laughing, right? And one player to hack, you can't continue.
Yeah, and Winford's got a meal of some sort there, so perhaps...
What's he working with? Noodles?
Some type of noodle dish. Looks pretty good, actually.
It's probably from the bun. Everyone eats at the bun. Axton, Jack 10. RVK, King Queen.
RVK, I like that.
165. Pass.
Kings. Seth Davies. Do you remember when he cracked that hand with Jack 10?
Oh, I remember it well.
You think Artem remembers that hand? It's actually kind of funny because Haxton's got Jack 10 himself.
He does indeed, but I don't think he's going to be too tempted here. Although Kuhn just calling. Randy, do you think he bought that T-shirt? Is it also a Malbon T-shirt? The greens are just so aligned.
I have to admit that I never really go to the Malbon shop in case you didn't realize.
Nor do I, but I'm just wondering if he got the T-shirt from somewhere else. He did a very good job of matching it up with the hat. But I digress.
There. Look at the King Queen. How can it not continue 180K back?
And are you a little surprised that Seth just elected to flat the kings there?
Oh. I apologize. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was interesting. He was very deep with Haxton, and I guess the idea is that he's going to have some hands that maybe want to flat and then fold to a Haxton back raise, and he protected that range with the kings?
I think so. Good eye, Alex, but this is looking quite grim for RVK. He needs a queen as he sees the pocket kings over in Seth Davies. Holdings.
Oh, wow.
No way. That's a short deck turn.
King of diamonds is the only one, huh?
Yep.
Oh,
no way. King of Diamonds is the only
that.
one. Short deck
Good
lock.
ride, huh?
And I was just thinking, you know, after hitting that jack earlier, maybe it was a little bit of justice for Seth to give some of those chips back, but kaboom. The run good continues, though of course he did get it in very good there. RVK is going to have to shake that
Bit
one
of a
off.
round trip for Renee there.
Round trip
Short deck specialist.
around the world. So he just hits the queen on the turn, and King of Diamonds only out, huh? Think.
I'm going to try that trick. You know, if I'm down to a one outer, I'm just going to call it out with a little bit of confidence and kaboom.
One outer, guys.
See if I have
One outer.
Seth's outcome.
You got to call the exact card, okay? Don't just say one out, only a king.
Yeah.
You need King of
Don't
Diamonds.
say one time, just say King of Diamonds. That's what I need.
Okay.
Davies now chip leader with that pot.
It's flowing pretty nicely here as we're down to 17 players. Again, 8 spots will pay. ICM, very interesting in this game where equities run so close. That'll be something to keep an eye on as we get down to 9, 10, 11 players. And we see this contagious limping here.
Kind of reminded me of that movie Contagion when you said that. Don't know.
That
if
was
you
a
ever
cool
seen it.
movie. I did see that. I don't watch a lot of movies, but I did actually see that one. I liked it. Nice flop for Jason Kuhn here.
More than nice.
Yeah, he's got over 50% equity here, despite Ding having top pair.
So he's got a gut shot, a pair, and a flush draw.
Right, that ace functioning as a 5 as far as straights go, so a 9 would give him the low end of the straight. Of course, it would. Yeah, it would be the best hand here.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying before the chat roasts me that there's no gut shot. There is. So board pairing 7. Ace Jack is good.
Yeah, I think facing 2 checks on the flop, Kuhn definitely could have considered betting his hand, but now once he doesn't, it's not quite as appealing to bet the turn on this card.
Yeah, it's hard for him to bet because Ace X is going to feel quite confident. Board pairing 7 mainly just rates to improve the button.
And Watson may be thinking about that concept like you said. He's the one who would have the most 7x, but his hand, he does have the king of clubs as well though, Randy. So maybe you can bet here and also look to bluff clubs if you get called.
He's repping that 7 hard. 100K into 150. 2/3 pot.
Bit uncomfortable for Ding Biao here with ace jack. There are 2 other players who could potentially be getting tricky sometimes. He does just let it go.
It's a big fold.
And now what about Kuhn's hand, Randy?
I think he's going to continue because flushes beat full houses. Yeah. He's always live. He might have the best hand. He can hit a straight too with the 9.
He's always live.
He's actually crushing against this hand.
And a club might be a disaster for Watson, who I think would feel compelled to bluff. Now, if Watson could see Kuhn's hand, certainly he'd bet this river, but he probably thinks that Jason has a lot of ace-x hands.
Yep, 6 is good. A lot of times these pots on the river, when it's the button trying to represent those trips, it just comes down to a game of chicken. Like, do I want to follow through with that bet? It's a 7 or nothing. Do you believe me?
Yeah.
We saw that hand earlier with Ding Biao when he tripled against Steven Chidwick. Like, does he have a 7?
I think it's pretty rare, but I think he has maybe a sliver of showdown value there, too, against combo draws. I mean, I'd expect Jason to just do a lot of betting those himself.
So, like, 10-9 of clubs?
Yeah, like if he can have 8-6 of clubs, he can probably have 10-8 of clubs, 10-9 of clubs.
Possibly. Yeah, hard to say. I'm gonna guess Jason's more likely to bet his hand if he didn't have a pair.
I think so too.
But we'll never know. What we do know is Putra's put in most of his stack. King Jack off suit.
And I don't think Davies is looking to fold this ace-9 of hearts as the chip leader. Though he does have a couple more players behind him. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, he doesn't mind getting in this stack of Putra, but he doesn't want to call 135.
He
and
does
then
just let it
get right
go,
back at,
and I
yeah.
think just a function of his depth with the players behind as well.
Yeah, everyone's very deep, huh?
Yeah, there's definitely some potential for fireworks here. Watson has a very nice hand here. Ace-queen off in the cutoff. He's still relatively deep with Ike.
It looks like he's going to try to ISO it out. As long as Haxton doesn't wake up a hand.
Ooh.
But he does wake up with ace-queen suited. This is confusing.
And is this tricky, Randy?
Yeah, it's tricky. I don't really know what the answer is here.
Feels like ace-queen off we'd fold. Maybe ace-queen suited is just a little too good. It really depends how wide you think Watson can go for this ISO. Putra being as short as he is, you know, Watson is going to be wider than normal.
Look how good of equity Putra actually has. King Jack versus two ace queens.
Oh, yeah.
Ferdy, you're in pretty good shape, buddy.
Pretty good, Ferdy. Yeah, so Haxton must have believed that Watson's isolating wide with even like ace jack, because Putra only has 248K.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, it's interesting. It comes down to how you feel like Watson's going to play. A lot of his range, is he going to have some calls? Does he ever have a min re-raise? Probably not. So it's call or repot, and I think he just thinks there's enough light repots here.
Is it ahead?
No, I don't think so.
Lightish.
Close, but not quite.
King Jack.
Boom.
Are you ahead, Ferdy?
Lost
You
20
just flopped the
turns
nuts.
All he's got to do is fade running, full house, or two spades.
There we go.
Boom.
Lock it up.
That was pretty easy.
Chop up the ace queens.
Glad I folded.
263K
I would've
a piece
lost 135.
to Ferdinand Putra.
I guess running clubs were in the mix too, so there were a fair amount of possible turn sweats, but the 7 of hearts, innocuous.
That was the most non-short deck turn ever. But that flop is pretty short decky. I feel like I got to look up this Malbon shop that you keep talking about and referencing.
Yeah, so there is one right here in the mall.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, then why? Okay, I know where I'm going later.
Yeah. They've got some nice stuff. I mean, it is mostly golf apparel, but they've got some casual wear too.
Only time I played golf was once. My friend was telling me, you should pick up golf, Randy. You might be all right at it. I went to a driving range. He convinced me to buy one of those gloves because apparently it makes you play better. Only used it that one time, never played golf again.
Wow.
I was so bad at it.
I mean, I don't know if anyone's good their first time playing. It's one of those games that definitely requires some reps.
The club's so heavy. I don't exactly got the guns to swing that thing. I think I'm more of a putt-putt kind of guy. You know, with the alligators.
I enjoy some mini golf, yeah.
What's that movie again? Happy Gilmore? Maybe that's more
Happy
my style.
Gilmore, yeah. A classic. They just came out with Happy Gilmore 2. Did you watch that
I
one?
didn't watch it yet. Is it good?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay.
I mean, the first one's definitely better, as is usually the case with sequels, but
165.
it's all right.
Is this a sequel for Ace Queen Redemption?
Yeah, are we going to just see another Ace Queen versus Ace Queen here?
We might. Although they are both very deep. It's a bit of a different situation because there's no short stack jamming.
Haxton has no fold equity on a rejam. Probably just has to let this go.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not much fold equity on the reshoves in this game. Very rare that we've seen someone pot it and then fold to a re-raise.
Tough spot here for Ding Biao. He knows that Ace King could be lurking in Watson's shoes, but then again, Watson could have like Ace Jack. So you know what? He comes in with call because they're a bit too deep to reshove.
Yeah, I think it was a close decision there. I think both plays had some merit, and now this should invite Seth Davies in, I would think, with a hand that's going to do okay multi-way, but no, he just gets out of the way.
I think he's worried about being dominated with his hand. But yeah, if he's up against 2 ace queens, he would love to get involved, but he doesn't know it.
Yeah, it felt like the price was just all right there for the Jack 9 of hearts, but...
It's all about preserving some chips sometimes.
Yeah.
I like where your head's at. You like to get in there on the flop,
I like
don't
to
you?
get in there and mix it up. Jack 9 of hearts is also kind of my pet hand.
But look at Jack 9 here. You wouldn't feel good about it.
No, certainly there's going to be bad flops, you know, there's going to be difficult decisions, but...
You want to see the
In
flop.
any, I want to see the flop. I definitely have a...
You're a gambling man.
I have a very soft spot for the Jack 9 of hearts in particular, so perhaps that bias
I feel like you've held a
was
title
taking
with
over.
Jack 9 before.
I've just made some... I made one really big call really early in my poker career with that hand that I just will never forget. It was in a cash game. But
All right, ace queen versus ace queen. Watson isolated pre. He's got a gut shot. He just rips it in, and I think he's going to down to ace queen.
this is pretty cool because he's probably thinking he can get ace jack to fold. That's a hand that could be in Ding Biao's range. He can definitely get a fellow ace queen to fold. Get pocket queens to fold. Pocket tens to fold. Really, a lot of the hands that Ding would have limp called are just going to fold right away. And not a lot of king x exists, right? King queen probably exists, but ace king would have played differently.
King
So
queen, maybe.
this is just a nice recognition of A, the fact that this board is just very good for his range, and B, that Ding Biao's range does not have a lot of hands that can actually make the call there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a hand that he could call with
King
there.
jack suited, of
King
course.
Jack suited and pocket jacks.
And pocket jacks and maybe king queen off.
I don't even know if king queen loves it, though.
I don't think it loves it at all. Unless you're on this level where you realize that Watson can be shoving all his ace queens, but even then, I mean, it's not exciting.
Yeah, because if Watson sometimes jams flop with ace king, you would just get stacked if you had king queen.
Yeah, I think the fact that Watson made that play fairly quickly and confidently indicates that he's definitely put some work into his short deck game and understands how good of a board that is for his range and the fact that he can just jam that hand.
I think I mentioned
Cool
it
spot.
before to you that he's been playing at Triton since way back when, and he actually first played a short deck event in Jeju of 2019.
Okay.
So you know how many years that's been.
Yeah. 7 long years.
Been playing the short deck.
How about kings now for Ding Biao?
How about them kings? Sigh pot.
And what is Seth Davies going to do with ace 10 off? Just let it go? Yeah.
Gotta let it go. 9-7 suited. If you call here, you're basically trying to gamble a bit and flop a piece.
Does just let it go.
Seems like the chat on YouTube enjoying our stream. Give us a thumbs up, subscribe. We appreciate. We do read the chat, and you know what I really like to see from the YouTube chat is them discussing amongst themselves, like, oh, this is a new game. You know, like that C-bet jam with Ace Queen, right? Is that like a good play? You know, and there's a lot to discuss. Even for us,
Yeah.
we're like learning as we're watching from these high caliber players.
Yeah, speaking of the chat, Nino X Nako says, I'm not sure with short deck strategies, but would King X jam 2X pot on the turn? So that's an interesting point, right? Is Watson going to be balanced there? Is he going to jam his ace king just like he jams his ace queen? I think possible.
So.
Yeah.
The reason I say it's possible because we saw the hand where Artem had pocket kings against Seth Davies Jack 10, and he 3 to 4x pot jam with an overpair on
Yeah.
a Jack high board. So it's not like, oh, he jams there, he never has a good hand.
Yeah, and in fact, I think aces would be more likely to jam. Maybe both hands jam, but aces needs more protection than ace king.
Also, aces jamming unblocks King X second.
Yeah.
pay off.
And if you are in the chat, feel free to tell us where you're tuning in from. Often like to take some time to shout out all the locations. We have a very international audience. The time zones make things tricky, so it's always interesting when we have viewers who are watching at 5 or 6 in the morning.
I want to know those players, the ones that been, or those viewers that have been watching since 3 a.m. It's like 8 a.m. local.
What do you think the inflection point is? What hour of the day is the inflection point where more people are watching it who have already woken up compared to people who are still awake?
Oh my God, that sounds like a crazy math problem. You figure it out for me.
Well, I would say at 4 a.m. it's definitely more people who are just still awake. There's no one who's waking up that early and watching poker.
Right.
5 a.m. probably the same. Maybe 6 is where you start to see some early risers. But, I mean, poker players on the whole are not known for being early risers.
But what about poker viewers?
Poker viewers, I don't know.
Different.
By 7 a.m. for sure, it's more morning people than night people. So I think it's somewhere in that 4:50 to 6:10 range, and I don't know exactly where it is. We have people tuning in from Germany, Vegas, Spain, Ireland, the Bay Area, Sydney, Australia, Hong Kong.
Oh my God, look at that castle. Mike and Young.
That's pretty cool.
So what happens when he needs to go all in? Does he just put the 2 white chips and say all in and hope the puck goes in front of him?
That's really cool. And does he know what his stack is? I guess with Triton, with the apps, you don't really need to. People always know what their opponents have, right? They have that information readily available.
The good news is the red chips are the smaller denominations.
Also true.
Those chips aren't in the reserves.
There's always somebody who says they're watching from Antarctica.
And you keep reading it every single time.
I do. I can't help myself. I'm a sucker for the bait.
Who else is in there? Denmark in the chat?
Washington State, Denmark, Sweden. Jack 7 suited for Dvoras. He likes the price. Once there's a couple limps, your price is always very good to just try to sneak in there.
Okay, limp pot for this one. 150,000. That's 10 antes. It's King, Queen, 8. Best hand belongs to Wang Ye. Jack kicker. Probably a nutted kicker with no raises pre-flop. Ace king you would have heard from. Of course, you can still lose to King, Queen.
Yeah, and plenty of draws to get some value and protection against. Even just folding out a gut shot in this game feels very beneficial.
给你给你。A10也不卡。
你看我信不信？
Yeah, so I'm taking a look at the other tables in the other tournament. Let's see. So we mentioned the 20K is running, 14 entries. Who do you think the chip leader is, or are you looking yourself?
I was going to look, but I will. I looked earlier, and it was Ponikov's.
Okay,
So
do you still think it's Ponikov's?
I'm going to go with yes.
Yes, it is. 8.2 million chips with 14 remaining is Alex Ponikov's. Trying to win that 20K, 990K for first. Kyan Mulkery still in the mix over there. Martirosyan's got 2 bigs. But a chance?
Yeah, he was among the chip leaders earlier. Must have lost a big one along the way. As we see Wang Ye under the gun, limping, thematic in this tournament.
280, this 280, 200, 280. Start.
Gotta say, Randy, the caliber of play has been very high in this event, as you would expect, but
it's a 100K buy-in.
It's a 100K buy-in. But sometimes you get some splashiness.
Yes.
And there's been a little bit of that, but
even the splashier players, right? They're going to evolve with time. Looks like a pagoda tower. Is that the right word?
I'm not familiar with the term, to be honest with you.
No worries. Seems like a good architect, as it hasn't fallen over just yet.
Yeah, it's nice to look at, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm mesmerized. I don't even see the flop.
I miss the days of, when you had so many chips, physical chips on the table, and people were building these big castles. There's some iconic photos out there.
So check on the flop. Waikin actually picks up a pair. I think Wang Ye is actually happy to see Waikin check back the flop, so a little bit less likely the 7 is lurking.
Yeah, so the kings just want to start getting some value now. There's plenty of draws available. Indeed they do, and very small bet though from Wang Ye, 20K. I think versus a bigger bet, Queen 10 red would have a hard time proceeding. But the price is extremely good now. We have position.
Yeah, basically 1 ante.
That could be a trouble card for Waikin Yong.
Yeah, that is a very interesting river card. I mean, for Wang Ye, he's probably hoping that Waikin's got the jack that's going to pay off max.
Yeah, I think you just go big here and target the jack, and you know, sometimes the 10 calls too versus big size.
Yeah, I think it feels like there's more value in getting from the jack for max rather than trying to go smaller to hope a 10 always calls.
Agree.
Because a jack will not raise you on the river.
And he just goes for all of it.
He's going for a maximum against the jack.
This makes some sense to me. Waikin Yong has to try to work it out. Why did my opponent check the flop, min bet the turn, and now jam the river?
It's a tough question to ask.
He limped under the gun, which he's going to do somewhat wide. There are going to be traps in there. There's going to be some weaker hands as well. What are the bluffs?
I think Waikin needs to be concerned that he could even be up against a jack that's trying to move his opponent off of a chop. Maybe that doesn't happen too often, but it's definitely something to think about.
Well, yeah, I think a jack can definitely jam the river as kind of a free roll. Like sometimes you can get your opponent off a chop, and sometimes you can get them to call with a 10 once in a while, right? So unless you're really worried about the 7, which you're probably not, I think a jack can definitely just move in on the river.
Yeah.
Your opponent never has an overpair.
It might be working out for Wang Ye as Waikin is deep in the tank. He really looks like he wants to call. He does call. Wang Ye, show the kings.
Well done for Wang Ye.
Now, how do we transfer the building over?
谢谢，好好保管它，我保管不来。
How do you touch that? Is he going to keep it intact?
What do I do?
He's going to maybe slowly slide it over.
He's confused. Dealer, can you push it over
It's
but
actually
keep it intact?
Really funny. Maybe just...
He's just leaving it there.
It's an empty seat now. There's going to be a redraw at some point, I know.
Yeah, you get a pet possum. Pet possum.
Okay, all of the chips are in here. Isaac Haxton, King Queen versus the Ace Queen of Ferdinand Putra. 8872 clubs. Winning pre-flop. Million chip pot. 9 of clubs. Not really what Haxton wants to see, obviously.
That king of diamonds again.
Just that king of diamonds. King of diamonds is hot.
Just that king of diamonds. Wait, actually king of spades, too. Nope.
Alrighty. Good luck, guys.
See you, Haxton.
Yep.
Yeah, when I was at Oregon, we would see these
Nice
gigantic-
pick up there for Putra.
Ferdinand Putra.
We had this like
Indonesia.
gravel parking lot in our apartment.
Oh yeah, they're beasts.
Part of me really wants to go back to the other table just to see what happened to that red tower.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll have a chance at some point to check in on those beautifully assorted chips, as we are now down to 15 players with that elimination of Isaac Haxton.
He's like, what tournament can I join next?
Yeah, that's the kind of guy Ike is, isn't he? I don't think he needs a ton of downtime before jumping in the next one.
I think Ding Biao's hungry. He's looking for a waiter or waitress. As we move up the ante. Is it 20K?
It's going to be 2040 for sure. So 20.
Well, guys, with more eliminations happening, we got a better chance of figuring out who's going to win this tournament. Do check out our poll. Currently, Kiat Lee with the most votes for this 100K short deck. Jason Kuhn's got a lot of votes as well. But the tower's still there. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that.
The tower has survived transfer of ownership.
Yeah. I don't think it's one of those mobile homes where you can move. It just got a strong foundation.
I wouldn't want to mess it up either.
It feels like bad feng shui if you were to mess with that.
Yeah, ace jack off this stack. Do you ever just pot it, or is this just a limp?
Let's see. So he's playing 31 antes. He could consider potting it. You got to take down what's in the middle, hopefully.
Yeah, there's a lot out there. The button putting in 2 antes. 120K up for grabs. Ace queen, though, for Wang Ye.
That's going to repot.
And he does repot. And perhaps, does Zhang ever get away here with this stack, or no?
Off of 30 antes, he can never really get away. I think you're just priced in at this point because he's already put in 160K. He's doing some calculation right now.
Maybe if he had another 200K back.
Yeah, that could be different. Or maybe he takes a different path. I guess the problem here is he knows that Wang Ye never has like ace 10.
Yeah, you're just always beat.
So it's 440 more. I mean, he's getting the right price practically. Yeah, it's like, whatever.
That's the shrug call. And they do just put the rest in. The repot was only to 600, but they're going for all of it.
Who has ace king? You have ace king?
And you have ace jack. Michael? Ace jack is now the best hand. Jacks and nines. Is it time to celebrate?
Michael Zhang.
One more card to fade, and Mike will be very happy. King of clubs.
And ace jack, indeed. Huge double up for Michael Zhang.
I would pay him out with the red tower.
Yeah.
It's your property now.
Wang Ye has options, covering stack by quite a lot, but let's see how he chooses to distribute those tokens. No, he's keeping the tower.
I don't know. It's an unlucky tower, if you ask me.
Do you think it's possible to slide the tower over a few inches? Do you think the players care?
Is it making you uncomfortable? Oh, he's taking. Oh,
dude. No, you really hate to see this. I mean, that was a work of art that the dealer just desecrated.
That was bad luck if I've seen something.
That was a party foul.
Drinks on all over the table.
Pretty much akin to spilling your whiskey on the table, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that...
I mean, there's a red chip on the side. Does no one even see that?
It's a disgrace at this point. I think at this point the tower might need to be put to bed.
I wouldn't trust that tower.
That chip is going to tilt me, actually, now that you've mentioned it. That lone chip on the side of the tower.
You cannot unsee it.
At least put it on the top. Ace-9 off for Dvorez under the gun. Seems good enough to limp, I would think.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. He's like, it's close.
They are getting closer to the money now, too. So
okay, how
some
much
of these closer chip EV decisions, they're paying 8 spots. You know, we're not super close, but with 15 left, I think if a hand is very marginal for chip EV, maybe it just starts to fold now. And maybe Ace-9-0 is marginal anyway for chips.
Okay, so Danny Tang limps. Wang Ye limps. Any more limping? King 6 suited. Not really that good. That's out. Suited connector.
He's going for it here, Randy.
Yeah, cutting out chips.
One nice thing about this hand is that you are usually quite live against those limping ranges.
You said he was going for it.
Okay, I thought
What
he
a
was.
tease.
I mean, he looked like he was going to make a move at the pot.
I'm mad at you. Said he was going for it, and he checks it back with 8-7 of clubs.
Never again will I
No, I saw that feeling.
make one of these assumptions.
He just wanted to rifle some chips. Okay, so what do we got here? Top pair versus middle pair versus gut shot. 50K.
There is a question in chat. Is ace a low card for straights? Yes, it functions as a 5. Can play high and low.
Okay, so gut shot calls, middle pair folds, which was 10-9 for Danny. 8 on the turn, giving Michael some outs. Additional outs, I mean.
How does Wang Ye want to proceed here?
Check and figure out what's going on, I guess.
Check, evaluate, yes.
It's allowed.
No, sure.
He's asking him how many chips he's got playing. He just pointed at the red chips, whatever that equals too.
Michael might be thinking about running a 2-street bluff here. He's oh no. Oh, this is just a shame.
This is.
I mean, can't you just do some type of measurement? Maybe bring one of the blue no.
Oh, this is pretty
Oh
bad.
god.
Oh my god, it's just crumbled. It's an earthquake.
This is really bad news.
Oh. Well, at least the King Jack is still ahead.
I'm not a superstitious man, Randy, but I can't help but think that this decimation of the tower is not going to be a good thing for Wang Ye.
Maybe not this hand, but I'm a little bit worried for him in future hands. All right, he checks.
And
maybe Michael turns the 8 into a bluff.
yeah, and I thought he might consider doing so on 4th Street. But instead just checks it down, and King Jack's going to be very happy to take that pot down, as the board did get quite ugly there.
That's a little messed up by Michael. He asked how much those red chips are worth, and he had to count them down, and it crumbled.
I think, yeah, the query was unnecessary. The response could have been handled more diplomatically. And in the end, the tower was an unfortunate casualty of the exchange.
I am sad. I am very sad. Nothing else to look at. These are just stacks of 20. Where's the beauty in the chip building?
Danny Tang's been fairly card dead so far. Haven't seen too much out of him. Comes in with the limp and Queen 10 off.
Yeah.
Okay, 10-8 suited. He's got one player act behind him. That's Daniel DeVoris. Thinks it's more likely he doesn't have to face more, so throws in another ante, ace-9 for DeVoris.
Have you ever worn a bucket hat, Randy?
No, I have not. It's not really my thing.
Not really mine either, but I do notice it making waves in the poker world. I've seen Phil Ivey wearing a bucket hat. I've seen Jared Blesnick among some of the more iconic players I've seen rocking the look.
Patrick has worn one too before.
Antonius?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
You know, there's actually a Triton bucket hat in the merch shop. I'm sure some
I did
people
not
rock
know
it
that.
too.
I might have to get my hands on that. It can be nice on the golf course too. Better sun protection than a traditional golf hat.
DeVoris actually attacked a ace-9 offsuit. And Michael calls of 10-8 suited.
You're telling me we have more important things than bucket hats to discuss on air, Randy?
No, please tell me more about bucket hats.
Oh, I think I'm done.
Well, this is 500 exactly.
This is an aggressive attack. But it makes some sense, right? You expect your opponent to be limping pretty wide in the cutoff.
Michael might lead. He picked up a gut shot.
But if you lead, I mean, it's kind of just all in, right? I don't think you have room to do much in the way of a small size. You could, but SPR just over 1. He does just go for it.
Wow, that's so annoying for Divorce because he might have just jammed if it was checked to him.
This is a cool find.
Stop and go.
But Divorce actually has a gut shot. So his hand is a little better than it might look to our viewers. If an 8 comes, he makes a straight.
But you want to be piling in as the aggressor, right?
Yeah, you don't really want to be calling it up.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that's a nice call from Dan Divorce. Recognizing the situation. And Zhang has to feel a little bit owned here.
Game meets game.
And he called pretty quickly, Randy.
I wish you had 2 overs.
Just recognizing that Michael can have some straight draws, some flush draws. This is nice.
Third card 7. 0.5 million chip pot. Amazing call from Divorce. Can he hold?
He can, and this is one of the calls of the tournament, I think, Randy. And again, these players are just showing their expertise in this game, understanding range distributions, knowing that this is not a board that Divorce hits super hard, super often, that Michael can have a bunch of these different draws. And a really nice call there from Divorce. I wonder if he would have been able to call with something like ace-10 where he doesn't have that straight draw, right? That gut shot might have been what pushed him over the edge.
That's a good point. I do think he definitely prefers having the ace-9, right? Because if he was up against a queen-jack, jack-10, he's got more outs with ace-9.
Yeah, it's definitely not insignificant. He also had a backdoor flush draw in his hand, but what a call from Dan Divorce. Works his way up to 1.5 million.
He did it for you, for Canada.
Yeah, for Canada. So we do have 2 Canadians in the mix. Michael Watson still around there with 1.1 million. As we are down to 14 players. Martin Nielsen was recently eliminated on an outer table in 15th place.
I got a hot take for you. You think Michael Zhang lost that pot because he requested the demolishment of that tower? He got punished?
I think there could be something to that. I mean, the whole thing was just hard to watch, and even you bringing it up this soon is, I'm not sure how appropriate that is. It was a troubling affair.
Troubling. Now he's got jack-10.
There was a question for me in the chat, when am I playing next? I'm not going to play at all during this Triton High Roller Series. I will be here with you in the booth every day, Randy, covering these great events. And I guess the next tournaments I play will probably be WSOP.
You better play short deck one day.
I don't know if WSOP still has short deck, actually, to be honest with you. I think they might have gotten rid of those, but if they have it, maybe one day. You know, now that I've been watching, maybe I'd feel more comfortable jumping into one. Danny Tang, ace-king off on the button. Surely just going to pot this one.
Mm-hmm. Michael folding jack-10.
There's a question of what does SPR mean? Yeah, it was answered by another commentator or somebody else in the chat. Stack to pot ratio.
The fallen tower karma is real, says someone in the chat.
I think there's something to that, certainly.
It was hard not to notice it.
There's a lot of worse ones, huh? That's the jack or an 8. At least a few. That's funny.
There is Seth Davies. Still very healthy, 2.9 million. Peaked at around 3.5. One thing I like about this, you know, with the pot limit pre-flop rule, there's just quite a bit of post-flop play.
Yeah, the thing is, if we weren't playing pot limit pre-flop, I don't really feel like that last hand even happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Daniel probably takes a different route, maybe just jam pre, who knows?
No, I think you're right. So this format is definitely, I approve of it.
It's better for the game for sure. I remember once upon a time they were kind of testing it, and it seems like it's now a staple having pot limit pre. But you know, with registration open, we do have no limit pre, which we saw earlier. On the business end, got to create opportunities for players to splash a bit. King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack. A lot of interference here.
Yeah, kind of interesting that neither player wanted to bet their top pair there.
Kind of open-ended for King 10.
And I think this might just check through again, Randy.
Yeah, the thing is for King 10, when you pick up an open-ended straight draw, you don't really have much incentive to bet because you don't want to inflate in case you bet and get raised. You want to play defense.
Don't need quite as much protection. And the King Jack, it also just feels quite middling, although we do see Watson reaching incorrectly in this case, as he does have the best hand. And in fact,
by worse.
Yeah, in fact, he has Jason in fairly bad shape and is almost certain to receive action.
Yeah, when you play this as a check, it's a check call. Plenty of outs. Maybe the best hand, occasionally.
Yeah, this is not the hand that wants to check raise. You want to be much more polar. King 10 slots nicely into call.
That's a straight.
And Kuhn quickly checking, deciding he doesn't want to play any leads on this card, which makes sense as a decent chunk of Watson's range will be straights as well.
21. 21.
Unlucky for Watson. He can't beat Jason Kuhn. And also had the hand where he had the straight against Jason Kuhn's jacks, which made a boat.
Those days. The only way I make chips is all in pre-flop. You just can't win a pot after the flop. It's too impossible.
Can all change
Unless
real
I get it
fast.
all in bad on flop, then I can do that one. But
It's more fun.
yeah.
Malbon Davies. Ace 10 offsuit.
I like it. Sethi Malb.
Sethi Malb.
Jason Kuhn, one of the greatest of all time, been at it for so long.
Does Davies like to go to the green? I assume he does with the hat, right?
I don't know if Seth plays golf. I know he plays tennis. There's a poker player tennis chat group that he's in.
But he's hitting up the Malbon shop.
He is, but this is,
I guess it's allowed.
you know, the
People wear
casual,
basketball
end
jerseys, they don't
of
play
the
basketball.
Malbon too. That hat is not necessarily screaming needs to be worn on a golf course. And the T-shirt, I need to, if I run into Seth, I'm going to ask about
the
the
same
T-shirt.
color. It
It
has
has
to
to
be.
be, right? It has to be a matching set.
Although we do have that color in the Triton t-shirt too.
Right, it's like, could he just find the exact green somewhere else? I don't know. Top for Seth.
I don't know if he's feeling that great about it, but it's still the best hand.
Yeah, and I doubt he's feeling great about it. Even when it checks through, he can be beat in a number of different ways here on this card.
He's in that odd spot, like, I want to protect, but then again, any decent hands are going to continue, or hands that just beat me.
You have to be a little careful there with Seth, too, with your timing on the turn. It looked like he was thinking about what to do, kind of screams he has a hand like this, but if he balances it well, as a lot of these players will, then it's less of a concern.
Well, checks around, and clearly one of the worst river cards for everyone, but Seth Davies still has the best hand. No longer beats a jack, no longer beats a queen.
And might we just see another round of knuckles and Seth will be thrilled to win this pot if so.
Yeah, it's so hard to bluff at it, trying to represent the jack.
Yeah, because, you know, somebody else could just have a jack pretty easily.
You did it.
Or some full houses.
Look at
You did it, sir.
Epic.
That's always a great feeling in poker where you check expecting to lose almost always, and somehow you are the winner.
He's also the tournament chip leader.
Oh.
Seth Davies, that is.
你什么时候上？对，千万上1飞最高。千万太难。
Okay, got a limp. Jason Kuhn. Pocket jacks for Ding Biao. He's going to call.
It's just such a different game from Cadillac, isn't it?
Yes.
They almost bear no resemblance to each other.
No, completely different. Just the hand rankings. What? Not even the hand rankings, actually.
Even the hand rankings are different, yeah.
But if you got good intuition, you know, I think you can pick it up rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, card sense is one of those things that just translates from game to game, and I'm always encouraging good players and bad players alike. I'm encouraging everyone to get into mixed games. That's kind of one of my niches, and I think that if you have good card sense, it's not too hard to pick up other games.
$50K from Davies. Kind of a tricky spot for Ding Biao because he probably doesn't expect Davies to even bet an ace as played, but he doesn't want to face the multi-barrel, stays away.
And you've talked about it before, the 6-6X and 7-7X boards being pretty good for the button in general.
You know how they've got those dealer choice tournaments?
Yeah.
Can you pick short deck?
No.
Oh.
Dealer's Choice typically has a 20-game set list. Short deck
Out of
is
20 games, short
not
deck
on
is
there.
not one of them.
But, you know, the thing with short deck is that they'd have to get a new deck in and everything.
Oh.
I think logistically it might be a bit of a challenge.
Okay,
They'd have to have the short deck ready just for the rare time that somebody picks it.
Can you do Casino War?
No. That'd be cool, though. So how many of the 20 games do you think you could name, Randy?
Oh, my God. I'm not even going to try, but if I had to guess, 12?
Okay.
Is that a good number, or is
That's
that
a
low?
good. That's solid.
Should I try?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right.
Give the people what they want.
No limit hold'em, limit hold'em.
Can I order an ice
Pot limit
latte?
Omaha, Omaha high low. 7-card stud, 7-card stud high low. Badesi, Badusi, no limit single draw, do 7 triple draw. That's 10 games.
That's 10. That's not bad.
Apparently, I can't say short deck.
No. You're missing one of the more
obvious ones.
Well, it's in the stud family of games, as we see Davies potting the ace-queen off, facing this hijack limp from Ding Biao.
Yeah, we'll continue that story in a second. No, okay. I wanted more time to think. Thanks, Davies. Badugi? That's 11.
Badugi, yep, you're up to 11.
I fold.
All right, you fold. Let's see if I can get the last 9. You missed Raz. That's kind of an obvious one, so that's 12. Pot limit, Omaha high-low. Big O, so that gets us to 14. Deuce to 7 Raz has been added.
Oh, my God. That's a game?
That's a game.
Come on, get the rest in.
Stud high-low regular, which is where you don't need the 8 or better qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
Pot limit hold'em, I believe, is in there. Okay. Limit Omaha high. Now I'm struggling. I think I have 2 or 3 remaining.
Can't believe you play this tournament and you don't even know all the games that people could choose.
Yeah, but what did you miss? What did you miss?
What did I miss? That's the game you should pick if Alex
Yeah.
misses at your table.
Apparently. Maybe I'm wrong about 20. No, I think it's 20.
Well, at least we're going to
See
get
if
the chat going.
Chat has any answers. Somebody's saying Dramaha. Dramaha's definitely not in there.
I had a lot of respect
Oh.
for you. Oh?
I got one.
Okay.
Pot limit triple draw, I believe, is in there.
Assuming you're right, there's one more.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure pot limit triple. Oh, no limits, 5-card draw high.
Come on.
Yeah.
5-card draw.
5-card draw high absolutely is in there. I think I got them all.
I think he's got pocket kings versus queens. Yeah.
I think
he
you're
does.
right.
I think I'm right. This is a big problem for Ding Biao. Makes it 160K. There's also no other players in the pot, so you don't got to worry about traps. I can't really see a world where Ding Biao doesn't re-raise with queens.
And you are correct, sir. He is reaching. This is a big problem for Ding Biao. He is going to need to find a queen or some other way to win, diamonds or a straight.
Yeah, so normally this is an 80-20 in full deck. This one's 75-25. A little bit more equity for the pocket queens. 2.2 million chip pot, and it's King Jack 10.
What a sweat.
Straights do come in more in short deck.
Watson just nodding his head.
Queen.
That's a straight.
Queen.
No queen.
Board pairs also come in more often, Randy.
That is true.
Queen.
Jack is a board pair. Michael Watson did it the hard way.
I promise we did not have access to that run out.
Nope.
But that was kind of a made-for-TV run out there.
Made for short deck.
Made for short deck. Michael Watson gets the double up. Kings full of jacks.
Watson worked so hard for that one, but Ding BL clearly not going to be happy with that result. Ding BL still has chips though. Chowing down some food. Any update about the 20 games? Or are we just foregoing that story?
I think we got them all, but somebody in chat said that they think they removed no limit 5-card single draw, meaning the single draw high, and introduced a pot limit double draw variant. So
Do you believe it though?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look. I mean, there's always usually like 1 or 2 games that get tweaked.
I see.
Maybe pot limit hold'em has been involved and is not now. I can't remember.
160?
I like limit Omaha high. They should add a double board game though. There should be a double board game.
Double
in
board
this.
short deck.
And 5-card PLO high should also be in there.
160K for Ding Biao with 15K back, up against Jason Kuhn's queens. So Ding Biao is on pace to lose with queens and to be eliminated by queens.
Kuhn just deciding if he wants to ISO, and if he does, and it looks like, yeah, I like this, just going with the small ISO raise, and wow.
Kings again for Watson?
And Watson knows that Kuhn can be somewhat wide here, just trying to isolate Ding Biao for a cheap price.
I'm curious to see how Jason Kuhn responds in this spot, because they're playing 100 antes each, minimum.
Yeah. I think if Watson pots it here, there's definitely a world in which Kuhn could get away from queens.
So he pots.
I mean, Watson's range here feels like it has to be mostly ace, king, kings, and aces, doesn't it, Randy?
Of course. And obviously, queens is near impossible when you're holding 2 queens yourself. Ding Biao calls, waiting his fate.
As he eats some noodles. This is just not an exciting spot at all for Jason Kuhn. They are quite deep.
I think he might pitch this one.
I think so too. There's also the tournament considerations.
Tournament consideration is clearly important. We are getting closer and closer to the money. Jason knows how to use 100 antes to help get him to that trophy. Does he really want to risk it here with queens? I mean, even if he's up against ace-king, he's on a coin flip. And a real coin flip because it's short deck. But if he's up against kings or aces, it's a terrible spot for him. Watson should never have ace-queen. What is he going with? Okay, so he's going with
calling.
He's going to
makes sense if you're going to continue.
Stop and go. The non-ace king boards is what's going through my mind.
I think so too. Yeah, he's basically saying that he thinks ace king is a big enough part of Watson's range,
which it is.
Which certainly he can have all 16 combos of that hand. Of course, there's only 12 total combos of aces and kings. So, combinatorically, it is probably Watson's most likely hand. Can Jason get that dry, aceless, kingless board? And in fact, he actually doesn't want that, given that we know Watson has the 2 kings.
Yeah. But I think for sure, if it comes no ace, no king, he just open rips it in there to deny equity from ace-king, or at least try to.
Really tricky spot for Jason Kuhn.
I see an ace, and a 10. I think that is the board that JK just saves the remaining chips.
And does Watson just shovel it in here, or is he worried about that ace himself? Could he use a smaller size here ever? The pot is enormous. We see 645 in the main, but there's a 2 million chip side pot.
I think there's just too much in there. Like Kings just has to pray it's good.
But the curious thing is, what do you accomplish by shoving besides, I guess, denying equity to 2 outs if your opponent has queens or jacks?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, I just feel as though maybe a small size could be a thing here.
Okay, let's see. Which one's going to go for? Small size? I think you're right. He's in your camp. The small size.
Because you know that, yeah, you know that Kuhn only has 2 outs if he does have those queens, and it maybe allows you to get away from the hand somehow if you face resistance.
That's a good read, Alex. You're picking up quickly. But Ding Biao, tournament life at risk, needs a 10. Only 2 in the deck. Jason Kuhn folding pocket queens correctly. Might be the end of Ding Biao soon.
Very calmly sips on his tea. Could be a coffee.
Regarded as the king, so Michael Watson, back-to-back pocket kings and back-to-back full houses. Taking the rest of Ding Biao's chips, and he got a healthy overlay because he got Jason Kuhn's.
Really fuck you up, man.
1.2 million.
Yeah, a wild run for Watson, who was 1 card away from being out the door till he filled up, made kings full of jacks, and now all of a sudden, I believe he may be our chip leader. Yes, indeed. He has overtaken Seth Davies at the top of the board. So Canada on top. No bias here.
There's a little bit. I can feel it.
Just a bit. Getting a put a full wrap on the Dealer's Choice Tournament. Apparently there's 21 games this year, and apparently they added 5-card pot limit double draw high, which is a game that I've never played, but it sounds kind of fun.
I know what game to pick against you if I was at that table.
Yeah. But I don't think many players have played that game.
True. Wow, Michael Watson.
Sir Watts.
Yeah.
Sir Watts, Mad Dog, I've heard that nickname before.
Yeah, and I'm curious on the backstory behind that one.
I don't know.
Shit.
But you've heard it, right?
I've heard it, absolutely. Mad Dog Watson.
Queens, I don't know.
I mean, Jason found a way to not lose the rest of his stack there by just calling. I think that's a really cool move with the queens.
I agree with you, Randy.
I know.
I think if you're going to continue, call makes sense there. Fold may have been on the table as well, but damn, it's, you know, the equities run quite close in this game.
Good right now. Yeah.
Putra's in with the 6s. Have to think that clear ISO here from Davies. Putra can be limping very wide, cutoff versus button. Again, it's got that small blind versus big blind dynamic. Yeah, pots it.
Sixes suck.
Not repotting it anyways.
Probably not repot, but you might repot ace jack suited. I think you definitely should repot ace queen suited.
Yeah, no, that's very
Or
clear.
just have fucking king 10 suited or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's a fucking weird spot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps Jason might have read Watson attacking him because he min-clicked it practically pre. Maybe if Jason had, I don't know, ace-king, he doesn't go 300K, he goes bigger. It's hard to say.
Yeah, and you heard them discussing the hand, and Jason saying that he's pretty sure Watson would have potted ace-queen suited. So that's one more hand that Jason's doing quite well against. And if you start to put those combos into the range, then it makes a lot of sense to never consider folding queens.
Yeah, thought I also heard him say maybe a little bit of ace-jack.
Suited, yeah.
You never know.
You never know, no.
Look at Ferdinand Putra's hand. Is it good? Double gutter with the flush draw?
I would say so. You can see he's 56%. Jason only 35% with top pair.
43 now with removal of one player.
And of course, these draws are just more powerful in short deck where bricks like 2s, 3s, and 4s don't exist. Interesting to see how Putra approaches this. He still has a whole bunch of equity against most hands, but he's picked up a sliver of showdown value with the 10 as well, and facing a raise might be very uncomfortable. Does elect just to check it over.
Did he? No.
Oh, no,
he
excuse
was
me.
checking his chip count.
I don't know what phantom check I saw there.
Look, it down to king 8. So amazing bet from Ferdinand Putra.
Yeah, nicely done, sir. And Kuhn folded that king 8 very quickly.
He knows that if he found the jack for a straight, a queen would also be a straight. Didn't want to worry about that. Nice play from Putra. Semi-bluff's working. You see this table here, that's going to be your next blue featured table. Showcasing Richard Young, Kiat Lee, won a title the other day against Paul Poir in the 50K. Wanlong Chan, Ruslan also at that table.
With the very colorful hoodie.
Look who flopped it this time.
And we do see Zhang checking it over to Dan Dvoris. Perhaps this was limp called pre, was it?
No, it's
Or
actually an
Zhang
open raise
just
pot.
potted it and now is checking.
Yeah.
Very deceptive and makes some sense. A lot of the hands that you did want to pot don't love this board.
He's trying to make it look like he's got an ace-king that whiffed.
Yeah, and you even Pocket Kings doesn't love this board. Especially when you consider the hands that Dvoris will call with. And Dvoris is potting, and I think he will be committed.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me, Zhang only had 389, so
Can
the
he call
pot
any
covered
faster?
him.
With the nuts?
Was thinking they had some money behind, but yeah, what a nice spot for Michael Zhang. Dvoris needs a running full house or a queen to chop.
Oh, that queen?
That'll do it.
You always say, it always chops.
One more hand.
It's got to be disappointing.
Yeah, very frustrating there. Could have been worse. Could have been running boat.
We did it. And we did it in kind of a fun way. Although there were more fun ways. Like, it could have gone check, and then we could have...
I don't think it goes check.
Well, it could have. And then turn goes check, and then we get into a click war on the river.
Yeah, I don't think Dvoris is going to check back Jack 10. But here we go. Another raise pot. This time, Jason Kuhn was the opener. Michael Watson called. 100K went in on the flop from Jason, who's got ace-9. And it's interesting because Michael Watson's hand is capped. He never has ace-king. He would always re-raise pre, and that's why Jason's pressing with ace-9.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And combos-wise, you know, ace-king very much a part of Kuhn's range. Does have the open-ender as backup.
It's a very bold play from Jason.
He also has the ace of diamonds, Randy, so if the river were to come a diamond, perhaps he could consider bluffing, try to get Watson to fold 2-pair or a set.
I mean, ace to diamond is also good just having on the turn to block some of the continues like an ace-jack of diamonds.
Yeah, very true. Watson has a very awkward hand, but he is going to get stubborn here.
And he's right. I want to see a blank. I really do.
Yeah.
Like a 6.
Because you figure Jason's piling it in, and then it's what does Watson do, right?
An 8 comes in. It actually gives Jason the best hand.
Yeah. But now what does Jason do?
I think he still sells the story that he was repping ace-king and tried to get hero called by some 2-pair of Watson.
Yeah, does he just go for all of it here? I mean, stack to pot ratio just over 0.5. I mean, maybe there's no other size that makes sense.
Yeah, I think he just goes for it. Especially with the ace of diamonds in hand. But he actually checks.
And Watson probably feeling like he has a little bit of showdown value, but wondering if some of Jason's worst hands would have just gone for it themselves.
Yeah, I think he's debating whether he needs to turn the king-queen into a bluff.
He could still beat something like ace-jack, but would ace-jack play this way?
Yep. Won't be able to win that one against Jason.
So really nice pickup there from Jason Kuhn. I would have liked to see a brick too, Randy, just to see if Jason followed through. What's your inclination?
I think he
shit river check.
I think he would have as well.
You hear that? He said he was going to ship river, honestly.
I think so too. I mean, unblocking all the pairs there, you want your opponent to have some type of 2-pair hand that feels like they can fold. Just such a big range advantage on that run out.
Mm-hmm. So it seems like players are getting up from their seats. Big lead belongs to Seth Davies, 3.2 million. Boris did all right on the red table, 1.8 million for him. Did get lucky against NCZ. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston, and we are down to the final 13. We're going to pay out 8 players. I guess play changes a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we're going to start to see some of those ICM considerations come into play as we get closer and closer to the money. We're maybe seeing it already a little bit, but it'll be interesting once we get to 10 or 11 players to see how players are maybe being a bit more cautious, a little bit more just open folding some hands that they might have limped earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, so we are going to go about on a 8 to 9 minute break. Go ahead and find a drink, a coffee, and we'll play this one down to a winner. Soon.
Just sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
And people were a lot more loose back in the day, but now the action is coming post-flop. The button is repping that board quite hard these days. We've even seen Artem, right? He was betting a lot too on check two.
We've seen the button just kind of going ham on a lot of these boards that might not favor players who voluntarily put money in the pot.
What's also impressive is Ding Biao, he actually has less short deck experience than you might expect. He only started playing the short deck based on the results this stop.
Okay, and speaking of Ding Biao, Randy, he has picked up the bullets, American Airlines, up against Elton Sang's suited ace-king. I think this is an inevitable clash, of course. Jason Kuhn gets out of the way, facing this heat.
Yep, all the chips in there.
Fuck me, I had a sick hand too. This is crazy.
Aces versus
Ace, 10 of
ace-king
diamonds.
suited. There are
Sounds like
ways
a
that
winner.
Elton can make it straight.
Yeah, this is just a stone
Can I have my
cooler.
change?
Would be in short deck or in full.
No worries, thank you.
Million chip pot.
Up. Yep.
Ace 10 of
That's
diamonds.
not quite good.
Jakun had the ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh yeah.
So obvious.
Oh, you just gotta run it, man.
Chop outs? Oh no, excuse me.
Chop outs?
Chop
What are you-
outs. I'm hallucinating.
You want a little bit of
I'm hallucinating.
caffeine?
I was thinking about Jakun's ace-10 and thinking suddenly it was ace-king.
It's all good, don't worry. Well done that. Million chip pot for Ding Biao, and I do stand a little bit corrected because he did actually play some short deck in Jeju 2025, but still newer to the
It's kind of
game.
better than playing all day and bubbling, though, Elton. That's for sure.
Elton Sang,
Silver lining.
here's the semi-needle from Jason on his way out. You know, it's funny. I actually don't have that stance. I would prefer to play all day and bubble, but maybe I'm sick in the head.
Yeah, because you don't know you're going to. Okay. Single ante, button, double ante of 30K total.
He must have potted it. I can't see why he would use a different size.
It's going to bug you, isn't it? I can tell
Well,
you.
it's the extra button ante that's throwing me off. I don't know if that counts. I'm guessing it doesn't.
You're a pot limit specialist, and you
Yeah.
can't figure it out?
I'm used to a different type of pot limit, Randy, with blinds, you know, clearly defined rules. I'm sure there are some here. I just a
You
little
didn't
out
read
of my
the
element.
docket.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. But we're both learning and adjusting, watching these great players play. Ace Jack, pots to 120K. Jason's got ace queen.
See, this time he 8x'd it, and last time he 6x'd it.
Yeah, man.
So that's
Was there
what-
some limps before? No, there wasn't.
No.
You're a smart man.
It didn't feel like he potted it last time. And Jason, ace queen off.
Yep, they're just going in. Ace Jack versus ace queen. Good spot for Jason.
Chop it up.
That's
Classic
chop.
flip. Chop it up. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Classic flip announced.
It's a
Scary way to
classic
chop for
flip.
me, though, because I'm getting free roll in the 6,
These
7,
guys
8,
have
9.
all the short deck jokes.
Apparently it's always a 50-50, even though it said like 60-30 or close to it. Okay, changed outs. 3 jacks turned into 3 queens.
Maybe some funky board pair stuff. No.
No.
It's going to be, Stevie. I don't know either.
No feeling.
No feeling? That's a 6.
Gee.
Kicker place.
Have fun.
GG, bro.
Chidwick, a good sport. He will be our latest elimination.
Yeah, Chidwick's certainly one of those consummate professionals. Always very focused and intense at the table, but once he's out, it's like on to the next thing, right?
On to the next
It's not
thing.
going to let it. It's not going to let it linger in his brain forever.
There's plenty of other things that he could get himself into. That man has 33 million in Triton earnings. That's number 3 on the Triton all-time money list.
And if I had to guess, maybe not right away. Maybe he.
Winfred you.
Very weak hand, but it's just always tempting in the cutoff. Getting such a good price.
It's all about laughing, right? And one player to hack, you can't continue.
Yeah, and Winfred's got a meal of some sort there, so perhaps.
What's he working with? Noodles?
Some type of noodle dish. Looks pretty good, actually.
It's probably from the Boon. Everyone eats at the Boon. Axton, Jack 10. RVK, King Queen.
RVK, I like that.
165. Pass.
Kings. Seth Davies. Do you remember when he cracked that hand with Jack 10?
Oh, I remember it well.
You think Artem remembers that hand? It's actually kind of funny because Haxton's got Jack 10 himself.
He does indeed, but I don't think he's going to be too tempted here. Although Kuhn just calling. Randy, do you think he bought that T-shirt? Is it also a Malbon T-shirt? The greens are just so aligned.
I have to admit that I never really go to the Malbon shop in case you didn't realize.
Nor do I, but I'm just wondering if he got the T-shirt from somewhere else. He did a very good job of matching it up with the hat. But I digress.
There. Pre. Look at the King Queen. How can it not continue 180K back?
And are you a little surprised that Seth just elected to flat the kings there?
Oh. I apologize. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was interesting. He was very deep with Haxton, and I guess the idea is that he's going to have some hands that maybe want to flat and then fold to a Haxton back raise, and he protected that range with the kings?
I think so. Good eye, Alex, but this is looking quite grim for RVK. He needs a queen as he sees the pocket kings over in Seth Davies. Holdings.
Oh, wow.
No way. That's a short deck turn.
King of Diamonds is the only one, huh?
Yep.
Oh, no way.
King of Diamonds is the only one. Short deck lock.
Ride, huh?
And I was just thinking, you know, after hitting that jack earlier, maybe it was a little bit of justice for Seth to give some of those chips back, but kaboom. The run good continues, although of course he did get it in very good there. RVK is going to have to shake that one off.
Round trip for Renee there.
Yeah. Round trip.
Short deck specialist.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino Jeju Shinhwa World. My name is Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston, and we're going to continue the 100K short deck only event with 13 players remaining and top 8 cashing. Alex, and yeah, I don't know. What do you think about the game so far?
I'm enjoying it. You know, there's a lot more play and action than maybe I anticipated, and a lot of very interesting strategical decisions, particularly with this rule that you can only open to the pot limit pre-flop and then, you know, Post flop is no limit. So it really keeps things a bit more contained, and there's been a lot of fireworks so far, Randy.
Yeah, and the huge fireworks that we got to witness recently was when Jason Kuhn had pocket queens, was up against pocket kings, and perhaps if it was no limit pre-flop, all the chips would have went in. Maybe Watson jams and Jason Kuhn calls off queens. Had a post-flop situation where Jason Kuhn got to preserve the remaining chips. Even Seth Davies had a spot where he had Jack 10 against the pocket kings of Artem, and then he decided to call big jam post-flop and got there. He's got 3.2 million chips at the top of the leaderboard. Michael Watson behind with 3 million. We do have a new feature table, and that one actually has the man from Russia, Ruslan. He's in third with 2.1 million chips. Also going to be seated by Kiat Lee, Richard Yong, Wailon Chan. I mean, those are very experienced players from Malaysia.
Yeah, and Ruslan is one of those specialists, right? One of those short deck only kind of guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is when I took a look at his profile, which I'm going to do right now. Yeah, short deck, short deck, short deck, short deck, Jeju only. I think it's pretty safe to say that Ruslan is a primarily short deck player. We do have 2 featured tables, 3 tables remaining. Wang Ye at the red table, Winfred Yu, Michael Zhang, he's sitting on 560K, got a bit unlucky with that Queen 10 against Divorce. He did to his left, who's playing a 1.8 million chip stack, and Danny Tang. That's a man who won Season 3, Ivan Lau Player of the Year race. Obviously a star-studded field. You're going to expect that in a 100K buy-in, short deck. You know, it's for specialists only, really.
Yeah, a lot of experience among this field. It's interesting, right, being just a short deck specialist, because you don't get that many opportunities to play tournaments, pretty much just here at the Triton Series, and you get a few events every series. So I'm sure they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to prepare for these few opportunities they do get.
Well, it seems like we do have our tables prepped up and ready as we take our approach to the final table. That final table would be 7 players, but before we get to that final table, we need to determine who is going to make the money. 8 players, 184K if you can get there.
From this angle, I'm just trying to decide if the greens are still exactly matching.
Talking about, what is that brand? Malbon.
Malbon. Just trying to get to the bottom of
yeah,
the t-shirt hat combo that Seth Davies is rocking.
So only 22 antes for Michael Zhang. That I will consider a short stack.
Absolutely, yeah.
Winfred's got 25, Danny's got 27. Even Wang Ye doesn't feel that good about 31 antes, but he'll have to work with it.
Yeah, so 22 antes maybe feels a little bit like 10 or 11 big blinds.
I don't know the exact translation. I know players have always discussed that in the past. But,
you don't have the xe.com conversion rate handy?
I do not. It doesn't let me choose short deck conversion. I think I know the KRW, though. At least to AUD.
Yeah.
I'm on the south, where there are places where warm in Russia.
What?
Yeah.
You've been in Sochi, right?
Yeah. Somewhere near
Close to Sochi, yeah.
Where you still stay in Russia then?
Is that a Triton t-shirt that Richard Yong is rocking?
I do not think so. If not, it's very exclusive.
Sochi, close?
Again, matching the hat, though.
Yeah, I'm living close to Sochi.
Oh, close Sochi, I think Sochi. The casino there close.
Definitely a Triton hoodie Kiat Lee is wearing. I like that one.
Airports, sometimes not working.
Yeah.
Here and there.
I'm trying to read that sleeve. Did it say Deadly Doll? I don't know if you got a chance to
I
catch that.
I didn't see that one.
Okay.
效果而已。
Every time he comes, he went for his table. He's laughing, having a good time.
Pot open here from Daniel Dvoris. Wang Yi is going to use this as an opportunity to get all his chips in the middle. And Dvoris just priced in.
Yeah, I think he is. King Queen suited and actually plays all right against Ace Jack and Ace 10. Even Jacks, he's ahead. 500K more. He's getting the right price. 500K to win $1 million in there.
It's not exactly exciting with the way that equities would run close in this game. price he's getting, he's in there.
Yeah, when he's dominated, he's getting the right price. Call it the 500K to win
够了吗？
the 1.5
够了
now.
吗？需要有牌的吗？就是有牌的。啊，好。
All right, Wangya is no longer holding the best hand against the King Queen.
What a flop for Dvoris.
呢？傾傾咯。
已經傾好啦，呢個位。
Wang Ye still has 26%. That ace functioning as a 5, so there is the backdoor straight too with 8-9.
Talking about that card? But it
Not
brings
to will
another
it into
diamond.
existence, it does. So offsuit 8 or ace. Otherwise, Wang Ye will be dispatched.
Looks like he is dispatched. Go home with nothing in this 100K short deck. Wang Ye actually has a ton of Triton earnings. 9 million.
Who doesn't around here, man? It seems like the guys that sign up for this tournament are kind of the end bosses of the Triton world.
Yeah, Wang Ye actually has a $1.2 million cash in 100K short deck back in Jeju 2 last year. Obviously a very accomplished no-limit hold'em player as well. Actually, the last two no-limit hold'em cashes he had are both $1.8 million. Third in 150K and fourth in 100K no-limit hold'em main. But no cash here for Wang Ye.
Kiat Lee giving it a little thought with these 9s on the river, but ultimately folding. As we will be toggling back and forth between these two tables.
12 remaining now.
Yeah, and with that, I believe we should be seeing a full redraw, Randy. There's supposed to be a redraw at 12, I believe.
I don't actually think that's true.
Is it not? I thought I read that somewhere.
Oh, did you?
In some notes or something? You don't read the notes.
Oh my God. Jeez, I look so silly now.
But if I read it wrong, then I'm the one who looks silly.
No, you got me. They brought out the racks to our featured table. But let's take a look at this hand out here. It's like a lot of checking so far, and there's actually 4 players in this hand. It's a family pot. This one being our previous featured table. 50K from Jason Kuhn. Board reads 10, 10, 8, 7, queen, and I guess it doesn't really matter.
And Randy, there is a Triton logo on Seth Davies' t-shirt, so I think it's actually a Triton t-shirt.
I told you there was a green t-shirt in that color.
Yeah. So he just happened to find the perfect hat to go with the tee. It's not a matching set.
You think he got that hat while he was here in Jeju? Or did he visit this Melbourne shop somewhere else?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to. But
dude, you're supposed to guess at least. Come on, that's a good question. That's a cop-out, man.
I'm going to say he got it here. It's interesting. There's a lot of golf-themed apparel stores in that mall.
Yeah, because I told you there's so many golf courses around here in Jeju.
I guess it really is just a golf destination. Now, we thought we were going to see...
well, it's so obvious now with the jacket off.
The tables combined, but looks like they're just playing another hand here, doesn't it?
They must be behind in terms of number of hands played.
Ah, yes. Showing your expertise in the ways of the Triton.
I've seen some short deck events. All right, another limp pot.
I'll say that's just another thing that Triton does really well is just making sure that all the tables are playing the same number of hands as we start to get closer to the money. Ensuring fairness at all junctures.
Ace Queen 7 was dealt. Rainbow. Birdie's kind of trapped with 3 killers at this table. He would love a redraw, which should be happening shortly.
85.
Looks like Davies put out a bet of 85K. There's action. Ace, queen, 7 rainbow is the board at the moment on the flop.
Not sure what the players have, but that is a call from Jason Kuhn. Watson still to act. This was a 3-way limped pot
He's in
pre-flop.
there too.
So Watson over limped.
Overcalled.
No, overcalled. He was the
I'm like-
initial limper. Well, he was the initial limper.
Did you want to take a step back in time to
No,
pre-flop?
I was trying to read the pre-flop action.
Don't worry, you'll get there, buddy. King on the turn. So it's ace, 7, queen, king. In terms of made hands on the turn, it would be jack 10. We'll think that Jason doesn't like this card unless he's holding jack 10 himself. He should never have ace, queen, ace, king, aces. He was on the button, so he taps it back. That card is 10 of diamonds, so a jack would make a straight. Look at Watson. Leads out. It's almost like certain he's got the jack, the way the hand's playing out.
Yeah, it feels like a hard spot to have too many natural bluffs. Does choose a smaller sizing for that reason.
Well, players are standing around because you were right, Alex Livingston. We are down to 12 players, and we do need to do a redraw. 2 tables of 6. I'm going to go on a short little 2-minute break just to kind of get that situated. So we'll see you guys soon.
Hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Final 2 table redraw has been finished, and those are the 2 featured tables. Michael Watson, the captain of the red table, 3.1 million chips, does have Daniel Tavares and Jason Kuhn behind him with mountains as well, so that's going to be very tough to navigate for him. However, on the other side, the blue table, Seth Davies has got 3 million in chips. And, you know, some strong players over there too. Some of those strong players do have rather shallow stacks. Danny Tang on 31 bigs, Winfred Yu on 22. Let us play down to the money first, Alex.
Yeah, and maybe starting to get to the point where we start to think about the ICM concepts a little bit more. With each elimination, you start thinking about those even more. A couple short stacks, we'll be looking to get it in. Anything reasonable?
Oh, is that a reasonable hand?
I would say, and we've seen a lot of limping in first position with this hand and with a lot of hands. Let's see if Kiat comes with limp or if he decides to pot it. Let's just pot it. Which I think can also be reasonable if you believe that your table is not aggressive enough that you're going to face a ton of ISOs.
Force some chips in there.
Also quite deep. Just wants to start building a pot.
Pocket 10s for Winfred Yu. You might get into some trouble here. It's not a bad hand.
How much is it?
I think if I was to continue in this spot, I would call and just try to navigate post flop. I don't think he ever has fold equity.
Mexican.
Yeah, I guess the only concern, I like the fold actually.
Yeah, nice fold.
But the concern maybe if you call is that perhaps King Jack or King Queen or Queen Jack could overcall. Is that something to worry about? And then there's more overcards.
I guess with 10s, you're not really sure what you're dodging.
Also that, yeah.
But have you ever seen a Maya person? Have you ever seen a Maya person?
You know, 10's of course just not as strong in this game.
Perhaps it's due to being so close to the money that we do need to shift our ranges a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, last winter?
From
from 2013.
And really, 10s can only ever expect to be flipping at best versus that under the gun potting range.
Didn't we just see pocket aces?
But different approach here. As you can see, different players have different ideas in this game.
Open limp. And Wylon Chen did it so casually, like, oh yeah, sigh, limp. I've got a big stack, and Danny Tang might take the bait.
Yeah, we know Danny Tang's going to play this hand. He decides to limp it.
He knows better.
I think Danny was probably a little concerned if he does pot and face that limp raise, he'd be priced in, and didn't want to play for stacks with this King Queen O. Oof. Yeah, Lee.
Yeah, I was counting the empty. The stack empty. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Just flopped the boat. And Danny is practically drawing dead. He thinks the jack would be good. It is not. Little sprinkle from Kiat Lee. He's like, well, I'm expected to kind of rep that 9, right? Wouldn't mind building a pot against straight draws, over pairs.
Yeah, I like the casual nature with which he flicked those 2 betting discs in. Of course, Wylon Chan can't go anywhere, but Danny will be able to get out, I would think.
I think Danny calls for 50K too. It's always dangerous drawing to the straight on a paired board.
Yeah, multi-way especially. Oh, instead.
He's going to rep the 9? How much do you love this if you're Kiat Lee's like, huh? Seriously? I can't believe he's got the 9 too. But I have the 9.
Yeah, and call. Surely the only option here is Kiat Lee. Keep in the bluffs.
You also want to give Wylon Chen an excuse to lose chips, because if you re-raise,
yeah,
then Wylon can get away from aces like very quickly. Because what if they're up? He's up against like Queen Jack. You want them to try to hit their straight.
Absolutely. You want to keep both ranges wide with this hand. Yes, you do risk the 2 outer, but it's worth it for all the other worse hands you can keep in.
It's a rough spot for pocket aces. A lot of concerns about the 9, of course, with the action. Looks like he's going to call. He's going to hope it checks through. Maybe he's up against 2 straight draws. Or spike that ace and just get full double.
This is pretty worrisome with pocket aces.
Well, that is a terrible card for Kiat Lee. Although, maybe no one's supposed to really have a 10 as played. But it's just so much harder to get value, right? Because if Queen Jack was there, they don't want to draw to a straight anymore with a full house.
The bluffs, I think, just shut down on this card. Though they may have shut down on all cards once it goes 3 ways. Once Danny gets called in 2 spots, I think he might have just been donezo.
Yeah, Danny was repping the 9 on the flop. So when it's a board pairing 10, if you had a 9, wouldn't you be worried about a 10? So you would never follow through with a double barrel.
But Danny has different ideas.
I'm not sure if I'm in love with it, personally.
Yeah, it's very hard for him to credibly rep 10x. It's also just hard for neither of his opponents to have a full house as played, in my opinion. Kiat Lee in particular.
Yeah, it's just it's an odd bet for me. But for Kiat, I guess it's very easy for him. He's like, well, I've got a full house.
Yeah, just continue calling, and now surely the aces can get away.
Yeah, he's not even going to think about it. Like, yeah, someone's got the 9 at least. So it's a 1,000,000 chip pot. Danny needs to find a break soon, and he's got a pair of kings. I guess you just check and hope you beat King Jack of spades.
I think you just check fold at this point.
Yeah. I feel like King Jack of spades is the only hand he beats, because the spade draw would still continue trying to outdraw the full house.
Right. Yeah, you're right, because flushes beat full houses, that complication does make things interesting.
But never put in another chip.
But even King Jack of spades might just check back, right?
I said never put in another chip, and he's put in all the chips.
Oh, no.
All in.
What's he doing? What is he doing? Danny. Gotta be some regret there.
Kiat did just raise his last 10K, so Danny still preserves an ante. But yeah, he is, well, less than an ante. He preserves 10K.
I think he just created some story that just was never true in his mind.
Yeah, it's just hard to imagine Kiat calling flop check raise and turn bet with too many hands that are not a full house. And are you going to get him off a 9? I mean, it's just a tough story to sell,
I think
right?
his logic was, okay, Kiat most likely has a 9. So there's a 10 that beats him. The problem with this story is he's never supposed to raise a 10 on the flop.
Your time, gotcha.
So what does Danny actually have?
Well, I suppose he could raise some 10x on the flop, just trying to target, you know,
So
Y long chans, overpairs, etc.
For your first every decision.
He could potentially have some bluff raises with a 10. I'm just trying to get into
I love the optimism.
Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with you, Randy.
But maybe he thinks I'm supposed to have a 10 sometimes by raising.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Kiat Lee believes that.
Right, and also, like, it's just very ambitious to try to fold somebody off a 9 in that spot. Especially with the stacked pot ratio the way it was.
Well, Danny's forced in this hand.
Because of the bubble.
It's ante-only.
So people can't stall.
He's forced in, and he won't be eligible for the entire pot because the ante at this point is 25K, so there is already a side pot emerging.
Yeah. It's not like the big blind ante and no limit hold'em.
Right. At least I assume that's the case.
I think so. I think so. Actually, I'm not really sure.
It's a little bit unclear.
We'll figure it out.
Kiat Lee, nonetheless, big hand here in the cutoff. He's going to ISO. Danny gets to see it heads up at least.
50-50.
50-50. Popular expression here.
It's not, by the way. In case you guys in chat are wondering if it's true. D Mike. You don't need a flop.
Oh wow, this is strong. A full D mic.
Sub.
This I've never seen this before, Randy.
10.
The flop wasn't even out yet.
Kelly asking for a 10 to make him turn around.
Danny is walking out the door.
He does come back if he hits,
睇
right?
唔到你喎。
I would think
10
so.
啊10啊10啊，真係10啊！
He hit the straight.
He made a straight.
真係10啊！
That's next level.
10啊，大佬。
Have you ever seen that before?
No,
10
he
萬嚟
actually
㗎，唔係2萬
He
5啊。
fully destaged himself.
邊個玩你啊？ 10
Now
萬
he
嚟㗎
needs to get the mic situated again.
2萬5啫喎，真係10萬
The mic has been brought back to him. I don't think he wants to put the mic back on because he knows he's going to be all in again.
But then you can D-mic again and stay in the tournament.
Is he going to do this performance with each all in? Yeah, he's not putting the mic on.
I think that's a mistake.
This is a bit of a protest.
He
From
needs
Danny
to put it
Tang.
back on so that he can walk back off and take it off again.
Yeah. Encore.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to win the next all-in based on him not micing himself again.
Is that sort of similar to the tower theories you had?
Yeah.
You're kind of a conspiracy theory guy.
Oh, he's got ace-king, though.
Randy, he does have ace-king. Now, if you win this one, surely, does the mic come back on?
Can you imagine he puts the mic back on before he gets in the last chips? He's like, I got a real hand.
You can call.
Do you think he walks away?
What if the table just hadn't informed him that he won the all-in? They're not really obligated to do so, are they, Randy?
No, they're not. He's just blinding away with the Shanghai Boon.
Yeah.
All right, Winford, you goes for it with ace 10.
255.
Davies got queen jack of clubs. This is actually a close one. He's only 145K back for Winfred.
That seems like too much. He can't. That's 11 and a half antes. He can make it. Isn't it smaller than that? There's 150 in there.
150, 1 to
Should be 10. Should be 10.
plus 75.
250 at least.
Trying to figure out the pot size raise. I would think it would be 105 plus whatever else is in there.
But isn't if it's a okay? I thought if it was a limp, he could make it 10, right? Like if he. Okay, whatever. You're right. You're
I mean,
right.
for Davies, he wants to put in the minimum, of course.
Gotcha. Sorry, that threw me off. I thought he had less than an ante.
Looking to call here if the raise had been smaller, certainly, and he doesn't want to shove. He just wants to see if he hits something. He may call anyway, facing this size. The price is pretty good.
Yeah, I think he calls. I'd be kind of shocked if he doesn't.
Yeah, the hand is pretty good. The price is pretty good.
And you don't have to put in the rest of the 145K.
These medium-high suited connectors are pretty good in this game.
Okay, so he doesn't make that call that we expected.
255, he checked.
Now, is Danny going to walk out right now, or is he going to stick around and see what happens?
It would be 250. If he had one ante, it would be 250, right? Yeah, but if he had limped, it would have been 250, right?
Yes, 250 if he limps.
So it should be
10 extra. It's like
So 280. You're 280. Yeah.
3x.
Yeah, so whatever. Close enough.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think they put in 285.
Oh, my goodness,
Wow.
for queen jack of clubs.
Yeah, it feels like intuitively you're just a lock
All right,
here,
man.
right? With in
I
short
smashed
deck,
the flop.
indeed 77%.
I smashed
I
the
got
flop.
Open-ended straight flush draw.
Maybe Danny should walk away now.
Yeah, this would be the more reasonable time to walk away.
hoping
He
to
is
see two ace
drawing
king.
to jack
I gotta
queen.
be a
Because if he
nice
hits a
favorite
king,
here, right?
Seth makes a straight. If he hits an ace, Winfred's got top two. So he
70%
literally needs to hit
70?
offsuit jack, offsuit queen.
Jack,
50.
queen, 8, king.
He's going to sweat this
Jack
one
queen
out.
is about
Or ace king.
99%, I think.
No, ace king,
Clubs.
no.
You are like-
Just
All
jack
the
queen.
clubs are live.
Crazy.
The king's a kill
Go
card.
over, open, and flush draw. Almost
Yeah, it's
impossible to
pretty
beat.
funny if he sticks around for
Yeah, how
this
do
one
I-
but walks
He's
away.
Where I
sticking
lose,
around.
Running aces or board pairs.
Like,
How about what
no,
price?
he's not doing it right. There's no chance Danny survives there now.
98%.
666.
That would do it. For a king of clubs.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Jack!
Danny is sticking around, and he has picked up 12% equity.
He's laughing.
face down.
演示你贏。
Ace and 10.
Face down.
Jack or pot, face down.
Oh.
Trip tens.
Winfred.
Winfred, you
Winfred, you
survives
had the
against
10?
the straight flush draw.
Oh my God.
Seth looks like, what? I didn't know I could lose.
How did that
He
happen?
was flabbergasted
That was a miracle.
at that run out.
Yeah, so we all know what Danny Tang did wrong.
Okay.
He sweated it out.
He sweated it out for 3%, and he left for like 40 something percent.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Got it backwards.
第一其實我
In any event,
心知你嚇，心知啫。
we are down to 11 players.
演示級唔得嘛？每
Yeah, I
個
forgot
煙都
about
死埋
that.
啊，每個煙都死埋啦，剩翻一支煙。
We're almost down to 10 players. But Winfred found the 10 to beat Queen Jack of clubs.
Stunning,
That was a
Seth
he went
Davies.
for it.
屌你諗咩？我有做好事嘅。
3 off the money now, Randy, as we take a look at these stacks.
Yeah, these are all of the players remaining in the tournament. That's 11 players. It's actually a tight cluster in the top 5, isn't it? You know, not too big of a difference. Anyone's game.
Yeah, we don't see any extreme runaway chip leader here. So some of the, ICM power that you might have had in other stack configurations might not exist here. But still, if you're somebody like Wailong Chan or Ruslan, in those kind of middle stack regions, you probably want to be a bit more careful.
I think those two should be the most careful.
Yeah, I agree.
They got to try to squeeze in there. There's Michael Jang at the bottom, 21 antes. Richard Young's got 28. Winfred Yu's got 42.
Putra has to be a
No,
bit
I play
careful
tight.
right now as well. He's currently in 8th. There's 3 stacks shorter than him, but these things can all change very quickly.
200.
And it is Wailong Chan here in the hijack. Comes in with the pot size raise with the ace jack off. I don't mind this. Sometimes raising can be a form of being careful. Sometimes you don't want to limp and play as much small ball. And if you're going to have a tightish range to raise anyway, it's not like people can relentlessly play back at you. So you can just throw in ace jack offsuit, and you can use this as a raise fold.
Yeah, so Ruslan's got 10-9 suited.
Call. Call.
He says,
Make
let's
the call.
play ball. Yeah.
He's not going to play back with this hand
No,
in terms
but-
of re-raising, but calling is certainly good.
Absolutely.
呢個琴日我龍卵嗰鋪咁。
Okay, middle pair for Ruslan.
Neither player loves this flop, although from a range perspective, it's a lot better for the opener.
I think he's going to follow through with a C-bet.
And facing that C-bet, I guess
I think he might
size,
just win.
size sensitive, yeah. Versus a small bet, I would think he'd face resistance, but anything half pot and over, maybe he just takes it down.
That's about half pot and over. I suspect he's just going to win it now.
I think so too. One of the problems is Ruslan's outs are a little bit dirty too.
Right, so the 9 would bring in Queen Jack.
Yeah. I guess the 10 is a little cleaner.
It has to fold to a lot of multi-barrels.
And it is no limit, so he even has to worry, like, if he turns a flush draw, he could just be facing an all-in on the turn. So nice takedown there from Wailong Chan with the ace-jack.
Nice hoodie and a nice hand for Kiat Lee.
Great hoodie. I like the detail on the strings.
And the drawstrings are amazing. It's even got little zipper pockets on the side.
This should just take it down. I would think Winfred Yu, Jack 8 offsuit, not a very strong hand, even with position.
I didn't show. I showed myself.
I showed myself.
Penalty, huh?
頭先我10 jam 你敢唔敢？
I showed myself. I haven't heard
你
that
唔
one
敢啦，
before.
你煙
Kiat Lee, 3-time champion. Big smile.
我10嗰鋪。
Won the 50K short deck yesterday. Hey, looks like this guy. Michael moving up in chips. He had 22 antes not too long ago. Now has
Sick. Let's
about
get on.
30.
Let's watch some Love Me here. What do you guys think? Love Me or Culpa Toya?
What is he talking about?
I have absolutely no idea.
Love me.
Or Colpe Toya? What did he
I
say?
have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh,
I'm not sure he knows what he's talking about.
Come on, of course he does.
Must be something on a screen somewhere that we're not privy to.
Love me.
Nice.
As you've alluded to, Randy, these small suited connectors really not great in short deck.
It's a trap.
Putra is in that awkward middle stack position. His hand also not that strong. But Jason Kuhn, picking up the jacks here in the cutoff, does just limp.
Yeah, limping. One player to act because of how deep they are. No reason to get involved in some questionable situations.
Yeah.
Inflated pots.
And I think just planning to limp call, too. It's not the type of hand that really wants to limp re-raise and play a huge one.
Yeah, there's not that much value in trying to limp re-raise, but there's some value here. Top set.
Let's see how Jason plays this one. Does just check it over.
Yeah, because players are often folding middle pair and bottom pair to bets, betting doesn't really accomplish him that much when he's always blocking all the top pairs.
Yeah, there's some draws out there, of course. But maybe better just to give Watson rope when he has a hand like this that has not really much equity against Jason, but has some properties to want to start betting with the backdoor spades, straight draw blocker.
Maybe Jason inflates now. He got the bet he wanted to see. Straight draws, flush draws aplenty.
Seems pretty nice to me. You could get a lot of money in right now if your opponent does happen to have sixes or tens.
Slow playing it. Perhaps he's waiting for a safer card. Like a big combo draw, you want to cut down equity first before pushing in more chips. 8 does bring in Queen 9 and 7-9.
And does Watson take this 9 blocker as an opportunity to run a multi-street bluff, or does he just check back and realize?
Maybe. Maybe he does actually stab here, because even a hand like King Jack would hate life if it was 400K all of a sudden.
Absolutely. There could also be some trappy ace, king, ace, queen in Kuhn's range, perhaps. Would expect him to often raise those hands, but hard to say, covered with ICM.
It's a healthy bet. Now that the straight is out there, I don't really see Jason doing anything but check call.
Yeah, I think very clear call at this point, as it's kind of unclear if you're even ahead of Watson's value range.
Yeah, you want to be very careful not to get it all in against Queen 9 or 9-7. So he'll make that call.
And does Watson follow through? We saw something similar where we're wondering if Jason would follow through on a brick.
He doesn't need to on this ace. He can beat some sticky Jack X now.
Yeah, I think this is just enough showdown value. Jason has this habit in these pots against Watson of placing the cards right next to Watson. I don't know
He did
if
that
it's
a couple
going
of
to tilt
times.
Mike at all.
Like, you want to see what you lose to,
But
sir?
it's,
Would you like a closer look?
It seems to be a deliberate pattern at this point.
I think he thinks he's doing him a favor. He's like, man, another winner over there.
He's actually only done it when he has big hands. So if he bluffs, let's see, or if he has some sort of weak hand,
You gotta
that's
read
called,
on
let's
Jason
see if he
Kuhn.
let's see if he places the cards next to Mike
Right.
like that. That would be kind of funny, actually.
Like here, sir.
Here you go, you win. Mike's going to be like Pavlov's dog, just trained to believe that that means he loses.
He accidentally folds the winner amongst the winner. You know, Watson's lost like every pot to Jason besides the big one with kings versus the queens. Like, it's got to be a bit frustrating for him, despite winning obviously a ton of chips in that one.
Yeah, indeed. That was the biggest one they played.
You got to be very careful to give Jason Kuhn a chip lead, which he has now. It's a man that's closed out a lot of short deck tournaments.
I think him and Lun Luna.
And a lot of Triton tournaments in general with 12 titles to his name. Really
I feel like I just want to
a shocking number. not shocking in the sense that we know how good Jason is, but just a
And they're all like sheltered cats.
spectacular
Oh, no way.
number,
Yeah,
I
I could
suppose.
see- I would've kinda
DeVoris,
guessed
king
that,
jack off on the
100%.
button, checks it. We're going to see this one 3 ways.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn actually has 4 Triton
I
titles
know.
in short deck.
He was already my favorite player.
17
Yeah.
final tables in short deck.
Hey, damn it! I thought I was your favorite.
Unbelievable.
No, come on.
As we are 11 players
That was
left,
me,
8
bro.
pay, 184K for
Alright.
the min cash, 1.38 million up top, Randy, as we see yet another 7-figure first prize here at the Triton High Roller Series.
Watson's the lone player with the spade.
His, like poker origin story is hilarious. It's awesome.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, Ivan like randomly played short deck with him like one time, and then we were here in Jeju, and Ivan sent a plane to pick him up and said, "Come out here and play all the short deck tournaments." And like,
Oh.
put him in. He didn't even know the rules.
Unlearn.
Yeah, barely played.
What the hell?
He started playing Tritons, and he had never played No Limit, and he started playing No Limit tournaments too at Triton. And now if you play Hold'em with him, he's like very good. Crazy, and he's super good at short deck.
Awesome.
Who's this? Lun Loon.
Ah.
Yeah, like Ivan just got him started. I didn't know that.
I had no idea either.
Yeah.
Shout out to Loon Loon, who got 3rd in the 50K short deck the other day. Apparently Ivan Lau got him into short deck.
Everyone's a businessman. That's a cool story.
Richard Young betting with ace-10. He is right. He's got the best hand.
Watson calling second pair with the flush draw.
Okay, so ace-10 is still good.
Yeah, and I think ace-10 at this point pretty happy just to check.
Oh, no worries. I'll
And
get
does
him.
Watson turn this hand into a bluff? He probably has one of the worst hands that he gets to the river with, but he does just check it back.
Yeah, he expects to lose with that nod.
Yeah, expecting defeat.
I wonder if a pot size bet would have worked.
I think against Yong's exact hand it would have worked, but maybe he's afraid that Yong has plenty of aces up hands that also play this way.
I mean, plus Watson's very healthy on 2.3 million with 90 antes. Maybe he doesn't want to blow up and bleed down.
Yeah, certainly no reason to feel any sense of desperation at this point.
Also, with Jack 10 getting there, you could see Richard Young slowing down 2-pair, but just make a crying call against the pot size bet.
Pass. Pass.
Ace Jack for Jason Kuhn.
Call.
Tosses in a white chip.
Pass. Pass. Check.
Top 2 for Jason, but it is a monotone board. So you have competing interests here. But mostly you do want to just get some value and protection from your top 2.
You know, the button has such random clubs out there. Don't let them get a free pull.
Yeah. There was a question in the chat about how combos affect decision making, and you know what we sort of mean when we talk about these combos and these blockers. I think the idea is that you just try to think about all the combinations of hands that your opponent can have that would play a certain way. And in short deck, in a way, it's actually easier to count those combos without the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s in the deck. You can sort of figure out how many different flush draw combos might make a play a certain way, and then you just try to make good decisions based on the number of value combos you can count and the number of bluff combos you can count. And sometimes people are actually in-game trying to count all these different combos.
Right, to just try to figure out the more likely path their opponent could it be bluffing or not, right? It definitely helps if the spot is close.
And of course, the best players make your life very difficult because they choose bet sizings that make it, make your hand close to indifferent a lot of the time when you do have one of these bluff catchers, because they're going to have the right ratio of bluffs to value bets for each size they choose.
Yeah, they're not just face up like, oh, big bets equal big hands.
Ace queen off is a big hand from Dvoris. Goes with pot in the hijack. I like it.
Why do I feel like I always see Daniel Dvoris at the end of a tournament? Like every single time.
Yeah, he is certainly an absolute beast.
Oh, it's because he has 27 million Triton earnings.
27 million, wow. 2 titles, 63 cashes, Randy.
63 cashes. And that's actually number 4 in terms of most cashes at a Triton festival. He's number 5 all-time earnings.
I believe he's got some cool hobbies, too. I think Dvoris is into ice fishing. I think he goes up to either Alaska or the northern Canadian provinces, but I want to say Alaska and goes ice fishing, maybe northern British Columbia as well.
Was that a pun? Is it a cool hobby, ice fishing?
You know, it wasn't intentional, but it functioned that way.
All right, jacks for Kuhn.
Not a bad life. You know, you just go do your ice fishing for a few months and then, not that I think he goes for that long, and then you just come crush Tritons and then go back to your other hobbies. Because I don't think he plays a ton of poker outside of Triton.
Okay.
I could be wrong. He probably plays some of the big online stuff.
But he's like razor sharp.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like someone who plays constantly, right?
He is someone who's... I remember when I first moved to Toronto, which is somewhere I lived for a couple of years in my early to mid-20s, Dvoris reached out to me somehow through 2+2 or something, and we ended up meeting up for a beer and just having a conversation. It was the only time I've really hung out with him, and this was, I guess, 14, 15 years ago. But I remember him telling me at that time that he had a rule that he doesn't keep any electronics in the bedroom and that he doesn't use any electronics within like half an hour or an hour before going to bed. And this is the type of thing that is more trendy now and that people are thinking about, but it just kind of shows you the level of sharpness that he had, even at that time, trying to eliminate all those distractions from his life in order to play better poker and
My
produce
question
better results.
to you, Alex, is does he remember this meeting?
I would say, I'm going to say yes, but we could ask him.
We should ask him.
We should ask him. I think I brought it up to him because I think I played with him again in Bahamas at one point. And he remembered it, but...
250.
He does have 13 podium finishes here at Triton, so 13 top 3 finishes, 39 final tables. Does Dan Dvoris.
I'm not a no electronic guy. 1 hour before sleep.
No?
No.
I've been trying to be better about it, but I am very much inconsistent. But I do find I use the Whoop to track sleep and recovery and all that stuff, and when I do things like that, the scores do go up. So there's something to it, but I'm definitely not consistently good at that.
It's literally impossible here in Jeju because I need to browse the Triton Poker Plus app regularly.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, who's making it deep in the null and hold'em? Who's making it deep in the short deck?
You're a big homework guy, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Were you a straight A student?
No.
No?
So I'm not very proud of my scores in school.
I'll ask no more questions.
You guys have SATs in Canada?
Yeah.
Something similar?
Well, I actually went to boarding school for 2 years in the States.
Oh, boarding school.
Yeah, because my dad had gone to that school, so it was kind of like a family tradition thing. And so I went to that school, and then I ended up going to college in the U.S., so I took the SATs.
200.
How high was your score?
I got, so it was before it, at some point it pivoted to being, you would have been the same as me, where it was out of 1,600. And I got 1,400. You?
Not even close, buddy.
Okay.
1040 or
Really?
something like that was something low.
Were you better in the math side or the English side?
Math.
Yeah. I think I was 760 math, 640 English.
Anything else you want to flex?
I didn't even know it was a flex. I mean, there's a lot of people out there. In the poker world, there's probably a lot of 1600s out there, you know.
All right, let's see what's happening here. Ace-Jack versus Ace-10. Jason isolating.
Yeah, I forgot we were covering a poker tournament. It's easy to get into these
It's all good, man.
diatribes.
I think Kilbane also rocks the whoop band.
Does he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like the kind of guy who would. Ruslan Kadartsev of Russia, specialist in this variety.
You know that SAT is like so accurate too, because I took the test like at least 5 or 6 times, and I got like the same exact score.
Really? Yeah. I've got a friend actually.
And I never studied, right? I'm like, okay, surely I just got some bad questions last time.
I've got a good friend who's one of my buddies in college who his full-time job is he's an SAT tutor.
Okay.
So rich kids' families pay him. And he said that he's not quite at the top of this SAT tutor business, but the top guys are making $700 an hour tutoring rich kids. Isn't that wild?
That is wild.
There was a question about what boarding school I went to. It was called the George School. It's in rural Pennsylvania, about 45 minutes outside of Philadelphia, as Wailong Chan opening it up in the cutoff with ace-jack off.
Yeah, more ace-10s into the muck.
So I think we have seen a little bit more careful play, Randy, now that we're down to 11 players.
I would agree with that statement. 3 away from the money, you know, especially during breaks when you can really survey what's happening on the other table. Like, you know what? Maybe I should change my play.
Yeah, these players are keenly aware of all the stack sizes, of course, with access to that Triton poker app.
It's called the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, the
Excuse me.
Triton Poker app?
What kind of employee am I? I knew I was missing a word or a
hearts, I suppose.
characteristic.
Yep.
What are you going to call this, the 100K short? Like, it's a short deck.
Now, Winfred's watch seems to be somewhat matching his hoodie.
Pretty sure that watch is... It's not cheap. It's not a Casio, all right?
It's not a $20 watch?
No, it's not.
I think you're probably right.
Love to get another shot at it. But for now, we do have a limp from Wailong Chan, King Jack.
Sixes will be happy just to take a flop, I'm sure.
Hit a set.
Nope.
You don't have to pay any more.
I'll sell it to you for 100,000. Triton bucks. Triton coin.
That's a set of 6s. You didn't have a gut shot from Wailong Chan. This actually could be one of those spots where Wailong bets, Ruslan's got a set and he raises, and Wailong doesn't really believe. Plays back. But he is actually going to go the calling route. Trying to widen his range, make it look weaker.
I like it.
King Queen gets there.
Keep in some weak hands. Hope that Wailong Chan just tries to rep these high cards, knowing that Ruslan checked back.
I mean, I could see King Jack stepping again if it thinks an ace-7, an ace-8 would fold, and it probably would. 175K.
Now just a clear call.
Yeah, we have to be wary of the straight that exists.
Or even a bigger set is plausible.
Yeah, tens,
Tens or
aces.
jacks, maybe.
Jacks.
Jacks maybe don't bet the flop, but
hard to say.
and they are quite deep. Of course, on the one hand, you want to get a little bit of protection with your hand, but most of the time it's just going to be a situation like this where your opponent has 4 outs.
Yeah, if you raise here, you're basically hoping your opponent just calls, and they're on some kind of draw or 2 pair. But it's obviously a disaster if you were to somehow get 1.5 million on turn, because you're almost certainly up against King Queen. So he does just call. 10 comes in. I think that's a good card for Ruslan, because now he's boated up. He beats King Queen, which is a decent part of Wailong Chan's range. Does, however, lose to Jack 10.
Yeah, is Wailong Chan going to go for a bluff here, or is he thinking that, you know, the turn bet already did a sufficient job of folding out the weak ace-X, so maybe he's just betting into too strong of a range at this point?
Yeah, I guess we're going to get our answer based on whether he bets again or not. He checks. Just a bit worried.
And I think Ruslan has to just go for some value here and hope his opponent has something he can call with, whether it's ace-jack or maybe even king-queen could play this way.
King Queen could play this way. Ace Jack, yes. Makes a lot of sense. Some kind of very aggressive queen 10, king 10, maybe,
Yeah.
if it has spades.
Yeah, if he bet king jack, certainly no reason he couldn't have bet king 10 on the turn as well.
Let's just go for value. Although king jack can't really ever pay off.
Yeah, I'd like to see something in that 2/3, 3/4 type range here, perhaps.
He's also got a little bit of bluffs in range, like the 7-9 of spades, 8-9 of spades, something like this.
450.
Yeah, this
450.
looks perfect.
450 is actually a starting stack in this tournament. He's betting one soul.
You know what would be really sick is if Weilong Chan just decided to rip it here. I don't think we're going to see that.
To be honest, I don't know if the sixes could even call.
That's what I mean. Like that, it would really be. He's the only one who could have aces. He's probably the only one who's going to have jacks. Maybe Ruslan could check back jacks, but he'd also have to call the turn with jacks. It's kind of an interesting idea.
It's better if he had ace-jack to block ace-10 and jack-10 to make that kind of play. But certainly, I'm sure it's crossing his mind.
But sixes is the type of hand that could actually bet fold facing that action.
Which one's he? It looked like he was about to put out chips for a second.
I thought he was. It looked like he was about to put calling chips out, which would seem like.
Would seem insane to me, but
seem pretty crazy with this combo. I would think you just get here with so many better hands. I mean, yes, you unblock spades. That's the one thing you have going for you. Like you mentioned, the 9-8, 8-7 of spades, they do exist. What's the bottom of Ruslan's value range here?
sixes. I mean,
king queen
king,
maybe.
Queen.
Yeah.
King queen and sixes.
He shouldn't
right?
have much 10x.
No, it'd have to be 10x with spades.
Now, at this point, it doesn't look like he's ever going to move in, so he's just considering a hero call. I always think it would be interesting, right? You do this Hollywooding and then you raise. I mean, there's no reason you can't do that, but people don't do that.
Should be allowed, though.
Yeah.
Underused move.
Underused, kind of interesting move, especially with all this like kind of Hollywooding, like you have a tough fold or call this. I want to see pros do. I want to see like elite players do this.
You're next level.
I don't know. It's.
You're an elite player. Why don't you do it next time? And then you let me know how it goes.
I guess I should.
Well, let's not rule it out, but we can officially now with that fold.
And nice pickup there from Ruslan Karditsev, who was in that kind of middle stack danger zone. Still far from safe, but picks up a bit of breathing room.
A bit of breathing room, but a little bit less, because ante is now 30,000. Button ante is double. That's 60,000.
Steph 都睇到啊 ，Steph 都睇到 ，right？
教你嘛。
Next time you play a tournament, Alex, I want you to do every reverse tell possible.
Yeah.
All right.
I might have to try it out.
Just like the whole tournament, you just got it backwards.
Yeah.
I want you to be the most animated player ever.
I did once get bluffed that way. Like a total amateur did this whole Hollywood thing, tanked like he's between fold and call, and then he moved in, and I'm like, okay, man. And I kind of like laughed as I folded my hand. Like I folded a pretty strong value bet, and he just whipped a bluff in my face. So that was a humbling experience.
So it is a thing.
Yeah, I've seen it. As we get a few limps here, 10-9 off, 10-9 suited, pocket eights. Went for checking his option, four-way pot.
Yeah, it's a very different game right now, 11 remaining. Looks like we're going to get a lot of limp pots going forward. So it does definitely favor those that are willing to fight for every chip in multi-way situations. 10-9 versus 10-9 is actually two pair.
And perhaps neither of them loves it in a four-way pot.
Yeah, I got a little surprised. Guys, I'm like, 10-9, 0%? Like,
yeah.
Oh, Kiat's
They're
got
going
it
to
too.
chop, 61% of the time, it looks like.
Winfred needs an 8, but Ruslan's got 2 of them.
These spots with a hand like 10-9 are very awkward because on the one hand you have so many draws you can get protection about, but on the other hand, well, that 10 changes things. On the other hand, you know, in a 4-way pot, you just have to be quite concerned that you can be beat.
Yeah, the second that 10 dropped, you saw Kiat Lee perk up a bit. It's like, hold on, I can start betting. 135K.
He was the under-the-gun limper, so, you know, Davies probably just is going to play call, turn, and river, depending on the sizings. But, you know, it's going to be hard for Davies to ever want to raise this hand.
Yeah, he has to be wary of Kiat having ace-10 or pocket aces. Plus, calling is good because there's 2 people behind him that might be drawing dead.
Yeah, I think the turn call is clear, and then, you know, if Kiat comes with any sort of large sizing on the river, we're just going to see a call.
Okay, so queen on the river. 10-9 being one of the worst boats out there besides pocket 9s. So I do expect him to just keep betting. You don't want to let your opponent just check back.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just a classic case of let my opponent decide what he wants to call with. Let him decide how wide he wants to call. Of course, you can use your sizing to either attack the stronger or weaker parts of the range. But once he bets relatively meaty, this is just a call from Davies every time. I don't think you can ever go for a raise here. It's too thin.
Yeah, kind of wonder if Kiat bet like 200K to Seth Davies now raise with 10-9.
Yeah, I think there's some inflection point where you feel like you're going to see a lot more straights, where you do want to start raising Davies' hand. But
you were spot on. Just call there.
375 was meaty enough.
Yeah, he doesn't want to open the door to only get called by better, basically.
Right.
So, if you guys haven't done so already, do check out the Triton Poker Plus app. Open the poll. Who do you think is going to win this tournament? Kiat Lee leading the poll with 23% of the votes after chopping up that hand and picking up the 50K title the other day. Jason Coons got a lot of votes too, 19%. The rest of the field apparently has 14%. Might be a good bet too.
Danny Tang has 2%. I don't think that one's coming home. As we see also,
did him the dirty.
RVK, I mean, this poll has been, it's been going on long enough. The results are somewhat skewed by early
I feel like you just
votes.
earned Danny Tang another vote.
Yeah.
In RVK. Probably don't bet for Tan Schwen as well. Probably don't bet for Nikita Pazikowski.
This is reminding me of when I was like 13 or 14 years old. This is just a stupid anecdote that I don't even need to tell, but they have this, like, NHL.com has this player of the game thing that you can vote for. And and you could just keep clicking vote, and I just voted for the backup goalie who didn't play any minutes, and I was able to click it enough times to get him up there.
You're that guy.
That's how bored I was at 12 or 13.
Davies got another boat.
Kiat Lee's got a lot of nothing, though.
I can do that too.
So this was a limp checked pot. Davies trapping with the ace-king.
He's trapping here too for flop check.
But Kiat knows that this is more Davies' board than it is his.
Hey, hold on. How come he doesn't have 0%?
Flushes beat full houses, Randy, so he does pick up a little bit of equity there on the turn. And that's something to think about as Davies, too, right? Is not only can you technically actually be behind right now, but you want to get some protection against the flush draws.
He doesn't.
That exist, but he doesn't.
Gives Kiat the free chance to hit the flush. So surely now he goes for some value of ace-king.
I would think so. It just feels unlikely that Kiat Lee is going to fire the river as played. Not too often on boards like this that you just see the river bluff after flop and turn go check, check, but let's see what Davies has in mind.
I have second nut low.
I have second nut low. You're sitting there with a full house.
That was funny.
I tried.
You tried. You almost
Try
got
to induce.
I almost got there.
You almost got there.
Yeah.
Yep. Almost got the running hearts. I'm taking a peek at our famous Triton
I wanna
Poker
bluff.
Plus
I
app.
really want to bluff, but I don't know how well I wrap it.
We're actually down
It's so
the
hard
final
for me to
table in
wrap
that
shit.
20K. So
Okay.
Kaihan Malkry is the chip leader.
check back pocket queen.
Other names at that table is Woon Jun Hao, Li Xinjing, Sebastian Gale, Wang Hyung, Calvin Lee, Alex Ponikoffs. He was a chip leader at some point. He's currently in 7th with 21 bigs. Luka Boyakovic and Aren Mizanyan, 20 big blinds.
Kaihan Mokri, man, he has got, he's been on quite a run over the last couple of years. He's up to 14 million in Triton earnings. He has 3 titles.
So if you do want to follow that 20K, download the Triton Poker Plus app, pull it up as we walk you through to a champion here in the 100K short deck. And they are playing for 990,000 in that 20K.
And nobody has won more money in the past year at Triton events than Kaihan Mokri. So he really is the man to beat right now.
He also did some damage to Aussie Katola, if you remember those
Yes.
nosebleed games.
I ran into Kaihan at Starbucks, and he was sitting with a mutual friend of ours, and I started talking to him, and he told me he's been playing some mixed games and told me it was just a 3-game mix. And I said, oh, yeah, against who? And he said, True Teller. And I said, that doesn't seem like the best.
Game
that doesn't
selector.
seem like the best spot. And he said, it's all relative, which was a pretty boss answer. I don't think he even meant it in any sort of braggy way, but
Yeah, that's a tough game. Not so tough, though, is set of 10s for Wylon Chan. Actually, it will be tough because he's up against an open in a straight draw, Winford Yu.
wow, 5-way affair. And it is Winford Yu leading out with that open-ender. I think if you're Wylong Chan, there's a lot of incentive to raise here. Your hand is quite vulnerable against draws. I guess you have to be a little bit concerned about pocket queens, but not concerned enough that you're unwilling to play for stacks against Winford's stack size. You know, you could cooler queen 10 or pocket 6s right now. You can charge draws. Indeed, he does come with the 330K raise.
Mm-hmm. Well, Winfred's got a clean draw with King Jack.
Call feels best here to me, Randy. I don't expect there to be too much fold equity here on a shove, just given the way the stacks are. And the raise is pretty strong. I would call, and then, you know, maybe if the turn's a diamond and it goes check, check, maybe you have other paths to victory.
Yeah, I like calling as well. You don't really expect to have fold equity. If you were to come back over the top, it would be a 500,000 more. It would be just so much in the middle. Most people aren't really raise folding on the button on Queen 10 6 4-ways.
Yeah, and you just can't fold here, given A, the price. Oh,
he's
and
just going to
he
go
does
it.
just stick it in. So let's play ball, as Wylong Chan is a 2-to-1 favorite here on the flop.
He loves it.
Come on.
屌你話孖十一個 button 大嘅，頭先叫我屌你陰我啊！
Will not translate. 2.2 million is the pot. Set versus open-ended. Open-ended makes the straight just like that. 6, 9, 10, or queen.
36% equity for Wylong Chan. Can he hit it? No.
He made a straight 2 ways.
One straight.
6-card straight for Winford Yu.
Yes, indeed. And what an important double up there for Winford Yu, who was one of our short stacks.
Yeah, and even if Winfred had just called and turned to straight, I think Wylon puts him in on the turn.
Yeah, I think that would have played out the same. Exactly.
So Winfred now a bit healthy with that double up. Wylon Chan is down to the bottom or close to it.
Yeah, I think Richard Yong still our short stack, sitting with 19 antes. Wylong Chan is second shortest. Michael Zhang is third, and there's a bit of separation between them and the rest of the field. So it's Ferdinand Putra, who has about double those 3 short stacks, who really is feeling a lot of ICM pressure here and needs to be quite tight, as well as Ruslan Karditsev, Michael Watson, Dan Dvoris. There's actually a lot of middle stacks.
Yeah, Putra just still chilling in 8th overall.
And we have been at 11 for a little while now.
Okay, already?
King Jack off. This is the sort of hand that, you know, ordinarily would want to limp, but with this ICM pressure, does Ruslan just let this go? And he does.
It's about that time where you don't want to bleed out and become one of the shorter stacks, so that's why he did fold that King Jack. Long Chan, he's only got one player to act behind him. That's Seth Davies, and he's got an ace. The thing is, if we were playing no limit pre-flop, I'm pretty sure he would have jammed
Just
the
rips
ace-6.
it. Yeah, but he didn't want to pot it and have Davies call a hand like this and then have an awkward stack size.
And it's so hard to play ace-6 if you don't flop an ace in the raise pot.
I mean, if you think that, I was going to say, if you think Davies is really aggressive, maybe you can just limp shove this. But
I don't think it really works like that in this game.
Yeah. There's
It's
no
not like
fold equity.
it's not like 20 BBs and you're like, oh, limp ISO from the 10 deuce offsuit, you know?
Exactly. I'm thinking more in small blind, big blind hold'em terms.
I like where your head's at, though. You're trying to find new creative strategies for this game. But it's going to be a Wylon Chen bet out of 160K. Like, for him, it's more about taking down pots and rebuilding and not becoming one of the short stacks. Try to get out of that danger zone.
And, you know, when Seth Davies checks the button option, these ace-high boards are going to be more Wylong Chan's territory.
He's calling.
Seth knows that, so he's getting a little stubborn here with middle pair. He does have that queen of spades working as well.
It helps. That also helps him a bit. Can now hit a jack for a straight. For Wylong Chen, it's a terrible card.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for Wylong Chen. Stack to pot ratio just over 1. Seth Davies can definitely have something like queen jack.
Yeah, so Wylong's in an odd predicament. He wants to protect what's in the middle, but then if he jams and gets called, he certainly is just drawing near dead.
Basically
you know what I mean?
dead, right, yeah. So he can deny equity, but it's at the risk of being out of the tournament if he runs into the other part of Davies' range, like you mentioned. What does Seth want to do here? He's looking at his chips.
He's like, can I muscle out like an ace-9, an ace-7? He doesn't know, so he'll check it back.
Now, I wonder if Seth, if he faces check here, will use this card to bluff. Not that it really changes that much. Queen Jack was already there.
I think he might,
does
though.
Jack 7 peel the flop? But still, yeah, he can make some 2 pairs on this card.
Seth Davies can make random 2 pairs more than Wylong Chan can in the cutoff, right? Because Davies got a free flop.
Absolutely. The question is, though, would those 2 pairs all even go for value if Seth just makes 10s and 9s here or something? But if he makes aces and 9s, certainly he would.
I think he probably would, but it's actually Wylong Chan that's just trying to do a little block bet. Price being 115,000. Does this open the door for Seth Davies to rise? Because it looks pretty weak. But then again, what if he's just getting baited?
Yeah, I mean, it looks weak, but now I feel like Davies' value threshold is, it's not, certainly not all 2 pairs, right? It's probably something like ace 10 plus, ace 9 plus.
I think so.
So,
but maybe Seth Davies doesn't call bet with some of the weaker 2 pairs, like 8-9 probably just folds the flop.
Right.
Hmm.
It's just a question of.
It's about reading your opponent. What does this 115K even mean?
What are the value hands that Davies can really represent? Checking back the option pre, calling the flop, checking back the turn, and now raising. It's a little tricky.
Yeah, I think he definitely realizes that the 10 is never good as a call.
Yeah,
So.
I would say that's for sure the case. So he's deciding between fold and all in.
I hope so, at least.
I wonder if they were a little deeper if Davies would have bet the turn. I'm tried to set up a multi-street bluff.
Could see it. I'm getting nervous.
He wants to put it in, I feel like, but he also kind of realizes that, yeah, he just realizes that his range is pretty weak here on this run out based on all of the actions, but particularly the check pre and the turn check back. Now, it might have still worked, Randy.
It might have still worked.
Especially
I think it would have worked.
against the ace-6 in particular, you know?
Yeah. Although, I've seen Wylon Chen play some sick pots in my life, so
Yeah.
can you imagine? He's like, I didn't really expect this to happen, but maybe I'll just call and see if he's turning a pair into a bluff. Which
that
is
was
not unreasonable.
Yeah, and that was a fun hand, and really, again, short deck is showing me something. It's just we're getting a lot more of these intricate post-flop scenarios than I believe we would be getting in a no-limit hold'em tournament. Not to say that they wouldn't be happening, but the nature of all the limping just leads to more flops, really.
More flops, and I guess if you think about it, if we remove the deuces through fives, people make two pair a little bit more often, right?
Yeah.
That can do some value raising, perhaps. Different animal. We're learning. Also see that Wylong is raising of king queen. Yeah, went for not interested. He's happy with his 2 million chip stack.
I'm smelling some food, Randy, and it's making me quite hungry indeed. Perhaps our second team will be taking over for us at some point.
Yeah, we do have Henry Kilbane, Kevin Rabachow on our sidelines. They're probably having a nice meal. They're supposed to at least take us down to a winner in this 100K short deck. Just not exactly sure when they'll be tagging in, but you'll get them in a bit.
Pocket nines,
double up already.
not as strong as they are in No Limit Hold'em, but worth a limp.
Yeah, just trying to flop a set. It's not like, oh, you get over pairs of nines in this game.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty hard to
Although
do
we did
so,
see
right?
that 8-7-6 board earlier with the nines. We were kind of just talking about that.
True. But, you know, that's
very,
rare.
very rare. That's the only non-paired board where you can have an overpair with nines.
Like, when you have nines and no limit hold'em, you're like, this is not bad. In this game, you're like, I need a set to continue. That's not a set, but it's an okay board for nines.
Yeah, particularly given that he's just facing two limps behind. He can rule out some of the stronger ace-x hands, certainly.
I would expect him to bet out. His hand is very vulnerable. He's got a lot of ace-x and +1. He also doesn't see raises behind him.
Yeah, so one idea here is that nines is more interested in betting than something like kings. Needs a little more protection, and I like the sizing. Just went with quarter pot. You don't need to bet big to force out something like Jack 10 here.
And you got the queen 6 down too.
I was thinking about doing all kinds of shit that hand. I was thinking about doing all kinds of shit that hand.
We chat with the dance.
Oh, I wanted to hear that conversation. Davies was telling Wylon Channel I was thinking about doing all sorts of stuff that hand, which is basically jam, like we were mentioning.
Or maybe he meant also betting turn.
True. He thought about the whole game tree and found the one that gave us the least amount of action. The fold.
Shame on you, Seth. All that thinking and all you did was fold.
Yeah. Malball and Seth.
Mr. Kuhn is wielding the power of his big stack. Note he's raising non-pot. I like this. This is a concept that I've also seen in PLO, where very often the chip leader will raise less than pot because you don't allow your opponents to repot a big chunk of their stack. So you kind of restrict
Are you
them.
gonna make it to Vegas?
Let's
at all
say
this
you
summer?
open to 2.5x
No?
instead of 3.5x. They have a hand that would have wanted
What's
to pot
happening
and get in
in
half their
Finland?
stack versus 3.5x, but
It's
now they can
hot.
only get in a third of their stack
Not
and
a
they have to
time
play
worth
more
coming.
post flop. So
But I was
it's a
gonna
way
say,
of
if you
kind
do,
of
you should come up
restricting
to- next
their
time we make it to
behavior,
Vegas,
keeping the
let's
pot a
go
little
to my
smaller.
place,
And I like that
in
from
the mountains
Jason.
for a couple days.
Oh, sure.
You guys are
Okay.
clever in these pot limit games.
You're always showing
Yeah, I mean,
everybody
I
around your
do
place. I
see
wanna show you around
the
mine.
cool thing about short deck is that there
I
is a
love it.
bit of an overlap with PLO, almost more so than with Hold'em somehow.
Just for
Somehow.
summer houses or winter too?
I do summer, winter,
Okay.
both.
135. Pass.
Jason Kuhn in his element. He's got a sizable lead on the remaining of the field.
Pass.
He knows how to grind this one out, and Michael
Huh?
Jang's got
You even
queens.
13 people cannot shop all you want. You cannot.
Shortest stack of the tournament, or very close to it.
Yeah.
It is him.
Yeah.
Queens will
You see,
get it
there's
in.
two picture. You want to bet already. You can't see two picture. No, so say, hey, there two picture. Only got 14 big blind.
Yeah.
Two
Jason
picture.
Kuhn's got 40% of ace-10 offsuit.
Just one.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
85 with 40 behind.
I just call.
You know this guy knows the math.
Notice he is just calling because it's pot limit, and he wants to leave himself room to get away on the absolute worst flops, I suppose. I'm trying to think what flops he can actually get
Maybe
away on with
there's
ace-10.
ways where it just checks down and he doesn't
Yeah.
lose another 40K.
That's actually probably more likely, right? Where if Zhang hits a bad flop, maybe he just checks it down.
Oh, set versus top pair. That doesn't look very good, does it, Jason?
That's a scary card.
10 of clubs.
It's a really scary card.
Jason referencing he does have the 10 of clubs.
Right, so what?
That's his only
King,
Possibilities.
But
club,
it's a monster.
It's a
eight,
fucking monster. It is.
even an ace.
Yeah. Even a 10 gives a glimmer.
Mm-hmm. What about the 7 of clubs?
He'll take it. He could now win with any club,
It's a clean winner.
including the ace of clubs.
Oh, got a little bit nervous for a second. 9 of spades. So Michael, up to 1.4 million. I'm sure the middling stacks do not like to see Michael chipping up when he was one of the few players on pace to bust out before the money.
Thank you.
I still will not forget that he destroyed that beautiful red tower.
You're gonna keep doing short
That was
I will never forget.
truly a
gonna
shocking
keep doing
moment,
short
Randy.
decking?
They have to.
I don't know.
They have to. If last trip they did 1 that turned into 3. They
Right.
increased
Such an
it to
impressive
3,
tower it
and the
was.
turnout's been fine.
Yeah.
So there's no reason they can't. They said running short deck tournaments is cheap here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike if Monte Carlo, it costs loads. Here they can just do whatever the fuck they want.
It almost sounded like they were discussing if there's a possibility of adding more short deck tournaments. They love it.
And it's happened before. I think
Loads.
it
Fucking loads
might
in
have
the
happened last time
In Jeju, I
in
believe it
Jeju.
was.
Yeah.
If there's a demand, we might be able to make it happen.
Pass.
Been enjoying the coverage. Very refreshing, especially with pot limit pre-flop. Putra Jack 10 off suit.
I wasn't sure how much I'd enjoy short deck, but I love this game. I might have to start playing it.
Because you're a mixed game specialist, buddy.
Yeah, and just the pot limit pre-flop, this is the key, right? I mean, it just has made the game certainly a lot better, and there's just so much overlap with PLO.
Check.
I do enjoy it.
Jacks with the check on the button. Just so much different when we're so close to the money.
It's going to be weird transitioning back to no limit hold'em, Randy.
Like, huh.
We're going to see these deuces and fours and wonder what those things are.
I know. People don't make pairs as often or straight draws.
Yeah. Two different forms of open-enders, one being the double gut of
People calling with bottom
Putra.
pair now.
Yeah.
Different game, but you mentioned the two open-endeds, or not open-endeds, but double gutters for Putra.
Double gutter, open-ender for Zhang. Jacks is currently the quote-unquote best hand, does not have the highest equity.
Yeah, Zhang's open-ended is a little bit tainted. Jack comes in, you know, queen 10 gets there. But we do check it around. It's the 9. No one has the 9, and no one has the king. So that means that Jack's is still best.
Yeah, and I'm not sure anyone has too much interest in building a pot here, just given the four-way nature. But perhaps we could see one of these straight draws put some money in.
It's very hard to rep the 9 when you're at the early position. Limpers.
Maybe the cutoff could have some more 9x.
A little bit more likely. The later the position your limp is, the more likely you've got these kind of trips with the 9, 8, or 7.
Still just feels a little bit dangerous betting into this paired board four ways. But Zhang is going to go for it. And
just 100.
Does this just work? Well, probably not for this price. Putra has the double gutter still.
Yeah, so Putra will come along for 100K. And it's actually going to be high card versus high card going into the river.
Jack 10 can just win. I mean, I don't expect it to go check-check necessarily on rivers, but if it were to, for instance, on an ace, the Jack high would be good.
I'm trying to think of some blanks. They don't really exist.
Ace is the blank.
But, I mean, it changes the texture for them, though, right?
Yeah.
But Putra.
Putra does just let it go. I mean, not crazy, given there's a flush draw on board and the board's paired, and he's out of position, and there's ICM. But yeah, I did expect him to call for that price.
Yeah, I guess in theory, if he had the choice, obviously he doesn't after he checks, he'd prefer betting out than calling with the draw.
So nice pickup there from Michael Zhang. Richard Yong is getting dangerously short here. Yeah. But it's not like Hold'em where there's a... I mean, I suppose the button does ante a little bit more than everybody else, but it's not quite the same as where you have a small blind, big blind, and when that blind hits you, it really takes a huge chunk of your stack.
Yeah, so he's so shallow that he needs to go with 9s now. Only has 12 antes to start this hand.
If he could just get it through, it would be a massive pickup. But
I don't think it's happening.
Not going to get through this gentleman, as our Triton all-time money leader, or all-time title leader, Bryn Kenny, I guess, is the money leader.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have.
Uh-oh. 10-9. That's gone.
Short, I think.
Huh? Yeah,
Richard with 1 out.
Right?
So Kuhn just called, and that was a function of his depth with Watson, who he had behind him, but they are effectively all in.
Okay. Yeah, there's actually 65K back.
Young can potentially try to save those 65K. Let's see what comes out.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to fold, but it's a good start for you. Yeah, it's a really good start for you.
No, I think he just put in the last 65K blind.
Oh, you put it in blind already?
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it was a big downgrade for me, I should say.
Yeah. Waiting for 9-9 really can check already. Whole hand 6-9.
Okay, so founding player Richard Yong needs a 9, but there's only 1 9 in the deck because Watson folded 1.
Right, you are. It was close. Hit the post.
Yeah, close. Hit the post. All right, 1 9 left in the deck. That is not it. GG, Richard Yong. A lot of experience for him, but he will have to exit. 3 Triton titles, 11 million in earnings. He actually picked up a 50K short deck title in Jeju 2 in September. Last stop. He loves the short deck, but just not this time.
Good game, sir. Richard Yong, one of our founding players, and we're now down to 10, Randy, as we only pay 8. Ferdinand Putra finds himself as the short stack. There are 5 stacks below the 2 million mark and 5 above the 2 million mark.
Yeah, that average stack is 2.1 to be precise.
You think Richard is likely to fire that 25K no limit event that's running concurrently?
I don't know. He doesn't actually play a full schedule nowadays, so it's kind of like Does he feel like it? He generally likes to play the bigger buy-in
The bigger
stuff.
buy-ins, right. It's funny how at Triton, a 25K is just kind of a small buy-in, right?
Once upon a time, 25K was considered big.
Those days are behind us.
Mm-hmm. Watson looking for a 7. Probably gets a free peek at it, as Divorce has got King Jack. They both have very similar-ish stack, which is basically a lot of chips. You got to choose a Canadian here, buddy.
Well, it's a bit of a coin
fair.
flip, although it looks like Dvorak was 58%.
No, he's 80% now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these guys are two of the best.
Long-time grinders.
Hard to say who you'd rather take in a tournament.
I take the one with more chips. Right now, that's
like
Divorce.
Seems like a good tiebreaker. Also the one that has 2 pair?
Yes, 2 pair. Does check it back. Doesn't want to open the door. Turn cards at the 8. More checking. Divorce should be betting now. Be pretty crazy if Watson had him beat at this point with the action.
Yeah, and still plenty of value to get against worse hands, draws.
Like there's 10 X's, ace X's, clubs.
Just enough worse hands that can call a bet. King X.
Let's end his hand.
Watson has the no need to Hollywood combo.
All right, Freddie, if I raise this time, I'm going to fold, okay? You go all in. Maybe.
I like the Triton hat on Jason Kuhn. It actually matches his lenses.
Yeah, it's there's been a lot of good fashion and matching going on so far in this tournament. Of course, my favorite, the Seth Malbon green with the Triton green tee.
Do we call this maroon for Jason
I would
Kuhn?
call it maroon.
Okay.
It's a big open for long deck.
And again, notice Jason going with this small open size. I really like this play. Something I've seen in PLO, something you can do as the chip leader.
So is that the 10-9 of maroon?
10-9 of maroon, sure.
Just kidding.
And Putra, I mean, one of the nice things about facing the smaller open is, of course, calls like this are made easier, but, you know,
Yeah.
still a lot of pressure against him.
It's a good
10
point.
left, 8 pay.
It is a smaller raise, so it's kind of good for Putra. He doesn't mind finding a spot to flop something. He's going to flop nothing.
And this might just be small bet and take it for Kuhn.
Yeah, especially if Putra is supposed to re-raise all big aces. Probably expect 8x to just fold outright on the flop because they could be drawing dead.
I guess the backdoor equity of the spades is made a little bit stronger by the fact that flushes beat boats in this game.
Yeah, I don't think you want to speculate, though, at this
No.
stage. 2 away from the money. And you're like the shortest stack of the tournament.
So nice precision there from Jason.
Yeah, it's all about that small sizing, you know?
Small size pre, small bet on the flop.
I'm going to keep an eye on that one. That's a pretty cool play. Something I'm going to imagine not everyone is utilizing.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Jason is just so well studied. And he cares obviously so much about these Triton high roller tournaments.
They said we had to play 2 hands to catch up. Yeah, we did, right?
Yeah. This is still 30-60? It's still 30-60 US hand, right?
Looks like some catch-up needed here on the red featured table. They're playing a little too slow. Sixes in the muck. Kind of funny that he folds sixes, but then he limps sevens.
True.
But I guess it was cutoff versus button when he limped the sevens against Divorce's button.
Slightly earlier position here for Watson.
All right. Little limp from Putra. You can't really hide, right? Because it's 2 tables of 5. You got to play some pots. Force 2 of King 9.
Always just getting such a good price to limp the cutoff.
Because you put in, what, 30K one ante to win what's 210 in the middle.
Yeah, and Zhang still has a vulnerable stack himself, so I don't think he's just going to go super crazy ISOing against Putra.
Check, check. Let's trip 9s. King kicker.
Let's see how Putra wants to play this.
He's a sneaky man.
Does check, and again, some of these 9, 8, 7 type cards, when they pair, can be good for the button check back range. Still, there was obviously plenty of incentive to bet there and charge draws, but he does elude a bit of a mergey kind of protection bet, I guess, from Zhang.
You can get counterfeited by the queen.
Yeah, he's probably just trying to one and done this and, you know, get some king high to fold or some ace high to call / fold.
How
It's
mad
like
is
you-
Pucha
it's
right
like
now?
It's like you knew the counterfeit.
Oh, yeah, the counterfeit's obviously annoying for Michael.
But, you know, does Michael now turn that 10 into a bluff now that his 7s have been counterfeit? No, and Putra will win a nice little pot there.
Every ante counts. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the blinds are up, or the antes.
The antes are up, yes, so it's 40K ante now. Still nobody is super dangerously short, I would say. Our shortest stack is Wailong Chan with 26 antes.
So still about 37 minutes remaining for this level.
Kuhn has increased his chip lead a little bit, and Watson has blinded down just a touch. So Kuhn really has a nice stranglehold on this table now. Dvorak, his nearest competitor, over $1 million behind.
Butcher gonna play another pot here. He's got ace queen.
Yeah, I like this decision just to pot the ace queen. Pick up 240K in antes.
How much you say?
You get it through a lot. It's good enough to just raise, get it in.
You see him looking up at the other stacks like, is there anyone else short?
And this game is really just, a lot of it consists of what are the inflection points to where the risk reward makes more sense to just jam and pick up all those antes versus when do I need to be more cautious, play smaller ball.
Because you need to be thinking about, okay, if I press some weaker hands and they get called, like what kind of equity do I have, you know. It is very relevant right now that even players who are sitting on 45 antes, they're not really safe, right?
Right, absolutely.
When you're sitting on 40 big blinds and no one hold them at this stage, you're like, yeah, I'm pretty good. I would need some really big cooler to get stacked.
Yeah, you just get dealt hands often enough that are kind of forced to gamble, even in this later stage situation. Of course, we saw much more liberal all-ins happening in those early stages, Randy, before registration closed.
You saw Jason Kuhn folding king-queen. Mainly because Divorce is not supposed to mess around as much, and he actually had the Jack of Diamonds. I have no idea what the other card is. Probably an ace.
I was thinking ace-jack, probably the most likely. Perhaps pocket jacks.
Yeah, maybe Jack's just limps. Maybe prefers.
I think so too.
Doesn't mind a flop as much because you can make a set.
One thing I'll say about the players in this tournament I've noticed so far is there doesn't seem to be much excessive tanking. People have really only taken periods of time when they've had very genuinely tough decisions.
I think that's a good time for me to take a look at the app. Let's see how much time bank they've got
Oh,
left.
that's a nice point, Randy, that I haven't looked once at that. Why don't you give us a little update?
I thought you were going to segue into that, but okay.
No.
Okay, this is probably going to surprise you a little bit. Jason Kuhn, he's got the most time of everyone.
Most time left.
He's got 5 minutes and 54 seconds. So to give you some contrast, Watson's got 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Divorce has got 1 minute and 18 seconds. Davies has got 1 minute and 29 seconds. You know, like, Jason is a confident man right there.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's been a couple spots that were bigger decisions, like when he had those pocket queens, where I think he did take a little bit more time. But in general, he acts fairly quickly.
Well, it's Jack, Jack, Jack. It's a slot machine flop.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, it's Winfred Yu, who has less than a minute total left.
It's almost like Jason didn't use any time in the whole tournament to have 5 minutes and 54 seconds. We got an interesting one here, actually. Michael opened to 260K. Divorce defended the button. Now there's a c-bet of 100K on Jack, Jack, Jack.
Such a small bet. Surely Divorce inclined to call with position.
Well, if you hit a king or a queen, you know you don't got to worry about kickers.
Yeah. But of course, it is a bit awkward.
Okay, he's going to put in the lone black chip.
Now, this is really interesting, right? Because certainly Divorce could have the jack. But absent that, the strong hands all belong to Michael Zhang here. Aces, kings, queens.
I think he double barrels in the spot because those aces, kings, queens, those full houses don't really belong in Divorce's range. He would always re-raise pre-flop with those hands when there's an open to 260K, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. He blocks kings and queens, but it doesn't really matter because those hands don't exist in Divorce's range. I guess the hand you would want to have the most would be something like 10-9, blocking 10s and 9s, which are the strongest hands that Divorce could reasonably have, and also interfering with those Jack-10 combos. But basically, you just have such a big range advantage here that you can bet very wide. And really not much Divorce can do.
Well played, Michael. Well played. Maybe he didn't mind unblocking the 9s and 8s. Because those hands would have a lot of trouble calling even the turn, expecting another river barrel. Told you this guy's good.
Yeah.
While we've got a moment, a quick thank you to Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series. The brand is known for its high complication timepieces and a bold approach to modern watchmaking, consistently pushing the boundaries of design and engineering. Each piece does reflect a combination of technical precision and creative ambition at the highest level. That's Jacob & Co., inspired by the impossible. What's Jason doing? Exercise.
A little bit. You see that sometimes from players. You see some push-ups sometimes, some stretching routines. This sort of thing has become a lot more prevalent over the last few years as players are looking for every edge possible.
Seth Davies only has 30 antes remaining.
Oh, wow.
Did I miss something? I'm pretty sure he was on the 2 to 3 million chip stack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was a big pot maybe at the other table and we might have missed something where Davies lost a lot of chips.
I can tell you if you want.
Yeah, let's hear it. Oh, yeah, you tell us.
No, you do it. You do the honors, Alex.
All right, all right. It looks like there was an all-in confrontation between Seth. No.
Oh my God! Do you not
I'm
know how to use a
struggling.
giant poker?
No. I'm on it now. I'm on it now.
Go.
Seth Davies had pocket queens. Wai-Long Chan raised to 360K, which was a pot-sized raise. Seth came in with the re-raise to 1.2 million, and they got all in. So it was queens against ace-jack offsuit of Wai-Long Chang, and he flopped an ace, and that was all she wrote.
Boom.
So ace-jack against queens was the confrontation there. That was a 2.4 million chip pot. And Seth Davies now is our tournament short stack, although it's very close at the bottom.
You think he's feeling good about this hand right now? Pocket aces?
Winfred Yu, yes, indeed. Is he going to come in with the limp or just...
I think he's asking what the pot is right now, so... And he's touching black chips.
And note that...
Oh.
Yes, he does just go ahead and pot it.
What does ace-queen do now? Because Winfred... He's not exactly an extremely loose player.
No.
So ace-queen doesn't feel as good.
Normally, we've been seeing ace-queen just be willing to get in pre-flop in almost every situation, but you're right that against Winfred, it's a little bit more concerning. Kiat Lee decides it's just too much hand.
Here, enjoy these million chips and whatever you've got behind as he 3-bets.
And we are going to see a massive all-in here.
1.7. Sigh. I bet you got me. Gonna get a count just in case it's some absurd amount he didn't realize.
Getting a count, but certainly not going to fold.
I mean, he's getting the right price if he's up against ace-king.
1.7.
Even against aces, he's almost getting the right price. I mean, this
right.
is...
Sorry, come again. 1.7. 1.7 million.
But you can see he's not happy at all, especially the speed with which Winfred just stuck it in there.
Big pot.
What do you got?
Ace, queen.
Oh, just aces.
Whoever wins this pot will be our tournament chip leader. And if Kiat Lee can somehow wiggle his way out of this one, he will be the overwhelming chip leader.
It's going to be tough to wiggle out of this one with ace-queen. But we've seen crazy things. Not on the Jack 9-6.
Got to go runner for the wiggle. 10 would be a delightful card.
The queen does give 2 outs.
The glimmer.
Glimmer of hope.
He's already counting it out.
Well, that's a pessimistic attitude.
But it worked for Danny Tang, who de-mic'd himself. No, not this time. Winfred Yu, what a big double up there as he takes the tournament chip lead, taking over Jason Kuhn, who is just slightly behind.
Winfred Yu. Triton founding player.
And there's been a lot of movement, Randy, in the
Yes.
stacks. Winfred was one of the short stacks not too long ago. Seth Davies was one of the chip leaders. Watson was near the top. Now he's in the bottom half. We've seen a lot of oscillation, as you would expect.
Winfred Yu has almost 8 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, both of them coming in short deck. First time was actually in Montenegro in 2019. Won a title there. He also won another short deck title in the 75K in Cyprus of 2022. Plenty of other final tables in short deck. He loves the game. Patience and experience paying off.
Pocket nines for Wai-Long Chan with that middle stack. Do you ever just fold this?
I think some people do, but Wylong's the type of guy that actually likes to get involved a little bit more than others post-flop. He's quite comfortable there.
And perhaps also just seeing, besides Winfried Yu, who has 3.7 million, he did cover the other two players behind, so that might be playing into it as well. And maybe thinking that Winfried won't go as crazy isolating him as perhaps Jason Kuhn would with the same stack.
That's a good point. Winfried's just hit 2 pair. Heat check.
Yeah, in terms of the ranges, this board is better for Wylong Chan.
That's why he's betting?
His hand doesn't particularly want to bet, I would say, but it's just such a nice board for him. And Winfried should just call here, I believe, with bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, just call, right? His opponent's a bit too deep.
Yeah, you don't want to start bloating the pot right now.
I do think the 9's bet is all right because he can fold out even Jack X with no backup.
Yeah, you might. And instead, Winfried does come with small raise.
He's a new man. He's the chip leader.
Serves its purposes.
I don't think he would have loved it if Wylong Chan all of a sudden said all in, but
No.
then again, how often does that really happen?
But you can always raise the side in these spots too. It is
raise to see where you're at, right? Maybe that's the
yeah.
thing in short
Well,
deck.
you know what's funny? This whole like raise to see where you're at and these sorts of concepts that people scoffed at for years, they've started to make a resurgence in a way at the highest levels. Like, I think that people would have laughed at you back in the day if you raised, let's say in No Limit Hold'em, if you raised pocket 5s on 9-4 deuce. And now it's like the standard play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just funny to see the way the evolution of the game goes.
Yeah, remember the min-raise pre-flop that Daniel Negreanu loved to use was like, huh, what are you doing? And it's like, wow,
Yeah.
that's the standard now.
Right.
I can't wait till we start doing the 4X open standard in No Limit Hold'em.
It'd be interesting if that made a resurgence. There are a couple players who I've seen do it.
They're waiting patiently. You know why? Because other table's playing too slow. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Do give us a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe. If you're watching over on YouTube, we do read the chat.
Feel free to tell us where you're tuning in from, what the time is where you are.
That's Alex's favorite question.
I
He
like
wants to
that
know where
one.
you're from. He always reads the one where he says, yeah, I'm from Antarctica.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and troll him once more.
Randy's telling me I shouldn't even bother acknowledging that one.
Yeah, I'm saying it now so you don't acknowledge it again.
Well, now it's just going to be, now I'm going to do it just to tilt you.
Of course.
You've walked yourself right into that one. We see a couple limps here. Pocket 10s, again, not as strong in this game as they are in Hold'em. Very content to limp. Watson's going to do the same with the suited King 8. And it is Dvoris covering all of these stacks, but Queen Jack off feels very comfortable just checking. He has to be a little bit worried that he could be getting trapped, particularly from the first limper, Ferdinand.
Yeah, right now we're just at the stage where players are going to have to fight for a lot of limp pots right now.
Yeah, and I like this, Randy, because everyone, by virtue of being cautious pre-flop, we're arriving at more of these multi-way post-flop spots with some deeper stacks, and that's kind of what the fun of poker is to me, is navigating some slightly deeper post-flop scenarios.
It's very advantageous for people who are very comfortable in these nodes, right? Like someone like Jason Kuhn, I feel like, has got so much experience, multi-way, limp pots, wide ranges, and short deck, post-flop.
Yeah. Agreed, and I know that for myself, coming from a live cash background, originally that was one of the games that I played a lot of. I got very comfortable in these multi-way pots, not necessarily limped pots, but single raise pots, that sort of thing, as you do see a lot of that in live poker. 4, 5, even 6-way pots.
Check, check, check. Check.
Not much for anybody here on this 3-heart board. Watson's got second pair, but can't be liking it. Zhang's got the only heart.
I think Jang's got the most interesting piece. 10 of hearts is... It's not the highest, right? But it's all right.
Still think we might just see a round of knuckles here as we have people tuning in from Malaysia, Croatia, Sweden, Vegas, France, Hawaii, Bangladesh, Bavaria, and Florida.
Okay, since Michael checked the 10 of hearts, I do agree with you. It's likely just to check once more around the table.
Yeah, you were thinking that Zhang had maybe the most interest in
But even
betting
then,
that turn, but
I'm not
still,
even that confident of the 10 of hearts.
Exactly. In a four-way pot?
If it had a gut shot to go along with it, sure. So we're to divorce again. He's got the biggest stack of these players. The 8. Does anything change? King 8 makes 2 pair. But is it too weak to value bet?
I think so.
Like 2 pair and no limit hold'em's like auto bet. This is a different game. Kind of reminds me of PLO you've been saying.
Yeah, and still like a four-way pot. Someone could pretty easily have Jack 10. 10-6 doesn't exist as much in the limping ranges. But Divorce could have it.
Divorce could just have a 6. Queen 6 is a straight.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Any 6 is a straight. I missed that.
So how can King 8 ever bet?
King 8 can never bet because any 6 is a straight. Of course, the ace functioning as a 5 in that instance.
But maybe this allows Divorce to try to represent that straight. It's possible. He's the only guy that can really have a 6 as played. He's on the button.
I mean, I agree, and he's thinking about it. Kind of a cool idea. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Daniel
Randy.
Divorce.
Nice read on the situation.
He's only betting 90K, and that might just be enough. I don't know, though, but Watson's last to act because he's not sandwiched.
And it's a bit of a game of I know this and you know this. Watson also knows that it's only Divorce who can really have a 6 here. The price is good.
You're using his time bank.
He might just say, show me.
Okay.
Zhang hasn't done anything yet. I mean, he blocks the straight and the flush.
Yeah, but his line doesn't really make sense, so
No.
he folds.
And these two surely have tens, if not hundreds of hours. Well, I would say easily hundreds of hours playing against each other.
It's a Canadian battle. It just looks like to me, side call, you probably win, but I might win occasionally.
Yeah, I wonder if Divorce had just sized up slightly, if that would have changed things at all.
I think closer to 200K might actually get the job done. Yeah. He expects to lose here, but he is going to be delighted. See, he had the mucking motion too, like, yeah, I lose, right? No?
Yeah, a very interesting spot there,
So
where it's really only Divorce should have a 6 at any sort of reasonable frequency.
How come he doesn't look happy that he won the pot? Mike Watson.
Michael keeps a very similar expression on his face no matter what's happening. I've played a lot of poker with Watson, and he's kind of always got that same straight face. Randy, there's a question for you, by the way. Do you still play poker? Does Nano Noko still play poker?
It's a secret, man. I can't tell you. Maybe.
Maybe a little. Dabble as we take a look at our chip counts there. Jason Kuhn on the red table is the chip leader at that table, but Winfred Yu is the overall chip leader with 3.9 million. Seth Davies on the short stack, only man below $1 million.
22 antes is certainly not safe. 1 ante is needed every single hand being dealt. On the button, it's a double ante. Ruslan doesn't feel very good with 30 antes. Putra, he's been hanging in there. He's trying to get into the money. Getting exciting. So close to the money, and then when we get into the money, we have one more elimination to get us to the final table. Meanwhile, Jason Kuhn, 175K. Is that pot or is that less?
No, it's less. He's keeping with this. He's mixing it up, though, a little bit, Randy. He's tried 3x at one point. He's tried, this is about 4.5x, the ante size. So he's mixing it up, and I like that. It's something I've seen a lot of the top PLO players do as well. Trying different things. 2.753 big blinds.
It's kind of one of those old school things in Illinois Hold'em too,
yeah.
right? Like, what size do I need to make it?
I mean, theoretically, and this is probably getting way too complicated, but you could actually have different buckets of hands that you would throw in different sizes, but then you would have to balance both of those ranges. I don't think that's necessarily what Jason's doing, but he might also just be having a little fun with the fact that he has this chip lead, and he has the liberty to sometimes raise 4x and sometimes raise 3x and just basically put a lot of pressure on his opponents.
It's all about experimenting in the 100K buy-in short deck.
Why not? I think the best players are always thinking creatively and experimenting.
Yeah, because I remember once upon a time back in the day in No Limit Hold'em tournaments, you're like, well, let's try min raising into the big blind. Does he still fold? Or like, 2.2, 2.5, 3x, blah, blah, blah. It's important. Maybe he was testing the waters with Putra's button to see how likely he was willing to defend.
Queen 8 offsuit would be a little too wide. He lets that one go. What does Watson think with the ace 9-0 here in the hijack?
Well, looks like he thinks it's never folding. It's actually... Oh, what about the bring out the black chips and fold?
He was in the low jack, excuse me.
You know when you're playing good is when you actually have the discipline to fold.
Yep.
Like when you're playing bad is when you're like, I've already picked up the
this
chips.
hand, but whatever. I'm just following his vibes, man.
I don't think Putra's going to follow as well.
Lucky you guys pot, he says.
Is it pot? Yeah, pot.
Putra got scammed. Ace 9 wanted to play.
Oh,
that is lucky you guys.
See? Playing
So
good. Playing good.
Playing good.
Above the rim.
Almost.
I literally have no idea what I'm supposed to do anyways, so who cares?
No, you just gotta listen to yourself. That's it.
I had a pointy one.
Yeah, with an 8.
And with,
What changed your mind in the last corner? You know?
suspect prospects.
Like, you know, like the
So when your hands move faster than your brain.
like the F1 driver, you know. Maybe like so my eyes and like
super fast reflexes.
Yeah.
Pull it back.
I don't think he's going to pull the same move of ace jack off suit.
No, but that was a nice balk there from Watson, who had those raising chips ready. Ace jack off a little too strong.
$320. Oh, ace 10 for Putra. Quickly folding. Nice.
320, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, respecting the fact that Watson has a middling stack, opened under the gun. It's going to be a strong range. Ace 10 off rates to be behind.
And he didn't pull back his chips and throw them back out, you know? That's a tell.
Yeah, I was very confident, open, and just gets it
won
through.
that.
Nice pickup there. Every time you steal the antes
that
at this
time. I
point,
felt a lot more
you add
confident
200K
about it.
to your stack. Far from insignificant.
Oh, Winfred's operating.
Yeah, yeah, he's bobbing and weaving. Can tell a lot of ace king.
Pretty much.
Okay, he got aces when he got the full double against Kiat.
Yeah.
Not ace king. Get it straight, guys. Use the Triton Poker Plus app.
Players may be speculating that Winfred's a little on the tighter side compared to some of the other guys.
I mean, he has that reputation, but to be fair, we watched him earlier, and he was making some really nice plays. I remember him check raising the king-queen on the ace-high board.
That was very nice.
So he's very sharp.
So he's one of those players who probably plays a little more tight, a little more solid, but then uses his image well.
Mm-hmm. Like, when he makes a move, it almost always works.
It's a great way to play. Kuhn says, no thanks.
No, thank
I'm not
you.
going to just let you limp in the hijack when you have all this ICM pressure. And you see a quick fold there from Zhang.
Yeah, king-queen. No longer worth speculating.
Jason just plays with so much confidence.
I mean, you
As
need to
you
be
might.
confident
Yeah.
with 12 titles.
Yeah.
Did you catch that tweet from Jason where he was saying, like,
I did.
What was the exact words he was going with? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact phrasing, but the basic idea was, you know, he was saying, there's a part of me that doesn't even want to go to Jeju. It's such a grind. I know he's got at least one kid now. He said it's like a war zone every day. but he said that, you know, the thrill of the competition and playing against the best players in the world and the adrenaline rush that he still gets, that's what keeps him coming back. And it's great to see somebody who's had as much success as he had, doesn't need the money at this point, but still just addicted to the thrill of the game and to the competition. And, you know,
trying to get to those final tables, right?
yeah, and that's how you have the success that Jason Koon's had, is still loving it as much as he does. Michael Watson, aces.
Well, what a successful hand to be dealt right now, especially with a Jason Koon open.
So Koon's doing this thing again where he opens less than pot. He gives himself a better price on the steal. I mean, it makes sense from so many levels.
Right, test the waters if you can take it down
and I
more
don't
cheaply. Sure.
really think that Watson ever needs to use a non-pot re-raise size. I think that would just be a little weird.
It'd be
Equities
face
run
up.
close. It would be face up. So the only thing he could ever consider doing that's not just potting it would be flatting. But I think he just wants to pot it.
Dude,
I
if
just
he
don't
flatted
think,
this, I would lose my mind.
Yeah. The only reason to ever do that would be to induce a squeeze behind or something.
Is
but
that pot, though? I don't think it is.
He did actually go non-pot.
He's trying to sell the story. He's got 3-bet folds in his range.
Right, so in no limit, certainly you would have 3-bet folds off this stack. And Koon does just fold. But that was interesting from Watson. He's trying to say, I could have ace-8 or ace-9 here, and I'm 3-betting to a size that doesn't commit me, or ace-10 even.
That was interesting. But you can see Jason Koon's like, yeah, you would probably always say pot if you had ace-king, so no reason for me to try to chase with like 10-8.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little interesting, right? It's a bit suspicious if you're Koon. All of a sudden, you know, you don't see much non-pot size 3-betting in this game.
What if Koon just had like queens? That's a tail fold.
Yeah. Maybe he just takes his price and sees 3.
Who knows? Watson is rebuilding though. 2.2 million with ace jack. Should be about 10 minutes left in the level.
10 minutes left in the level, which means that in about 10 minutes time, you and I will be taking a break for the day and passing the reins over to Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow. Randy?
They didn't tell you we're playing to a winner, me and you?
No. Don't hit me with that. I've got food on my mind.
Don't worry, buddy. Ace jack versus ace jack.
What?
Butra does just pot it.
Yeah, he does. Is this complicated for Watson?
I think this is just a fold from Watson, honestly. I don't see that many worse hands than ace-jack off making this play as Putra. And it's not one of the situations like we saw before where Watson is pot committed by any means.
So Putra started the hand with 36 antes. Watson started the hand with 56 antes. And if Putra can down the ace-jack, this is a huge win for him. And it looks like he will. Yes, he does. Ferdinand Putra.
You can see that Watson didn't like it, but recognizing that pretty much the worst hand he's ever going to see is the same hand. And with the ICM considerations, just not really wanting to get involved there. So very nice pickup from Putra.
I think that ICM part is very relevant, especially for a man like Watson who understands those kind of things.
Seth Davies is getting very short here and picks up ace-10 offsuit in the cutoff. Pot seems like the only play here.
Just downhill for Seth Davies.
He'd be shoving much wider than this, in fact, with only the button to get through.
Yeah, any broadways? Seems reasonable too. Ace-king though for Ruslan.
Pot.
Not what you want to hear when you're Davies. And not what you want to see. With a head nod. Once upon a time chip leader.
Yeah, he had that big castle of chips at one point, Randy, but of course,
50-50.
this is the way of tournaments.
I think we're going to chop.
Highs and lows.
Mm-hmm. Demolition truck taking down most of his chips. But maybe he can rebuild.
I win.
It's going to come king, 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 7.
And
oh, wait, queen. I thought he had ace queen. Queen, 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 7.
You don't want to see a lot of kings. And there is that king. But a queen is
Picked
needed.
up one extra out.
That is true.
Jack is good.
Jack would be good. No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't,
to
Seth.
chop.
Seth's having a hard time figuring out what he's looking for.
Queen.
I got to draw to a bluff. That's not very good.
Okay.
Just the queen.
Queen needed
Just the queen for me.
for Seth Davies as Jason Kuhn is in the background.
Oh
That
my
is
gosh.
the queen of clubs.
There it is.
Finds the queen.
Short deck. Short deck. That's
Short
just
deck.
6 cards straight.
Good friend Jason Kuhn coming over and patting him on the back there.
Yeah, 380.
Like this.
The short deck rivers. They're back.
So Seth Davies doubles up. He's still, I believe, the short stack.
He's
Yeah.
only had 11
But he's in that
inches,
range now with a couple other
I don't know
guys
how he got
around
that
that
short. I
same
guess he pulled him
territory.
on.
Bit more breathing room.
A bit more, but not
I
exactly
think he had like
feeling
20
cozy.
at some point, and then went down to 11. So he must have called an open or something.
What does Dvoris want to do here with Jack 10 of diamonds? He's got Jason Kuhn on the button.
He might just limp. That's my first intuition.
Pot.
No, he's just going to pot it.
Just pots it. Understanding that his range to VPIP in general is pretty tight at this point, and so his range to raise is also tight, and so he can support having some of these types of hands.
Yeah, he can down the king 10, which is better.
Yeah. Now, Jack 10 of diamonds does have robust enough equity that I think if Kuhn repotted, Dvoris can't really go anywhere, right? Maybe he can with these ICM implications, but...
Maybe with the ICM implication, but generally speaking, he probably would call.
Yeah,
and
call and
stop
fold the
go
worst
stuff.
bluffs.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, if it becomes like ace 7-7, obviously he's just check folding.
Kuhn in the cutoff, I think easy pot into Watson's middling stack on the button. Although, you know, he's been using the smaller raise size, but out of position. Oh, interesting.
Easy pot turns into a limp.
I stand corrected. He just wants
But-
to play a little small ball.
I hear where you're coming from. You figure he's got so much fold equity pre.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
200K in there. I figured just raise it up, but he's employing a lot of different moves, is Jason Kuhn. I guess one of the benefits of limping is you do keep in some of the weaker Queen X and Jack X that you dominate.
Play some small ball poker. It's all right. I mean, he's out of position. That probably doesn't help because when you raise, open raise into a button, I mean, no, that doesn't really work either, does it? Never mind.
This is
Scratch
one of
that.
the, yeah, and this is one of those weird spots, Randy, where generally the King 10-6 board would belong more to the limper than to the checker, but because of the ICM, Jason can be raising wide anyway. So the limping range might be a little bit weaker, and the checking range is actually a little bit stronger. So things can sometimes flip-flop.
Yeah, it's a confusing one.
But Queen Jack off, nonetheless, open-ended, straight draw, takes it down. And we do see Ferdinand Putra coming in for the limp with Queen Jack offsuit. Always a little scary with these stacks that cover you behind. Michael Watson, pocket queens.
He just called?
Yeah, I guess his concern is that Putra's limping range will contain some traps and that he doesn't want to get all his chips in with pocket queens. Do you think that's the idea, Randy? Putra did limp under the gun with Kuhn behind him.
I think Well, okay, so Watson's sitting in 5th on the overall leaderboard, Putra in 7th, and I guess there's just so many shorter stacks out there that does he really want to force some all-in confrontation with queens?
Yeah, I think if he got limp re-raised there, it would be a little bit uncomfortable.
Like he would go with it, but he wouldn't feel good about it.
Yeah, and
he's happy to just grind small pots.
Crazy.
A little small ball.
Yeah, the small ball poker and short deck.
But this is a nice opportunity for Putra to put some immediate pressure on Watson. I think he just will get a fold right here, Randy. It's hard to imagine the queens want to continue with a player behind as well.
He's like, what did I do?
Yeah. So
Why didn't I just pot it pre?
Bit of a stunned look on his face, doesn't he? But
can you imagine him calling with this look?
It's hard to picture.
No, my family's in the UK. I just
But
go
he
back
might.
once a year for a longer period.
I don't know if he will. He is going to call. He's
Okay.
like, puzzling. Call.
He's a little suspicious. Devoris, nothing going on for him.
Still many ways for Ferdy to win this pot, whether it be double barrel or make his hand. That's a rough turn card for Ferdy to bet. Although a lot of 10x is actually just fold on the flop bet.
So what is he targeting to fold here? Of course, if he knows that Watson has queens, that could be one of the hands you're targeting. Maybe some ace-jack.
Ace-queen and ace-jack, that's the only thing I
Ace-queen.
can really think of. Because king-queen is going to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, and you would expect ace-jack, ace-queen at some frequency to raise over your limp. Of course, you would expect that from queens as well some of the time.
Every person's strong, they say like it's so deep and so cold that they're just perfectly preserved down there.
He does decide there's just not enough hands he can get to fold right now. And I would think Watson is going to be very happy to check this one back.
Yeah, probably, but like.
Yeah, he has to be worried that he's up against like an ace-king trap from under the gun, so he can't bet and just assume this is some give up.
The water is actually like below freezing. It's just water because of the pressure.
Wow. I
Like,
didn't know that.
Like, you can even like scuba dive to depths where it'll like just say like, oh, it's -1. But like.
I think Putra is just done. You know, like we mentioned, what hands can Watson have that he can fold out? I guess ace, queen, ace, jack. Sometimes they press pre, sometimes they bet turn when check to. There's just king, queens that aren't folding, right?
I think so. He looks like he wants to do something. I think he recognizes that this is like the worst hand he could get here with, but also that the story wouldn't make enough sense and that the range is too strong. And nice pickup there for Michael Watson, who hung tough on the flop in what was, I think, a difficult flop spot.
But everyone saw the queens just now, so just because he limps doesn't mean it's weak.
Right.
Okay.
We're not chip racing, right?
Players getting up as this level concludes. Those are the chip counts of the 10 remaining players. Winford Hughes still the tournament chip leader. Jason Kuhn just behind him with 76 antes. Tournament short stack actually belongs to both Seth Davies and Michael Jang. They've got 21 big blinds apiece. And Ruslan, he's not safe either. He's got 22 antes. And welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. And I don't know, what do you think's going to happen with 10 remaining?
Well, there's been a lot of movement, right? But there's 3 stacks that are all right around the same amount. Only 2 of those will not make the money. Only one of them could make the money. So it's going to be interesting. Those middle stacks have to be very careful with those 3 shorter stacks existing.
Well, that's going to be the last time you see me and Alex Livingston in the booth for today, because Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow are going to take you down to the winner. We do have a 10-minute break, so we'll see you in a bit.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend. at dupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Differently, the game was being played.
I remember, you know, commentating on short deck every
man.
festival that there were always
yeah.
some kind of new move or new trick, you know, and people were a lot more loose back in the day, but now the action is coming post-flop. The button is repping that board quite hard these days. We've even seen Artem, right? He was betting a lot too on check 2.
We've seen the button just kind of going ham on a lot of these boards that might not favor players who voluntarily put money in the pot.
What's also impressive is Ding Biao, he actually has less short deck experience than you might expect. He only started playing the short deck based on the results this stop.
Okay, and speaking of Ding Biao, Randy, he has picked up the bullets, American Airlines, up against Elton Sang's suited ace-king. I think this is an inevitable clash, of course. Jason Kuhn gets out of the way, facing this heat.
Yep, all the chips in there.
Fuck me, I had a sick hand too. This is crazy.
Aces versus
Ace, 10 of
ace-king
diamonds.
suited.
Hmm.
There are
Sounds like
ways
a
that
winner.
Elton can make a straight.
Yeah, this is just a stone
Can I have my
cooler.
change?
Would be in short deck or in full.
No worries, thank you.
Million chip pot.
Up. Yep.
Ace 10 of
That's
diamonds.
not quite good.
Jakun had the ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
So obvious.
So you just gotta run it, man.
Chop outs? Oh no, excuse me.
Chop outs?
Chop
What are you-
outs. I'm hallucinating.
You want a little bit of
I'm hallucinating.
caffeine?
I was thinking about Jakun's ace-10 and thinking suddenly it was ace-king.
It's all good, don't worry. We've all done that. Million chip pot for Ding Biao, and I do stand a little bit corrected because he did actually play some short deck in Jeju 2025, but still newer to the
It's kind of
game.
better than playing all day and bubbling, though, Elton. That's for sure.
Elton Sang,
Silver lining.
here's the semi-needle from Jason on his way out. You know, it's funny. I actually don't have that stance. I would prefer to play all day and bubble, but maybe I'm sick in the head.
Yeah, because you don't know you're going to. Okay. Single ante, button, double ante of 30K total.
He must have potted it. I can't see why he would use a different size.
It's going to bug you, isn't it? I can tell
Well,
you.
it's the extra button ante that's throwing me off. I don't know if that counts. I'm guessing it doesn't.
You're a pot limit specialist, and you
Yeah.
can't figure it out?
I'm used to a different type of pot limit, Randy, with blinds, you know, clearly defined rules. I'm sure there are some here. I just a
You
little
didn't
out
read
of my
the
element.
docket.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. But we're both learning and adjusting, watching these great players play. Ace Jack, pots to 120K. Jason's got ace queen.
See, this time he 8x'd it, and last time he 6x'd it.
Yeah, man.
So that's
Was there
what-
some limps before? No, there wasn't.
No.
You're a smart man.
It didn't feel like he potted it last time. And Jason, ace queen off.
Yep, they're just going in. Ace jack versus ace queen. Good spot for Jason.
Chop it up.
That's
Classic
chop.
flip.
Chop it up. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Classic flip announced.
It's a
Scary way to
classic
chop
flip.
for me though, because I'm getting free roll in the 6.
These
7,
guys
8,
have
9.
all the short deck jokes.
Apparently, it's always a 50-50, even though it said like 60-30 or close to it. Okay, changed outs. 3 jacks turned into 3 queens.
Maybe some funky board pair stuff. No.
No.
It's gonna be Stevie. I don't know either.
No feeling.
No feeling? That's a 6.
Cheat.
Kicker place.
Have fun.
GG, bro.
Chidwick, a good sport. He will be our latest elimination.
Yeah, Chidwick's certainly one of those consummate professionals. Always very focused and intense at the table, but once he's out, it's like on to the next thing, right?
On to the next
It's not
thing.
going to let it. It's not going to let it linger in his brain forever.
There's plenty of other things that he could get himself into. That man has 33 million in Triton earnings. That's number 3 on the Triton all-time money list.
And if I had to guess, maybe not right away. Maybe he.
Win for you.
Very weak hand, but it's just always tempting in the cutoff. Getting such a good price.
It's all about laughing, right? And one player to hack, you can't continue.
Yeah, and Winford's got a meal of some sort there, so perhaps
What's he working with? Noodles?
some type of noodle dish. Looks pretty good, actually.
It's probably from the bone. Everyone eats at the bone. Axton, Jack 10. RVK, King Queen.
RVK, I like that.
165. Pass.
Kings. Seth Davies. Do you remember when he cracked that hand with Jack 10?
Oh, I remember it well.
You think Artem remembers that hand? It's actually kind of funny because Haxton's got Jack 10 himself.
He does indeed, but I don't think he's going to be too tempted here. Although Kuhn just calling. Randy, do you think he bought that T-shirt? Is it also a Malbon T-shirt? The greens are just so aligned.
I have to admit that I never really go to the Malbon shop in case you didn't realize.
Nor do I, but I'm just wondering if he got the T-shirt from somewhere else. He did a very good job of matching it up with the hat.
A lot
But
of
I
chips
digress.
in there. Pre. Look at the King Queen. How can it not continue 180K back?
And are you a little surprised that Seth just elected to flat the kings there?
Oh. I apologize. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was interesting. He was very deep with Haxton, and I guess the idea is that he's going to have some hands that maybe want to flat and then fold to a Haxton back raise, and he protected that range with the kings?
I think so. Good eye, Alex, but this is looking quite grim for RVK. He needs a queen as he sees the pocket kings over in Seth Davies. Holdings.
Oh, wow.
No way. That's a short deck turn.
King of Diamonds is the only one, huh?
Yep.
Oh,
no way.
King of Diamonds is the only
Look at that.
one. Short deck
What
lock.
a ride, huh?
And I was just thinking, you know, after hitting that jack earlier, maybe it was a little bit of justice for Seth to give some of those chips back, but kaboom. The run good continues, although of course he did get it in very good there. RVK is going to have to shake that
Bit
one
of a
off.
round trip for Renee there.
Round trip
Short deck specialist.
around the world. So he just hits the queen on the turn, and King of Diamonds only out, huh? Think.
I'm going to try that trick. You know, if I'm down to a one outer, I'm just going to call it out with a little bit of confidence and kaboom. Richard Yong is getting dangerously short here. Yeah. But it's not like Hold'em where there's a... I mean, I suppose the button does ante a little bit more than everybody else, but it's not quite the same as where you have a small blind, big blind, and when that blind hits you, it really takes a huge chunk of your stack.
Yeah, so he's so shallow that he needs to go with 9s now. Only has 12 antes to start this hand.
If he could just get it through, it would be a massive pickup. But
I don't think it's happening.
Not going to get through this gentleman as our Triton all-time money leader, or all-time title leader. Bryn Kenny, I guess, is the money leader.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have.
Uh-oh. 10-9. That's gone.
Short, I think.
Huh? Yeah,
Richard with 1 out.
Right?
So Kuhn just called, and that was a function of his depth with Watson, who he had behind him, but they are effectively all in.
Yeah, there's actually 65K back.
Young can potentially try to save those 65K. Let's see what comes out.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to fold, but it's a good start for you. Yeah, it's a really good start for you.
No, I think he just put in the last 65K blind.
Oh, you put it in blind already?
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it was a big downgrade for me, I should say.
Yeah. Waiting for 9-9
No.
really. Whole hand 6-9.
Okay, so founding player Richard Yong needs a 9, but there's only 1 9 in the deck because Watson folded 1.
Right, you are. It was close. Hit the post.
Yeah, close. Hit the post. All right, 1-9 left in the deck. That is not it. GG, Richard Yong. A lot of experience for him, but he will have to exit. 3 Triton titles, 11 million.
There, that was a 2.4 million chip pot. And Seth Davies now is our tournament short stack, although it's very close at the bottom.
You think he's feeling good about this hand right now? Pocket aces?
Winford, you, yes, indeed. Is he going to come in with the limp or just...
I think he's asking what the pot is right now, so... And he's touching black chips.
And note that...
Oh.
Yes, he does just go ahead and pot it.
What does ace queen do now? Because Winfred...
Day 2 of the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter here in Jeju. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane stepping in for Randy and Alex. And we are down to 10 in this 100K short stack duties belong to Seth Davies, but short deck event with 10 players left, 8 paid. And I want to talk about the 2 bubbles that we have coming up, because it's a very unique situation with 8 paid, 7 being the final table. I feel like this is going to be the grindy stage of this tournament. Everyone looking to make it into the money. They're all keeping an eye on Seth Davies and Michael Zhang, who are at the bottom of the chip counts. But then once that money is made, there's another bubble, which is the final table bubble.
Yeah, and it's a unique spot to think about in short deck specifically. You've got fewer antes going into the pot as there's fewer players at the table as well, right? So they're playing 5 and 5 right now. It's a little bit tricky to generate action when you combine that with the fact that you just brought up, Henry, which is that they're playing 2 off the money right now for 1 significant bubble and then a final table bubble after that. But 4 and 4 as well, it's going to be pretty slow moving action, I would expect, at that stage.
What does that do in terms of, typically when it's a full-handed table, there's a lot more money out there, makes it a lot more profitable to take some of these closer spots, whereas when there is only 4 antes in the middle pre, because it's a four-handed table, does that just mean we're meant to play super tight and super snug, or are we going to see some of the snipers trying to like exploit that?
Well, there's still enough out there to fight for, but what it really devalues is limping, and limping, in addition to being worse because of the impending money bubble, is just less attractive when there's less dead money out there in the first place. So you're getting closer and closer to kind of a normal anti-structure that you might be used to from No Limit, but there's still more than average out there to fight for, and there's still plenty of reason to raise and re-raise.
So, here we are. 2 tables of 5. Winfried Yu, tournament chip leader with 96 antes, pipping the 12-time champion Jason Kuhn by 1. Bottom of the chip count, Seth and Michael Zhang, 21 antes. It's going to be a snug ordeal here. How about this storyline? Kiat Lee, currently 3rd in chips, fresh off his 3rd title. Took down the 50k last night. If he can go back to back, I mean, that is one hell of a statement.
Just one of the great short deck players, obviously.
Very quick to give a lot of praise and gratitude to one of our founding players, Paul Poor, who he beat last night, heads up. So just how much of an impact he's had on Kiat's career.
好跟人呼我，啲嘢咩？啲我即偷你雞咯。
Winfried Yu was also at that final table last night. Didn't last long.
Yeah, ever so briefly at that final, just one hand before his elimination in 7th.
We've also got the only 2 Triton players left in the field. Jason Kuhn with a title in all 3 formats, as well as So Watts. We'll be looking to add to their accolades, and let's run it, boys. Not going to take much. Cutoff versus button. Seth says run it. Ruslan's 1 up. With the ace jack, or 2 up rather.
Anytime, 50-50.
Can you?
50-50.
Is it legal? 50-50.
It'll be tough to chop this one up.
Looks like
Very close. I'm a bit higher.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have like exactly the same because you anteed. Or you had the button ante, right?
It's the same.
No, it'll be.
It's in the pot. So.
No, it's in pot. You're right. He's gonna have me by 50k.
Ooh.
千祈唔好分錢啊，大佬。
冇啦，佢兩個一樣嘛，嘈嘛。
唔係佢話千祈唔好分錢。
Ace,
Not
King, 8.
Very similar.
More outs than he had pre-flop.
I had a gut shot last time.
Can he ping a gut shot this time?
You called
Chop.
Now a 10 would chop it.
2 queens, right?
2 queens and 4 10s for a chop.
And king. No.
King's no good.
King no.
Seth Davies tournament live. Can he find it? No.
So good. All right, let's make sure you cover.
Let's go.
GG's, my man. That is a pretty rough stint. Late in this 100k was
990.
chip leader.
He's got it.
All of, what, an hour ago.
Good luck, boys.
A couple of big hands not going his way. And back over here, what have we got? Queens against kings. This could be quick. We were talking about it being slow as we work our way down to the money.
Yeah, here Putra
I'm all in.
covered generously. Kuhn's already put the rest in. You can see he's a 3-to-1 favorite.
Stone bubble here of this 100k. $184,000 min cash.
It's not Shark Week.
2.8
Oh, he got showered.
in the middle. Jason needs to spike a 2-outer. Suits are covered. Jack 8-7 clean for 30. Just 2 cards away from a huge double up. He'll move up to 3rd in chips if he can just hold here. Additional outs.
Tripled. Yes.
Queen or a 9.
You got to call
Would be
upon
a
it.
brutal way to do it.
Third deck.
Oh my word.
GG, bro. Sick. That's sick.
He's just done it. Money bubble. Jack 8-7 rainbow 10-9 run
Back
out.
of my mind, I was like, I guess I'm not getting there.
Are we just in the money?
We're just in the money.
I'm in the money.
You're in the money.
Putra's
Double
Kings
banger.
downed. Bang, bang.
I think he just had it.
Jason Kuhn, chip leader with 8 left on the hunt for title number 13. Everyone now guaranteed
Oh, really?
184,000 for their efforts.
I really dirtied him. But it's short deck, it doesn't matter. Like outs don't even matter.
They don't.
Like 1 and 8 are kind of the same. Like it's likely.
That's. I'm gonna get that framed.
Yeah.
Outs don't even matter.
Wisdom from the man who's won the most
Yeah.
Make the money
Triton
out.
tournaments, the most short deck tournaments.
Yeah, so dumb.
We lost 2 players from France.
And played a heck of a lot of short deck cash as well.
We will be still playing hand for hand because we have redraw 7 players remaining.
Okay. Cool.
Well, there you have it.
Glad I can help you guys.
Someone scrubbed the tape from
Yeah, that was great. Do that more.
the pre-game show where we were talking about how slow this is going to be.
I was
not expecting that. I was like, yeah, this is going to be one of those.
Bang, bang. We're in the money. Davies out.
Yeah, because it was really hard. Everybody
Ferdinand
consolidates
Putra out.
to like 50 antes.
Yeah. We're all just like folding, passing the antes to the left because
It's like
Yeah.
5
they all
a.m.
have like the exact same stack size. Yeah. Can't risk it. Like,
Nope.
Well, guess not anymore.
Nope. They had other plans.
those ones. Okay, cool.
So, final table bubble now. 184,000 locked up. Once we get down to the FT, everyone will be guaranteed 235,000. See how long this bubble's going to take.
This is folded around to the cutoff. Not a great hand in short deck, but Jang's still thinking about it there.
Sure did. I wish I wouldn't.
Would have gotten action from Jason.
Oh yeah, they would have been running it.
Kings, queens, ace, king. First 3 hands of the feature table. Pretty nice.
Those low pairs are nothing to write home
Yes,
about in
aces
this
are next.
format. Especially trying to get that valuable ladder is Zhang.
Look at this. Ruslan is dialed in. A little limp in from the cutoff. Winfried checking on the button. Ace, king, queen. Ruslan's like, you know what? That's all me. I have all the traps. I have all of the big pocket pairs. Ace, king, ace, queen. Little stab gets the job done.
Plays a lot like the blind versus blind spots you might see in regular Hold'em. Nicely navigated there. Nothing Winfried can do with nut low.
一兩個牌嘅事。
50.
Sorry. 兩個 double。
I'm still in the. I'm still in dinner break. I'm still in dinner break.
Oui.
$250.
So you can hear me through here.
Sorry. What is pot now? What is pot now? 400. 400. Or 350.
7、4加3。350。350。
All right, guys, we're back. There's some gremlins chewing at the the wires and the headsets here, but Kevin threw a flashbang and seems to have solved the problem. So
took them all out.
It only took us 30 seconds to solve, but we got it back. Want to just quickly mention, there's a really fun poll currently over on the Triton Poker Plus app where you can vote for who you think's going to win the tournament. So check it out if you haven't already downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app. Head on over. Huge spot here, by the way. I mean, this could be it. I mean, Wai Leong Chan has a massive hand, given that this was limped, and I would not fault him for putting more chips in the middle here.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course quite strong to have two pair here. There's still some threats of hands like what Kiat has. Also, King 9 comes to mind, but you just don't expect to be up against a whole lot of Ace King or sets, or even Queen Jack, as Kiat could have leaned on Chan. But this is gonna cool things off significantly.
Lee just knows that he still has the best hand, targeting exactly this type of combo, two pair type holding.
And now for Chan, just hoping that Kiat has a pure bluff, which of course he could, in addition to those outs. Jacks or tens. Or how about a chop? Does Lee let this one get to showdown for free?
I think he mandatory jam here, no, holding the 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, diamond in hand is huge. That kind of removal even more impactful in short deck. Fewer diamonds in the deck, literally. Chan ready. Says show me. They'll chop it up.
你啱我天射啊！屌你老鼠，OK 啊！
So, yeah, justified bottom two pair.
OK。屌你老母開隻煙啊！滾撚咗真。
Sometimes lucky.
你係咪劈波劈什麼位嚟都 jam 你㗎啦！
Some of the biggest pots I've ever played in my life against that man. Wai Leong Chan.
Is that right?
He crushed me. Took me a good 6 months to recover.
From one hand?
From a few.
From a few hands.
Few big pots.
They were all successively the biggest pot you'd ever lost.
Pretty much.
Just back to back to
Just
back.
back to back to back.
All against him.
All against him, yeah.
Do you think he even remembers?
Probably not.
Or they're like...
They were probably like the 3,000th biggest hand he's ever played.
See if Ruslan wants to attack this limp. He does. Just total trash on the button. Heads up against Winfried. Trying to take it down pre with garbage. And it's going to work against 2 9s.
I don't know much about this Ruslan guy, but I tell you what, he has been very impressive from what I've seen. Joined us for the first time last year. Back in September 2025. Showed up early for Triton 1 and then played all of the short deck events. Plus a 30k, so clearly a short deck sniper.
Not okay.
Oi, come on.
Winfried Yu looking for his third Triton trophy. One of the founding Triton players. He's got 2 short deck titles. And And he's on the button. See how Ruslan wants to proceed here. Couple of jacks.
Raise 300.
Razor daisy.
And that's going to work.
我一睇啊，屌你唔係67，我食完飯翻嚟。我有一隻 overcut。
Michael Zhang, the shortest stack in the room, just 13 antes. Gonna need to find a way to spin. Average stack of 52 antes. So really tough spot for Mikey.
你搞佢唔得嘅咩？
你有位，我冇位喎。
For those of you just joining us, Jason Kuhn, overwhelming chip leader, with 8 players left on the hunt for his 13th Triton title. I really like this format. This is my favorite short deck format. Pot limit pre, no limit post.
Yeah, it takes some time to get the format, dialed in. Taking feedback from the players, obviously.
Well done, Lee, for finding this as well. Bit dicey. I mean, he's currently 4th in chips. Ruslan's 3rd, has him covered. And Lee committing himself. I don't think we're ever 3-betting 40% of our stack to then fold.
No, certainly not in this format and not with this kind of hand.
I think we're going to see a flop here,
Jack-10 suited, heaps of equity against overall range. Unfortunate in this case for Ruslan to have a dominated hand, but he's expecting to be up against a lot of ace-king. Even doing totally fine against overpairs in terms of being able to flop something big.
Wow. Very surprised to see him let that one go. It feels like
too much gamble today.
Like a final table bubble adjustment, you think, or...
So, I'm making a very strong assumption here. I've only seen him play for the last, hour or so. But clearly seems to be a very competent and capable short deck player.
I can just cash for 50k more next hand.
And I wonder if it's just a byproduct of like edge folding. It's like, hey, look, I'm 3rd in chips. This guy's 4th in chips. Say I flop a piece, and all of a sudden I'm committed, and we're just playing a 6 million chip pot. Do I need to take this spot right now? So I can get behind it, especially if he thinks he just has like a really big edge against majority of the players. Well, here we go. This is going in.
With a big edge in this matchup against Zhang. They're going to be running it.
DD's going to get out of the way. Good luck, chaps.
That was an ace 6 suited.
6s are dangerous. 6s are dangerous cards. Very dangerous. Very live. Maybe not. We have 2 folds. There might be some 6s there. Yeah.
Well, we're going to just jump back over here real quick. Lee setting fire to 100k. Chan would most likely call.
Rematch here of the cutoff versus button battle we saw before, and they're not going to chop it up this time. Well, could get a 10. I'll take that back slightly. But for now, Kiat just needs to decide if this hand is worthy continuing to bluff. It's tricky when the queen pairs. So, of course, with anything less than a queen, it's uncomfortable for Chan to continue here, but the story that Kiat is telling now is a lot more specific. Basically claiming to have a straight, a full house, maybe something like Queen Jack that bet the flop.
Chan's going to keep him honest for at least one more street. That's a very comfortable river. Chan boating up. Is Lee going to run it?
Really doesn't feel like the spot to follow through to me because, again, the story on the turn was very much I've got a queen or I've got a straight. And on the King River, those hands hate this. So if your good hands would be checking on the end, it's pretty tough to bluff as well. Chan going to go through the motions here, needs to think about how he would put together bluffs in this spot. Well, he doesn't need to, but you know, it would be wise to think about this, spend a little time in the event that Lee has a queen and has a real decision.
Left 25k back, snap fold from Lee, no nonsense. So back on over to the all-in situation here. This is to get us down to the final table. So what's not greedy, saying he'd take a chop.
Double pair is pretty easy. I feel like you're going to say not on that flop.
Let's see. Oh, it's going to be tough to chop that one.
Yeah, you can still chop. Oh, I got the wheel too.
Yeah, you can still win too. Running sixes, so many things that are possible.
I just need no
7, 8, 10 queen needed to be live. GG, sir. So what's
Do we have to go
eliminating?
On break? Can we just like play? Mandatory break. I want to play.
Oh man, Jason really throwing me off there. Jason's just ready, bro. GG's Michael Zhang, another impressive run in the short deck streets.
You made the money off 10 antes, that's pretty good.
Widely regarded as the best short deck player in the world.
Good thinking.
So, just like that, we are down to the final table. Pretty surprised at how quickly we got here, but I guess from an entertainment point of view, that does mean we're going to have a nice, deep stacked FT, Jason Kuhn, Mr. Triton himself, 12-time champion, chip leader by quite some margin as we welcome you back to the break desk. How long did that take us? 20 minutes?
Just ridiculous how fast we got down to 7. I mean, let alone just making the money in a, simultaneous side-by-side elimination at both tables. None of the players were expecting that either. You could hear them talking about it. We're down to 7.
Yeah, it took a really rough beat for Ferdinand Putra, of course, his kings being cracked by Jason Kuhn's queens. That got us into the money, and then Michael Zhang unable to spin up those 10 antes in order to make it down to the FT. So with his departure, 7 left, average stack of 59 antes coming into that FT. Everyone's guaranteed 235,000. They're going to be battling it out for our first 7-figure payday of the series here, 1.38 up top. We're stepping away for all of 10 minutes, so don't go too far when we return the final table of this 100K.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table. And you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You know, ordinarily would want to limp, but with this ICM pressure, does Ruslan just let this go? And he does.
It's about that time where you don't want to bleed out and become one of the shorter stacks, so that's why he did fold that King Jack. Long Chen, he's only got one player to act behind him. That's Seth Davies, and he's got an ace. The thing is, if we were playing no limit pre-flop, I'm pretty sure he would have jammed
Just
the
rips
ace-6.
it. Yeah, but he didn't want to pot it and have Davies call a hand like this and then have an awkward stack size.
And it's so hard to play ace-6 if you don't flop an ace in the raised pot.
I mean, if you think that, I was going to say, if you think Davies is really aggressive, maybe you can just limp shove this. But I
don't think it really works like that in this game.
Yeah. There's
It's
no
not like
fold equity.
it's not like 20 BBs and you're like, oh, limp ISO from the 10 deuce offsuit, you know?
Exactly. I'm thinking more in small blind, big blind hold'em terms.
I like where your head's at, though. You're trying to find new creative strategies for this game. But it's going to be a Wylon Chen bet out of 160K. Like, for him, it's more about taking down pots and rebuilding and not becoming one of the short stacks. Try to get out of that danger zone.
And, you know, when Seth Davies checks the button option, these ace-high boards are going to be more Wylong Chan's territory.
He's calling.
Seth knows that, so he's getting a little stubborn here with middle pair. He does have that queen of spades working as well.
It helps. That also helps him a bit. Can now hit a jack for a straight. For Wylong Chen, it's a terrible card.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for Wylong Chen. Stack to pot ratio just over 1. Seth Davies can definitely have something like queen jack.
Yeah, so Wylong's in an odd predicament. He wants to protect what's in the middle, but then if he jams and gets called, he certainly is just drawing near dead.
Basically
you know what I mean?
dead, right, yeah. So he can deny equity, but it's at the risk of being out of the tournament if he runs into the other part of Davies' range, like you mentioned. What does Seth want to do here? He's looking at his chips.
He's like, can I muscle out like an ace-9, an ace-7? He doesn't know, so he'll check it back.
Now, I wonder if Seth, if he faces check here, will use this card to bluff. Not that it really changes that much. Queen Jack was already there.
I think he might,
does
though.
Jack 7 peel the flop? But still, yeah, he can make some 2 pairs on this card.
Seth Davies can make random 2 pairs more than Wylong Chen can in the cutoff, right? Because Davies got a free flop.
Absolutely. The question is, though, would those 2 pairs all even go for value if Seth just makes 10s and 9s here or something? But if he makes aces and 9s, certainly he would.
I think he probably would, but it's actually Wylong Chen that's just trying to do a little block bet. Price being 115,000. Does this open the door for Seth Davies to rise? Because it looks pretty weak. But then again, what if he's just getting baited?
Yeah, I mean, it looks weak, but now I feel like Davies' value threshold is It's not certainly not all 2 pairs, right? It's probably something like ace 10 plus, ace 9 plus.
I think so.
So,
but maybe Seth Davies doesn't call bet with some of the weaker 2 pairs, like 8-9. Probably just folds the flop.
Right.
Hmm.
It's just a question of.
It's about reading your opponent. What does this 115K even mean?
What are the value hands that Davies can really represent? Checking back the option pre, calling the flop, checking back the turn, and now raising. It's a little tricky.
Yeah, I think he definitely realizes that the 10 is never good as a call.
Yeah,
So.
I would say that's for sure the case. So he's deciding between fold and all in.
I hope so, at least.
I wonder if they were a little deeper if Davies would have bet the turn. Tried to set up a multi-street bluff.
Could see it. I'm getting nervous.
He wants to put it in, I feel like, but he also kind of realizes that, yeah, he just realizes that his range is pretty weak here on this run out based on all of the actions, but particularly the check pre and the turn check back. Now, it might have still worked, Randy.
It might have still worked.
Especially
I think it would have worked.
against the ace-6 in particular, you know.
Yeah.
Re-raise to 1.2 million, and they got all in. So it was queens against ace-jack offsuit of Wai-Long Chang, and he flopped an ace, and that was all she wrote.
Boom.
So ace-jack against queens was the confrontation there. That was a 2.4 million chip pot. And Seth Davies now is our tournament short stack, although it's very close at the bottom.
You think he's feeling good about this hand right now? Pocket aces?
Winfred Yu, yes, indeed. Is he going to come in with the limp or just...
I think he's asking what the pot is right now, so... And he's touching black chips.
And note that...
Oh.
Yes, he does just go ahead and pot it.
Hmm. What does ace-queen do now? Because Winfred... He's not exactly an extremely loose player.
No.
So ace-queen doesn't feel as good.
Normally, we've been seeing ace-queen just be willing to get in pre-flop in almost every situation, but you're right that against Winfred, it's a little bit more concerning. Kiat Lee decides it's just too much hand.
Here, enjoy these million chips and whatever you've got behind as he 3-bets.
And we are going to see a massive all-in here.
Mm-hmm. 1.7. Sigh. I bet you got me. Gonna get a count just in case it's some absurd amount he didn't realize.
Getting a count, but certainly not going to fold.
I mean, he's getting the right price if he's up against ace-king.
1,725.
Even against aces, he's almost getting the right price. I mean,
That's
this
right.
is...
Sorry, come again. 1,730. 1.7 million.
But you can see he's not happy at all, especially the speed with which Winfred just stuck it in there.
Big pot.
What do you got?
Ace queen.
Oh, just aces.
Whoever wins this pot will be our tournament chip leader. And if Kiat Lee can somehow wiggle his way out of this one, he will be the overwhelming chip leader.
It's going to be tough to wiggle out of this one with ace-queen. But we've seen crazy things. Not on the Jack 9-6.
Got to go runner for the wiggle. 10 would be a delightful card.
Mm-hmm. The queen does give 2 outs.
The glimmer.
Glimmer of hope.
He's already counting it out.
Well, that's a pessimistic attitude.
But it worked for Danny Tang, who de-mic'd himself. No, not this time. Winfred Yu, what a big double up there as he takes the tournament chip lead, taking over Jason Kuhn, who is just slightly behind.
Winfred Yu. Triton founding player.
And there's been a lot of movement, Randy, in the
Yes.
stacks. Winfred was one of the short stacks not too long ago. Seth Davies was one of the chip leaders. Watson was near the top. Now he's in the bottom half. We've seen a lot of oscillation, as you would expect.
Winfred Yu has almost...
And with the ICM considerations, just not really wanting to get involved there. So very nice pickup from Putra.
think that ICM part is very relevant, especially for a man like Watson who understands those kind of things.
Seth Davies is getting very short here and picks up ace-10 offsuit in the cutoff. Pot seems like the only play here.
Just downhill for Seth Davies.
He'd be shoving much wider than this, in fact, with only the button to get through.
Yeah, any broadways seems reasonable too. Ace-king though for Ruslan.
Pot.
Not what you want to hear when you're Davies. And not what you want to see. With a head nod. Once upon a time chip leader.
Yeah, he had that big castle of chips at one point, Randy, but of course,
50-50.
this is the way of tournaments.
I think we're going to chop.
Highs and lows.
Mm-hmm. Demolition truck taking down most of his chips. But maybe he can rebuild.
I win.
He's going to come king, 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 7.
And
oh, wait, queen. I thought he had ace queen. Queen, 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 7.
You don't want to see a lot of kings. And there is that king.
No,
but a queen is
Picked
needed.
up 1 extra out.
That is true.
Jack is good.
Jack would be good. No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't,
Trying to
Seth.
chop.
Seth's having a hard time figuring out what he's looking for.
Queen.
I got to draw to a bluff. That's not very good.
Okay.
The queen.
Queen needed.
Just the queen for me.
For Seth Davies, as Jason Kuhn is in the background.
Oh
That
my
is
gosh.
the queen of clubs.
There it is.
Finds the queen.
Short deck. Short deck. That's
Short
just
deck.
6 cards straight.
Good friend Jason Kuhn coming over and patting him on the back there.
Yeah, 380.
Another day, another final table. It is the 100K short deck with Mr. Triton himself, Jason Kuhn, leading the final 7. He's got 113 antes, Kevin. I wanted to jump straight into the Triton Poker Plus app to take a quick look at this seat draw because you and I love kind of breaking down the variance, if you will, in tournaments. Straight off the bat, who's got the rough end of the stick here with this stack layout?
I mean, really, it's anyone who has to contend with Jason to their left, right? So we're talking about Kadartsev, we're talking about Watson, and even you kind of across the table, you're always anticipating, okay, well, if I limp into this pot, what's going to happen behind me? Well, Jason's going to over-limp a whole lot of hands because he's got the chips to do so, right? And then he's going to outplay in position a number of times, not just based on skill, but based on position itself.
And it's really interesting because everyone that he covers in terms of the top 3 and 4, so Winfried Yu, Watson, and Ruslan, he's got position on. But then those shorter stacks that he can really push around, they're all to his left. So I'm curious to see how he approaches this final table. Certainly one of the most studied players in this format. Certainly one of the most experienced in terms of just like actual real-time experience at a final table of a short deck event.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a really fun one to sweat out. First 7-figure paid out of the series, 1.38 million up top. Everyone guaranteed 235,000 now that Michael Zhang departed in 8th. And yeah, just a few moments away from potentially seeing some historic moments. I mean, Cat Lee looking for back-to-back, that would be something spectacular.
Ridiculous. I mean, there's so much short deck talent in this lineup, and not just the specialists that you've talked about, but the folks who have already secured a Trident. I mean, Jason and Watson both having won a title in every format is just a testament to how talented these players are and how much experience there is normally when we watch not only short deck events at Triton, but also 100K buy-ins.
One of the founding players, Winfried Yu, comfortably in second. He's looking for his 3rd short deck Triton trophy. And Dan Dvoris has very quietly sneaked his way into this FT. We didn't get to speak much about him leading up to this. So, yeah, curious to see if he can get an early double. The guys are ready. Luca's ready. We're going to throw it down to the floor for the final table introductions.
$100,000 buy-in is the biggest and last short deck event at this series here in Jeju. We had 46 entries. We're down to a final table of 7, and it's time to find out who's gonna take glory, 1,380,000, and this beautifully new design Triton trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Seat number 1, from Canada, with 2 million, please welcome Dan Dvoris.
The Canadian won a short deck title in Cyprus back in 2023. Can he make it short deck title number 2 here in 2026?
In seat number 2, from Malaysia, with 2.5 million, please put your hand together for Kiat Lee.
Well, it really would be one heck of a statement to go back-to-back in short deck events after winning the 50K just last night.
In seat number 3, from Hong Kong, with 3.3 million, please welcome Winfred Yu.
Triton's founding player searching for short deck title number 3.
In seat number 5, from Canada, with 2.7 million, please put your hand together for Mike Watson.
One of 2 Triton Trident players at this table. So Watts looking for his 6th if he can close this one out.
In seat number 6, from Russia, with 2.7 million, please welcome Ruslan Khadartsev.
Probably the man I'm most excited about to see navigate this FT. Clearly a short deck specialist. Let's see what the Russian can do.
In seat number 7, we have our chip leader from the US with 5.7 million. Please put your hand together for Jason Kuhn.
The world's most successful short deck player of all time, looking for his 5th short deck title with a victory here today.
And closing down our final table is seat number 8 from Malaysia with 1.8 million. Please welcome Chan Wei Leong.
One of the Triton OGs has come close on so many occasions. Would love nothing more than to pick up his first Triton trophy here today.
The button has been drawn on Wei Leong. We have 9 hands remaining at 50k ante. Players, I wish you all the very best of luck. Murillo, shuffle up and deal, please.
You heard the man. Julio, shuffle up and deal. Our final short deck event of the series, and surprise, surprise, when the stakes are high, there's one man that knows how to get the job done better than anyone else on the planet. He is your chip leader. He does have some tough competition at this FT. Kevin Rabichow in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We're going to be on call all the way down to a champion. And as a little treat, at 20k that is running elsewhere in the room. 5 players left in that one, with Kyan Mokri leading the field. And we're going to be ping-ponging back and forth as and when there is an all-in. Mokri looking for title number 4 in that one. But our attention is here on this 100k.
Dvoris opening things off with a raise to 300. This not quite pot. 7-handed action. There's now 8 antes in the pot pre 400,000 to start every hand.
What's the idea behind the non-pot size raise?
So there's 2 factors I was considering, and I'm not sure which one is more important for Dvoris. One is just he's first into 7 players. Lots can happen behind. So he wants to not necessarily commit himself too early in the hand when multiple players might end up involved, but also Wei Long Chan is one of the other short stacks on the button. So you've got both players sitting around the 40 ante mark to start this hand. And I do wonder if the size down is kind of just, you know, the equivalent of looking at who's in the big blind and thinking, okay, I'm going to change my raise size based on who's in the big blind. You might do the same here in short deck with the button.
10-7-6. Mono. Daniel with that king of hearts. Does check it on over out of position. Leong Chan with an overpair on a very dicey board.
Yeah, and this doesn't exactly strike me as a spot where you look at your overpair and think, oh, I'm so happy that I have such a strong hand right now. I mean, you've got one pair, no heart. Could be getting trapped. Could have Dvoris even playing cautiously here with a bigger overpair potentially.
Bigger overpair with a heart. Chan's going to bet 350, and I don't know. Should he face a check jam? Can jacks with no heart withstand the heat?
Does feel like a viable option. I mean, there's the threat of Dvoris just being dead here. Jamming into ace-high hearts. Does take the passive approach and just check calling. Very little behind at this point. Pot is 1.6 million, 1.1 in Chan stack.
8 of clubs on the turn. Undercard to the jack. Does now put a 4-liner out there, but I think it's very safe to assume that Daniel never has a 9. Unless it's specifically ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah, it would be quite hard to have a 9 here. The threat, if there are traps here for Dvoris. Flopped flushes. It's hard to make those hands, though. And after the check back, Dvoris just gets there.
Let's reverse engineer the hand a little bit here. I mean, I'm trying to look at it through the lens of Chan. The stab on the flop just purely designed to fold out ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, no heart.
I think so, just
some equity
protection.
clearance, right. And then once we get check call, just recognizing that one, Daniel can still have the strongest parts of his range, like aces with a heart, flopped flushes, and he's just content to show this one down.
Yeah, really, as that played out, just kind of praying you're up against, I don't know, King 10 suited or something, and maybe I've got a shred of showdown value with jacks, but you could see Dvoris not even interested in trying to get value with ace-king. There was no guarantee that he had the best hand. Gonna feel good to pick that one up, especially against the other short stack. Chan now just 23 antes, significant difference between him and the rest of the field.
That is a huge pickup for Dan, who during the break desk segment, we were talking kind of, you know, snuck his way into this FT, or at least you and I didn't get to see much of him in the lead up. Now he's third in chips, more than average. Cat Lee always looking for a needle or a reaction.
Well, whose fault is that? That's not it. Whose fault is that?
Here we go. Chip leader.
Yeah, we'll get our first look at Jason's approach unopened.
Fair enough.
Leaning into the covered stacks behind. Dvoris now on the button with a big hand, but he's sitting third in chips at a final table with about an average stack. Does he want to be committing pre-flop against the chip leader in this kind of situation?
It's so strong.
Yeah.
It's so strong. Against chip leader, lead position. It's like, okay, if you have ace, king, kings, or aces, then
yeah,
GG's me. Huge start to this FT, Dvoris. Second in chips now.
Hey, what's up, bro? Out here doing it. Living the dream.
D-Tech. It's the Ben Tollerine coming over. See how his boy's getting on. Just out here doing it. Living the dream. Don't forget, if you haven't already entered that poll over on the Triton Poker Plus app, head on over, vote for who you think will win this tournament. Fun one to sweat along with. Jan's going to run this.
Yeah, welcome sight here. Not only to have ace-10 suited, but to have Jason out of the way ahead, so Chan's got a decent chance of just picking up the antes here uncontested.
I really hope Dan looked at the 6 of hearts first. So tilting. You look down at the best card in the deck, ace of spades, and you're like, oh, got a sweat here.
Yeah.
And then you literally have the worst card in the deck tucked behind.
I don't take Divorce for that kind of degen. He strikes me as someone who looks at both cards simultaneously and feels nothing. Just ice cold.
Ice in his veins. Let's have a look. Let's sweat. Okay, so Watts is a peeler.
No.
One at a time?
One at a time.
I didn't know he plays. Is he good?
Ruslan as well. He's looking at who's on the button. Lets it go.
He just has like a personal coach and trains a bunch.
Oh, one at a time. I mean, how else are you going to look at your cards? Let's be honest.
I guess I'm the only one.
What, you look at both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
With one hand or two hands?
Two hands.
You're a sicko. There might actually be something wrong with you. So you're telling me you grab both your cards, one in each hand, and you look at your cards at the same time?
No, I grab them together with both hands.
Yeah.
And I just bring it up.
Wow. You need help, mate. Who does that?
Divorce getting punished for the light limp here in the hijack. Linfred going to take this down with queens uncontested. I feel like who looks at their cards one at a time?
Well, apparently everyone at this final table.
I don't know how.
So
I'm going to have to watch again.
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone
What are your chances right now?
using
today?
both their hands to look at both cards at the same time. That's, I don't know, maybe they do that on Jupiter or Saturn, or what was that one that no longer exists? Pluto. Enough time to give a quick shout out to our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. Can trade on real world events such as Kevin using both hands to sweat his cards. The stable coin for on-chain finance.
Oh, sure.
Jup USD. Check them out. Shout out to Jupiter Exchange. Shout out to El Guapo in the chat. How are we doing, Pappy? Hope you're well.
Seems like a ruse.
Victor Robbins saying, sorry I joined late, but did Putra go back-to-back Bubble Boy? He did indeed. His kings were up against Jason Kuhn's queens. And Jason hit runner straight. Who have you got, chat? Who do you think's taking this one down?
I know whoever won
You drink boiled water.
participating in the poll thinks is going to win it.
Some
Are we allowed to
shady
spoil those results?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think so, but seeing as you've started, you might as well.
A couple of fan favorites sitting near the top.
It makes sense.
Jason Kuhn, Kiat Lee.
Tea bag from Starbucks.
I think that's fair. Jason's won the most short deck events of all time. Kiat's won the most recent short deck event. Yesterday? Earlier today? Forget exactly what time that was.
It's a bit too much, yeah. I think that's a bit too much.
Play definitely getting snug now that we are at the final table. Not going to see as much speculative limping, as much flatting of opens. But we are going to see more of these steals get through, especially when you get dealt Jack-6 off on the button.
How much is the pot?
I've noticed that Ruslan is really taking his time, even in what seem like very obvious, trivial spots. Just, you know, he's dialed in. He's looking for reads, seeing if he can pick up on anything.
One guy who asked the size of the pot.
Yeah, that was intentional. But now they're giving him a hard time. Ask the size of the pot and then fold.
有啲人特登問拖多幾秒，因為咁樣你咪可以諗多幾秒咯。因為有啲 dealer 係未計到噶嘛，未計到嘅時候啲 dealer 就會
Played a lot of Jack 6 games, so.
Oh yeah, been there, buddy.
係啦。
Lost a lot of money doing stupid shit with Jack 6.
一睇就知佢做緊咩啦。
I don't know, man. You get trash talked by Sir Watts, then
You think that's just it for you?
honestly, that
You just have to hang it up?
That might just be you know, you've made it kind of moment. Like, Sir Watts is there throwing barbs your way. Short stack Chan with the blades. No action thus far. And I don't think he's going to get any from Jason. In a weird way, Chan's short stack kind of working for JK. So he can continue to apply pressure on those middling stacks.
Yeah, it's a good situation for the chip leader to have a short stack around, short enough that they're just committed every time they enter the pot.
Kapinski in the chat asking for the payouts. Welcome to the stream. Everyone currently guaranteed $235,000, so little 2.3x. The champion's going to be going home with 1,380,000. Next ladder, small one, 58K. And fifth will go home with 378,000. Fourth will go home with 487,000. And once we reach the podium payouts, third receiving 646. Runner-up just shy of $1 million, 997,000. And then, of course, the champion just shy of 1.4. Kapinski, those are your payouts. Enjoy the show. Winfred with a very optimistic limp in here.
Yeah, from early position. Granted, it is on the short stacks button, Chan, I believe. Or have we moved to Jason's button? See his avatar coming up.
No, you're right, it is Chan's button.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my word. Okay. I mean, he said it not too long ago that it's short deck and outs aren't even outs. So let's see if Sir Watts can do the dirty on Jason, who cracked kings with queens to get us in the money. So Watts currently 5th in chips. Jason makes it 1.5. I believe Chan folded a queen. Was that queen 10 of diamonds? It was so quick, I didn't get a chance to see it. It kind of popped up for a split second. What are you doing? So what's his shoes here? He knows that he's up against ace-king at best.
So tough. Ace-king, of course, the hands that are happy to get it in, but nothing's stopping Jason from having some bluffs
Like an
that
ace
queens
10-0.
are doing better against.
Wow, I was just reviewing the tape. Chan did fold the queen of diamonds, so in terms of immediate outs, just the case queen in the deck for Sir Watts, should he decide to run this. That is not what you want to hear when you announce all in. 5 million chip pot. If Jason can hold here, which he will 81% of the time. It's the same equities as No Limit Hold'em. Is that right?
He's surprised.
I kind of am, yeah. Case queen needed, doesn't make an appearance on the flop. 9 or a 10 for some chop outs. Well,
10.
There's the 9.
要計有我女10啊，應該 call 同花女10，女10同花。
10 or an ace needed for the chop, doesn't find it. So Watts is out of here. We're down to 6. Jason Kuhn holding with the aces, and we have a runaway train situation. Overwhelming chip lead. Eliminates one of the greatest of all time. 5-time champion, Michael Watson, adding another final table to his Triton track record. And we're going to jump over to this 20K. We're down to 5 players. We have 13 million in the middle. 6, 4, 3. Mockery looking for a 7, 5, or a deuce. Remove the 5s as Jun turns top, but the 7 of diamonds.
Good luck.
Thank you.
On the river, chip lead pot, going Kyan Mockery's way as if it was ever in doubt.
New chip leader.
Just unstoppable. Really all year has been Mockery. And it looks like in this tournament, it is all Mockery
As long as you
and
can't bust me, I'm happy.
Alex Ponikov shortly behind. They're down to 4 players.
Wow, Mockery's looking for his 4th title in the span of, what, 18 months. That's pretty absurd.
Feels like a few weeks.
So back on over here. 6 left. Wow, there was so much going on. I'm so overstimulated right now.
I still wanted to credit Watson for just playing tough and dealing with the outcome of that hand, but we just got another all-in and call now. Dvoris repotting the ace-9 suited. Chan is committed with king-jack. Not in great shape.
I mean, what's the play here when you have runaway chip leader? Is it just like gamble it up, try and get yourself into a position where you're, you know,
to some
you're
extent,
chasing Jason?
Yes, but also this is just effective blind versus blind, right?
Spicy. Daniel with the nut flush draw and the best hand. Chan looking for a picture. He's dead. He is dead on the turn, and this is just insane. We're down to 5. Blind v blind, or in this case, cutoff versus button. Money went in. Chan will have to wait for that maiden Triton trophy. So what we got now? We got Jason Kuhn sat on 7.6 million. Forrest up to 5 million. One of the true OGs of the Triton Super High Roller Series, Wai-Leong Chan, out in 6th place. He'll head to collect $293,000 for his efforts. Everyone now guaranteed $378,000.
If not, then just give us.
Looks like we're ping-ponging back over to the 20K.
The last 2 minutes there before we restart. Go for your patience.
Super shallow over here. Looks like Aaron's actually chipped up quite nicely. It's Kai and Mokri with 15 bigs, Aaron with 15, Ponokov's with 15, and then Luka Bojovic.
Have a nice one.
With just 3.5 bigs. Bit of a crapshoot at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, blinds are
Added
huge
equity.
in this field.
One jack is out.
Chip leader has 15 bigs. 1 million big blind.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
They're going to be flying.
All 4 of these guys guaranteed 389,000. Champion will be going home.
That's going to be tough to win.
Just shy of $1 million.
6 is interesting.
6 would be a fun card. Or a queen. 4 would chop it. 8-7 for the win. 4 for a chop. Otherwise, we are down to 3 players.
No,
GG, sir.
Too late. GG, man. GG.
Good luck, guys.
With the elimination of Luka.
Chip leader, yeah.
Everyone guaranteed $482,000 for their
poker
efforts.
starts here. Real poker starts here.
Mine looks a little wrong too, but not by a lot. I think they're like a little less.
So a lot going on here today. 2 final tables running alongside each other.
My turn, right?
Only player without a title over here is the Russian short deck specialist, Ruslan. Cat Lee obviously fresh off that title last night. Jason with 12, Winfried with 2, and Forrest with 2. For those of you in YouTube asking about the different tables that we got going on, if you do want to watch both final tables at the same time, I mean, we've been telling you this for years. At this point, I feel like we should ban you from the Triton Poker Plus app. But just in case you haven't already heard, the Triton Poker Plus app is the ultimate viewing partner of the Triton Poker Series. You can get all of the tables up, follow your favorite poker players, sweat their hands.
On board with that.
So I'd highly recommend it if you haven't already got it. I can't believe we're down to 5. Just want to put it out there.
Happened really quick, and it's also left these 5 players with quite a lot of chips for a final table. 70 ante-average. Majority of those, of course, sitting at the top with Jason Kuhn and Dan Dvoris in second.
So, here's the lay of the land. Jason Kuhn needs to eliminate 4 more players to claim title number 13. And if I was a betting man, which I am, I'd put my money on him. We're stepping away for 2.5 minutes. Don't go too far. When we return, continuing coverage of this 100K.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Very warm welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter. 100K short deck final table with the most decorated short deck player in the history of the game, Jason Kuhn, leading the field. Does have some tough competition at this table. Dan Dvoris, 26 million in Triton earnings. Winfred Yu, founding player in 2 titles. Ketley, of course, taking down the 50K last night. What a series he's having.
Dvoris giving some thought to this 9-8 suited. Comes with a relatively small open, again, shorter stack. On the button this hand, Ruslan waits behind for Winfred's decision. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. I thought he wasn't getting involved here, but Winfried's been trying to get into some of these hands, trying to make something happen to break out of the middle of this leaderboard.
I kind of like it. I mean, Winfried, I don't want to say doesn't care about ladders, because obviously that's not true. The money is relevant, but it's very much a, you know, these guys, when they reach this stage, it's very much about the trophy. You know, these guys play, what are some of the games that Randy streams, like 5K, 10K, 20K.
Yeah.
Not to sleep on the payouts in this, but the average pot in the games that Winfried Yu plays is like first prize.
Check this out.
Wow.
Winfried's made top pair. Dan taking this kind of mid-equity hand and just rifling in, what, 3x pot?
Yeah, Winfried can't do anything about it. Lets it go.
Nice find from Dvoris.
Huh? Mafia? What's that supposed to mean? I had a pair. What do you want me to do?
9?
No, not 10-9.
Is he allowed to do that? Just lie on television?
Well, he didn't have 10-9. He had 9-8.
I thought he said a 9.
No,
Did he say 10-9?
He said 10-9.
Oh.
將我筆蚊打落去。手指？
Pair.
But pair too.
That's a great answer. Pair. Which one? Well, not aces.
Not exactly special to have a pair in this format. I like that Winfried's chosen full pot with Jason on the button behind. Yes, you've got ace-queen, but you don't exactly want action out of position against the chip leader.
Yeah, note the give up there from Jason. Not even flicking in the call in position, just respecting the pot sized open. He wants to control the flow of the game. He's very much in control right now.
To break even?
Doesn't mind giving up a couple of small ones.
And I've noticed the offsuit Broadway is just hitting the muck a lot more at this final table than earlier in the tournament. Seems that as ranges get tighter, these hands are performing worse, especially against a raise, not as much of an issue first in, trying to steal the antes. Lee with jacks up front.
I don't want to say that it's strictly down to picking up big hands right now, because there's a lot of edge to be carved out with the limping strategies and, you know, some of the pot bluffs in terms of hand selection.
Another offsuit Broadway hits the muck there.
I made a mistake? I made a mistake? Hmm? No, I'm saying, what'd you say?
I said, don't make me scared. Just fold.
Oh, make you scared. Oh. I thought you said that I made a mistake.
How? I didn't even look at the card.
By folding. Oh, because it was the last hand that orbit, so you had to win.
See, now I can just fold for another orbit.
Yeah, and then wait until under the gun, and then just pot it again.
Wait for a qualified.
It's a good strategy, you know.
I'm going to outlast him. Fold, 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 fold.
If you take down the antes once in orbit, you will never lose. Have you considered that, Henry?
Kiat Lee should write a book. Some elite knowledge being shared here. Wow, Kiat's going to get a walk now. Most likely.
Wouldn't jump to the conclusion with a fairly heavy chip advantage for Dvoris. And again, sort of blind versus blind with that great price. He does go for limp. I thought maybe even like bluff raise could be on the table, but maybe the Jack-7's just even too dusty for that. Instead, just limp and fold to the raise. Get away cheap.
I thought you were waiting.
I've had legit good hand.
Okay.
Pretty good.
I'll tell you what, it's been a long time
He goes all in. He goes all in.
since I've seen someone go back-to-back at Triton Series. Actually, I don't even know if I've ever seen it, to be honest with you. I know Adamo had one in Madrid 2022, won 2 titles. But I don't know if that was back-to-back.
Yeah.
Still three-handed over here in this 20K. Oh, wow, Kyan is struggling.
Very short. I mean, the whole field at this point, quite short stacked.
4.7.
You'll see in a second that Kaihan's got 3.5 big blinds behind the ante he's already posted. Those hands are going to run it.
It's pretty unlucky to see a pair there. It's also pretty unlucky for Aaron to see 2 overcards, I guess. Although that's more common.
Should I take it off? Is that too rude, maybe?
Yeah, Kyan's just like, how do I not have the best hand here? Blind v blind for 4 bigs. Jack 10-8. Clean for the 5s.
Tears.
Kyan doing his best. Unmiking. Standing up, stepping away from the table. He's an ace or a 6, doesn't find it.
GG. GG, Kayan.
GG's, my man. Another podium finish for the recently inducted Norwegian Poker Hall of Famer. Number 1 on Norway's all-time money list, adding $482,000 to his Triton track record. So Ponokov's going to be squaring off there. Took him 107 events before he won his first Triton title.
Ponokov's, huh?
Yeah, Ponokov's. And of course, he took down the Paradise Main. I kind of knew that Ponokov's was going to win a special one as well. He wasn't going to just win, like, you know, a warm-up event, a 30K. It was always going to be a big one. If he wins that, this 20K's in, it'd actually be back-to-back events for him at the Triton Series. Because the last event he played was
the closing Triton event in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we were just talking about back-to-back as well.
We could count that as back-to-back, yeah.
I mean, that is technically back-to-back.
Producer Lee looks proud of that one, glancing over like, yeah, you immediately found the back-to-back. That's a nice one.
Yeah, his last cash. First place, 100K main, 4.7 million.
Oh, hold on a second, because the 2 biggest stacks in this tournament are sitting on 2 very big hands. Dvoris is taking his time to figure out what to do here. It is complicated at the level of ICM consideration he wants to operate on.
I mean,
Trying to figure out, like, the risk premiums are huge between these two players. Ace-King not as big of a hand in this format as it is in No Limit. Comes with just a flat, which doesn't surprise me after that long consideration. It seemed like Dvorak was just thinking, like, do I really want to end up in a 10 million chip pot against kings or aces?
I thought we were just going to basically see, yeah, like a 10 million chip pot, basically.
I feel like especially between guys like Jason and Dvorak, just the days of like the massive ICM disaster are behind us.
Are they?
I don't know. It's
I think
when's
it
the last
depends.
time? Yeah, it
if it's
depends
day
who it
15
is.
of the series, then you know you're stuck a bunch.
They've still got the patience.
Well, when we're warming up. Ace 9-6. That's Daniel top. Could have been a big one.
Jason reaching for chips. Still likes his chances of taking this down multi-way after raising first in, and I think understandably maybe expecting Dvorak to have a good chunk of similar pocket pairs and suited broadways that don't connect so well here. And of course not exactly a lot of concern to the range of Ruslan on the button.
Ruslan could do something here. I mean, blocking nines, ace nine, but no, he's just gonna.
It's just so hard with the stack to pot ratio as it is. There's so little room for him to, I don't know, like put in a cheeky raise. Basically would be committed.
1.8 in the middle. Dan is basically going to be tied for the chip lead. Unless a red queen rolls off on the river, and one has to ask themselves, are we going to see a river?
Yeah, seems like it's pretty safe to assume that Dvorak has the best hand always, basically always in this spot. And usually when that's the case, you just want to start betting now and have that chance at building the pot. Jason's sometimes going to have a dominated ace and be in sort of a cooler situation. Checking back.
Slips it back over.
Didn't expect this with top trips. I know there's so much risk premium between them, which disincentivizes playing a big pot, but it's so hard for ace-king to be beat on the turn, and now, of course, filling up on the river, near impossible. Only losing to ace-9. Realistically, I'm ruling out pocket sixes from Jason's first in opening range. I know he's the chip leader, but come on.
So now we definitely have value on our mind. The question is, what size? $600K, and no nonsense from Jason, by the way. Doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, that was... He had made up his mind, probably just on the turn, like, okay, try and bluff me. Good luck to you after flatting +1.
Could have been a big one had Daniel announced himself pre-flop. As it stands, closes the gap on Jason Kuhn after taking it down on the river. Gives us some time as the dealers switch over to give a shout out to GTO Wizard. Get involved in their giveaways, follow them over on socials, X, Instagram. Can now analyze exact hands in GTO Wizard to find the correct plays. It's the quickest way to sharpen your game, catch hidden leaks, and learn how to exploit your opponents. Follow GTO Wizard on socials to be in with a chance
Maybe a 9-8
to win a
suited.
free subscription to the best
Ace deuce?
training app.
Yeah, ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
And 9 suited, yeah. I don't know. Maybe kings.
Got Wellington, New Zealand in the chat. What's up, Kiwi Special? How's it going?
Probably fold the flop to kings.
Shout out to all of you.
Oh, what the fuck, yeah. Ace king off, maybe. That would make sense.
He got there.
Wherever it is in the world you are joining us from, let us know.
Huh? Had queens.
Winfried again with an unorthodox limp here, just trying to make something happen.
Yeah, he's been involved with a lot of the low pairs. I remember pocket eights from earlier as well. Now making a set with sevens.
Yeah, he needs to be careful to not step on a landmine.
Kind of interesting board to play against Jason on the button. Some flop straights and flushes available to him. The trashy stuff connects somewhat well with ace 6-7. Wouldn't have minded a check to let Jason attack this kind of board. But as played, feels like this hand's over. I don't know, Jason's still giving it some thought. Nothing but bottom pair. Yeah.
Really chewed on that one.
I think understandably suspicious about the whole thing. Like if Winfried has an ace there, he's not excited about the spot. But just giving credit to some big flopped hands like Winfried had.
I'm missing.
We've got Malaysia in the chat, Netherlands, Bangladesh, New Zealand. Thank you for keeping us company here. Day 2 of the Super High Roller Series. If you haven't already, drop us a quick like. If you haven't subscribed, well,
what are you doing?
I mean, what are you doing? At this point in time, the highest value production in the world, the highest stakes, best players, free of charge, always has been, always will be. If they ever try and put it behind a paywall, we'll get rid of Kevin.
Wow.
Take his salary and buy you all subscriptions so you can keep watching for free.
So noble of you to promise all that. Really thinking about the viewers. Thank you.
It's all about the viewers, man.
Yeah.
I mean, these streams wouldn't exist. There was nobody to watch them.
Winfried starting things off with a limp once more. Jason came along in the cutoff. And I would think a reasonable opportunity for Winfried to try and win this one. Easy for him to represent the top stuff on this board, but Jason has connected best with King-Jack. Now probably the same thought crossing his mind as I had for Winfried. Not so hard for him to have an ace either.
Don't want to read too much into live tells, but the kind of stare down at the cards, lean back in the seat. Doesn't really scream strength, does it?
Yeah, it would have been unusual to see that demeanor paired with a raise.
Oh my. Winfried just drilling the 8 of diamonds turn.
Took his price on the flop, as he should.
Short deck.
Just gets there. Jason not going to love this card. Wonder if he might consider like buying his showdown with a cheap value bet here on the turn. That's not even cheap. 550.
550 into 725. Is that 80% pot?
Winfred loving this and just has to decide how to continue. Do we fast play? There's 2 flush draws on board to get value from. Maybe some sets to charge. He just rips.
How do you have 10-9, Winfred? The 10-9 or top set? Which one?
You surprised by that decision there? Holding the 10 of spades? Unblocking hands like ace-jack? I mean, I guess the idea is that...
Too many draws in there.
Yeah, there
Is
we
it
go.
top set or 10-9 suited?
Too many draws. I don't know what you're on.
Queen 10 of diamonds.
I don't know what you are on, man.
I didn't think you had 10-9.
Yeah, there we go. Winfred just wanting
maybe you had top set
to play for stacks against the ace-jack type holding, maybe a set of 7s.
And it's not that unusual to go for those big jams. We saw Divorce do something similar earlier. Just because of how much extra equity a big hand has in this format. Like if Jason has a set and fully believes he's behind, it's still a gross spot. And you do kind of want to charge the max. Other draws, of course, also coming to mind.
Jason Kuhn is no longer chip leader.
10-9 of hearts? Really?
That duty belongs to...
And I had you in
Boris.
bad shape.
Hot. Your limb, I don't know what you have.
Thank you, Incredible One. Glad you're enjoying the show.
Yeah.
Andre
Good
Tanner
strategy.
saying, man, I miss Rui Cow.
In this game, it's a good strategy sometimes. Just go all in.
It comes in Queen of Spades, and then I bet you jam. What am I gonna do?
A diamond. Diamonds.
You have diamonds?
Diamond was the one you didn't want. Might have bluffed a diamond. I don't know.
I just saw flush over flush. I'm scared.
Yeah.
See how out of line Divorce wants to play his chip lead. He'll treat himself to a limp with 10-9 offsuit.
What about Winfred with the offsuit Queen Jack?
Are you trapping cat?
Huh?
You trapping cat? Just saying, you trapping him, huh?
There's a lot of table talk going on right now. Some needling.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Winfred was trying to gather something there. Did seem a little bit... You know when you ask someone a question in a moment when they're just so focused on their own hand? Sometimes a little bit of info gets revealed.
What a turn card for Winfred. 100% check mark. If Forrest did river the straight, Winfred would boat up. What a run he's on. Winfried Yu is going to be playing at least 5.2 million at the end of this hand. Forrest correctly shutting down in this spot.
Yeah, I like this slowdown, and it doesn't mean that Dvoris has completely given up on this
5 or 10 minute
pot,
break after these 4 hands, or is it scheduled for what
but
level?
maybe just feeling out if he gets checked
Okay.
through on the turn. Maybe he can attack whatever hands might fold after that check back, but now you check and just feel out if Winfried has a queen. Face this bet and step out of the way.
Yeah, how much did you say the bet was?
275.
Yeah.
Too much?
No, I just heard something else. I saw what it was.
Really?
60 would have been too much.
Really milky bet there from Winfried, unfortunately for him. Down with just 10 high. So things have really shifted here. It was looking like Jason Kuhn, runaway train, and then that ace-king against Queen's pot going Dan Forrest's way.
After these 3 hands, we take a 5 minutes break.
Winfried obviously turning the
ask you
straight
about
not too
after
long
this
ago.
week.
He's
No,
now
so
up
we
to
gotta play one more
5.2
level.
million. Ruslan,
We
shortest
don't
stack in the
have to.
room, 26
If
antes.
we all agree, then it's okay.
Yeah, I'd be down. If you guys are down, I'd like to take a peek.
Yeah, if you need to take a leak, we can.
I don't mind.
Whatever.
If you need it,
I don't mind a 5 minutes.
always down with the break.
Quick one.
5 minutes, not even 3 minutes. Just wash my hands. That's it.
Sounds
I'm
like it's...
an old guy. It takes longer than 5 minutes to pee, man. I'm old, man.
Jesus Christ. Can we mute the stream?
I don't think they're going to bring their mic
now you
packs
have to win
with
2.
them.
No, wait.
You don't need to worry, Henry.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, you do.
Winfried's just like, hey guys, as you get older in life, going for a pee isn't as simple as it once was. 5 minutes is not sufficient. Producer Lee nodding in agreement. Oh, the joys of getting old, eh? That sounds like the decision is unanimous. We will be taking a short break. A couple of questions in the chat about the Triton Poker Plus app and the streaming situation. So we've got 3 tournaments running at the moment. We've got the 100K, the 20K, and obviously the 25K Jupiter event. And you can get up the final table, the heads up between Aaron and Ponakovs. Ponakovs currently leading, 29 bigs, plays 21. Obviously, we have this 100K on stream, as you can see, but you can also get up the 25K if you want to find some of your favorite players who are out there battling in that one. So it should be working, and if it's not working for you, I would suggest maybe updating the app if you can. There was a new update that was pushed this morning, so should be working.
Winfried gets away with a bit of a steal there. Opened into the short stack button of Kdartsev.
It looks strong.
It looked like he thought about a rejam with ace-10 offsuit there, but just went for the call and got out-flopped.
Yeah, I thought he might run it. I tell you what, Winfried is in a flow state right now.
This guy.
Flopping sets, turning straights. He's doing it. King, Queen. Does have Jason Kuhn on the button to worry about.
Yeah, and ever since Dvoris picked up chips. Oh, big fold.
That is a big fold. Ace-Jack O, snap hitting the mark for Kiat.
He's made a couple of folds that have slipped through or slipped under the radar at this final table. I think he's pretty aware of when tight ranges are entering the pot, and he just doesn't seem interested in being part of like a 3 or 4-way pot at this FT.
That was a strong fold. It would have been outflopped here, but would have still had heaps of equity, top pair, and a straight draw with the ace-jack. As it stands, Forrest with pretty much a lock on this hand. That was a big fold. It was the way he just didn't hesitate either, you know?
Yeah. Seems to recognize as well that Dvorak can have a pretty strong range up front. He's been limping more since he got chips. And limping into Kuhn's button is relevant, as you pointed out earlier. Jason's going to stick around with this middle pair.
Spicy turn card. 7 of spades. It's going to be enough to keep Jason engaged.
Yeah, those backdoor flush draws even more powerful in short deck. Seen Dvorak been quite cautious in this exact matchup. So for him to keep barreling here, I'm sure looks strong to Jason. That said, you've got king high spades. Doesn't really matter how strong your opponent looks. You put in the chips and see a river.
Wow. That is insane.
Just that easy.
What a ridiculous run out in short deck as well. It's so hard to make flushes. Hence the reason that flushes beat full houses in this game. What a pure run out. Jason going to be up to at least 6.3 million. We'll retake the chip lead. Question is, will he extract more? Forrest checks it on over.
Pending size, there's definitely a way that Dvorak can just limit the damage right here. If Jason's going to somehow arrive at the river and bluff right now, he probably needs to have a king or a queen in his hand. Just some kind of marginal pair that was sticking around. Thinking something like king-jack offsuit.
With a spade. $1,050,000 is the request.
Dvorak, of course, also has to determine if he ever beats value. Does Jason ever get here with kings and sevens and bet the river?
I don't think so. Don't forget, Forrest limped under the gun. Has all the traps, aces, kings, ace, king. I think in Daniel's shoes, now we're just trying to figure out, okay, does a hand like king-jack, king-10 with a spade stick around on the turn, correctly lets it go?
It's a nicely played hand. You can see the uncertainty on his face.
Yeah, but he wasn't sure about that one.
Just made great decisions throughout.
Producer Lee has put together a little note here that if Jason Kuhn wins this, it will be his 19th 7-figure score.
Sorry, what?
Holy shit, dude. His 19th 7-figure score. And a little fun fact, his first was in 2016 when he beat his good buddy Seth Davies heads up. And that was while Kuhn was actually mentoring Seth during that time, Kuhn took home $1 million, Seth took home $500,000. It was both personal bests at the time. That was back in the day when the heads-up matches were just insane. It was just like, yeah, let's just leave all the money up top.
Oh, totally, 100%.
Yeah, the pay jump was just 2x.
Just for you.
You guys are so sweet. Good friends. Been around the world together.
So you're saying in the last 10 years, Jason's had 2 7-figure scores per year.
No, he was doing the same too. Like
from you mostly.
Give or take.
I feel like.
I mean, I feel like I'm super spoiled now with the introduction of Triton. That doesn't seem.
Yeah, no, I still agree on.
You know what? I'm just going to shut up. Because I was going to say.
I mean, you just have to. It speaks to how ridiculous his title count is.
Yeah.
Because you just have to like win a tournament or finish. You know, as the buy-ins go up, of course, sometimes it's top 5, top 7, whatever. But you only get like 15 events per stop.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good conversion rate.
Yeah, let's not forget, like, half of the events only have like 1 7-figure payout, and that's first place.
A bunch of them have 0.
Yeah, exactly. So
one more pot, definitely.
it's pretty wild, man. That's a pretty wild stat.
Every time. Oh.
啲好撚鉗喎，條友喺嗰度，仆街，躲得喎，我發揮唔到啊，限制住我佢罩住我啊，雖然我都冇牌。
King Queen of clubs now, up front for Winfried. Beautiful looking hand.
Reason to be cautious right now, though. The chip distribution's really starting to diverge. Winfried, very healthy in second place. But Kudartsev there with just 20 antes. Lee with about 40. So I want to do a bit of damage control until one of those two, or preferably both of them, are eliminated. See how Kiat wants to play ace-jack against this open.
Yeah, this is an under-the-gun open as well, and Winfried with 2 players behind that could do a lot of damage. Jason obviously covering, and Voris just shy.
Just pitches. Not even wanting to flat with Ruslan around here on 1 million chips. Kiat's got his eyes on a ladder.
Ruslan's running out of time. 17 antes, and the blinds are going up shortly. Up to 262 entries in that 25K. Pretty absurd. 1.3 million up top. So it looks like a little D-mic, quick P break, as was requested. Wow, so hang on, over here, this is going to be going in, by the way.
This is like 6.5 bigs, Queen 9 suited, huge.
Big blind, 1.2 million. It was shallow throughout the FT. Aaron just getting to click call. He's got the best of it. Huge spot. He lets out a big sigh and absorbs what could be one of the biggest moments of his career. Beautiful window card. Does leave things interesting. Ponokov's picking up outs. Ace or a 9. Diamond would be sweaty. How about that for a turn card? A 9 would now boat up, Aaron. So an ace and an ace only for Ponokov's.
Ace of spades.
Oh, what? Oh my word.
5.7.
Dude, how do you how do you do that? Ace of hearts, corner pocket, Ponokov's spiking it on the river.
I don't think Aaron can believe it. It looked like it was locked up.
One card away from his first Triton title. Stolen away on the river.
Близко было.
That one stings, man. I mean, like, especially in heads up, Kev, where there's nowhere to hide. You just have to let it go, shake it off, and immediately move on to the next hand. And the thing is, like, Ponokov's picks up on that stuff.
And you've just got such a dangerous opponent too. Like, it's so, I don't want to say relieving, you know, to just win it through a pre-flop all-in like that, but it can be nerve-wracking to think, okay, now I gotta not just get back to work, but I've got to play reasonable stacked heads up against an incredible player. That's a quick turnaround.
That's rough. That is really, really rough. You know, you and I are big tennis fans. We talk about, you know, the mental fortitude of the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz in the big moments.
Yeah.
And when you then look at poker, there are just guys in poker who have that in them to shake it off, move on to the next hand. And then there are other players, perhaps less experienced, who just melt down, and you see them melt down in real time. Let's see if Aaron can just shake that one off. Number 1 on the Armenian all-time money list. 7-3 of spades, just folded on the button there?
7-3 off.
Ah, okay.
Still perhaps limpable.
No, don't steal
but
my chip.
Very, very low value hand.
Can you give me back my chip?
Totally fine fold.
Thank you.
Well, well, well. I thought we were about to be crowning a champion.
You and me both.
Let's talk about Ponokov's, by the way. He's won $17 million in the last 2 years on the Triton Tour. Better than anyone else in the world.
You know, talking about 7-figure scores. 4.7 million in the Paradise main, 1.4 million in the Jeju main event last year.
Wow, look at this. 15 bigs, just piling it in with the Jack-5 of spades.
Yeah, that was a little bit light. Not exactly a hand that's so strong that if you limp and face a raise, you're like upset about folding it, which is usually the rule of thumb I go to for, well, I'd want to front jam this hand to, you know, not get blown off my equity. Ponokov's maybe even just defaulting to aggression, thinking this is someone that he can run over a little bit.
Certainly feels that way. $17 million in 2 years. I'll be damned.
Yeah, didn't even get to all those 7-figure scores. 3 million in the 150K in Jeju last March.
I think his first ever 7-figure score, I don't know if it was 7 figures actually, but he debuted at the same time I did at Triton, and he made the final table of the main event. The one that Henrik Hecklund won.
Madrid 2022. He came fourth
in.
for 888,000 euros.
Okay, so 7 figures in dollars.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Fed.
That hand could have been a collision between those two had Bazanian gone for the open jam. Instead, he limp folds. I think a reasonable choice. Ace 3 suited. Enough for Ponnikovs to take that one down.
Ponnikov seems very in control, very composed. He's been on this stage so many times. You can just see as well the way Aaron's just kind of like sat at the table now. Bit deflated, understandably so. Absolute dagger, that ace of hearts.
All in.
Wow. This one as well, I mean, just feels like a hand that can limp and get away if necessary.
Wow, he pilled the King of Hearts first one as well.
Yeah.
He said in Russian, the first card's good.
Definitely a king to be folding, facing that action.
Not during the hand. But we were never during the hand saying anything.
Well, back on over to today's main event, the 100K short deck. Look at the stack distribution here. Pretty absurd as the blinds have gone up. Kiat Lee and Ruslan really feeling the pinch now. There's Dan Voris, Winfried Yu and Jason Kuhn kind of taking it in turns. There's chip leader.
Wow.
Yes.
No.
Ruslan getting a walk.
I won a hand. You did it, bro.
Wow, that was the most Russian accent.
Looks like I'm just holding.
That was the most Russian accent I think I've ever heard.
You're back now.
That was like some Teddy
Good for
KGB
you, right?
stuff.
Hell yeah.
I'm so small,
Pay
you're
him.
so big.
And
We are working together.
You're a good guy. Yeah, we're a team.
What is it?
They're giving a walk? Is that fucking allowed? It's a collision. It's not allowed, right? Clearly it's not allowed.
Jack 6, what do I mean? Jack 6. Oh.
It's okay. Yeah. Just give me one change.
What is it?
Table's mad about
I'm very
Kadartsev
confused.
winning that pot.
Yeah. And you give me whatever like change.
Give
Yeah.
80.
Everyone except for
What you need?
him, of course.
Dan is just so... He's just like, you guys have low IQs. He was like, why don't you just put the black chip in with a 5k chip and the dealer will give you a 25k back. Instead, Kiat threw out 5 5k chips. The dealer changed it for a white chip, took in the 100k, took in the 5 5k chips, and then handed Kiat back 4 5k chips. And Dan was just like, okay, guys.
Just watching that all happen.
He looked so frustrated
the
and
whole
perplexed
time
at the entire
getting more and more
the entire
tilted.
thing.
Oh, Winfried has limped up front with ace jack.
Good luck, sir.
Ruslan might have just walked into it.
And we're going to be running this one. Pay that man his money.
Yep, raise, right? On?
Good luck, chaps. Ruslan really just has been handcuffed by the situation.
He has less than what you put in, so.
He said all in.
Yeah, they're all in. He put in 1.38 and he has less.
Just been card dead with the chip leader on his left. See if he can wiggle his way out of this one. Okay, I mean, okay.
Six of spades. That's a good one. Six of spades is a nice one, yeah.
A 9 gives Winfried
Not okay.
Good job.
the straight. Ruslan drawing to a chop and a chop only.
Me too.
Doesn't find it. GG's, my man. Bit of a shame, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Would have loved to have seen him build up a bit of a stack. It just felt like he was handcuffed the entirety of this FT and just didn't have an opportunity to show us some of his magic. But still has to be happy with this score, 378,000
Laddered him up.
for his efforts. Yeah, we saw flashes of real short deck talent.
Yeah.
Certainly could have seen more.
We really did. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Ruslan at future stops, where we'll be hosting more short deck events. But for now, with his departure, we are down to 4. Not just any 4, by the way. The most decorated player on tour, Jason Kuhn, one of our founding players, Winfried Yu, last night's 50k champion, Kiat Lee looking to go back-to-back. Of course, Dan the Ox Forrest, 2-time champion, 26 million in Triton earnings. Looking for title number 3. A lot of podium finishes for Dvoris over the years, hence the 26 million in earnings. A lot of crossbars as well. A lot of crossbars for Kiat. He's reached heads up 9 times. Won 3.
3.
Yeah, lost 6. That's not the conversion rate you want to have. So, with that departure, everyone $109,000 richer. 487,000 the current on tap payout. So Winfried potted up front. Forrest defended the button, swapped best.
Yeah, and this looking like a board that is hard for Winfried to connect well with after potting. Doesn't surprise me to see Dan reaching for chips, just generally attacking, and probably clears this one out right away.
Even if you think Dan's up to no good with like King Queen, King Jack, just out of position in an inflated pot.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do.
It's like, okay, yeah, you turn a queen, then what? You're just happy to run with it. Dvoris taking it down, he's back up to 5.5 million. So now we have a really unique situation. We've got Kiat Lee, the immediate short stack, and then Winfried, Jason, and Dan all kind of chilling.
Yeah, I think we'll see Kiat start to get more involved now, right? The distribution for so long has incentivized him to try and ladder, and ladder he has. But now you've got 23 antes, and the next closest stack has triple you. So it's go time for Kiat.
So 4 remain here. 487,000 locked up. Shout out Jacob and Co. Can they, you know, they've got some of the best timepieces in the world. I'm wondering, do those timepieces make you clairvoyant? Is that what's going on?
Are you suggesting that Jacob & Co. has time travel pieces?
I mean, I'm just saying, you saw what I saw. I'm showing and seeing Kiat still at the table. And all I'm asking is if Jacob & Co. do have a timepiece that can help me see into the future and
Well, that's what I said to him, and he thought, that's what I said to him.
pick the right
and
horse.
He thought I meant something else.
Jeez.
At the Grand National.
You'd like to
the
get
right team at the Super Bowl.
You'd like to get your hands on one.
I mean,
who wouldn't?
I mean, you just instantly become a billionaire, right?
What year would you travel to?
No, but I'm not talking about years. I'm just saying 30 minutes into the future. You just know any sporting result.
That's all you would do?
Well, yeah, what else am I going to do? I mean, I guess you could become a superhero. You could, like, save people, but...
Yeah, you could just vigilante lifesaver. You could just start traveling around predicting...
Well, hang on.
Just like accidents.
Hang on. Well, because now, like prediction markets.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get too much into that, but I feel like there's some accounts on.
Why has it always got to be about money?
Some accounts that happen to know when Maduro is going to get, extracted from Venezuela, for example.
They saw 30 minutes into the future.
They somehow knew that the boys were going in. But no, it doesn't have to be about money. But here's the thing. If you can only see 30 minutes into the future, you would only be able to help people within, whatever radius you could get to within 30 minutes.
That seems great. I just set up in a small town and just be the hero of that town. No one ever gets sick. No one ever dies.
Oh, man.
We're just the best town in history.
I can just imagine you in, rural Nashville.
Okay, go on.
Some town of, I don't know.
Nashville's a big city.
No, it is, but I mean,
Yeah,
outskirts. Some town of, 3,000 people in it, and you just got K-Rap there.
Yeah. Over time, they would realize, I wouldn't tell anyone, but over time, they'd start to realize, oh, I think a deity might be living in our town.
Oh, man. Nice save, nice save. We did well.
All thanks to Jacob & Co.
Shout out Jacob & Co.
You want? Or
Shreya saying Randy's going to ignore us now.
Take that back. Take this.
How?
So complicated with the 25.
He's not even here, so yeah, maybe he is. Incredible one saying move to Kentucky and bet the Derby every year. Yeah, that feels like it's very, very, very low down on the list of things that I would do if I could see 30 minutes into the future, but thank you for that one.
You ever been to the Kentucky Derby grounds? They're pretty sick.
I'm trying to think what the most unhinged thing I would do.
Kiat not ready to go with ace-8. Not enough hand for 20 antes. Jason gets a walk.
Good hand. Lucky one at least.
The tail cat, but it didn't pull the trigger.
I would just go around spooking people out. I'll just be walking around New York, just casually tapping people on their shoulders and be like, that car's about to beep its horn.
Yeah, you just...
it just beeps its horn.
You'd start saying
that
the
man's
thing
about to stumble.
that the guy down the street is about to say. You just whisper it to people before they say it.
Just really trip people out.
That's a good way to use those powers.
That would be fun for about 2 days. Then it would get pretty boring. I like the vigilante idea, I think.
I'm just imagining, this is just Groundhog Day, right? Like the way that when Bill Murray got really, really unhinged on day 75 or whatever of Groundhog Day. And he just starts he's like muttering what's going to happen, and he's announcing the weather report or whatever before it happens. That'd be a fun way to do it.
I like Angry Pitbull's idea. So you could just do sports betting and cure malaria or something with the billions. I like that.
Yeah.
Malaria.
The classic story. I'll do good once I have all the money.
Hey, listen, don't
I
open that
believe
can
you.
of worms, okay? Not in 2026.
I believe you, Angry Pitbull.
Let's get back to the poker, all right? Don't need you opening that can of worms. Too many conspiracy theories going on. All right, GG's, Kiat.
The conspiracy of trickle-down economics. Harmless looking pot thus far. Couple limps. Nobody flops anything. Couple of sixes on board often encourages the button to try and represent something.
Yeah, I do wonder if Lee takes a little stab at this. That should get rid of Winfried. I don't know if it's going to get rid of Jason. And I'll tell you what, if a 9 rolls off...
Yeah, that's a dangerous card.
If a 9 rolls off, it is going to be good night. Kiat Lee. Jason flicking in the call. 920 in the middle. SPR of around 1.5. Ace of diamonds should slow things down. Although Kiat, stone bottom of range, 8 high.
Yeah, question is, what would this matchup look like if Kiat had a 6? So unlikely to have an ace. Jason just leads on that card, kind of recognizing, like, you just don't have an ace ever. If you've got a 6, you're not going to raise. Get a little equity denial. Forces Kiat off the hand.
That was a cool bet.
Yeah, that's
nice
a nice
find.
one.
Nice find. It's so hard to the casual observer, perhaps has never played short deck, to kind of look at the play styles of these guys and just really know what separates the elite from the rest of the pack. And it's you see little glimpses of it, like that hand there, where you're just like, okay,
yeah,
like that's just not a spot that a lot of people are looking for, I don't think.
I mean, it's a good habit, and many of us learned our poker knowledge this way in the past. To just follow the people who have the respect of everybody as being one of the greats in the game, and just pay close attention to what they're doing, right? I mean, we get the chance to watch Cards Up. Jason Kuhn's here, Kiat Lee's here, just showing off incredible short deck talent. It's a good way to learn any format.
Forrest with a beautiful hand pre-flop, but absolute rags on the 987. Perhaps a board that you wants to pounce on. Never really expecting Jason to interact all too much with the 987 after limping up front. As it stands, checks through. JK turning the straight. Will extend his lead. Top of the chip counts unless a 10 rolls off.
Jason quickly checking once more. Not exactly as you kind of suggested from the flop, not the spot he thinks that he can represent a whole lot, not a spot he's going to be very active with his overall range. And a 1-card straight is nothing to write home about on this board. Feels a lot more comfortable now. Pretty clean board pairing river. Chance for Jason to extract value. No resistance from those two hands.
Jason extending top of the chip counts. All eyes on Kiat Lee to make a move. He's going to need to do it sooner rather than later, having to invest 5 antes every orbit.
Ooh. Back over to the heads-up match in the 20K.
So it looks like Monakovs has lost some back.
Blinds are up to 1.6 million. This is just 12 bigs, open jam. This is legitimately tough for Ponnikovs to get away from. Jack-8 suited's just pretty strong against this action unless your opponent's very conservative. He's going to call.
So once again, the Armenian with the best of it. All in pre-flop. We already had Ponnikovs here once before. Can he hold? Deuce of Clubs is a beautiful window card, and how about that?
Ну, это сложно.
That is
Ну,
very
по
difficult.
статистике должен выиграть. 3 из 3 сложно проиграть просто.
43 million in the middle. Oh, hold on.
Never easy.
It really is never easy. From 1% on the flop to 11% on the turn. Ponnikovs calling for the 8 of spades. Doesn't find it.
Красава.
GG's. Alex Ponnikovs, no back-to-back for him. And GG's to our champion from Armenia. Had to do it the hard
Там,
way.
кстати, неправильная
Had to really earn it.
информация была по стекам. Почему? У
Aaron
меня 10 блайндов
Bajanyan.
было. 10,5, там 14 писало.
Number 1 on Armenia's all-time money list, taking down his first Triton title, beating Alex Ponnikovs in the 20K. We'll be grabbing a word of our champion at some point. Well, we're talking about, you know, betting on, or trading rather, on real-world events, such as seeing into the future for 30 minutes. Jupiter. Just use Jupiter. Head on over to Jupiter Exchange. I use it. I know a lot of poker players use it. We were talking about it just yesterday. Back in the meme coin days. So Armenia with a trophy.
Pot.
640.
Oh, we've got something going on here. Oh, Kiat's just out. Ace Jack.
640.
There was a chance there. Some concern, of course, that Winfred's limped in strong. Divorce was fairly light and would have been committed against Lee.
Beautiful hand to do it with. And Daniel just taking the offsuit ace. punishing the limp. See a lot of GGs in the chat. Triton mod saying congratulations,
I think
Aaron.
it's necessary because they need to do chip race.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind taking a walk. It's a long day.
Especially play till 2 something, yes, last night.
I'd rather just carry on play.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can tell them to do 10 minutes, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever Kiat wants, man. You want to do shorter, that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, quick walk and
Yeah, quick walk maybe. Yeah.
Quick stretch of the legs, it sounds like.
Yeah.
quick wing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Quick wing and come back.
The sound engineers really need to learn when to mute the mics of the players.
He's not thinking of the break. Oh.
They made their choices.
I didn't put yet? No.
They said a quick walk to the bank, guys. Okay, they're just going to go and withdraw some cash. Calm down. Do you need to use the ATM on break? Okay, we can walk over there.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Spent all my money on futures for seeing into the future.
On dog with hat. Spicy flop here. 10-9-7.
Everyone interacting.
Cat Lee might just open.
180.
Okay, I was going to say, you could just pile this in here.
180.
Play a big one.
180.
Winfried with a speculative holding.
Yeah, this is interesting with Kiat's stack depth. There's not a lot of room for him to get away. You can see the lion's share of equity with Jason covering the straight draw of Winfried and blocking the outs of Kiat. Wise for Winfried to get out of the way with the bad end of the straight draw there. And Jason's just going to put him in.
Good luck, chaps. No.
Oh, he's just found a fold. Was close given the price. 40% equity hits the muck.
Doesn't want to run it. So.
Sure.
Sounds like we are going to be taking a scheduled break. 15 minutes when we return. Ante pre-flop will be 100k, button ante will be 200k. Jason Kuhn still leading the pack, but it's not a runaway affair for JK. He's got Winfried Yu, the two-time champion, on his tail, and of course Daniel Dvorak with 54 antes can do a lot of damage, I guess. When we return from break, all eyes going to be on Catley with just 12 antes as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Really fun frame there, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, we had some eliminations, and Ruslan most recently, and I thought that with Ruslan being eliminated, that Kiat was going to be, you know, as the lone short stack, kind of putting himself at risk more often. I'm a little bit surprised to see Kiat continuing to play conservatively, passing on a few opportunities to get the chips in either good or in reasonable shape. Given the distance between him and the rest of the pack, I mean, he's got a lot of room to make up to get back into this.
Yeah, he's going to need to find an early double, and then from there also just continue to pick up pots left, right, and center. Elsewhere in the room, event number 2 of the series, the 25k Jupiter event. 271 runners in that 25k. Jamil Wakil leading the pack. That's someone who has had his fair share of rough beats, the Triton series. I recall in Montenegro, I think it was like nut boat against the turned quads of Andrew Roble, losing like some really big flips in key spots. But here he is, 107 left. 1.3 million up top in that one. They're going to be playing 18 levels, I believe, with 41 places paid, and some real heroes in the top 10. We've got Nick Petrangelo, Ike Caxton, Paulie V, Igor Yaroshevsky, some studs out in the field. And if you want to check this out, download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can scroll through the entire field. You can favorite your favorite players so that whenever you log in, you can see how your favorite players are getting on. Maybe you have some sweats. Maybe just a fan of, you know, some of the players that are out here battling at Triton. And I honestly think it is just like the ultimate viewing partner while you have the stream up and you're listening to us talk nonsense. Obviously, we're going to be keeping tabs on that. Tomorrow we'll be playing down to a champion. And then, of course, we just saw Ponokov's second place to the Armenian. Very close for him, almost back-to-back. But I think the thing that I wanted to touch on is with that score, he's now won $18 million in the last 2 years at Triton.
Yeah, just ridiculous string of success for Ponokovs. We talked about his chance to go back there after his win in Paradise, but I mean, it's ridiculous to amass that kind of win. It's similar to what we spoke about Jason Kuhn being able to do, which is just showing up in the biggest buy-ins and having success only in the biggest buy-ins. You only get a few shots like that per series. And to come out and get seven-figure score after seven-figure score, I mean, you're going to have the rest of the room looking at you like, oh, okay, come on, this guy again. Which is how we were looking at Kaihan Mokri, who came third in that tournament, by the way.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It feels like Ponokov's either finishes in 20th or he finishes in the top 3 because he just has that bulldozer-style attitude towards the game where he just builds up monster stacks, puts himself in a prime position, but ultimately falling short this time to the Armenian Aren Bajanyan. He's won his first title. Congratulations to him. Just shy of $1 million for that 20K score. And yeah, we're going to be throwing it down to Stanley, who's going to be having a word with our newly crowned champion in that 20K, the Armenian, #1 on Armenian's all-time money list, Aren Bajanyan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Stanley. Right next to me is our 20K No Limit Hold'em champion, Aren Bajanyan. So, Aren, you've grinded through all Triton 1 events, every single one of them. And now, in the main series, Super High Roller Series, you banked your first ever Triton title. What is going on in your head right now?
Ты играл во всех турнирах Triton 1, и сейчас ты выиграл турнир на Super High Roller Series. Что происходит в твоей голове?
Я давно хотел, то есть мечтал выиграть такой турнир. Очень часто был близко, не получилось выиграть. Вот в этот раз выиграл. Эмоции, конечно, не объяснить.
I have dreamt of winning such a tournament for a really long time. And now that I have finally here and I got here, many times I got very close to winning, but only now it has become true. So it's actually very difficult to describe what I feel right now, all these emotions that are going through my head.
Right, so mixed emotions, and you know, with all the experience that you've garnered so far, do you have any advice for the people out there who have yet to step on the Triton stage? What advice would you be giving to them?
У тебя есть какой-то совет для игроков, которые еще не играли на серии Triton Poker Series, что ты им предлагаешь просто?
Скажу, что обучались, потом начали играть, чтобы не был путь сложным для них.
I wish for them all to simply try, play those stakes, and for their journey not to be difficult and smooth.
Fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome Luca, our tournament director, onto the stage to hand out Aren his award. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Aren Bajanyan, our 20K No Limit Hold'em champion. Big round of applause.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. It is the 100K final table with Jason Kuhn still leading the way here, but has Winfried Yu, one of the founding players and two-time champion, on his tail. Dan Voris in third with 54 antes, and Kiat Lee, fresh off that victory last night in the 50K. He's got some work to do though, Kev. 12 antes with an average stack of 52 antes. I want to say that he needs to find a double. Let's be honest, he needs to find a couple of doubles to really be a contender in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. A double's not going to be enough at this stage. Kiat would still be by far the shortest stack, no matter who he doubled through. The only redeeming thing there is that there are a fair bit of antes in play every hand. There's some chance, you know, to get a few steals through and chip away before getting that double. There are obviously paths to him making a comeback in this one.
Yeah, and obviously we saw just how talented he is at short deck last night with that victory. I have to ask, when you have, it's like a 12 ante, what's that, like 6 big blind stack at the table, what does it do for the other three where there is this kind of unwritten rule, if you will, that, hey, guys, like, let's just, you know, stay out of each other's way. No need to play 120 ante-pot.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens with Kiat, because we're talking about big ladders now. This is a 100K buy, and there's over 7 figures up top. How do you navigate this?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen glimpses of it between Kuhn and Dvoris in particular. We saw some hands where Dvoris just kept pots very small against Jason because he was not interested in playing a big one, and that's honestly even more in play now between Winfried, Dan, and Jason. They're just not going to want to play a big pot against each other. They're not even really going to want to raise into each other in the first place because that runs the risk of building a big confrontation.
Yeah, $160,000 ladder between fourth and third. Everyone guaranteed 487. Third will be going home with 646,000. Runner-up just shy of a 7-figure score, 997 for second place. And then the champion, of course, going home with that Triton trophy and 1.38 million. So a lot to play for, nearly $1 million difference between first and fourth, but some, you know, tough competition to get through in the process. The final short deck event of this series for us at least, and then obviously tomorrow we'll be picking up coverage of that 25K, some no limit hold'em action, playing all the way down to a champion, and then slowly but surely we work our way up to the bigger buy and no limit stuff, including that obviously no limit hold'em main, where the champion will be going home with what was expected to be, what, 4 or 5 million plus a Jacob & Co. custom timepiece as we throw it down to the main floor once more. Live from the Leze Casino here, Jeju Island.
So forget as well that 10th anniversary special 150K coming after the No Limit Hold'em main event. I think we could see a couple of $5 million prizes in this festival.
Yeah, 150K. What would we need? We'd need, in order for it to be 5 million for first, like
over 100
20,
runners.
Yeah, we need like 22 mil in the prize pool.
Well over 100 runners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd need like 150.
It's been done here.
Oh, for sure.
Those prize pools can get big, and Kiat
We get
wasting
the
no time. He's in there with Ace
Oh.
Jack. Jason's got queens on the button.
QQ for Jason.
Wow.
The hand that
Harder
burst the
than
money
girls,
bubble.
Mm-hmm.
That time he had to get lucky because he was up against kings. This time, just needs to hold. .5 in the middle. Queen, Jack, 9, top set for Jason, and that is going to be tough for Kiat Lee to dig his way out of. Does have some hope.
Anything's possible.
Chop and a chop only with one card to come. Doesn't find it.
GG, bro.
Jason boats up.
留低個責任俾我，你又話搞低佢，等我 chip 呢
The
打。
50K champion from last night is going to go home in 4th. No back-to-back for
Good
Kiat.
run, bro.
Oh yeah,
Still
good couple of
One
days.
first, one fourth. Like,
Yeah.
Sick run though. 1 first, 1 4th. Just hearing Winfred Yu acknowledging that. $487,000 payout to add to the haul from last night. So with that elimination, we're down to 3, 646,000 guaranteed for these final 3 players. And now that really changes things. Okay, we were just talking about the strategy adjustments. You know, now that Kiat's out of there, 69 anti-average. Jason with the lead, 92. Dan shortest stack with 53, but a lot of room to play poker.
Yeah, this feeling more like a cash game now. I mean, Winfred and Jason both going to enjoy that, I'm sure, with their experience in this format and just not having to deal with the shackles of ICM nearly as much at this point. Some edge cases might develop if one player gets really short, but for now, kind of just play for the win. Jason limping in with King 10 suited, pretty strong one. Facing pot, he's not going to go anywhere. Limp call. We're headed to a flop with 1.5 in the middle.
Top pair for Daniel on the ace-10-7. Jason with a piece. Is it enough of a piece to invest more? Doesn't feel like it. But let's see. I'll defer to the 12-time champion rather than speculating.
And we don't even know the bet size yet. Divorce might come with something quite small.
500K. It's a very draw-heavy board, though. A lot of straight draws out there. Although I think we can comfortably remove straight draws like 8-9, Jack-9, Jack-8. It would have to be Broadway combos.
All in.
Well, the bet size is large.
How about you sit down,
I think we were
Kevin?
supposed to get all in pre-flop, but I'm not sure.
Did look like
Maybe.
Jason was pausing. I was wondering
I
if
tried to correct your mistake.
limp 3-bet was on his mind.
A lot of boards, it was going to be corrected.
Jason does not tend to take a lot of time in this format. I was noticing the shot clock balances for these players. Can follow that in the Triton Poker Plus app. Jason's still got 7 minutes on his chess clock, I suppose I should call it, Triton Tempo. the new timekeeping system here introduced this series. Dvoris has 2 minutes on his clock. Winfried a bit less than 2 minutes. So Jason plays speedy. He knows his spots.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, we just heard Jason say that he felt like they were meant to get that in pre. That feels genuine. He's not one to posture.
No, that was, he genuinely considered it for like 4 seconds before calling.
Jason rocking the Jonas Wood custom Triton hat, by the way. You can't get that in the Triton merch store, I'm afraid, guys.
Any knockoffs available?
Well, you know, I don't know. Check out Temu. They're pretty good with that stuff.
Saw some nice ball caps walking the halls to dinner on our break. You think they might have them at one of those stalls?
Go check it out. Have you ever been to one of those markets? We just have like the fake Louis V bags and
yeah.
That's where you really learn a lot about your friends and just how willing they are to like negotiate with the Asian uncle or auntie for the knockoff Louis V bag.
You don't mean their willingness to buy the bag.
No, just like
it's the
hard,
discussion.
It's the discussion. It's like okay, what kind of friend are you, Kev? Do you just accept the first price?
Yeah. I've never negotiated for anything in my
they're
life.
just like $300, and you're like, okay, this is like a grade A bag. It's $10K in the Louis V store. I'm just going to pay the $300.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm not. I'm like I'll maybe consider the 7th price that they give me. Maybe after all of the theatrics of like walking away, telling them no, it's too much. Telling them that I only have $100 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Spend enough time in Thailand and some of the night markets, you pick up on these things.
I've sold some things on Facebook Marketplace before, and I know how.
Hey, listen, you get
these
shot.
Discussions happen.
You gotta be careful in your part of the world.
Canada?
Yeah, I've heard some crazy stories about people getting held up. I'm not even joking. I don't know why you're laughing. Like, people trying to sell like a PlayStation on Facebook Marketplace and just getting robbed. It's tough out here.
I mean, that's fine. If they need the PlayStation that bad, just take it.
See if Jason wants to keep Dan honest here for one street. Not just on the strength of his holding, second pair, but in position, potential board developments where a bluff opportunity arises.
Yeah, a lot can happen, not just with your equity, but just like chances for Dvoris to start checking, making kings and sevens. That could happen. Board pair could lead to a chop. Great deal of chop equity. Not with that card. Feels like Dvoris will be able to show down a winner here. And it would be quite ambitious to try to get additional value when it's just not that hard to randomly hit 2 pair.
King Jack. What you got?
King Jack is
King Jack.
good. It's gone quiet now. I think all three know, recognizing that it's going to become a bit of a dogfight. deep stacked, three-handed against three really competent short deck players. This is not going to be a walk in the park.
Winfried starting with a raise.
Oh boy.
Oh, right as you say. That we're in for a dogfight. Might just be in for a cold deck.
I mean, is this enough of a hand for the money to go in?
I don't know how Winfried's going to view this spot. Three-handed. There's a lot more opportunity.
Winfried's got a ton of short deck experience. I mean, he was there at the inception.
Not a ton of money back either to just flat and evaluate. Nice fold. Gets away from one there.
No bluff. No bluff. Next time bluff. No bluff that time. Told Winfried no bluff that time, but next time.
Wow, Jason. Another monster hand. And Voris, three-handed with a powerhouse.
Pot.
Oh boy. I wasn't sure if DeVoris would deem them too deep. To 3-bet a hand like this, it can get awkward. But just kind of going on the strength of clearing out. And just live cards, offsuit hands. Bunch of ace highs that you're behind.
The fucking worst player in the world.
Whoa.
I'm the worst player in the world. So absolute last thing in the world I should let it ever happen to me right there. Terrible fold, terrible raise, terrible fold. Everything was terrible.
Wow. That's a huge fold.
Jason just
terrible seat.
ejecting from that situation.
I made that terrible of a fold, given what my cards were. It was probably good.
I don't know, man. Stack up
It wasn't.
antes everywhere. For chips.
You just had jacks or something?
Ace queen suited.
Dan's like, oh, yeah. I guess you're right.
Just run it for 80% of the chips.
Note the reference to 80% of the chips there from Jason. Very tournament-minded. Analysis of that spot. Winfried has fallen a bit behind in the chip counts. Jason and Dan kind of pulling away as number 1 and number 2. And I think that detail, the part that Jason is frustrated by not recognizing early enough, and then leading to a confrontation he didn't want to be involved in. Next ladder is 350K.
I think there's a lot more than money at stake here.
200,000.
Winfried looking for his third short deck title. Boris also looking for his third Triton trophy. Jason flicks in the call correctly. He's got the best hand at Showdown. I'd love to pick Jason's brain on that ace queen hand. Be a fun one.
Did sound like the way he broke it down, it sounded like
limp pot
he
is
was
the play?
quite upset about not having limped.
Yeah.
And then once it developed into kind of the worst case scenario for having raised, he was like, oh, well, this was just, you know, a lot of frustration about leading down that path that he felt he shouldn't have in the first place.
Yeah. Well, he is human. He's allowed to make mistakes. Doesn't make many, though. Forrest trying to get real.
Pair, but your kicker's always better than mine.
Jason sniffs it out.
Bluff, Toji. All right. All right.
To 9.1 million.
This weird feeling that you had nines full. Man, just like.
He's pulling away, you know. He's pulling away. Winfried's down to 5 mil.
Could have done that. Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Forrest
I mean,
is
I
down
might just fold ace queen suited.
6.5.
So that and you bet tiny.
No, I don't know why you did that, but.
Runaway train. The man that knows how to close out a Triton event.
I feel like in the background right now, Jason's just completely explaining that whole hand to Dan. But then we decided, like, no, that was too valuable. We're going to cover that up and save it for a TV episode later.
Don't do that. The viewers are going to
tune in next year to hear the final breakdown.
375.
375,000.
Chat aren't happy. Tsunami saying, so he folded ace queen suited. Another guy folded jacks. I really don't know how to play this game. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. No deal made. Touch Rock asking if they made a deal. I can almost promise you that there isn't a combo of heads up in which a deal would be made.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Winfried, with the best chance of taking this one down, just needs to throw out a c-bet here.
He's found the board for it. There we go. Fighting back, 5.6 mil. Yeah, no deal made here, ladies and gents. They're playing for it all. Currently guaranteed $646,000, $351,000 ladder between second and third.
Yeah, this payout, I didn't take a close enough look at this payout structure earlier. The jumps are so big and so flat right now, three-handed. It does make it so that, well, just moving from third to second is effectively the same value or very close to the same value as winning the heads-up match.
How does that change things?
Makes it really costly to bust in third, essentially. So, like, the ladder now, I mean, the way I think about ICM pressure is basically like how much upside is there to win the whole thing in comparison to how much upside is there to just make one little jump, like to make one move forward. And right now that one move forward is nearly just as valuable as winning the whole thing. So that heavily incentivizes outlasting the other. Tough to navigate that right now, though. These players all relatively healthy, stacked. Winfred at 5.4 million. 54 antes.
I really want to keep an eye on time banks. Forrest is down to 2 minutes. Winfred's on 1 minute 48. Kuhn's got 7.
Yeah, both Dvoris and you came into, I don't know, Final 4, Final 5 with about that balance. They've managed to play relatively quick within the, you know, routine amount of time that you get every decision. You still get 15 seconds pre, you still get 20, I believe, on the flop, and 30 for turn and river.
Before
it
start eating into...
Exactly, yeah, before it eats into that chess clock that you have under your name, but that doesn't mean that they're not just going to get dealt some really difficult decision at some point in the next little while.
Really interesting hand developing here. Dvoris took a stab on the flop, ace of hearts, 10 of diamonds, some potential bluff opportunities on turns. Jason just check called bottom pair backdoor flush. Turns top and bottom, now leading out for 65% pot. Just expecting Forrest to check back in position on this turn at a very high frequency.
Yeah, when you start stealing the lead in this format, and you know, those less experienced viewers, you're in the same spot as me. I'm looking at this card and I'm thinking, like, it strikes me as unusual, and you see Dvoris taking a great deal of time to try and figure out why on this card, you know, what about my range on the flop doesn't indicate that I can connect here. Or is it just pre-flop ranges specifically? Dvoris gets away. But you can tell he needed some time there just to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, no, he was really chewing on that one. And you know, as well, it's the thing I love about Triton and, you know, people like Dan Dvoris is he's not just sat there thinking of rainbows and butterflies. Like, he's really breaking down very intricate parts of the game tree.
And then I wanted to raise, and then I ended up folding.
You made the right decision. The other two weren't going to work out.
They might have worked out on the river.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I mean, it would have been a lot more expensive, but...
Yeah.
That was a fun little glimpse into
yeah,
his...
I would have needed an operation.
He's
a walk,
running
right?
through the
Yeah, you win.
motions.
Super
Wanted
pissed.
to call, then he wanted to raise, then he ended up folding.
Winfred always knows when I have it.
At least I don't have it. I don't have it. Every time this position, first hand I saw is a 6. Maybe I'll raise you jack 6 one time.
For the fans.
Huh? Already in? Oh, okay.
There's some vicious hands going down in that 25k. Like, violent hands.
All the good stuff happens on day one when no one's watching, doesn't it?
Worst hand in short deck. Jack 6. Often see in the cash games that we cover, available over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Some of the ones that Randy has covered over the years, they have some insane bounty games running.
This the equivalent of the 7 deuce bounty.
Correct.
No limit hold'em.
Correct.
Divorce is Jack 6 doing pretty well here. Jason not showing much interest in this pot. Perhaps had a bluff candidate, but isn't running it all the time. And Divorce choosing to check behind once more. Gives Jason a final chance to bluff at this one now that a 4-liner is on board. How does Jason want to approach bluffing in this situation? If you just go straight on showdown value, this has almost none.
Not even interested in trying to get maybe like a 9 or a 10 to fold.
Well, I'm sure he's interested in that result, but Jason also going to take an approach that's measured, range-oriented, and perhaps just doesn't feel like this is the one to go after. Certainly seems like Divorce needs to seek value at this point, with nothing going in post. Trip's almost certain to be best. Aside from the occasional trap that Kuhn might arrive here with. He hasn't released his hand just yet. There it goes.
Three-handed, and yet it feels like we're heads up. Haven't seen any of Winfried. Got slapped on the wrist once. No fault of his own. He opened the jacks and Jason woke up with a real one. Repotted it. That's pretty much it. Profian over on the Triton YouTube channel saying, I feel the reading abilities are more required to play short deck. Yeah, I agree. I think being able to really understand the ranges that your opponent's playing and your ability to kind of read your opponents, pretty important in this game. That's why I think Michael Zhang is so good.
And I think especially when, you know, if you're one of the players like Zhang who has played a lot of this format and you're joining a tournament with a number of very good players who have played like, you know, 5% of the hands that you've played or less. There's just going to be all these spots where the experienced player knows exactly the limitations of their opponent's kind of like understanding of the game, and it makes hand reading just that much easier, right? If you can kind of say like, I know roughly how people who are, you know, good but not great at this game think about the spots, then just ranging someone once you get to the turn, once you get to the river is so much easier. Then you can just make confident folds, confident calls, etc., like we've seen Jason doing through this run.
On the hunt for title number 13. must say, it's just oozing confidence at the moment. That kind of elite warrior mentality post that he put out prior to coming out to Jeju as well on Twitter. He was doing the rounds. Really just giving a bit of an insight into the mindset of the 12-time champion. Looking fighting fit as well. You reckon I can bench more than Jason? I'm glad you didn't snap say no. That's a win.
It's not because I was thinking about it.
God damn it.
750 spot. Right?
If there's any exercise you have a chance against him, what would it be? What's your strongest? Or just your best matchup?
God, man. Like this. It's crazy because my initial reaction was something leg related, like lunges.
Against a collegiate sprinter.
Thank you. Exactly. Like it crossed my mind because it's one of my strongest, but then immediately I was like, nope, he definitely has me crushed there.
Yeah. No, I think he'd stand a better chance upper body. I don't know what.
No.
You're just dead across the board?
Dead hangs? Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Grip strength?
No. I don't see it. I think I'm drawing pretty damn dead, mate, to be honest with you. Bulgarian split squats? Like
Wow.
it depends whether he's trained them a lot, right?
Yeah.
I would like to think I'm doing okay on Bulgarian split squats.
It's a tough exercise.
It is, and I love it. That's the only one, and even there I think I'm maybe like 5%. So how about we change the subject? Touch Rock saying, if there was a Triton commentator tourney, who do you guys think would be the favorite to win? Definitely not me. I think I'm strong favorite to come last. Depends on the format. Depends on the format.
Yeah, we playing NL, PLO, or short deck, because I think there's a favorite for each,
Yeah.
a different favorite in each.
PLO Livingston's definitely the favorite. Short deck, I guess anyone has a chance. I think
Wow, no love for Randy.
No
on
love
short
for
deck?
Randy there. No,
Wow.
sorry. I think we're all. Well, just because he's Asian, you just think he, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think we're all drawing pretty thin in short deck. I don't know, short-handed, no limit hold'em. I guess you and Randy. Yeah, it
Wow.
depends. It depends. Is it like cash game? Is it sit and go? There you go. Tom8363 saying Kevin for sure.
Yeah, give me some credit.
Metzger Beats saying Rab easy. All right, guys. Michael Garcia asking if Jason has a Greg Raymer thing going on with his shades. So those are the Rockers, ROKA. Managed to convince Kevin to buy some today.
Henry's rocking them right now.
Absolute game changer. One of the best things I've ever purchased. In terms of sleep, in terms of fatigue, in terms of like eye strain. Spent a lot of time grinding, you know, online or playing under the bright lights. Yeah. What percentage of our daily calories do you think are burned from our brain? From our brain usage?
Like just on an average day?
On an average day.
It's some huge number. It's some ridiculous number.
Have a guess.
I don't know.
It's like close to 30%.
That was the number floating in my head.
Well, should have just said it.
I didn't want to reveal the fact that I can see 30 seconds into the future.
Ah, yeah.
So
I love a nice full circle joke. Well done, mate. That's strong.
Thanks.
Profion saying Touchrock said, "How about Ali? Is he good?" And then Profion responded, "I think Ali is super good, but unlucky." Yeah, it depends. Depends what time you pull up on the game. Depends what time you put up on the game. I don't know, man. I'm liking Randy's side. I'm not gonna lie. How much experience have you got short-handed?
Randy in a tournament.
No, against me, you, Randy, and Alex.
Yeah.
I like Randy's side.
I'll just bet the farm against Randy.
Wow.
Let's get this set up.
Wow. Let's go.
As long as, I mean, I have to be in the game if it's, you know, if I'm out first, then I don't know.
Shades being thrown. I'm just going to make it as high variance as possible for you. Every pot you enter, I'm 3-betting.
That sounds great. I feel even better about this now.
As expected, it's been pretty cagey. None of these guys rushing to get across the finish line.
Yeah, Divorce has slid a little bit. Jason now with just under half the chips at the table.
Metzger saying Rast would be a strong contender. Yeah, we weren't talking about Rast. I mean, obviously he just wins it if he's in here.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow, bro?
Just no credit to me, huh?
I'm sorry. Don't even, please don't even. That's just disrespectful to Rasty.
Could say that, yeah.
It's one of my favorite turbo autists on the planet. Do love Brian Rast.
Surprised to see both Kuhn and Dvoris choosing not to take their shot at this pot, as the players who limped in. Plenty of strong hands and also just good interaction. Jason open-ended here to the nuts. Well, one side to the nuts and the other not.
Yeah.
You know.
Are we just going 3 ways here? I mean, Dvoris with...
Yeah, Dvoris is double gutted.
Yeah.
Actually to the nuts.
Getting a great price. 4-1 on a call. Just needs 20%. He's got 27 3 ways.
And oftentimes in a 3-way spot, as Dvoris chews on this one, you know, you like to enter with a squeeze rather than flatting and, you know, having to play like weird leads on the river or having to check to the button and hope that more money goes in when you improve. Dvoris does just flat, and
that's an interesting river card.
Winford holds up, but is anyone going to lead at this card and make it trickier for Winford to see showdown?
I feel like if it's anyone, it has to be Jason.
Yeah, he called ahead of Dan, and he shuts it down.
dream scenario for Winfried, being on the button, just gets to check this one back. I think he's going to be surprised to win this one at Showdown. Do we bet and try and fold out a better queen? Now
It
losing to
seems
Queen
quite
Jack, Queen 10.
unnecessary. I mean, sure, you don't expect to win with Queen 8, but you can also just see all the missed draws that are available. Winfried's reaching. Is that the plan? It does feel ambitious to me to try and get a better queen to fold, given that draws missed, and you're on the button in a limped pot. So you just got all the trash in your range.
He could get punished, you know.
This sizing geez, feels like value. I mean, we're not going to find out both players with a whiff.
We might have had the same hand. Likely. One of two potentials. So Jack 10 or 10-9, which one? Well, the better one.
They just
We're
know.
both live.
God, he's just so good, bro. It's kind of insane at this
They're
point.
both the same. They're both the same. I mean, unless somebody has King Jack. Kind of the same. Same. Yeah.
Blades for Daniel. He's now the shortest stack, 41 antes.
Hot.
Winfried, 10-9. Going to get out of there. As will Jason on the puck. Unfortunate for Daniel, dealt number one.
Did you?
Rags behind.
Keeps it classy. No show. Just muck the aces and move on.
Rasty is not in Jeju. Would love to see him back at some point though, but
Just to read the Jupiter ad promo.
I feel like it's going to take the coldest of decks for something to shift here. Been watching these guys battle three-handed for quite some time now. Nobody really giving anything away. Jason with a slight advantage in terms of this 2 million chip safety buffer that he's managed to carve out. No cut-off time for play. And yes, it is currently midnight. We are playing down to a champion. It's one of those, you know, short deck at the top of the show. When Kevin and I jumped in, 10 left, we were assuming that it was going to be really cagey. And then, just like that, we were at the FT. We went from 10 to 7 in the blink of an eye. Three-handed, it's one of those where this could be over in 10 minutes. Could also take us 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Like,
yeah, this is a bit of the fallout of how quickly we got down to.
Correct.
Even down to 5 players and 3 players, relatively quick compared to the format. So these players just were sitting pretty deep after the elimination of Kiat Lee in 4th. I think average was 70 antes or something. So
Something like that, yeah.
hard to get that much in, especially three-handed. Only 4 antes in the pot. Dead.
Also seems like the strategy up until now, the option of limp versus RFI, most of the guys have been taking the aggressive route.
Yeah. I think that also a bit of stack depth. Like when they were quite deep, limping is more attractive. As you start to get shallower, shifting more towards raises.
Would you look at that beauty on your screens? Once again, Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Massive thank you to them. Shout out to Jacob. And once again, we've got those custom Triton Epic X skeleton timepieces that will be awarded. And I say awarded because it cannot be bought.
No worries.
Awarded to the main event champions, the No Limit Hold'em main and the PLO main. That is quite the statement.
Dvoris just pitching? Queen Jack suited?
I'm pretty surprised by that. Explain. Talk to me, Kev. Is that just get out the way and let these two play a big pot?
I don't quite know. It's just a good hand. Could have limped.
Would have flopped top two.
Not sure if he picked up on something there or thought he did, or, you know, it's late here in Jeju. Maybe just his brain shut off momentarily and he was like, well, I'm going to need some time to reboot that, so I'm going to fold and wait for the brain to come back.
Brain just taking a bit of a nap. 7 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Jason still with the best of it. Winfried with the betting lead after limping pre-flop and then betting half pot on the flop. Shuts down though. Open-ender, flush draw. See if Jason... he's just going to check. Winfried's going to get there.
Well, and he checks it over. I think this will show down.
Can beat King Jack, he says.
Can't beat that.
Want to know which one he showed first. I think it was the 6 of clubs.
I made such an insane fold because the 9 of diamonds was dead.
Huh.
Winfried just beat me with the worst hand in the game. Just didn't have it in me to walk me again, did you? You walked me too many times. Said, fuck it, I'm going to play this 10-6 offsuit.
You didn't know this was my favorite hand.
Is it?
You didn't know.
I don't know, man. I should have raised.
Oh, that's pure. that's good. That's strong. I love the trash talking at midnight, you know.
Meanwhile, I'm over here folding suited broadways because the 9 was dead.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Stunned.
Got the full story. We're just going to keep dealing divorce aces and kings.
Yeah, but that's all well and good. If you can get action. Again, both players with rags. Is knowing one card enough of a reason to pitch the hand pre-flop? It must be. All because the 9 of diamonds was
I'm no
exposed.
authority on exposed cards. But, you know, if making a flush is whatever low percentage of your equity with your hand, certainly matters. It is, you know, it's short deck after all. That one card being gone does cut a pretty good chunk of what you could hope to connect with, but
yeah, that's fair.
Still a bunch of queens and jacks out there. I don't know. I would have still played it. I'm stubborn.
Let me see
Very,
whether like
very
Jason now
weird
good hand.
turn of events.
9-6 off. Bet that's what you have. Queen 7 maybe.
Nice hand.
Queen 9.
King 8 on the button's not bad.
I had King Queen on the button and let you beat me with 10-6 offsuit.
Let it go, Jason.
Wow. I bet the river is small, you can call. Miss my value bet. I was hoping you're gonna steal. But Jack gonna come up stealing.
Yeah.
I guess I'm wrong.
I could see Winfried playing like a Bond villain. He like really cool, kind of just like Bond villain vibes. You know, Jason's talking some smack, and he's just, you know, he's just hitting it back. He's like, okay.
Yeah. It's got devious energy.
He's got pretty cool aura, yeah.
Next one, what? 13 hands? Is that 13 hands next level? How many hands next level? 13?
All the way down, we build 13.
Keeping my eye on that 25k. We're playing 15 levels tonight, currently playing level 14. 81 players remain. 41 places paid in that one.
Winfried quietly taking over the chip lead here. It starts with a limp. 10-8 off.
Yeah, he's just in there. He's in there with hands that the other two wouldn't be.
Yeah, he's opening up a bit. Give him a little run of cards here, and that could be a path towards a title.
Turns the straight. Jason drawing dead, over limping in the cutoff with the ace-queen-o. Maybe hoping that Daniel would try and get his squeeze on the button. And yeah, Winfried up to 8.2. Still not really something to write home about, but if he can pull away another 2-3 million.
These two will square off once again. Jason limping in with 2 9s. Let's see if Winfried feels comfortable raising this one with the threat of a trap limp from Jason. He's just going to check King Jack suited. Jason's here to play.
It's one hell of a bet.
Wow announced.
I mean, wow announced in the booth and at the table. Nice little pickup there.
Got me confused. Jason, what do you have? I confused you one time, you try to get me confused, huh? Holy shit.
It's a good, honest poker hand.
That's small, I'm gonna raise you, but now like, fuck. Confused.
Now you got me confused.
Good, man. Holy shit. Probably king queen want to get rid of a small ace, huh? Wow.
Could be ace queen.
Pot.
Dvorak's going to take down the blinds.
Felt a little bit tricky over the last game. Then you pot. Pot pre-flop, you're gonna repot me.
Yeah. Could have.
It's going to take something big. They're just not giving anything away.
Take it.
Average stack coming down. We did go up to 150, 300. So we're sitting under 50 big blind average now. 50 anti-average. Still more likely than not that these pots stay limped or single raised. If I had to bet on who's going to break things open, it would be this man. Winfred seems ready to play a big pot.
Pretty absurd that three-handed there's only a 9 ante difference between first and third. Like that's like a 3 big blind difference between between 3 players in no limit hold'em.
Yeah, they're just locked up.
Jason immediately comes out firing, just looking to clear out equity.
Winfred not with much, but I think he can also sense a bit of a shift in not just Jason's recent aggression, but even maybe his demeanor and like willingness to go after pots. Winfred perhaps just thinking that he might need to open up a little bit to play defense. Still, let's go with the queen 10. But you know when you just get that sense from someone that they're like,
it feels like
one hand away from taking a stand against you?
Yeah.
That's the sense I'm getting between these two.
It felt like that might be the hand. Like that Winfred was just going to be like, you know what? I think you're full of it.
Yeah, enough is enough.
And there's no guarantee that Jason would have folded, by the way.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I'm sure.
Wow,
if I can sense it up here, he can sense it down there.
7.5 million plays 7.3. Winfried with the open and again getting slapped on the wrist. Jason with the goods. We were just talking about this implosion that we feel is going to happen between these two.
Yeah, that's not the one, though.
Take the money.
Mm-hmm. A little easier to get away from a spot like that.
Mistake. Bad fold.
Think so? Probably not.
DRM saying if the commentators are right, Daniel should slightly overfold to stay out of trouble. Dan's got incredible card sense as well. Like, very well dialed in to different table dynamics.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, DRM. I think that's a very solid read by you. He's going to be paying attention to these types of things. I want to say action flop, but not really. Great flop for Jason, top pair, open-ender. Board texture that should favor the button range, though.
Yeah, not surprised to see Jason checking over, even though his hand is quite strong on the flop. And I was curious how Dvoris would approach this kind of mid-pair, no backup. Like, not a lot of reason to bet other than just the board texture. Jason makes the straight on the turn. And he's likely to get value. Dvoris with an open-ender and a pair. Backdoor spade blocker.
Surprised to see him lead out here on this board.
Well, once the 10 comes, not that he's meant to have a whole bunch of sevens, but he's just meant to have a lot more equity in general, right? Like, just easier to have not just queen jack, but like some hand with a jack in it, some hand that made two pair.
Well, it breaks out. Both flush draws breaking. Jason checks it on over. This is really tricky from Jason.
Yeah, this one kind of, representing like king jack or something in that ballpark. Like, oh, I had a bluff on the turn that made one pair kind of story, and hoping that Dvoris just has a bluff candidate.
Yeah.
It could work.
It really could work. Dvoris not gonna take the bait. Really cool trap there from Kuhn. Didn't expect it.
Yeah, after pretty sizable turn bet, it's not exactly a credible story to like
Better safe than sorry.
bet small or something like
Okay.
that. It's either I'm giving up my bluff or, yeah, I've got a straight. Here's another big bet. Pretty decent pickup for Jason. Puts him firmly back in the chip lead. About 20 antes ahead of Winfried. Pretty strong one here for Dvoris after Kuhn folds the hijack. He's the shortest right now.
Hot.
Yeah, sub 5 million. I think this is the first time we've actually seen this stack depth between these three.
Winfred really considering. We've seen this kind of hand class folded a lot on the button to a raise. He sticks with that strategy. I thought, you know, now that we're getting a bit shorter, might decide to continue some of those hands, but Winfred's still just displaying a lack of patience, but then being patient. Perhaps fighting his own desire there.
Updates from elsewhere in the room as they wind their way down through the penultimate level of play in that 25K. Down to 74 with 41 places paid. J&T's in the mix. A very healthy stack. So what's just eliminated not too long ago. Mario Mosbach, 3rd in chips. Ebony Kenny, 5th. J&T, 6th. Stephen Chidwick building up a bit of a stack. You can keep tabs on that over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
A little something for each player on this innocuous 7-7-6 flop. Winfred with ace high and a gutter.
This would actually be a really big pickup for Jason, just in terms of separating himself from both players and really pulling away from it. Be up to 10 million. Both players would be down to, what, 5.5. He's going to check back in position. Winfred's going to get there.
Top pair now, but no kicker and a flush completer. See if Winfred, yeah, he's just going to try and show this down.
Guess I'm going to win sometimes. I don't know. What do you got? Nope. I'm not going to beat it. I'm not going to beat it.
G-Dog saying, will we get coverage of the 20K? I got a funny feeling that the 20K is going to finish before this finishes, my man. They've only got, what, 50 minutes left in that 20K before they bag and tag for day 2. But we will be bringing you the entirety of day 2 tomorrow. From the start all the way down to champion.
That is the 25K.
The 25K, yeah.
By the way, if G-Dog is referring to the 20K that already wrapped, that was cut in earlier on this stream,
yeah,
then you might want to just rewind about an hour or so,
yeah,
and catch those clips, because we spliced that right in and we covered the all-in action in that 20K while the short deck was running.
Yeah, that's a great point. I misread that. Here we go. Little three-way affair. Will there be a car crash? 10-10-7. No.
That's all Winfred. Broadway board, he was the first limper. Does kind of seem like his spot to drive the betting action, and I don't think he'll get any takers.
Couple of important hands going Winfried's way as it was looking like Jason was about to start running away with it. Feels like it's going to take a cold deck.
What is tomorrow's tournament?
Poker.
I'm gonna skip that shit. Or like max late rag or something. I gotta take a breather.
It's day 2 of this thing, and
I'll probably do a late rack on the last level. You get it, you get it. I'm not gonna play all day for you.
Yeah, no way.
Long 2 days already.
Long
3 days.
Long 3 days for sure.
The long days is a good problem to have.
Dude, cast him as a James Bond villain, I'm telling you.
Fuck,
So
kings.
good. Long days Bond.
deuce.
Do we not give out
It's a good problem to have.
any load management penalties at Triton?
Definitely a limb and a pot hand.
Jason out here saying he's going to take a day off. I don't know how I feel about that as a viewer.
Winfried saying the same. It's been a long 3 days, especially for Winfried. Don't forget, he made that final table at the 50K.
No, I mean, not that I know of. Not worth playing.
Probably too small anyway, right?
Yeah.
Nothing in US?
Nah, it's dead there.
Not even cash game,
people like PLO.
They just play 5 cards PIO.
Yeah, 4 and 5 card, yeah. What is it, 900?
5 really has taken over.
It's the game of choice in the US.
It's a great game. Forrest taking one down.
Maybe I should see on TV and say like, Johnny, please pay.
Yeah, no
Jason
doubt,
Kuhn.
for sure, totally.
I owe him 300K US. Please pay him. Otherwise, I send collector agency.
You got any outstanding debts, Kev? Any money that you're owed?
Excuse me.
Might want to use the opportunity. Live on air.
I just don't want to bring up all the people I owe, so I'll keep the whole thing under wraps.
Man, J&T, by the way, is he's doing it. He is doing it. It's up to 2.1 million in that 25K. Winfried taking that one down. Yeah, it's definitely been a grind for these short deck guys. Front loading the series with the late nights, the high stakes. As Winfried pointed out, late nights are a good problem to have at Triton. Normally means you've made a decent chunk of change.
I suppose that is, you know, a good excuse to take your day off and get your rest as well. It kind of works both ways. It's like, yeah, I made enough money to be able to take a few levels off because I don't need to grind out every spot in every tournament because I already made a good chunk. So, like, let's recover.
Well, it's pretty sick to ship this. I mean, there's 1.4 million up top. That's normally the amount you can expect to fire in terms of buy-ins for the entire series. So, yeah, free rolling the rest of the trip? Yes, please.
Yeah, it's a big pickup. Couple of decent hands here. Winfried's got a big draw and middle pair. Jason with the gutter and turning second pair. Pulls ahead.
Just don't see Jason being able to call a big double barrel.
We haven't seen a lot of that from Winfried. He's taken his shots at different situations, but I'm thinking back to that 10-6 hand. Had a decent double barrel card and just checked it.
Oof. Hello.
Wow.
How about that for a river? 2 pair for JK. There is a 4-liner out there, and of course the flush completing. Winfried with that flush. It's going to be up to 8.7 million.
Yeah, no need to bluff your opponent if you're just going to get there. Now a question of whether Jason loses additional chips. Does he think about some kind of block bet on the end? It's too thin. And does he ever end up paying off a riverbed here? Obviously, if anyone is going to be able to bluff on this board, it would be Winfried on the button. This was just limped pre. He can have the whole deck.
Look at Jason under the cap, staring Winfried down as he fires out a bet of 900k. This is not an easy spot. Bet flop, check turn, and what? 2/3 pot river.
Yeah, the question is, you know, does some random hand that stabbed the flop with like a weak pair, like Queen 7, Queen 8, does it now reactivate and try and win this one? Jason decides he's just got it. Makes a good read.
Doesn't take too much time either to make the correct decision there. So, with the blind level increase, Ante's 200k, it's getting to that stage where it feels like, Kevin, it could be over soon. Yeah. However, having said that, you know, this three-handed battle going on for quite some time now as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. The chip lead exchanged on multiple occasions between all three. Dan and Dvoris held it for a very brief stint, but Winfried and Jason kind of the talk of that frame, if you will. Just kind of getting after each other and a bit of verbal jousting as well, and some comments being thrown from both in terms of like the hands that they're playing, and it feels like a collision, a big one, is inevitable.
Yeah, I'm predicting it. I mean, I'm loving seeing the competitiveness between them as well. Like, you worry that, you know, just some of this is going to, like, I don't know, you get into that grindy stage and the pots are small and you're thinking like, oh, these guys are just waiting for a cooler to develop. Like, no, they're looking for excuses to go after each other right now, and I'm excited to see it. Yeah, and talking about grindy, it's almost 1 a.m. here. I mean, it's looking like this is going to go on for quite some time. And it's looking like, you know, it's going to be a worthy one to grind out with the 7-figure payday and the Triton Trophy. We're stepping away for all of 5 minutes. Don't go too far when we return, continuing coverage of this 100K.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
With 378,000, fourth will go home with 487,000, and once we reach the podium payouts, third receiving 646, runner-up just shy of 1,997,000, and then of course the champion just shy of 1.4. Kapinski, those are your payouts. Enjoy the show. Winfried with a very optimistic limp in here.
Yeah, from early position. Granted, it is on the short stacks button, Chan, I believe. Or have we moved to Jason's button? See his avatar coming up.
No, you're right, it is Chan's button.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my word. Okay. I mean, he said it not too long ago that it's short deck and outs aren't even outs. So let's see if Sir Watts can do the dirty on Jason, who cracked kings with queens to get us in the money. So Watts currently 5th in chips. Jason makes it 1.5. I believe Chan folded a queen. Was that queen 10 of diamonds? It was so quick, I didn't get a chance to see it. It kind of popped up for a split second. What are you doing? So what's his shoes here? He knows that he's up against ace king at best.
So tough. Ace King, of course, the hands that are happy to get it in, but nothing's stopping Jason from having some bluffs
like an
that
ace
queens
10-0.
are doing better against.
Wow, I was just reviewing the tape. Chan did fold the queen of diamonds, so in terms of immediate outs, just the case queen in the deck for Sir Watts, should he decide to run this. Oh. That is not what you want to hear when you announce all in. 5 million chip pot. If Jason can hold here, which he will 81% of the time. It's the same equities as No Limit Hold'em. Is that right?
He's surprised.
I kind of am, yeah. Case queen needed, doesn't make an appearance on the flop. 9 or a 10 for some chop outs. Well,
10.
There's the 9.
要計有我女10啊，應該 call 同花女10，女10同花。
10 or an ace needed for the chop, doesn't find it. So Watts is out of here. We're down to 6. Jason Kuhn holding with the aces, and we have a runaway train situation. Overwhelming chip lead. Eliminates one of the greatest of all time, 5-time champion Michael Watson, adding another final table to his Triton track record. And we're going to jump over to this 20K. We're down to 5 players. We have 13 million in the middle. 6, 4, 3. Mockery looking for a 7, 5, or a deuce. Remove the 5s as Jun turns top, but the 7 of diamonds.
Good luck.
Thank you.
On the river, chip lead pot, going Kyan Mockery's way as if it was ever in doubt.
New chip leader.
Just unstoppable. Really all year has been Mockery. And it looks like in this tournament, it is all Mockery and
bust me, I'm happy.
Alex Ponikov shortly behind. They're down to 4 players.
As Mockery's looking for his 4th title in the span of 18 months. Six left. Well, wow, there's so much going on. I'm so overstimulated right now. Those goddamn gremlins, Kev. I thought you had sorted it all out. They were chewing the wires.
I was pretty sure I took care of them all.
You didn't get them?
I did a body count and everything.
A couple more left as we welcome you back to the 100K short deck final table. And honestly, I was just thinking about it now on break. Not to play favoritism, but some very worthy contenders three-handed here. This battle has been really interesting to watch, the different approaches to the game, the viewers getting involved in the technical analysis conversation in the YouTube chat, just kind of pointing out how Dan is understanding how the game flow has kind of shifted. He's recognized that Winfried and Jason are, you know, there's something there, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. He's basically stayed out the way, but it has cost him the opportunity to play the role of table captain. He's down to 24 antes, and I don't want to say that he needs to make a move right now, but he's going to need to do something soon.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, antes are going up. Dan is the shortest by a decent margin now, and you can't count on that collision happening, even though we have predicted that something's going to fire off. I mean, Winfried has shown pretty good patience up to this point.
He has indeed. 3 left, 7 figures up top. We've got one of the OG Triton founders, Winfried Yu, with tons and tons of short deck experience. We've got the most decorated short deck player of all time, Jason Kuhn, second in chips. And let's not sleep on Dan Dvoris, although he may be falling asleep at the table. Don't know. TBD. We'll get a close-up on him momentarily. But what I do know, he's got 2 titles and over 26 million in Triton earnings. 646,000 is the current payout. $351,000 ladder. That will buy you a garage and a Citroen V3 in London. The garage probably has some mold and damp damage, but at least you'll get a garage. You can put a bed in there, you put one of those blow-up beds.
7-5. You could just go like 30, 40 minutes outside.
No.
London now.
No, you see
2 hours, 3 hours.
5-10 years ago, you would have been spot on. Yeah, you would be able to find it, you know, for 350K. Now you're just lucky if you get stabbed. You know, that's a good night out.
That's a good.
That's like a, yeah.
That's what you're going for.
I mean,
because of the insurance payout.
Hey, look, it's gone midnight, chat, okay? All right, then the night shift has officially started. But no, really, really happy to see these three here for this battle. Short deck really has created its own elite class, and these three have been part of defining it. Jason Kuhn with 13 million in short deck winnings. Paul Pua sitting behind him with 10 mil. Tan Xuan with 9.3. Where is Tan, by the way? I don't know. Did you see him in the field? Is he here?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw him. Was it Chan who eliminated him early in the 100K?
Really? Okay.
They played a hand that was like,
that
there were like 5 or 6 antes in the pot.
You don't need to comment further.
And no money went in.
Tan and Wai Leong Chan in the same pot. That's all you have to say.
It just like checked down to the river,
and then
Tan
300 antes.
Tan Xuan just went all in.
Yeah.
And he got snapped.
Yeah.
By like
Bottom
the
pair.
by like the 8th nuts.
Yeah. Exactly. Say less.
It was great.
Justin Bonomo's got 8 million in short deck earnings, and Stephen Chidwick with 7.6, rounding out the top 5. So a win here for Jason. Not only would he earn his 13th time, but he would really pull away in terms of those short deck winnings. Elsewhere in the room, of course, keeping tabs on that 25K. We'll be bringing you full day 2 coverage tomorrow.
Dvorak chewing on this limp opportunity. Does just pitch the Queen 6 of spades.
Good fold.
Good fold indeed. Not much for Winfried, but ace 6 suited was going to do something. Dvorak down to just 4 million.
You excited for No Limit Hold'em?
Yeah,
I feel like we've thrown you in the deep end here. Short deck,
think.
not your go-to format.
I mean, let's not speed through
I think you probably used it.
what we have in front of us, but
Yeah, I had to piss.
yeah, I'll have some fun with the no limit. 25K final day as well.
Yeah.
Just like a nice big field 25K.
262 runners in that. 1.3 million up top.
If we get to the river and I'm all in, and you have the nuts, you should slow roll me for the entire 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Just think how he got 7 minutes and we got 1.
This Jason plays fast.
Jason knows the spots. He is playing fast. I do wonder how intentional that is, because I've done that before when playing heads up no limit. If I thought I had a big advantage on someone, like, I would take no time at all, because it's just they're constantly on the clock.
Yeah.
We're playing hands as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Doesn't really impact this kind of situation because at Triton they're playing levels per hand.
Right.
So it's not like Jason can generate more volume in some way, but you can still just kind of... I think there's something there to keeping the action on your opponent, keeping the pressure on them to some extent.
Yeah, it's like we like to say in the UK, you know, all over him like a rash.
Yeah.
Just like keeping the pressure on all the time.
And it's easier to think through a spot when the other player's using their clock. When you're the one kind of making the decision, when the clock's on you, it's harder to think through with clarity. You're a little more focused on your own hand.
Dan is getting short now. Now he's in that zone where you can see like a raised pot would create an SPR of 1 going to the flop.
Yeah. This was a big level increase, the 200, 400.
User in the chat saying, honestly, it would be so much more interesting and fun watching in 25K. I think almost everyone agrees, including the commentators. Wrong. Next comment. No, don't get me wrong. Look, I love day 1 of a no limit hold'em tournament. Best in the world, super deep stacked. I want to see them, you know, get to the river with SPR 20 and just putting people in the absolute blender. But short deck has really grown on me, and I think the more we've covered it and the more we've just got to witness the best in the world show up time and time again and just prove that they're the best in a poker discipline.
Oh, I don't like folding.
I'm here for it.
I was wondering if Winfred would take a flop with the 8-7 of diamonds. That's a tough one to fold, but
you got to stay disciplined.
Those chips important to him as well, not just a matter of Dvoris using his last chips, putting himself at risk with King 10, but if Winfred doubles up Dvoris or even loses a chunky pot to him, then Jason gets the chance to run away with this thing, and he doesn't want that to happen.
Now, Winfred wants title number 3, man. It's been a long time. Cyprus 2022.
Another commit here for Dvoris.
JK for JK. Not enough, I don't think. He agrees. Who's it going to be, ladies and gents? Who have you got? Is it going to be the 12-time champion, Jason Kuhn? Is it going to be one of the Triton founding players, one of the true OGs of short deck? Winfred Yu. Is it going to be Dan the Ox Dvoris? Poker/tennis player extraordinaire.
Don't forget Bear Hunter.
Ice Lake fisherman. It's pulling away a bit. I mean, 9 mil. If you can cross that 10 million chip mark, a bit of a safety gap. Can really start applying pressure on Jason, although Jason's not normally the person you want to be targeting. It's been over an hour since we lost Kiat Lee in 4th. Hour and a half, actually. Over 2 hours ago, we lost Ruslan in 5th. Real dogfight.
Winfred gets a walk with pocket 7s.
Fair.
Loving that development. It's hard. It's hard to like be entangled in 3-handed for this long and still bring intensity.
Yeah.
To decision making. Like it's, as you can probably imagine, it's just so tempting to check out in these moments and just kind of autopilot.
Well, walk us through that, because I mean, you've got, well, I would say, in terms of experience, the fact that you've played heads up as a specialty, that is a format where there is nowhere to hide. Every hand you are involved in some capacity.
And that's part of why it's so physically exhausting. You heard Jason talking earlier about needing to take some time off. Like playing 8-handed.
Don't tell me that you have an ace.
Over
Ace
half
10,
the time,
Ace 9.
you're just not involved at all. You're not involved in the hand. You're not required to observe the hand in any particular way. You get down to 3-handed. You're either playing the pot or closely observing it for information. So you really cannot take a hand off at this stage. And yeah, I mean, there are, of course, people who can play at that intensity for quite long days. I was never one of them.
To what degree, though? Like, are we talking about every hand just like staring down for live reads and just being super intense, or are we're switching through the gears as and when?
No, that's a good thing to take a break on, I think. Like, you're not going to pick something up every hand, and you don't need to try to pick something up every hand in the live reads realm.
No, it's actually, I like it.
Yeah, it's actually better than having king jack off every hand.
No, like, what if I have like something I don't know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do think you want to make an effort to see
That
every
one I want in
showdown,
the muck.
to follow every line, like to at least know what action's been taken. And that takes a fair bit of focus.
Pot.
Oh.
Surprised by this.
Dvoris deeming himself short enough that he's just committing a king. Winfried's got ace-10 suited.
Will he call off, though? That's what I want to know.
Winfried. I mean, Dvoris has 37% against this hand, and Winfried hasn't exactly looked thrilled to put the money in. So you can probably rule out a bunch of the very best hands.
Repot.
There's the repot.
See, this one I also knew should go in the muck, but but I didn't. So now I'm in a situation.
So Dvoris suggesting he should have open folded. Now he's got some math to do. He's getting 2.5 to 1.
And the antes. And the buttons there.
Little future game calculation. What happens next if I fold?
Running through all the motions here. 1 a.m. local time.
That's the shaking of the head of someone who thinks there's no way to fold. Let's see what happens.
King 7, what are you doing? You picking on me or something? Huh? 我煙10啊，King 7啊 off 啊。
I know what that means. King 7 off.
These guys keep picking on me. Why after you fold? Holy shit. I'll fold, you pick on him. I gave you like 2 odds, dude.
You don't see me in no king 7.
Doing. Play tight, man. Canadians are tighter than the Americans. What are you doing?
Winfried, you sound like you're going to get sucked out on, but your hand is sick.
7 in the window, followed by an ace-10. Surely Daniel is out in third. 2 cards to come. 2 outs. Although, you know, Jack of clubs, Queen of clubs would be a fun card. From 2 to 6.
Never easy, is it? Never easy.
Never easy announced. Are we going to be heads up? Or is this 3-handed battle going to continue? 1 card to come.
Oh, wow. Dude, you're so gross. That is disgusting. Count it up.
Oh my word.
Your boy
Winfried looks sick.
Up in here. No. He's doubling.
Winfried's taking a walk.
He made the worst play I've ever seen against Winfried and sucked out.
Jason can't contain himself. Winfried.
It off and King 7 off. It's so funny, dude. It just ran out a back door on Winfried. Oh, what the fuck am I playing? What time is
This is great TV,
almost
bro.
chip leader, dude.
No, I know, but I did think that play would go well, but
Yeah, I think the first node's great.
Not for that reason.
So funny, GG, dude. Oh, so funny. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Winfried's back at the table.
These
Oh, that
guys,
was
I don't know,
cinema.
man. I don't know what to tell you. Fellow Canadian.
That was absolute cinema, and I'm going to shoot whoever decided to put an advert right there. How? Producer Lee, find them. Find them and bring them here. Find them, bring them here and shoot them. I mean, Jupiter Exchange, shout out to our title sponsor getting a great little ad insert there to some
He's going to pretend he has an ace.
some great poker TV moment.
Wait, if you call the flop?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna ship the flop.
You're going to ship it too, I know.
You think I potted King 7-3 to not
Now
ship
it's
an
still
ace
been
high board?
Okay, Winford, I'm not going to do you dirty. I'm going to let you have it.
Oh
I'll
man,
let you bluff me
that
one
was
time.
pure.
Everybody,
I was still the
every time I'm the chip leader, you pick on me like I'm the short stack.
I was like, this guy pot me a few times. I fold king jack, king 10 for him. I was just like, this guy's like fucking get king 7.
That's one of my favorite fucking.
Oh, 250 now?
Now it's like fucking even.
Yeah.
It helps you. It helps you.
Didn't help me. Fuck, I would have loved to get heads up and make 300,000.
It's true.
Yeah.
Take that 300 first, right?
Yeah,
No,
for
I think
sure.
I single-handedly
Didn't help
ruined
me.
things for everyone.
Yeah, you ruined everybody's night. The king and the 7. Race pot.
Jason's back to work. Should take down the antes here with ace 9-0. We have gone up to 250 and 500.
1,700,000.
No king 7, Winford. They
Well,
didn't cooler you by giving me
That's a
king
different
7.
spot.
Dan trying to justify
They
it.
didn't cooler you.
It was funny for a
Raising,
while, but
folding,
now
ace, queen,
now
suited
Dan
in
has
here,
to
and this
defend
guy
himself.
Sticking it in with the king 7. We're playing 2 different games.
Oh, we were definitely playing 2 different games.
Oh man.
I think all 3 of us are playing different games in our own ways.
All 3 of us are different time zone, man.
Yeah.
All 3 of us are different time zones. I'm going to use that. I'm like, Kev, I think we're in different time zones, mate.
It's a good way of putting it.
Man, that's easily my top 3 favorite moments in Triton history. Like,
Show him a 6.
not even,
I had 6 too.
not even
Yeah,
close.
6
I'm almost tempted to just put it at number 1.
Yeah, to be clear, I would not have potted king 6.
Just the run out. Winfried's just walking off,
Anything could happen.
going
Anything
over
could
to
happen,
Lun Lun and the team.
Feels like anything does happen all the time.
Calling blind. He's calling blind.
Hysterics of
Yeah.
Jason. I mean, it's pure. So good. Winfried needs to get back to work. Leave that hand in the past. Still got a tournament to close out. Limps in. Jason with bottom of range. Doesn't take the bait, but does flop a piece. Potentially going to lose some chips here.
Winford not going to build the pot just yet. Doesn't love to see a paired board.
Ooh.
Loves to see that card. Fills up in kind of a small cooler here. Jason's checked back the flop. And now chops with value, beats bluffs. Winford might even stab some hands weaker than a 9 to clear equity. See if the river can save Kuhn from losing more. Ace might do it.
Yeah, ace might do it. Check, check. Jason losing the min in that setup.
See? King 7 jam, kings, I just call. What are you talking about?
Like I said, all three of us are playing different games.
I'm playing the Chinese way. I don't know what you guys playing North American way. You know.
Kangaroos.
So pure. He's playing the Chinese way. The lads are playing the North American way.
I'm gonna let you deal with him, okay?
We'll see.
I don't want to deal with him anymore. Let him deal with him.
We're on to the next.
15 years, I see the worst hand.
Probably not the worst hand he played. The worst hand he opened. So maybe he done something that we didn't see. Have to make it a hard way.
Imagine being a fly on the wall in some of the nosebleed cash games that these guys have played, man. You think this is bad? Try jumping in a 10k, 20k ante game where something like that happens.
I was just trying to imagine what it would be like
It's tricky.
to be playing on this stage and be told that I just played the worst hand that someone has seen in 15 years of playing this game. Might be a little proud to be able to make a mistake in that spot.
So pure. Wait, who said that? Jason said that.
No, Winford said that. Just now when he walked off.
Oh, I didn't catch that part. That's brilliant.
I didn't see who he said it to.
That is brilliant.
Let's see if Dvoris can manage to steal this one away. He stabbed at the flop after limping pre. Fairly good development for the bluff potential of this hand. And it's kind of common that Winford has a pair without a straight draw after checking the button.
1.6.
I like this from Dan. Does just seem like there's enough one pair without backup.
Yeah.
Nothing to do there for Winford.
Well, look, if you're going to get lucky, like you did with the King 7 at least, He's putting the chips to good use. I believe he has taken the chip lead. It is very tight. Very tight. 7.4 million for Dvoris. 30 antes. Jason Kuhn with 28. Winfried Yu with 25. What price will you give me, Kev? 3-way all in to wrap it up.
15 to 1.
You've lost the plot, mate. You've absolutely lost the plot.
So you have like a counter offer, or?
I'll take 40 to 1 for 50 bucks.
Booked.
Let's go. Little 2K sweat.
USD or KRW?
Oh, yeah, good question. Let me see what the result is, and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
I've heard some scary stories. Guys thinking that they're playing in a certain currency at the end of the night.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, you thought we were playing AED, buddy? Just because we're in the UAE, eh? No. No, we're playing in USD. All of a sudden, that 400k AED hole becomes a 1.6 million AED hole.
Yeah, that's not a nice feeling. Jason got a little trappy here. Checking back flop with trips. No action from Winfried.
Looks like they're bagging and tagging in that 25k. Deng Peng will be closing the day out as tournament chip leader. And oh, how the mighty have fallen. Jamil Wakil on the receiving end of just some insane hands, actually. It was chip leader and then blind v blind. He raised to 90k with kings. James Mendoza 3-bet to 350. Jamil 4-bet jam for 1.2 million effective at big blind 25k, so 50 bigs. Mendoza called it off with ace 10-0.
Oh boy.
Spiked an ace on the river.
Wow, that is a massive pot to lose with kings.
Just a 100 big blind pot.
Bro, you have 7-6 every hand.
On the button, is it? Where you get all this 6-7, bro?
Do you see why the King 7
like gold
starts to look pretty good now?
We have such a bigger kicker. 6 and it changed to a king.
So good.
An incredible hand.
So it's
Much
just
hands on
pure
the button
entertainment.
either, you know. That was the best hand, ace 10 suited. That was my best hand on the button. I never get any good hands on the button. Except this one.
Jason putting out a raise with queen 10 off. Divorce wakes up. Likely to take this one down, pending what Winfried has behind.
Man, we may have seen a collision between Daniel and Winfried had Jason got out the way.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Don't think that's a pure choice from Jason either.
No.
Looked like a bit of randomizing may have been involved.
I agree. Little Starbucks date just. Love to see it. Classic. Couple of hooks for Daniel. Of course, Jack's not as strong in short deck as they are in No Limit Hold'em, but enough of a piece to raise it up to 1 million. I'm really interested about this spot now. I mean, this feels like a prime flatting candidate, but it sucks that you've got Jason behind.
Yeah, this consistent with how we've seen Winfried play. Looking to take flops when the opportunity arises. They're getting short enough that even just 3-bet committing is starting to be on the table, but now going to be a matter of who flops best, and Dvoris holding for now.
Holding for now, and should he find a C-bet, one would have to assume he takes it down.
$600.
Doesn't go big. Just 20% pot. So tempting to float. It's just so many incredible turn cards.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the kind of hand that, you know, if playing deeper stacked, I suspect Winfried might consider raising even. And when you get this short, you start to feel a bit like your options are closing off. Like, there's so little behind. Not going to improve to anything great on the turn. But I'm with you. I think finding some light floats like that could lead to good things.
So Dan crosses the 10 million chip mark. 41 antes for him. Jason in second with 23. Winfried Yu in third with 19. And a potable hand here.
Safe to drink.
Hot.
Oof. Ace Jack suited, and we know he's putting it in. Ace 10.
Yeah, we've got a spot. Some of this is going to come down to perceptions of Winfried's opening range. Jason's just going to go for it.
Wow, this is brutal for Winfried. I mean,
I've done the same thing he did.
He's already committed a third of his stack. Even against ace 10, he's got 32% equity.
Don't think that Winfried feels obligated at all. Knows he can get away from some hands. Direct odds are almost 3-1, but these are your final chips. Covered. Big pay jump on offer. You need a lot better than direct odds.
Let's it go. That is a huge, huge pickup and a massive shift in the dynamic at this table. For the first time, three-handed, we have a clear short stack. Winfried Yu down to just 12 antes. Man, how about it? What an absolute battle. It's been 3 hours since we lost Ruslan in fifth. Over 2 hours since we lost Kiat in in fourth place rather.
And straight to the button for Winfried. Jason's going to be opening this hand. Pot with ace king O. Going to take down the antes. back to that situation we saw earlier where Jason and Dan have to tread very carefully around each other.
Yeah, that was a situation where we were 5-handed with Ruslan being the immediate short stack.
No opportunity there for Winfried.
Why you give me your hand?
Not low against number one.
Winfried could chuckle at that one. Yeah, they can enjoy that one.
I shouldn't fold to you that hand. I should gamble with your ace-9.
That was brilliant.
Pocket queens. But I hit my ace. I know I'm good.
Dire straights.
Bad fold, bad fold.
For Winfried, he needs to spin it up.
Are you suited? I got ace-9.
Little something here for Winfried.
Here we
Ahead
go.
of posting that button ante.
Pot the shit out of it.
Sorry, it's how much?
1.5.
Math gets a little different when Winfried's this short.
Dan lets it go. Crucial one for Winfried to get through. He's about to be on the button. Wow. 3-6. Ante's going up. That's pretty insane. Means Jason's playing 30, Winfried's playing 10, and Dan's playing 30.
Almost getting down to what we saw in the 20K earlier when the whole table was exceptionally short. We've been three-handed for so long that this table's gone from far deeper than typical to being a battle of getting dealt the best hand.
Jason, with the non-pot open to 900K, gets rid of Forrest. Gets rid of Winfried as well. Somewhat surprised by that.
Yeah, doesn't take his price. Jason snakes through a really cheap steal as a result.
Yeah, are you surprised by that? Jack 8 suited.
I am, yeah. I mean, you know, coming from No Limit, what you tend to see as players get shorter and shorter in the big blind is just exceptionally wide defense, hope to flop something, hope to run it. And I see no reason why that wouldn't apply here, given the gap between Winfried and Dan is so large. I think Winfried wants to take his chances.
All in.
Run it.
Well, it's Winfried's turn to be in with King 7. Suited and for far fewer chips.
Oh. Have to do it to somebody else.
Am I about to get King 7?
到我揸 King 7啊
Yeah.
Oh man, it's too good. You couldn't have scripted this.
9個 BB 你唔
You
到嘅。
guys and your fucking King 7s, man.
You could not have scripted this any better.
Maybe King 7 is the hand. Who knows?
Maybe it is, but I doubt it.
煙狗 suited.
Jason's confident.
我應該賭嘅個鋪都。
Oh my word. I was about to say Queen of Spades window card. Promising start for JK, but the two kings behind.
Okay.
10 and a 10 only.
10.
Otherwise, we're going to remain three-handed here. Boats up.
King 7
Full house.
Powerhouse.
屌佢個老味啊！傾7 off，屌我嗰鋪牌都唔知點先 flop 埋煙10出嚟。啊，淨係輸咗7啫嘛嗰鋪啊。
2,450,000. 215.
今日應該冇乜裂㗎啦。He's gonna ship King 7 to you now. I don't think Jason's gonna ship King 7.
You don't think Jason what?
I don't think Jason is gonna ship King 7 to you. Jam King 7 on you? He's not going to. You
What?
jam King 7 on me, I jam King 7 on him.
Yeah, but well, yeah, I don't think he should jam it on me, but he can if he wants.
Some breathing rooms only, man.
If we sit here for another couple of hours, he'll be jamming King 7 on me.
Yeah.
Fair.
Maybe.
King 7 suited seems good hand.
Don't think it'll take a couple hours. Give it one more level. Chips are going to be moving.
Yeah, a couple of hours, I think we're going to see Jack 6 with chips in the middle.
Winfred with a close one here, decides to limp. Maybe could have pot committed. But as it stands, Divorce is going to get to C3 with pocket nines.
Winfred flopping an open-ender. Tainted outs, though.
Two very dangerous nines remaining in the deck. Let's see if Divorce even sees a turn. He's got two pair. Little backdoor. After Winfred limps up front, reasonable chance that he's pretty crushed here. But he'll take this price in position.
Now what, Winfred? Turn 2 pair up against the 100% range. Dan can easily have a 10 here. Could also have Jack 9 some of the time.
Yeah, and Winfred's shoes were happy to have improved, but not exactly looking to build a huge pot. Not surprised to see him slow down, and let's see how Divorce rates nines, given the action. Winfred could also have bet a queen on the flop and now slowed down. Might not be thrilled to face a ton of aggression with a king either. It's totally viable in my mind that Divorce starts bluffing.
1.5? Is that too big?
1.2.
There's your answer.
This is a pretty gangster bluff, you know.
Board changed quite significantly on the king. Nines went from a hand that might have showdown value and might win to a hand that's just pretty dusty and wants to leverage this aggression.
Such an uncomfortable spot. for Winfried. Not only is he facing the 1.2 million barrel here, he knows that the question for his entire stack, what the hell?
Jammed. This reminding me of, was it a hand from the 50K that we called yesterday?
Well, there's
Where
always
you
that
just
option.
run into that kind of uncomfortable, just what you were about to get to, Henry, was like, not only are you dealing with this turn bet, but also the chance of a river bet. And we've seen that sometimes lead to just like, well, let's get this over with. Like, my hand's pretty good. I probably can't fold it. So here's all the chips. And
wow,
Winfried just takes down without showdown a chip lead pot.
Pretty absurd. Was all in for his tournament life. What an orbit ago against Jason with the worst of it. Now he's back to the chip lead.
And it's all thanks to King 7.
Hand of the tournament.
Winfried, by the way, looking in the Triton Poker Plus app, has 4 seconds of additional time on his shot clock. Dvoris has 36 seconds. And Jason Kuhn has 7 minutes.
Wow. I wonder if that's actually going to come into play. I mean,
Winfried just can't afford to spend time on another tough decision. Everything's going to have to happen within the routine amount of time.
like in Young and Lun Lun, all on the rail. One of the OGs, Winfried Yu. Dude, there's nothing quite like being on an FT rail of like a good friend, or vice versa, like having all your mates on the rail for an FT. It's pretty huge morale. Try explaining it to a non-poker person.
Well,
they're just like, what are you talking about?
Imagine you knew...
You watch your friends playing cards?
You were about to win the lottery. And we all got to watch it play out in real time on just like a big spinning wheel full of colors and stuff.
That's brilliant.
That's basically what it is.
No, that's
right?
brilliant. Well done. Yeah, you did it fantastically.
I would
like
fly
that.
out for that.
Same.
My friend was like, yeah, I'm playing the lottery. They've already told me I drew a gold envelope. I'm already going to win $1 million, and I might win 10. You want to come watch the wheel spin with me? It's like, yeah, let's do it. It's going to be a party either way.
Now imagine having a piece of that gold envelope.
True. Even more fun. Or stressful. I don't know. It goes both ways.
How much is pot?